Presently, I espied something hanging down from one of the houses, and feeling it, found that it was a great four-handled basket, covered with brocade. There must be some reason for this, said I to myself, and knew not what to think. Then drunkenness led me to seat myself in the basket, whereupon the people of the house pulled me up, supposing me to be he whom they expected. When I came to the top of the wall, I found 4 damsels, who said to me, "Descend and welcome." Then one of them went before me with a flambeau and brought me down into a mansion, wherein were furnished sitting chambers, whose like I had never seen, save in the Caliph's palace. So I sat down, and after a while, the curtains were drawn from one side of the room, and in came damsels bearing lighted flambeaux and censers full of Sumatran aloes wood, and amongst them a young lady as she were the rising full moon. I rose, and she said, "Welcome to thee for a visitor." Then she made me sit down again and asked how I came thither. Quoth I was returning home from a friend's house and went astray in the dark. Then, being taken with an urgent occasion, I turned aside into this street, where I found a basket let down. The wine which I had drunk led me to seat myself in it, and it was drawn up with me into this house. "No harm shall befall thee," rejoined she, "and I hope thou wilt have cause to praise the issue of thine adventure. But what is thy condition?" "I am a merchant in the Baghdad bazaar," replied I, and she, "Canst thou repeat any verses?" "Some small matter," answered I. "Then," said she, "let us hear some of them." But I said, "A visitor is, naturally, bashful. Do thou begin." "True," answered she, and recited some of the choicest verses of the poets, past and present, so that I knew not whether more to marvel at her beauty and grace or at the charm of her diction. Then said she, "Is thy bashfulness gone?" "Yes, by Allah," answered I. "Then, if thou wilt," rejoined she, "recite us somewhat." So I repeated to her a number of poems by old writers, and she applauded, saying, "By Allah, I did not look to find such culture among the trader folk." Then she called for food and fell to taking of it and setting it before me, and the place was full of all manner sweet-scented flowers and rare fruits, such as are found only in kings' houses. Presently, she called for wine and drank a cup, after which she filled another and gave it to me, saying, "Now is the time for converse and storytelling." So I bethought myself and related to her a number of pleasing stories and anecdotes, with which she was delighted, and said, "It is wonderful that a merchant should have such store of tales like unto these, for they are fit for kings." Quoth I have a neighbor who uses to consort with kings and bear them company at table, so, when he is at leisure, I visit his house, and he often tells me what he has heard. "By my life," exclaimed she, "thou hast a good memory." We continued to converse thus, and as often as I was silent, she would begin, till the most part of the night was spent, whilst the burning aloes wood diffused its fragrance, and I was in such case as, if the Caliph had suspected it, would have made him wild with longing for it. Then said she to me, "Verily, thou art one of the most pleasant and accomplished of men, and passing well bred, but there lacks one thing." "What is that?" asked I, and she said, "If but thou knewest how to sing verses to the lute." I answered, I was once passionately fond of this art, but finding I had no gift for it, I abandoned it, though reluctantly. Indeed, I should love to sing somewhat well at this present and fulfill my night's enjoyment. "Meseemeth thou hintest a wish for the lute to be brought," said she, and it is thine to decide, if thou wilt so far favor me, and to thee be the thanks. So she called for a lute and sang a song, in a manner whose like I never heard, both for sweetness of voice and perfection of style and skill in playing, in short, for general excellence. Then said she, "Knowest thou who made the air and words of this song?" "No," answered I, and she said, "The words are so and so's, and the air is Isaac's." "And hath Isaac then, may I be thy ransom, such a talent?" asked I. "Glory be to Isaac," replied she. "Indeed he excels in this art." "Glory be to Allah," exclaimed I, who hath given this man what he hath vouchsafed unto none other? And she said, How would it be, if thou heardest this song from himself? Thus did we till break of day, when there came to her an old woman, as she were her nurse, and said to her, The time is come. So she rose and said to me, Keep what hath passed between us to thyself, for meetings of this kind are in confidence. May I be thy ransom, answered I needed no enjoinder of this. Then I took leave of her, and she sent a damsel to open the door to me, so I went forth and returned to my own house, where I prayed the morning prayer and slept. Presently, there came to me a messenger from the Caliph, so I went to him and passed the day in his company. When the night came, I called to mind my yesternight's pleasure, a thing from which none but a fool could be content to abstain, and betook myself to the street, where I found the basket, and seating myself therein, was drawn up to the place in which I had passed the previous night. When the lady saw me, she said, Indeed, thou art assiduous, and I answered, Meseems rather that I am neglectful. Then we fell to conversing and passed the night as before in talking and reciting verses and telling rare stories, each in turn, till daybreak, when I returned home. I prayed the morning prayer and slept, and there came to me a messenger from Mammon. So I went to him and spent the day with him till nightfall, when he said to me, I conjure thee to sit here, whilst I go on an occasion and come back. As soon as he was gone, my thoughts turned to the lady, and calling to mind my late delight, I recked little what might befall me from the commander of the faithful. So I sprang up, and going out, ran to the street aforesaid, where I sat down in the basket and was drawn up as before. When the lady saw me, she said, Verily, thou art a sincere friend to us. Yea, by Allah, answered I, and she said, Hast thou made our house thine abiding place? May I be thy ransom, replied I, a guest hath a right to 3 days' entertainment, and if I return after this, ye are free to shed my blood. Then we passed the night as before, and when the time of departure drew near, I bethought me that Mammon would certainly question me nor be content save with a full explanation, so I said to her, I see thee to be of those who delight in singing. Now I have a cousin who is handsomer than I and higher of station and more accomplished, and he is the most intimate of all God's creatures with Isaac. Art thou a sponger? Asked she. Verily, thou art importunate. Quoth I, It is for thee to decide, and she, If thy cousin be as thou sayest, it would not displease me to make his acquaintance. Then I left her and returned to my house, but hardly had I reached it, when the Caliph's messengers came down on me and carried me before him by main force. I found him seated on a chair, wroth with me, and he said to me, O Isaac, art thou a traitor to thine allegiance? No, by Allah, O commander of the faithful, answered I. What hast thou then to say? Asked he. Tell me the truth. And I replied, I will well, but in private. So he signed to his attendants, who withdrew to a distance, and I told him the case, adding, I promised to bring thee to visit her. And he said, Thou didst well. Then we spent the day in our usual pleasures, but Mamun's heart was taken with the lady, and hardly was the appointed time come, when we set out. As we went along, I cautioned him, Look that thou call me not by my name before her, but do thou sing and I will accompany thee. He assented to this, and we fared on till we came to the house, where we found 2 baskets hanging ready. So we sat down in them and were drawn up to the usual place, where the damsel came forward and saluted us. When Mamun saw her, he was amazed at her beauty and grace, and she began to entertain him with stories and verses. Presently, she called for wine and we fell to drinking, she paying him especial attention and delighting in him, and he repaying her in kind. Then he took the lute and sang an air, after which she said to me, And is thy cousin also a merchant? Yes, answered I, and she said, Indeed, ye resemble one another nearly. But when Mamun had drunk 3 pints, he grew merry with wine and called out saying, Ho, Isaac! At thy service, O commander of the faithful, answered I, quoth he, sing me such an air. As soon as the lady knew that he was the Caliph, she withdrew to another place, and when I had made an end of my song, Mammon said to me, See who is the master of this house, whereupon an old woman hastened to make answer, saying, It belongs to Hassan ben Sel. Fetch him to me, said the Caliph. So she went away and after a while and came Hassan, to whom said Mammon, Hast thou a daughter? Yes, answered he, her name is Khadijah. Is she married? Asked the Caliph. No, by Allah, replied Hassan. Then, said Mammon, I ask her of thee in marriage. O commander of the faithful, replied Hassan, she is thy handmaiden and at thy commandment. Quoth Mammon, I take her to wife at a present dower of 30,000 dinars, which thou shalt receive this very morning, and do thou being her to us this next night. And Hassan answered, I hear and obey. Then he went out, and the Caliph said to me, O Isaac, tell this story to no one. So I kept it secret till Mamun's death. Surely never was man's life to fulfilled with delights as was mine these 4 days' time, when I companied with Mammon by day and with Khadijah by night, and by Allah, never saw I among men the like of Mammon, neither among women have I ever set eyes on the like of Khadijah, no, nor on any that came near her in wit and understanding and pleasant speech. The Scavenger and the Noble Lady of Baghdad. At Mecca, one day, in the season of pilgrimage, whilst the people were making the enjoined circuits about the holy house and the place of compassing was crowded, a man laid hold of the covering of the Kaaba and cried out, from the bottom of his heart, saying, I beseech thee, O God, that she may once again be wroth with her husband and that I may lie with her. A company of the pilgrims heard him and falling on him, loaded him with blows and carried him to the governor of the pilgrims, to whom said they, O Emir, we found this man in the holy places, saying thus and thus. The governor commanded to hang him, but he said, O Emir, I conjure thee, by the virtue of the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hear my story and after do with me as thou wilt. Say on, quoth the Emir. Know then, O Emir, said the man, that I am a scavenger, who works in the sheep slaughterhouses and carries off the blood and the offal to the rubbish heaps. One day, as I went along with my ass loaded, I saw the people running away and one of them said to me, Enter this alley, lest they kill thee. Quoth I, What ails the folk to run away? And he answered, It is the eunuchs in attendance on the wife of one of the notables, who drive the people out of her way and beat them all, without distinction. So I turned aside with the ass and stood, awaiting the dispersal of the crowd. Presently up came a number of eunuchs with staves in their hands, followed by nigh 30 women, and amongst them a lady as she were a willow wand or a thirsty gazelle, perfect in beauty and elegance and amorous grace. When she came to the mouth of the passage where I stood, she turned right and left and calling one of the eunuchs, whispered in his ear, whereupon he came up to me and laying hold of me, bound me with a rope and haled me along after him, whilst another eunuch took my ass and made off with it. I knew not what was to do and the people followed us, crying out, This is not allowed of God. What has this poor scavenger done that he should be bound with ropes, and saying to the eunuchs, Have pity on him and let him go, so God have pity on you. And I the while said in myself, Doubtless the eunuch seized me, because his mistress smelt the offal and it sickened her. Belike she is with child or ailing, but there is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. So I walked on behind them, till they stopped at the door of a great house and entering, brought me into a great hall. I know not how I shall describe its goodliness, furnished with magnificent furniture. The women withdrew to the harem, leaving me bound with the eunuch and saying in myself, Doubtless they will torture me here till I die, and none know of my death. However, after a while, they carried me into an elegant bathroom, adjoining the hall, and as I sat there, in came 3 damsels, who seated themselves round me and said to me, "Strip off thy rags." So I pulled off my threadbare clothes, and one of them fell a rubbing my feet, whilst another washed my head and the third scrubbed my body. When they had made an end of washing me, they brought me a parcel of clothes and said to me, "Put these on." "By Allah," answered I know not how. So they came up to me and dressed me, laughing at me the while, after which they brought casting bottles, full of rosewater, and sprinkled me therewith. Then I went out with them into another saloon. By Allah, I know not how to set out its goodliness, for the much paintings and furniture therein, and here I found the lady seated on a couch of Indian cane with ivory feet, and before her a number of damsels. When she saw me, she rose and called to me, so I went up to her and she made me sit by her side. Then she called for food, and the damsels brought all manner rich meats, such as I never saw in all my life. I do not even know the names of the dishes. So I ate my fill, and when the dishes had been taken away and we had washed our hands, she called for fruits and bade me eat of them, after which she bade one of the waiting women bring the wine service. So they set on flagons of divers kinds of wine and burned perfumes in all the censers, what while a damsel like the moon rose and served us with wine, to the sound of the smitten strings. We sat and drank, the lady and I, till we were warm with wine, whilst I doubted not but that all this was an illusion of sleep. Presently, she signed to one of the damsels to spread us a bed in such a place, which being done, she took me by the hand and led me thither. So I lay with her till the morning, and as often as I pressed her in my arms, I smelt the delicious fragrance of musk and other perfumes that exhaled from her, and could think no otherwise but that I was in paradise or in the mazes of a dream. When it was day, she asked me where I lodged, and I told her, in such a place, whereupon she gave me a handkerchief gold and silver wrought, with somewhat tied in it, and bade me depart, saying, "Go to the bath with this." So I rejoiced and said to myself, if there be but 5 farthings here, it will buy me the morning meal. Then I left her, as I were leaving paradise, and returned to my lodging, where I opened the handkerchief and found in it 50 dinars of gold. I buried them in the ground, and buying 2 farthings worth of bread and meat, sat down at the door and breakfasted, after which I sat pondering my case till the time of afternoon prayer, when a slave girl accosted me, saying, "My mistress calls for thee." So I followed her to the house aforesaid, and she carried me in to the lady, before whom I kissed the earth, and she bade me sit and called for meat and wine as on the previous day, after which I again lay with her all night. On the morrow, she gave me a second handkerchief, with other 50 dinars therein, and I took it, and going home, buried this also. Thus did I 8 days running, going in to her at the hour of afternoon prayer and leaving her at daybreak. But, on the 8th night, as I lay with her, one of her maids came running in and said to me, "Arise, go up into yonder closet." So I rose and went into the closet, which was over the gate and had a window giving upon the street in front of the house. Presently, I heard a great clamor and tramp of horse, and looking out of the window, saw a young man, as he were the rising moon on the night of her full, come riding up, attended by a number of servants and soldiers. He alighted at the door, and entering, found the lady seated on the couch in the saloon. So he kissed the earth before her, then came up to her and kissed her hands, but she would not speak to him. However, he ceased not to soothe her and speak her fair, till he made his peace with her, and they lay together that night. Next morning, the soldiers came for him, and he mounted and rode away. Whereupon she came in to me and said, "Saw'st thou yonder man?" "Yes," answered I, and she said, "He is my husband, and I will tell thee what befell me with him. It chanced one day that we were sitting, he and I, in the garden within the house, when he rose from my side and was absent a long while, till I grew tired of waiting and said to myself, most like, he is in the wardrobe. So I went thither, but not finding him there, went down to the kitchen, where I saw a slave girl, of whom I inquired for him, and she showed him to me lying with one of the cookmaids. When I saw this, I swore a great oath that I would do adultery with the foulest and filthiest man in Baghdad, and the day the eunuch laid hands on me, I had been 4 days going round about the town in quest of one who should answer this description, but found none fouler nor more filthy than thee. So I took thee, and there passed between us that which God foreordained to us, and now I am quit of my oath. But, added she, if my husband return yet again to the cookmaid and lie with her, I will restore thee to thy late place in my favors. When, continued the scavenger, I heard these words from her lips, what while she transfixed my heart with the arrows of her glances, my tears streamed forth, till my eyelids were sore with weeping, and I repeated the saying of the poet. Vouchsafe me the kiss of thy left hand, I prithee, and know that it's worthier far than thy right. For 'tis but a little while since it was washing Sir Reverence away from the stead of delight. Then she gave me other 50 dinars, making in all 400 dinars I had of her, and bade me depart. So I went out from her and came hither, that I might pray God, blessed and exalted be he, to make her husband return to the cookmaid, so haply I might be again admitted to her favors. When the governor of the pilgrims heard the man's story, he set him free and said to the bystanders, God on you, pray for him, for indeed he is excusable. The Mock Caliph. It is related that the Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid, being one night troubled with a persistent restlessness, summoned his vizier Jafar the Barmecide and said to him, My heart is straitened and I have a mind to divert myself tonight by walking about the streets of Baghdad and looking into the affairs of the folk, but we will disguise ourselves as merchants, that none may know us. I hear and obey, answered Jafar. So they rose at once and putting off the rich clothes they wore, donned merchants' habits and sallied forth, the Caliph and Jafar and Mesra the headsman. They walked from place to place, till they came to the Tigris and saw an old man sitting in a boat, so they went up to him and saluting him, said, O old man, we desire thee of thy favor to carry us a pleasuring down the river, in this thy boat, and take this dinar to thy hire. Who may go a pleasuring on the Tigris, replied the boatman. Seeing that the Caliph every night comes down the stream in his barge, and with him one crying aloud, Ho, all ye people, great and small, gentle and simple, men and boys, whoso is found in a boat on the Tigris, by night, I will strike off his head or hang him to the mast of his boat. And ye had well nigh met him, for here comes his barge. But the Caliph and Jafar said, O old man, take these 2 dinars, and when thou sayest the Caliph's barge approaching, run us under one of the arches, that we may hide there till he have passed. Hand over the money, replied the boatman, and on God the Most High be our dependence. So they gave him the 2 dinars and embarked in the boat, and he put off and rowed about with them a while, till they saw the barge coming down the river in midstream, with lighted flambeaux and cressets therein. Quoth the boatman, Did I not tell you that the Caliph passed every night? O protector, remove not the veils of thy protection. So saying, he ran the boat under an arch and threw a piece of black cloth over the Caliph and his companions, who looked out from under the covering and saw, in the bows of the barge, a man holding a cresset of red gold and clad in a tunic of red satin, with a muslin turban on his head. Over one of his shoulders hung a cloak of yellow brocade, and on the other was a green silk bag full of Sumatran aloes wood, with which he fed the cresset by way of firewood. In the stern stood another man, clad like the first and bearing a like cresset, and in the barge were 200 white slaves, standing right and left about a throne of red gold, on which sat a handsome young man, like the moon, clad in a dress of black, embroidered with yellow gold. Before him they saw a man, as he were the vizier Jafar, and at his head stood an eunuch, as he were Mesra, with a drawn sword in his hand, besides a score of boon companions. When the Caliph saw this, he turned to Jafar and said to him, Belike this is one of my sons, El Amin or El Mamun. Then he examined the young man that sat on the throne, and finding him accomplished in beauty and grace and symmetry, said to Ja'far, "Verily, this young man abates no jot of the state of the caliphate. See, there stands before him one as he were thyself, O Ja'far, yonder eunuch is as he were Mesrour, and those boon companions as they were my own. By Allah, O Ja'far, my reason is confounded and I am filled with amazement at this thing." "And I also, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful," replied Ja'far. Then the barge passed on and disappeared from sight, whereupon the boatman pushed out again into the stream, saying, "Praised be God for safety, since none hath fallen in with us." "O old man," said Rashid, "doth the Caliph come down the river every night?" "Yes, O my lord," answered the boatman, "he hath done so every night this year past." "O old man," rejoined Rashid, "we wish thee of thy favor to await us here tomorrow night, and we will give thee 5 dinars, for we are strangers, lodging at El Kendek, and we have a mind to divert ourselves." "With all my heart," replied the boatman. Then the Caliph and Ja'far and Mesrour returned to the palace, where they put off their merchants' habits and donning their apparel of state, sat down each in his several room. Then came the emirs and viziers and chamberlains and officers, and the divan assembled as of wont. When the night came and all the folk had dispersed and gone each his own way, the Caliph said to his vizier, "Come, O Ja'far, let us go and amuse ourselves by looking on the other Caliph." At this, Ja'far and Mesrour laughed, and the three, donning merchants' habits, went out at the privy gate and made their way through the city, in great glee, till they came to the Tigris, where they found the boatman sitting, waiting for them. They embarked with him in the boat and had not sat long, before up came the mock Caliph's barge, with the cresset-bearers crying aloud as of wont, and in it 200 white slaves other than those of the previous night. "O Vizier," exclaimed the Caliph, "had I heard tell of this, I had not believed it, but I have seen it with my own eyes." Then said he to the boatman, "Take these 10 dinars and row us along abreast of them, for they are in the light and we in the shade, and we can see them and divert ourselves by looking on them, but they cannot see us." So he took the money and pushing off, followed in the shadow of the barge, till they came among the gardens and the barge cast anchor before a postern door, where they saw servants standing with a mule saddled and bridled. Here the mock Caliph landed and mounting the mule, rode away with his boon companions, attended by his suite and preceded by the cresset-bearers crying aloud. Then Harun and Ja'far and Mesrour landed also, and making their way through the press of servants, walked on before them. Presently, the cresset-bearers espied them, and seeing 3 strangers in merchants' habits, misdoubted of them, so they pointed them out and caused bring them before the mock Caliph, who looked at them and said, "How come ye here at this hour?" "O our lord," answered they, "we are foreign merchants, who arrived here this day and were out a walking tonight, when ye came up and these men laid hands on us and brought us before thee." Quoth the mock Caliph, "Since you are strangers, no harm shall befall you, but had ye been of Baghdad, I had struck off your heads." Then he turned to his vizier and said to him, "Take these men with thee, for they are our guests this night." "I hear and obey, O our lord," answered he, and they followed him, till they came to a lofty and splendid palace of curious ordinance, such as no king possesses, rising from the dust and laying hold upon the marges of the clouds. Its door was of teak, inlaid with glittering gold, and by it one passed into a saloon, a middleward which was a basin of water, with an artificial fountain rising from its midst. It was furnished with carpets and cushions and divans of brocade and tables and other gear such as amazed the wit and defied description. There, also, was a curtain drawn, and upon the door were written these 2 verses: "A palace, upon it be blessing and greeting and grace. Fair fortune hath put off her beauty to brighten the place. Therein are all manner of marvels and rarities found, the penmen are puzzled in story its charms to retrace. The mock caliph entered with his company and sat down on a throne of gold, set with jewels and covered with a prayer carpet of yellow silk, whilst the boon companions took their seats and the sword-bearer stood before him. Then the servants laid the tables and they ate and washed their hands, after which the dishes were removed and the wine service set on, with cups and flagons in due order. The cup went round till it came to Rashid, who refused it, and the mock caliph said to Jafar, "What ails thy friend that he drinks not?" "O our lord," replied the vizier, "this long while he hath drunk no wine." Quoth the mock caliph, "I have drink other than this, a kind of apple wine, that will suit him." So he let bring apple sherbet and said to Araun, "Drink thou of this, as often as it comes to thy turn." Then they continued to drink and make merry, till the wine rose to their heads and mastered their wits, and Haran said to Jafar, "O Jafar, by Allah, we have no such vessels as these. Would God I knew what manner of man this is." Presently, the young man glanced at them and seeing them talking privily, said, "It is unmannerly to whisper." "No rudeness was meant," answered Jafar. "My friend did but say to me, Verily, I have travelled in most countries and have caroused and companied with the greatest of kings and captains, yet never saw I a goodlier ordinance than this nor passed a more delightful night, save that the people of Baghdad say, drink without music often leaves headache." When the mock caliph heard this, he smiled merrily and struck a gong with a rod he had in his hand, whereupon a door opened and out came an eunuch, bearing a stool of ivory, inlaid with glittering gold, and followed by a damsel of surpassing beauty and symmetry. He set down the stool and the damsel seated herself on it, as she were the sun shining in the cloudless sky. In her hand she had a lute of Indian make, which she laid in her lap and bending over it as a mother bends over her child, prelude in 24 modes, amazing all wits. Then she returned to the first mode and sang the following verses to a lively measure. "The tongue of passion in my heart bespeaketh thee of me and giveth thee to know that I enamored am of thee. The burning of an anguished heart is witness to my pain and ulcerated eyes and tears that flow incessantly. I had no knowledge what love was, before the love of thee, but God's forewritten ordinance o'ertaketh all that be." When the mock caliph heard this, he gave a great cry and rent his robe to the skirt, whereupon they let down a curtain over him and brought him a fresh robe, handsomer than the first. He put it on and sat as before, till the cup came round to him, when he struck the gong a second time and behold, a door opened and out came an eunuch with a chair of gold, followed by a damsel handsomer than the first, bearing a lute, such as mortified the heart of the envious. She sat down on the chair and sang to the lute these verses. "Ah, how can I be patient, when longing in my soul flames high and from mine eyelids the tears in torrents roll? Life hath no sweet, by Allah, wherein I may rejoice. How shall a heart be joyous, that's all fulfilled of dole?" No sooner did the youth hear this than he gave a great cry and rent his clothes to the skirt, whereupon they let down the curtain over him and brought him another dress. He put it on and sitting up as before, fell again to cheerful talk, till the cup came round to him, when he smote once more upon the gong and out came an eunuch with a chair, followed by a damsel fairer than she who had foregone her. So she sat down on the chair, with a lute in her hand, and sang thereto the following verses. "Have done with your disdain and leave to make me rue, for, by your life, my heart to you is ever true. Have ruth on one distraught, the bond-slave of your love, sorry and sick and full of longings ever new. Sickness, for passion's stress, hath wasted him to naught, and still for your consent to Allah he doth sue. O ye full moons, whose place of sojourn is my heart, amongst the human race whom can I choose but you?" At this the young man gave a great cry and rent his clothes, whereupon they let fall the curtain over him and brought him other clothes. Then he returned to his former case with his boon companions and the cup went round as before, till it came to him, when he struck the gong a fourth time on the door opening, out came a boy, bearing a chair and followed by a damsel. He set the chair for her and she sat down upon it, and taking the lute, tuned it and sang to it these verses. When will separation and hatred pass away, and what is past of joyance come back to make me gay? But yesterday, in gladness, one dwelling held us both, we saw the enviers napping, all heedless of their prey. But fortune played the traitor with us and sundered us, and left our dwelling places even as the desert gray. Wilt have me, O my censor, be solaced for my loves? Alas, my heart the censor, I see, will not obey. So make an end of chiding and leave me to my love, for of my loved one's converse my heart is full alway. Fair lords, though you've been fickle and broken faith and troth, deem not my heart for absence forgets you night or day. When the mock caliph heard the girl's song, he gave a great cry and tearing his clothes as before, fell down in a swoon, whereupon they would have let down the curtain over him, as of wont, but the cord stuck fast, and Rashid, chancing to look at him, saw on his body the marks of beating with palm rods, and said to Ja'far, By Allah, he is a handsome youth, but a foul thief. Whence knowest thou that, O commander of the faithful? Asked Ja'far, and the caliph answered, Sawest thou not the marks of whips on his sides? Then they let fall the curtain over him and brought him a fresh dress, which he put on and sat up as before with his courtiers. Presently, he saw the caliph and Ja'far whispering together and said to them, What is the matter, gentlemen? Nothing, my lord, replied Ja'far, save that my friend here, who, as is not unknown to thee, is of the merchants and hath visited all the great cities and countries of the world and foregathered with kings and men of worth, saith to me, Verily, that which our lord the caliph hath done this night is beyond measure extravagant, never saw I any do the like of his fashion in any country, for he hath rent 4 dresses, each worth 1,000 dinars, and this is surely excessive extravagance. O man, replied the youth, the money is my money and the stuff my stuff, and this is by way of largesse to my servants and followers, for each suit that is rent belongeth to one of my boon companions here present, and I appoint him, in exchange therefore, if it so like him, the sum of 500 dinars. Well is that thou dost, O our Lord, answered Ja'far, and recited the following verses. The virtues sure have built themselves a dwelling in thy palm, thou hast thy wealth to all mankind made common property. And if the virtues' doors were shut on us one luckless day, thy hand unto their locks, indeed, were even as a key. When the young man heard these verses, he ordered Ja'far 1,000 dinars and a dress of honor. Then the cup went round among them and the wine was pleasant to them, but, after a while, the caliph said to Ja'far, Ask him of the marks on his ribs, that we may see what he will say. Softly, O my lord, replied Ja'far, be not hasty, for patience is more becoming. By the life of my head and by the tomb of El Abbas, rejoined the caliph, except thou ask him, I will assuredly make an end of thee. With this the young man turned towards Ja'far and said to him, What ails thee and thy friend to be whispering together? Tell me what is to do with you. It is nothing, replied Ja'far, but the mock caliph rejoined, I conjure thee, by Allah, tell me what ails you and hide from me nothing of your case. O my lord, answered the vizier, my companion here saw on thy sides the marks of beating with whips and rods and marveled thereat exceedingly, saying, How came the caliph to be beaten? And he would fain know the cause of this. When the youth heard this, he smiled and said, Know that my story is wonderful and my case extraordinary. Were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, it would serve as an admonition to him who can profit by admonition. And he sighed and repeated the following verses. Strange is my story and outdoes all marvels that can be. By love itself I swear, my ways are straitened upon me. And ye would know my case, give ear and hearken to my tale and all be dumb, on every side, in this our company. take heed unto my speech, for lo, therein a warning is, aye, and my words no leasing are, but naked verity. I am a man of passion slain, the victim of desire, and she who slew me fairer is than all the stars to see. A bright black eye she hath, whose glance is as an Indian sword, and from her eyebrows bended bows full many a shaft shoots she. My heart forebodes me that mongst you the Caliph of the age, our Imam is, of high descent and noble pedigree. And that the second of you he, that's known as Jaffer, is, his vizier and a vizier's son, a lord of high degree. Yea, and the third of you Mesra the eunuch is, I ween, the swordsman of his vengeance. So, if true my saying be, I have of this my case attained to all for which I hoped, and heart's content from every side is come, indeed, to me. When they heard this, Jaffer swore to him a dissembling oath that they were not those he named, whereupon he laughed and said, No, O my lords, that I am not the commander of the faithful, and that I do but style myself thus, to get my will of the people of the city. My real name is Muhammad Ali, son of Ali the jeweler, and my father was one of the chief men of the city. When he died, he left me great store of gold and silver and pearls and coral and rubies and chrysolites and other jewels, besides houses and lands and baths and gardens and orchards and shops and brickfields and slaves, male and female. One day, as I sat in my shop, surrounded by my slaves and servants, there came up a young lady, riding on a mule and attended by 3 damsels like moons. She alighted at my shop and seating herself by me, said to me, Art thou Muhammad the jeweler? Yes, answered I am he, at thy service. Hast thou a necklace of jewels fit for me? Asked she, and I replied, O my lady, I will show thee what I have, and if any please thee, it will be of thy slave's good luck, if not, of his ill fortune. I had by me 100 necklaces and showed them all to her, but none of them pleased her, and she said, I want a better than those I have seen. Now I had a small necklace, that my father had bought for 100,000 dinars, and the like whereof was not to be found with any of the great kings, so I said to her, O my lady, I have yet one necklace of fine stones, whose like none possesseth, great or small. Show it me, said she. So I showed it her, and she said, This is what I sought and what I have wished for all my life. What is its price? Quoth I, It cost my father 100,000 dinars, and she said, I will give thee 5,000 dinars to thy profit. O my lady, answered I, the necklace and its owner are at thy service, and I cannot gainsay thee in aught. Not so, rejoined she, needs must thou have the profit, and I am still much beholden to thee. Then she rose, and mounting the mule in haste, said to me, O my lord, in God's name, favor us with thy company, to receive the money, for this thy day is a milk-white day with us. So I shut the shop and accompanied her, in all security, till we came to a house, on which were manifest the signs of fortune. Its door was wrought with gold and silver and lapis lazuli, and thereon were written these verses. Nay, mourning never enter thee, I pray, O house, nor fortune ere thy Lord bewray. A goodly sojourn art thou to the guest, when straight on him is every place and way. She dismounted and entered the house, bidding me sit down on the stone bench at the door, till the money changer should come. So I sat a while, till presently a damsel came out to me and said, Q my lord, enter the vestibule, for it is not seemly that thou shouldst sit at the door. Accordingly, I entered the vestibule and sat down on the settle there. As I sat, another damsel came out and said to me, O my lord, my mistress bids thee enter and sit down at the door of the saloon, to receive thy money. So I entered and sat down, nor had I sat a moment, before a curtain of silk was drawn aside, and I saw the lady seated on a throne of gold, with the necklace about her neck, unveiled and showing a face as it were the round of the moon. At this sight, my wit was troubled and my mind confounded, by reason of her exceeding beauty and grace, but, when she saw me, she rose and coming up to me, said, O light of mine eyes, is every handsome one like thee pitiless to his mistress? O my lady, answered I, beauty, all of it, is in thee and is one of thine attributes. O jeweler, rejoined she, know that I love thee and can hardly credit that I have brought thee hither. Then she bent to me and I kissed her, and she kissed me, and drawing me towards her, pressed me to her bosom. She knew by my case that I had a mind to enjoy her, so she said to me, O my lord, dost thou think to foregather with me unlawfully? By Allah, may he not live who would do the like of this sin and who takes pleasure in foul talk. I am a clean virgin, whom no man hath approached, nor am I unknown in the city. Knowest thou who I am? No, by Allah, O my lady, replied I. Quoth she, I am the lady Dunya, daughter of Yahya ben Khalid the Barmecide and sister of Jafar, the Caliph's vizier. When I heard this, I drew back from her, saying, O my lady, it is no fault of mine if I have been overbold with thee, it was thou didst encourage me to aspire to thy love, by giving me access to thee. No harm shall befall thee, answered she, and needs must thou attain thy desire in the way that is pleasing to God. I am my own mistress and the Qadi shall act as my guardian, in consenting to the marriage contract, for it is my will that I be thy wife and thou my husband. Then she sent for the Qadi and the witnesses and busied herself with the necessary preparations. When they came, she said to them, Muhammad Ali ben Ali the jeweler seeks me in marriage and hath given me the necklace to my dowry, and I accept and consent. So they drew up the contract of marriage between us, after which the servants brought the wine service and the cups passed round, after the goodliest ordinance, and when the wine mounted to our heads, she ordered a damsel, a lute player, to sing. So she took the lute and sang thereto the following verses. He comes and shows me, all in one, fawn, moon and sapling slight. Foul fall the heart for thought of him that watches not the night. A fair one, Allah had a mind to extinguish from his cheek one ravishment, and straight, instead, another sprang to light. Whenas my censors speak of him, I cavil at their word, feigning as if I did mislike the mention of the white. Yea, and I hearken, when they speak of other than of him, though for the thought of him, nathless, I am consumed outright. Prophet of beauty, all in him as a very miracle of grace, and greatest of them all his face's splendid sight. The sable mole upon his cheek hath taken up its stead, against the troubles of this life to ward his forehead bright. The censors, of their ignorance, bid me forget, but I from true believer cannot turn an infidel forthright. We were ravished by the sweet music she made and the beauty of the verses she sang, and the other damsels went on to sing, one after another, till 10 had done so, when the lady Dunya took the lute and playing a lively measure, sang these verses. By the softness of thy graceful gaited shape I swear, for estrangement from thy presence the pangs of hell I bear. Have pity on a heart that burns I the hellfire of thy love, O full moon in the darkness of the night that shinest fair. Vouchsafe to me thy favors, and by the wine cup's light to blazon forth thy beauties, henceforth I'll never spare. A rose hath ta'en me captive, whose colors varied are, whose charms outvie the myrtle and make its thorns despair. When she had finished, I took the lute and playing a quaint prelude, sang the following verses. Glory to him who gave thee all beauty in earth and skies, so I'm become of thy bondsman forever in thy prize. Thou that art gifted with glances that make mankind thy slaves, pray we may come off scathless from the sorcery of thine eyes. Two opposites, fire, incarnate in shining splendor of flame, and water, thy cheek uniteth, conjoined in wondrous wise. How dulcet and yet how bitter thou art to my heart, alack! To which thou at once and ever art hell and paradise. When she heard this, she rejoiced with an exceeding joy, then, dismissing her women, she brought me to a most goodly place, where they had spread us a bed of various colors. She did offer clothes, and I had a lover's privacy of her, and found her an unpierced pearl and a filly no man had ridden. So I rejoiced in her and repeated the following verses. Stay with us, night, I prithee. I want no morning white, the face of my beloved sufficeth me for light. I give my love, for chin band, my palm spread open wide, and eke for ringdove's collar, my arms about him dight. This is indeed attainment of fortune's topmost height. We clip and care not to stir from our delight. Never in my life knew I a more delightful night than this, and I abode with her a whole month, forsaking shop and home and family, till one day she said to me, O light of my eyes, O my Lord Muhammad, I have a mind to go to the bath today, so sit thou on this couch and budge not from thy place, till I return to thee. I hear and obey, answered I, and she made me swear to this, after which she took her women and went off to the bath. But, by Allah, O my brothers, she had not reached the end of the street, when the door opened and in came an old woman, who said to me, O my Lord Muhammad, the Lady Zubaydah bids thee to her, for she hath heard of thine elegance and accomplishments and skill in singing. By Allah, answered I will not rise from my place, till the Lady Dunya come back. O my Lord, rejoined the old woman, do not anger the Lady Zubaydah with thee and make an enemy of her. Come, speak with her and return to thy place. So I rose and followed her into the presence of the princess, who said to me, O light of the eye, art thou the Lady Dunya's beloved? At thy service, answered I, quoth she, he spoke sooth who reported thee possessed of grace and beauty and good breeding and all good qualities. Indeed, thou surpassest report, but now sing to me, that I may hear thee. I hear and obey, answered I. So she brought me a lute, and I sang the following verses. The heart of the lover is weary with loving and striving in vain, and even as a spoil is his body in the hands of sickness and pain. Who should there be, mongst the riders on camels with haltered head, save a lover whose dear beloved the camel litters contain? A moon, in your tents that rises, to Allah I commend, one my heart loves and tenders, shut in from the sight of her swain. Anon she is kind, anon angry, how goodly her coquetry is. For all that is done of a loved one must needs to her lover be fain. When I had finished, she said to me, God assign thy body and sweeten thy voice. Verily, thou art perfect in beauty and good breeding in singing. But now rise and return to thy place, ere the Lady Dunya come back, lest she find thee not and be wroth with thee. So I kissed the earth before her, and the old woman forewent me to the door whence I came. I entered, and going up to the couch, found that my wife had come back and was lying asleep there. So I sat down at her feet and rubbed them, whereupon she opened her eyes and seeing me, drew up her feet and gave me a kick that threw me off the couch, saying, O traitor, thou hast been false to thine oath and hast perjured thyself. Thou sworest to me that thou wouldst not stir from thy place, yet didst thou break thy promise and go to the Lady Zubaydah. By Allah, but that I fear scandal, I would pull down the palace over her head. Then said she to her black slave, Harkee, Suab, arise and strike off this lying traitor's head, for we have no further need of him. So the slave came up to me and tearing a strip from his skirt, bound my eyes with it and would have cut off my head, but all her women, great and small, came up to her and said to her, O our lady, this is not the first who hath erred, indeed, he knew not thy humor and hath done nothing deserving of death. By Allah, replied she, I must needs set my mark on him. And she bade beat me, so they beat me on my sides, and the marks you saw are the scars of that beating. Then she bade them put me out, and they carried me to a distance from the house and cast me down. I rose and dragged myself little by little to my own house, where I sent for a surgeon, who dressed my wounds and comforted me. As soon as I was recovered and my pains and sickness had left me, I went to the bath, and thence betaking myself to my shop, sold all that was therein. With the proceeds, I bought 400 white slaves, such as no king ever got together, and caused 200 of them ride out with me every day. Then I made me yonder barge, on which I spent 5,000 dinars, and styled myself Caliph, and appointed each of my servants to the charge, and clad him in the habit of some one of the Caliph's officers. Moreover, I let cry abroad, whoso goeth a pleasuring on the Tigris, by night, I will strike off his head without mercy, and on this wise have I done this whole year past, during which time I have heard no news of the lady, neither happened upon any trace of her. And he wept copiously and repeated the following verses. By Allah, I will never all my life long forget her, my dear, and those only will I tender, who shall bring her to me to draw near. Now glory to her Maker and Creator be given evermore. As the full moon in the heavens, in her aspect and her gait she doth appear. She, indeed, hath made me weariful and wakeful, full of sorrow, sick for love, yea, my heart is all confounded at her beauty, dazed for trouble and for fear. When Rashid heard the young man's story and knew the passion and transport and love-longing that afflicted him, he was moved to compassion and wonder, and said, Glory be to God, who hath appointed to everything a cause. Then they craved the young man's leave to depart, which being granted, they took leave of him, the Caliph purposing to do him justice and entreat him with the utmost munificence, and returned to the palace of the Caliphate, where they changed their clothes for others befitting their station, and sat down, whilst Mesrour stood before them. After a while, the Caliph said to Ja'far, O Vizier, bring me the young man with whom we were last night. I hear and obey, answered Ja'far, and going to the youth, saluted him, saying, The commander of the faithful calls for thee. So he returned with him to the palace, in great concern by reason of the summons, and going in to the Caliph, kissed the earth before him. Then said he, Peace be on thee, O commander of the faithful and protector of the people of the faith. And offered up a prayer for the endurance of his glory and prosperity, for the accomplishment of his desires and the continuance of his bounty and the cessation of evil and punishment, ordering his speech as best he might, and ending by repeating the following verses. Still may thy threshold as a place of adoration be sought, and on men's brows its dust bespeak prostration. That so in every land be made this proclamation, Thou art Abraham, and this his very station. The Caliph smiled in his face and returned his salute, looking on him with the eye of favor. Then he bade him draw near and sit down before him, and said to him, O Muhammad Ali, I wish thee to tell me what befell thee last night, for it was rare and passing strange. Pardon, O commander of the faithful, replied the youth. Give me the handkerchief of immunity, that my trouble may be appeased and my heart set at rest. Quoth the Caliph, Thou art safe from fear and trouble. So the young man told him his story from first to last, whereby the Caliph knew him to be a lover and severed from his beloved, and said to him, Wilt thou that I restore her to thee? This were of the bounty of the commander of the faithful, answered the youth, and repeated the following verses. Kiss thou his fingertips, for no mere fingers they, but keys to all the goods by God to men assigned. And praise his deeds no less, for no mere deeds are they, but jewels to adorn the necks of humankind. Thereupon the Caliph turned to Ja'far and said to him, Bring me thy sister the lady Dunya. I hear and obey, answered he, and fetched her forthright. When she stood before the Caliph, he said to her, Dost thou know who this is? O commander of the faithful, answered she, how should women have knowledge of men? The Caliph smiled and said, O Dunya, this is thy beloved, Muhammad ben Ali the jeweler. We are acquainted with his case, for we have heard the whole story, from beginning to end, and apprehended its inward and its outward, and it is no more hidden, for all it was kept secret. O commander of the faithful, rejoined she, this was written in the book of destiny. I crave the forgiveness of the Most High God for that which I have done, and beseech thee to pardon me of thy favor. At this the Caliph laughed, and summoning the Qadi and the witnesses, renewed the marriage contract between Dunya and her husband, whereby there betided them the utmost of felicity, and those who envied them were mortified. Moreover, he made Muhammad Ali one of his boon companions, and they abode in joy and cheer and gladness, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Ali the Persian's story of the curd sharper. The Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid, being more than commonly restless one night, sent for his vizier and said to him, O Jafar, I am sore wakeful and heavy at heart tonight, and I desire of thee what may cheer my spirit and ease me of my oppression. O Commander of the Faithful, answered Jafar, I have a friend, by name Ali the Persian, who hath store of tales and pleasant stories, such as lighten the heart and do away care. Fetch him to me, said the Caliph. I hear and obey, replied Jafar, and going out from before him, sent for Ali the Persian and said to him, The Commander of the Faithful calls for thee. I hear and obey, answered Ali, and followed the vizier into the presence of the Caliph, who bade him be seated and said to him, O Ali, my heart is heavy within me this night, and I hear that thou hast great store of tales and anecdotes, so I desire of thee that thou let me hear what will relieve my oppression and gladden my melancholy. O Commander of the Faithful, said he, shall I tell thee what I have seen with my eyes, or what I have heard with my ears? And thou have seen aught worth telling, replied the Caliph, let me hear that. Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, said Ali, that some years ago I left this my native city of Baghdad on a journey, having with me a boy who carried a light wallet. Presently, we came to a certain city, where, as I was buying and selling, a rascally thief of a curd fell on me and seized my wallet, saying, This is my bag, and all that is in it is my property. Thereupon, Ho, Muslims all, cried I, deliver me from the hand of the vilest of oppressors. But they all said, Come, both of you, to the Qadi and submit yourselves to his judgment. I agreed to this, and we both presented ourselves before the Qadi, who said, What brings you hither, and what is your case? Quoth I, We are men at difference, who appeal to thee and submit ourselves to thy judgment. Which of you is the complainant? Asked the Qadi. So the Kurd came forward and said, God preserve our lord the Qadi. Verily, this bag is my bag, and all that is in it is my property. It was lost from me, and I found it with this man. When didst thou lose it? Asked the Qadi. But yesterday, replied the Kurd, and I passed a sleepless night by reason of its loss. If it be thy bag, said the Qadi, tell me what is in it. Quoth the Kurd, There were in my bag 2 silver styles and eye powders and a handkerchief, and I had laid therein 2 gilt cups and 2 candlesticks. Moreover, it contained 2 tents and 2 platters and 2 hooks and a cushion and 2 leather rugs and 2 ewers and a brass tray and 2 basins and a cooking pot and 2 water jars and a ladle and a sacking needle and a she-cat and 2 bitches and a wooden trencher and 2 sacks and 2 saddles and a gown and 2 fur pelisses and a cow and 2 calves and a she-goat and 2 sheep and an ewe and 2 lambs and 2 green pavilions and a camel and 2 she-camels and a she-buffalo and 2 bulls and a lioness and 2 lions and a she-bear and 2 foxes and a mattress and 2 couches and an upper chamber and 2 saloons and a portico and 2 anterooms and a kitchen with 2 doors and a company of Kurds who will testify that the bag is mine. Then said the Qadi to me, And thou, what sayest thou? So I came forward, O Commander of the Faithful, and indeed the Kurd's speech had bewildered me, and said, God advance our lord the Qadi. There was nothing in this my wallet, save a little ruined house and another without a door and a dog kennel and a boys' school and youths playing dice and tents and tent poles in the cities of Basora and Baghdad and the palace of Sheddad ben Aad and a smith's forge and a fishing net and cudgels and pickets and girls and boys and 1,000 pimps, who will testify that the bag is my bag. When the Kurd heard my words, he wept and wailed and said, O my lord the Qadi, my bag is known and what is in it is renowned. Therein are castles and citadels and cranes and beasts of prey and men playing chess and draughts. Moreover, in this my bag is a brood mare and 2 colts and a stallion and 2 blood horses and 2 long lances and a lion and 2 hares and a city and 2 villages and a courtesan and 2 sharking pimps and a catamite and 2 gallows birds and a blind man and 2 dogs and a cripple and 2 lamenters and a priest and 2 deacons and a patriarch and 2 monks and a cadi and 2 assessors, who will testify that the bag is my bag. Quoth the cadi to me, And what sayest thou, O Ali? So, O Commander of the Faithful, being filled with rage, I came forward and said, God keep our lord the cadi. I had in this my wallet a coat of mail and a broadsword and armories and 1,000 fighting rams and a sheepfold and 1,000 barking dogs and gardens and vines and flowers and sweet herbs and figs and apples and pictures and statues and flagons and goblets and fair-faced slave girls and singing women and marriage feasts and tumult and clamor and great tracts of land and brothers of success and a company of daybreak riders, with swords and spears and bows and arrows, and true friends and dear ones and intimates and comrades and men imprisoned for punishment and cup companions and a drum and flutes and flags and banners and boys and girls and brides, in all their wedding bravery, and singing girls and 5 Abyssinian women and 3 Hindi and 4 women of Medina and a score of Greek girls and 100 Turkish and 70 Persian girls and 80 Kurd and 80 Georgian women and Tigris and Euphrates and a fowling net and a flint and steel and many columned Iram and 1,000 rogues and pimps and horse courses and stables and mosques and baths and a builder and a carpenter and a plank and a nail and a black slave, with a pair of recorders, and a captain and a caravan leader in towns and cities and 100,000 dinars and Kufa and amber and 20 chests full of stuffs and 20 storehouses for victual in Gaza and Ascalon and from Damietta to Aswan and the palace of Kisra and Nushirwan and the kingdom of Solomon and from Wadi Numan to the land of Khorasan and Balk and Ispahan and from India to the Sudan. Therein also, may God prolong the life of our lord the cadi, are doublets and cloths and 1,000 sharp razors to shave the cadi's chin, except ye fear my resentment and adjudge the bag to be mine. When the cadi heard what I and the Kurd avouched, he was confounded and said, I see ye are none other than 2 pestilent atheistical fellows, who make sport of cadis and magistrates and stand not in fear of reproach. Never did any tell or hear tell of aught more extraordinary than that which ye pretend. By Allah, from China to Shedra Galen nor from Fars to the Sudan, nor from Wadi Numan to Khorasan, ever was heard or credited the like of what ye avouch. Is this bag a bottomless sea or the day of resurrection, that shall gather together the just and unjust? Then he bade open the bag, so I opened it and behold, there was in it bread and a lemon and cheese and olives. So I threw it down before the Kurd and went away. When the Caliph heard Ali's story, he laughed till he fell backward and made him a handsome present. Volume 4. How the Imam Abu Yusuf extricated the Caliph Harun-e-Rashid and his Vizier Jafar from a dilemma. It is said that Jafar the Barmecide was one night carousing with Rashid, when the latter said to him, O Jafar, I hear that thou hast bought such and such a slave girl. Now I have long sought her and my heart is taken up with love of her, for she is passing fair, so do thou sell her to me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Jafar, I will not sell her. Then give her to me, rejoined the Caliph. Nor will I give her, answered Jafar. Be Zubaydah triply divorced, exclaimed Harun, if thou shalt not either sell or give her to me. Quoth Jafar, be my wife triply divorced, if I either sell or give her to thee. After a while they recovered from their intoxication and were aware that they had fallen into a grave dilemma, but knew not how to extricate themselves. Then said Rashid, none can help us in this strait but Abu Yusuf. So they sent for him, and this was in the middle of the night. When the messenger reached the Imam, he arose in alarm, saying in himself, I should not be sent for at this hour, save by reason of some crisis in Islam. So he went out in haste and mounted his mule, saying to his servant, Take the mule's nosebag with thee, it may be she has not finished her feed, and when we come to the Caliph's palace, put the bag on her, that she may eat what is left of her fodder, whilst I am with the Caliph. I hear and obey, replied the man. So the Imam rode to the palace and was admitted to the presence of Rashid, who made him sit down on the couch beside himself, whereas he was used to seat none but him, and said to him, We have sent for thee at this hour to advise us upon a grave matter, with which we know not how to deal, and he expounded to him the case. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Abu Yusuf, this is the easiest of things. Then he turned to Ja'far and said to him, O Ja'far, sell half of her to the Commander of the Faithful and give him the other half, so shall ye both be quit of your oaths. The Caliph was delighted with this, and they did as he prescribed. Then said Rashid, Bring me the girl at once, for I long for her exceedingly. So they brought her, and the Caliph said to Abu Yusuf, I have a mind to lie with her forthright, for I cannot endure to abstain from her during the prescribed period of purification. How is this to be done? Bring me one of thine unenfranchised male slaves, answered the Imam, and give me leave to marry her to him, then let him divorce her before consummation. So shall it be lawful for thee to lie with her before purification. This expedient pleased the Caliph yet more than the first, and he sent for the slave. When he came, Rashid said to the Imam, I authorize thee to marry her to him. So the Imam proposed the marriage to the slave, who accepted it, and performed the due ceremony, after which he said to the slave, Divorce her, and thou shalt have 100 dinars. But he refused to do this, and the Imam went on to increase his offer, till he bid him 1,000 dinars. Then said the slave to him, Doth it rest with me to divorce her, or with thee or the Commander of the Faithful? With thee, answered the Imam. Then, by Allah, quoth the slave, I will never do it. At this the Caliph was exceeding wroth and said to the Imam, What is to be done, O Abu Yusuf? Be not concerned, O Commander of the Faithful, replied the Imam, the thing is easy. Make this slave the damsel's property. Quoth Rashid, I give him to her, and the Imam said to the girl, Say, I accept. So she said, I accept, whereupon quoth Abu Yusuf, I pronounce divorce between them, for that he hath become her property, and so the marriage is annulled. With this, Rashid sprang to his feet and exclaimed, It is the like of thee that shall be Qadi in my time. Then he called for sundry trays of gold and emptied them before Abu Yusuf, to whom he said, Hast thou wherein to put this? The Imam bethought him of the mule's nosebag, so he sent for it, and filling it with gold, took it and went home, and on the morrow, he said to his friends, There is no easier or shorter road to the goods of this world and the next, than that of learning, for, see, I have received all this money for answering 2 or 3 questions. Consider, then, O polite reader, the pleasantness of this anecdote, for it comprises divers goodly features, amongst which are the complaisance of Ja'far to Rashid and the wisdom of the Caliph and the exceeding wisdom of Abu Yusuf. May God the Most High have mercy on all their souls. The lover who feigned himself a thief to save his mistress's honor. There came one day to Khalid ibn Abdullah el-Kesri, governor of Basora, a company of men dragging a youth of exceeding beauty and lofty bearing, whose aspect expressed good breeding and dignity and abundant wit. They brought him before the governor, who asked what was to do with him, and they replied, This fellow is a thief, whom we caught last night in our dwelling. Khalid looked at him and was struck with wonder at his well-favoredness and elegance, so he said to the others, Loose him, and going up to the young man, asked what he had to say for himself. The folk have spoken truly, answered he, and the case is as they have said. And what moved thee to this? Asked Khalid. and thou so noble and comely of aspect? The lust after worldly good, replied the other, and the ordinance of God, glorified and exalted be he. May thy mother be bereaved of thee, rejoined Khalid. Hadst thou not, in thy fair face and sound sense and good breeding, what should restrain thee from thieving? O Amir, answered the young man, leave this talk and proceed to what God the Most High hath ordained. This is what my hands have earned, and God is no oppressor of his creatures. Khalid was silent a while, considering the matter, then he said to the young man, Verily, thy confession before witnesses perplexes me, for I cannot believe thee to be a thief. Surely thou hast some story that is other than one of theft. Tell it me. O Amir, replied the youth, deem thou not save what I have confessed, for I have no story other than that I entered these folks' house and stole what I could lay hands on, and they caught me and took the stuff from me and carried me before thee. Then Khalid bade clap him in prison and commanded a crier to make proclamation throughout Basora, saying, Ho, whoso is minded to look upon the punishment of such an one, the thief, and the cutting off of his hand, let him be present tomorrow morning at such a place. When the youth found himself in prison, with irons on his feet, he sighed heavily and repeated the following verses, whilst the tears streamed from his eyes. Khalid doth threaten me with cutting off my hand, except I do reveal to him my mistress' case. But, God forbid, quoth I, that I should e'er reveal that which of love for her my bosom doth embrace. The cutting off my hand, for that I have confessed unto, less grievous were to me than her disgrace. The warders heard him and went and told Khalid, who sent for the youth after nightfall and conversed with him. He found him well-bred and intelligent and of a pleasant and vivacious wit, so he ordered him food and he ate. Then said Khalid, I know thou hast a story to tell that is no thief's, so, when the Qadi comes tomorrow morning and questions thee before the folk, do thou deny the charge of theft and avouch what may avert the cutting off of thy hand, for the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, saith, in cases of doubt, eschew, or defer, punishment. Then he sent him back to the prison, where he passed the night. On the morrow, the folk assembled to see his hand cut off, nor was there man or woman in Basora but came forth to look upon his punishment. Then Khalid mounted in company of the notables of the city and others, and summoning the Qadi, sent for the young man, who came, hobbling in his shackles. There none saw him but wept for him, and the women lifted up their voices in lamentation. The Qadi bade silence the women and said to the prisoner, These folk avouch that thou didst enter their dwelling and steal their goods, belike thou stolest less than a quarter dinar? Nay, replied he, I stole more than that. Peradventure, rejoined the Qadi, thou art partner with them in some of the goods? Not so, replied the young man, it was all theirs. I had no right in it. At this Khalid was wroth and rose and smote him on the face with his whip, applying this verse to his own case. Man wisheth and seeketh his wish to fulfill, but Allah denieth save that which he will. Then he called for the executioner, who came and taking the prisoner's hand, set the knife to it and was about to cut it off, when, behold, a damsel, clad in tattered clothes, pressed through the crowd of women and cried out and threw herself on the young man. Then she unveiled and showed a face like the moon, whereupon the people raised a mighty clamor and there was like to have been a riot amongst them. But she cried out her loudest, saying, I conjure thee, by Allah, O Amir, hasten not to cut off this man's hand, till thou have read what is in this scroll. So saying, she gave him a scroll, and he took it and read therein the following verses. O Khalid, this man is love-maddened, a cave of desire, transfixed by the glances that sped from the bows of my eye. The shafts of my looks 'twas that pierced him and slew him, indeed, he a bondsman of love, sick for passion and like for to die. Yea, rather a crime, that he wrought not, he choose to confess than suffer on her whom he cherished dishonor to lie. Have ruth on a sorrowful lover, indeed he's no thief, but the noblest and truest of mortals for passion that sigh. When he had read this, he called the girl apart and questioned her, and she told him that the young man was her lover and she his mistress. He came to the dwelling of her people, thinking to visit her, and threw a stone into the house, to warn her of his coming. Her father and brothers heard the noise of the stone and sallied out on him, but he, hearing them coming, caught up all the household stuff and made as if he would have stolen it, to cover his mistress's honor. So they seized him, continued she, saying, "A thief," and brought him before thee, whereupon he confessed to the robbery and persisted in his confession, that he might spare me dishonor, and this he did, making himself a thief, of the exceeding nobility and generosity of his nature. "He is indeed worthy to have his desire," replied Khalid, and calling the young man to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he sent for the girl's father and bespoke him, saying, "O elder, we thought to punish this young man by cutting off his hand, but God, to whom belong might and majesty, hath preserved us from this. And I now adjudge him the sum of 10,000 dirhams, for that he would have sacrificed his hand for the preservation of thine honor and that of thy daughter and the sparing you both reproach. Moreover, I adjudge other 10,000 dirhams to thy daughter, for that she made known to me the truth of the case, and I ask thy leave to marry him to her." "O Emir," rejoined the old man, "thou hast my consent." So Khalid praised God and thanked him and offered up a goodly exhortation and prayer, after which he said to the young man, "I give thee this damsel to wife, with her own and her father's consent, and her dowry shall be this money, to wit, 10,000 dirhams." "I accept this marriage at thy hands," replied the youth, and Khalid let carry the money on trays in procession to the young man's house, whilst the people dispersed, full of gladness. "And surely," quoth he who tells the tale, "never saw I a rarer day than this, for that its beginning was weeping and affliction and its end joy and gladness." Jafar the Barmecide and the Bean Seller. When Harun al-Rashid put Jafar the Barmecide to death, he commanded that all who wept or made moan for him should be crucified, so the folk abstained from this. Now there was a Bedouin from a distant desert, who used every year to make and bring to Jafar an ode in his honor, for which he rewarded him with 1,000 dinars, and the Bedouin took them and returning to his own country, lived upon them, he and his family, for the rest of the year. Accordingly, he came with his ode at the wonted time and finding Jafar done to death, betook himself to the place where his body was hanging, and there made his camel kneel down and wept sore and mourned grievously. Then he recited his ode and fell asleep. In his sleep Jafar the Barmecide appeared to him and said, "Thou hast wearied thyself to come to us and findest us as thou sayest, but go to Basora and ask for such a man there of the merchants of the town and say to him, Jafar the Barmecide salutes thee and bids thee give me 1,000 dinars, by the token of the bean." When the Bedouin awoke, he repaired to Basora, where he sought out the merchant and repeated to him what Jafar had said in the dream, whereupon he wept sore, till he was like to depart the world. Then he welcomed the Bedouin and entertained him 3 days as an honored guest, and when he was minded to depart, he gave him 1,500 dinars, saying, "The 1,000 are what is commanded to thee, and the 500 are a gift from me to thee, and every year thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars." When the Bedouin was about to take leave, he said to the merchant, "I conjure thee, by Allah, tell me the story of the bean, that I may know the origin of all this." "In the early part of my life," replied the merchant, "I was miserably poor and hawked hot-boiled beans about the streets of Baghdad for a living. I went out one cold, rainy day, without clothes enough on my body to protect me from the weather, now shivering for excess of cold and now stumbling into the pools of rainwater, and altogether in so piteous a plight as would make one shudder to look upon. Now it chanced that Jafar was seated that day, with his officers and favorites, in an upper chamber overlooking the street, and his eye fell on me, so he took pity on my case and sending one of his servants to fetch me to him, said to me, "Sell thy beans to my people." So I began to mete out the beans with a measure I had with me, and each who took a measure of beans filled the vessel with gold pieces, till the basket was empty. Then I gathered together the money I had gotten, and Japheth said to me, "Hast thou any beans left?" "I know not," answered I, and sought in the basket, but found only one bean. This Japheth took, and splitting it in twain, kept one half himself and gave the other to one of his favorites, saying, "For how much wilt thou buy this half bean?" "For the tale of all this money twice told," replied she, whereat I was confounded and said in myself, "This is impossible." But, as I stood wondering, she gave an order to one of her handmaids, and the girl brought me the amount twice told. Then said Japheth, "And I will buy my half for twice the sum of the whole. Take the price of thy bean." And he gave an order to one of his servants, who gathered together the whole of the money and laid it in my basket, and I took it and departed. Then I betook myself to Basora, where I traded with the money, and God prospered me. To him be the praise and the thanks. So, if I give thee 1,000 dinars a year of the bounty of Japheth, it will in no wise irk me. Consider then the munificence of Japheth's nature, and how he was praised both alive and dead. The mercy of God the Most High be upon him. Abu Muhammad the Lazy. It is told that Harun ar-Rashid was sitting one day on the throne of the caliphate, when there came in to him a youth of his eunuchs, bearing a crown of red gold, set with pearls and rubies and all manner other jewels, such as money might not buy, and kissing the ground before him, said, "O Commander of the Faithful, the lady Zubaydah kisses the earth before thee and saith to thee, Thou knowest she hath let make this crown, which lacks a great jewel for its top, and she hath made search among her treasures, but cannot find a jewel to her mind." Quoth the Caliph to his chamberlains and officers, "Make search for a great jewel, such as Zubaydah desires." So they sought, but found nothing befitting her, and told the Caliph, who was vexed thereat and exclaimed, "Am I Caliph and king of the kings of the earth, and lack of a jewel? Out on ye! Inquire of the merchants." So they inquired of the merchants, who replied, "Our lord the Caliph will not find a jewel such as he requires save with a man of Basora, by name Abu Muhammad the Lazy." They acquainted the Caliph with this, and he bade his vizier Japheth send a letter to the Emir Muhammad Zubaydi, governor of Basora, commanding him to equip Abu Muhammad the Lazy and bring him to Baghdad. Japheth accordingly wrote a letter to that effect and dispatched it by Mesrer, who set out forthright for Basora and went in to the governor, who rejoiced in him and entreated him with the utmost honor. Then Mesrer read him the Caliph's mandate, to which he replied, "I hear and obey," and forthwith dispatched him, with a company of his followers, to Abu Muhammad's house. When they reached it, they knocked at the door, whereupon a servant came out, and Mesrer said to him, "Tell thy master that the commander of the faithful calls for him." The servant went in and told his master, who came out and found Mesrer, the Caliph's chamberlain, and a company of the governor's men at the door. So he kissed the earth before Mesrer and said, "I hear and obey the summons of the commander of the faithful, but enter ye my house." "We cannot do that," replied Mesrer, "save in haste, for the commander of the faithful awaits thy coming." But he said, "Have patience with me a little, till I set my affairs in order." So, after much pressure and persuasion, they entered and found the corridor hung with curtains of blue brocade, figured with gold, and Abu Muhammad bade one of his servants carry Mesrer to the bath. Now this bath was in the house, and Mesrer found its walls and floor of rare and precious marbles, wrought with gold and silver, and its waters mingled with rosewater. The servants served Mesrer and his company on the most perfect wise, and clad them, on their going forth of the bath, in robes of honor of brocade, interwoven with gold. Then they went in to Abu Muhammad and found him seated in his upper chamber upon a couch inlaid with jewels. Over his head hung curtains of gold brocade, wrought with pearls and jewels, and the place was spread with cushions, embroidered in red gold. When he saw Mesrour, he rose to receive him and bidding him welcome, seated him by his side. Then he called for food, so they brought the table of food, which when Mesrour saw, he exclaimed, "By Allah, never saw I the like of this in the palace of the Commander of the Faithful." For indeed it comprised all manner of meats, served in dishes of gilded porcelain. So they ate and drank and made merry till the end of the day, when Abu Muhammad gave Mesrour and each of his company 5,000 dinars, and on the morrow he clad them in dresses of honor of green and gold and entreated them with the utmost honor. Then said Mesrour to him, "We can abide no longer, for fear of the Caliph's displeasure." "O my lord," answered Abu Muhammad, "have patience with us till tomorrow, that we may equip ourselves, and we will then depart with you." So they tarried that day and night with him, and next morning, Abu Muhammad's servants saddled him a mule with housings and trappings of gold, set with all manner pearls and jewels, whereupon quoth Mesrour in himself, "I wonder if, when he presents himself in this equipage before the Commander of the Faithful, he will ask him how he came by all this wealth." Then they took leave of Easy Zubaydi and setting out from Basora, fared on, without stopping, till they reached Baghdad and presented themselves before the Caliph, who bade Abu Muhammad be seated. So he sat down and addressing the Caliph in courtly wise, said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have brought with me a present by way of homage, have I thy leave to produce it?" "There is no harm in that," replied the Caliph, whereupon Abu Muhammad caused bring in a chest, from which he took a number of rarities and amongst the rest, trees of gold, with leaves of emerald and fruits of rubies and topazes and pearls. Then he fetched another chest and brought out of it a pavilion of brocade, adorned with pearls and rubies and emeralds and chrysolites and other precious stones. Its poles were of the finest Indian aloes wood, and its skirts were set with emeralds. Thereon were depicted all manner beasts and birds and other created things, spangled with rubies and emeralds and chrysolites and balas rubies and other precious stones. When Ar-Rashid saw these things, he rejoiced exceedingly, and Abu Muhammad said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, deem not that I have brought these to thee, fearing aught or coveting aught, but I knew myself to be but a man of the people and that these things befitted none save the Commander of the Faithful. And now, with thy leave, I will show thee, for thy diversion, something of what I can do." "Do what thou wilt," answered Ar-Rashid, "that we may see." "I hear and obey," said Abu Muhammad, and moving his lips, beckoned to the battlements of the palace, whereupon they inclined to him. Then he made another sign to them, and they returned to their place. Then he made a sign with his eye, and there appeared before him cabinets with closed doors, to which he spoke, and lo, the voices of birds answered him, from within. The Caliph marveled exceedingly at this and said to him, "How camest thou by all this, seeing that thou art only known as Abu Muhammad the Lazy, and they tell me that thy father was a barber surgeon, serving in a public bath, and left thee nothing?" "O Commander of the Faithful," answered he, "listen to my story, for it is an extraordinary one and its particulars are wonderful. Were it graven with needles upon the corners of the eye, it would serve as a lesson to him who can profit by admonition." "Let us hear it," said the Caliph. "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful," replied Abu Muhammad, "may God prolong to thee glory and dominion, that the report of the folk, that I am known as the Lazy and that my father left me nothing, is true, for he was, as thou hast said, but a barber surgeon in a bath. In my youth I was the laziest wight on the face of the earth. Indeed, so great was my sluggishness that, if I lay asleep in the sultry season and the sun came round upon me, I was too lazy to rise and remove from the sun to the shade, and thus I abode till I reached my 15th year, when my father was admitted to the mercy of God the Most High and left me nothing. However, my mother used to go out to service and feed me and give me to drink, whilst I lay on my side. One day, she came in to me, with 5 silver dirhams, and said to me, 'O my son, I hear that the Sheikh Abul Muzaffar is about to go a voyage to China. Now this sheikh was a good and charitable man and loved the poor. So come, let us carry him these 5 dirhams and beg him to buy thee therewith somewhat from the land of China, so haply thou mayst make a profit of it, by the bounty of God the Most High. I was too lazy to move, but she swore by Allah that, except I rose and went with her, she would neither bring me meat nor drink nor come in to me, but would leave me to die of hunger and thirst. When I heard this, O Commander of the Faithful, I knew she would do as she said, so I said to her, help me to sit up. She did so, and I wept the while and said to her, bring me my shoes. Accordingly, she brought them and I said, put them on my feet. She put them on my feet and I said, lift me up. So she lifted me up and I said, support me, that I may walk. So she supported me and I went along thus, still stumbling in my skirts, till we came to the river bank, where we saluted the sheikh and I said to him, O uncle, art thou Abul Muzaffar? At thy service, answered he, and I said, take these dirhams and buy me somewhat from the land of China, haply, God may vouchsafe me a profit of it. Quoth the sheikh to his companions, do ye know this youth? Yes, replied they, he is known as Abu Muhammad the Lazy, and we never saw him stir from his house till now. Then said he to me, O my son, give me the dirhams and the blessing of God the Most High go with them. So he took the money, saying, in the name of God, and I returned home with my mother. Meanwhile the sheikh set sail, with a company of merchants, and stayed not till they reached the land of China, where they bought and sold, and having done their intent, set out on their homeward voyage. When they had been 3 days at sea, the sheikh said to his company, stay the ship. And they asked him what was to do with him. No, replied he, that I have forgotten the commission with which Abu Muhammad the Lazy charged me, so let us turn back, that we may buy him somewhat whereby he may profit. We conjure thee, by God the Most High, exclaimed they, turn not back with us, for we have traversed an exceeding great distance and endured sore hardship and many perils. Quoth he, there is no help for it, and they said take from us double the profit of the 5 dirhams and turn not back with us. So he agreed to this and they collected for him a great sum of money. Then they sailed on, till they came to an island, wherein was much people, so they moored thereto and the merchants went ashore, to buy thence precious metals and pearls and jewels and so forth. Presently, Abul Muzaffar saw a man seated, with many apes before him, and amongst them one whose hair had been plucked off. As often as the man's attention was diverted from them, the other apes fell upon the plucked one and beat him and threw him on their master, whereupon the latter rose and beat them and bound them and punished them for this, and all the apes were wroth with the plucked ape therefore and beat him the more. When Abul Muzaffar saw this, he took compassion upon the plucked ape and said to his master, wilt thou sell me yonder ape? Buy, replied the man, and Abul Muzaffar rejoined, I have with me 5 dirhams, belonging to an orphan lad. Wilt thou sell me the ape for that sum? He is thine, answered the ape merchant. May God give thee a blessing of him. So the sheikh paid the money and his slaves took the ape and tied him up in the ship. Then they loosed sail and made for another island, where they cast anchor, and there came down divers, who dived for pearls and corals and other jewels. So the merchants hired them for money and they dived. When the ape saw this, he did himself loose from his bonds and leaping off the ship's side, dived with them, whereupon quoth Abul Muzaffar, there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. The ape is lost to us, by the ill fortune of the poor fellow for whom we bought him. And they despaired of him, but, after a while, the company of divers rose to the surface, and with them the ape, with his hands full of jewels of price, which he threw down before Abul Muzaffar, who marveled at this and said, there hangs some great mystery by this ape. Then they cast off and sailed till they came to a third island, called the island of the Zunanj, who are a people of the blacks, that eat human flesh. When the blacks saw them, they boarded them in canoes, and taking all in the ship, pinioned them and carried them to their king, who bade slaughter certain of the merchants. So they slaughtered them and ate their flesh, and the rest passed the night in prison and sore concern. But, when it was midnight, the ape arose, and going up to a bull Muzepher, did off his bonds. When the others saw him free, they said, God grant that our deliverance may be at thy hands, O bull Muzepher. But he replied, Know that he who had delivered me, by God's leave, was none other than this ape, and I buy my release of him at 1,000 dinars. And we likewise, rejoined the merchants, will pay him 1,000 dinars each, if he release us. With this, the ape went up to them and loosed their bonds, one by one, till he had freed them all, when they made for the ship and boarding her, found all safe and nothing missing. So they cast off and set sail, and presently a bull Muzepher said to them, O merchants, fulfill your promise to the ape. We hear and obey, answered they, and paid him 1,000 dinars each, whilst a bull Muzepher brought out to him the like sum of his own monies, so that there was a great sum of money collected for the ape. Then they fared on till they reached the city of Basora, where their friends came out to meet them, and when they had landed, the sheikh said, Where is Abu Muhammad the Lazy? The news reached my mother, who came to me, as I lay asleep, and said to me, O my son, the Sheikh Abul Muzepher has come back and is now in the city, so go thou to him and salute him and inquire what he hath brought thee. It may be God hath blessed thee with somewhat. Lift me from the ground, quoth I, and prop me up, whilst I walked to the river bank. So she lifted me up, and I went out and walked on, stumbling in my skirts, till I met the sheikh, who exclaimed, at sight of me, Welcome to him whose money has been the means of my delivery and that of these merchants, by the will of God the Most High. Take this ape that I bought for thee and carry him home and wait till I come to thee. So I took the ape, saying in myself, By Allah, this is indeed rare merchandise, and drove it home, where I said to my mother, Whenever I lie down asleep, thou biddest me rise and trade, see now this merchandise with thine own eyes. Then I sat down, and presently up came a bull Muzepher's slaves and said to me, Art thou Abu Muhammad the Lazy? Yes, answered I, and behold, a bull Muzepher appeared behind them. So I went up to him and kissed his hands, and he said to me, Come with me to my house. I hear and obey, answered I, and followed him to his house, where he bade his servants bring me the money, and what not else the ape had earned me. So they brought it, and he said to me, O my son, God hath blessed thee with this wealth, by way of profit on thy 5 dirhams. Then the slaves laid the treasure in chests, which they set on their heads, and a bull Muzepher gave me the keys of the chests, saying, Go before the slaves to thy house, for all this wealth is thine. So I returned to my mother, who rejoiced in this, and said to me, O my son, God hath blessed thee with this much wealth, so put off thy laziness and go down to the bazaar and sell and buy. So I shook off my sloth, and opened a shop in the bazaar, where the ape used to sit on the same divan with me, eating with me when I ate and drinking when I drank. But, every day, he was absent from daybreak till noonday, when he came back, bringing with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, which he laid by my side, and sat down. Thus did he a great while, till I amassed much wealth, wherewith I bought houses and lands and planted gardens and got me slaves, black and white and male and female. One day, as I sat in my shop, with the ape at my side, he began to turn right and left, and I said in myself, What ails the beast? Then God made the ape speak with a glib tongue, and he said to me, O Abu Muhammad. When I heard him speak, I was sore afraid, but he said to me, Fear not, I will tell thee my case. Know that I am a merit of the jinn and came to thee, because of thy poor estate, but today thou knowest not the tale of thy wealth, and now I have a need of thee, wherein it thou do my will, it shall be well for thee. What is it? Asked I, and he said, I have a mind to marry thee to a girl like the full moon. How so? Quoth I to. Moro, replied he, don thou thy richest clothes and mount thy mule, with the saddle of gold, and ride to the forage market. There inquire for the shop of the Sharif and sit down beside him and say to him, I come to thee a suitor for thy daughter's hand. If he say to thee, thou hast neither money nor condition nor family, pull out 1,000 dinars and give them to him, and if he ask more, give him more and tempt him with money. I hear and obey, answered I. Tomorrow, if it please God, I will do thy bidding. So on the morrow I donned my richest clothes and mounting my mule with trappings of gold, rode, attended by 60 slaves, black and white, to the forage market, where I found the Sharif sitting in his shop. I alighted and saluting him, seated myself beside him. Quoth he, haply, thou hast some business with us, which we may have the pleasure of transacting? Yes, answered I have business with thee. And what is it? Asked he. Quoth I come to thee as a suitor for thy daughter's hand. And he said, thou hast neither money nor condition nor family, whereupon I pulled out 1,000 dinars of red gold and said to him, this is my rank and family, and he whom God bless and keep hath said, the best of ranks is wealth. And how well saith the poet? Whoso hath money, though it be but dirhams twain, his lips have learned all manner speech and he can speak and fear no slight. His brethren and his mates draw near and hearken to his word, and mongst the folk thou sayest him walk, a glad and prideful wight. But for the money, in the which he glorieth on this wise, thou dst find him, midst his fellowmen, in passing sorry plight. Yea, whensoever the rich man speaks, though in his speech he err, thou hast not spoken a vain thing, they say, indeed, thou art right. But, for the poor man, and he speak, albeit he say sooth, they say, thou liest, and make void his speech and hold it light. For money, verily, in all the lands beneath the sun, with goodliness and dignity cloth its possessors dight. A very tongue it is for him who would be eloquent, and eke a weapon to his hand who hath a mind to fight. When he heard this, he bowed his head a while, then, raising it, said, if it must be so, I will have of the other 3,000 dinars. I hear and obey, answered I, and sent one of my servants to my house for the money. When he came back with it, I handed it to the Sharif, who rose and bidding his servants shut his shop, invited his brother merchants to the wedding, after which he carried me to his house and drew up the contract of marriage between his daughter and myself, saying to me, after 10 days, I will bring thee into her. So I went home rejoicing, and shutting myself up with the ape, told him what had passed, and he said, thou hast done well. When the time appointed by the Sharif drew near, the ape said to me, there is a thing I would fain have thee do for me, and after, thou shalt have of me what thou wilt. What is that? Asked I. Quoth he, at the upper end of the bride chamber stands a cabinet, on whose door is a padlock of brass and the keys under it. Take the keys and open the cabinet, in which thou wilt find a coffer of iron, with 4 talismanic flags at its angles. In its midst is a brass basin full of money, wherein is tied a white cock with a cleft comb, and on one side of the coffer are 11 serpents and on the other a knife. Take the knife and kill the cock, cut away the flags and overturn the chest, then go back to the bride and do away her maidenhead. This is what I have to ask of thee. I hear and obey, answered I, and betook myself to the Sharif's house. As soon as I entered the bride chamber, I looked for the cabinet and found it even as the ape had described it. Then I went in to the bride and marveled at her beauty and grace and symmetry, for indeed they were such as no tongue can set forth. So I rejoiced in her with an exceeding joy, and in the middle of the night, when she slept, I rose, and taking the keys, opened the cabinet. Then I took the knife and killed the cock and threw down the flags and overturned the coffer, whereupon the girl awoke, and seeing the closet open and the cock slain, exclaimed, there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. The married hath gotten me. Hardly had she made an end of speaking, when the married came down upon the house and seizing the bride, flew away with her, whereupon there arose a great clamor and in came the Sharif, buffeting his face. "O Abu Muhammad," said he, "what is this thou hast done? Is it thus thou requitest us? I made the talisman in the cabinet in my fear for my daughter from this accursed one, for these 6 years hath he sought to steal away the girl, but could not. But now there is no more abiding for thee with us, so go thy ways." So I went out and returned to my own house, where I made search for the ape, but could find no trace of him, whereby I knew that he was the married, who had taken my wife and had tricked me into destroying the talisman that hindered him from taking her, and repented, rending my clothes and buffeting my face, and there was no land but was straitened upon me. So I made for the desert, knowing not whither I should go, and wandered on, absorbed in melancholy thought, till night overtook me. Presently, I saw 2 serpents fighting, a white one and a tawny. So I took up a stone and throwing it at the tawny serpent, which was the aggressor, killed it, whereupon the white serpent made off, but returned after a while accompanied by 10 others of the same color, which went up to the dead serpent and tore it in pieces, till but the head was left. Then they went their ways and I fell prostrate for weariness on the ground where I stood, but, as I lay, pondering my case, I heard a voice repeat the following verses, though I saw no one. "Let destiny with slacken rein its course appointed fair, and lie thou down by night to sleep with heart devoid of care. For, twixt the closing of the eyes and th opening thereof, God hath it in his power to change a case from foul to fair." When I heard this, great concern got hold of me and I was beyond measure troubled, and I heard a voice from behind me repeat these verses also. "Muslim, whose guides the Quran and his due, rejoice, for succor cometh thee unto. Let not the wiles of Satan make thee rue, for we're a folk whose creed's the one, the true." Then said I conjure thee by him whom thou worshippest, let me know who thou art. Thereupon the unseen speaker appeared to me, in the likeness of a man, and said, "Fear not, for the report of thy good deed hath reached us, and we are a people of the true believing jinn. So, if thou lack aught, let us know it, that we may have the pleasure of fulfilling thy need." "Indeed," answered I am in sore need, for there hath befallen me a grievous calamity, whose like never yet befell man." Quoth he, "Surely, thou art Abu Muhammad the lazy?" And I answered, "Yes." "O Abu Muhammad," rejoined the genie, "I am the brother of the white serpent, whose enemy thou slewest. We are 4 brothers, by one father and mother, and we are all indebted to thee for thy kindness. Know that he who played this trick on thee, in the likeness of an ape, is a merid of the marids of the jinn, and had he not used this artifice, he had never been able to take the girl, for he hath loved her and had a mind to take her this long while, but could not win at her, being hindered of the talisman, and had it remained as it was, he could never have done so. However, fret not thyself for that, we will bring thee to her and kill the marid, for thy kindness is not lost upon us." Then he cried out with a terrible voice, and behold, there appeared a company of jinn, of whom he inquired concerning the ape, and one of them said, "I know his abiding place, it is in the city of brass, upon which the sun riseth not." Then said the first genie to me, "O Abu Muhammad, take one of these our slaves, and he will carry thee on his back and teach thee how thou shalt get back the girl, but know that he is a marid and beware lest thou utter the name of God, whilst he is carrying thee, or he will flee from thee, and thou wilt fall and be destroyed." "I hear and obey," answered I and chose out one of the slaves, who bent down and said to me, "Mount." So I mounted on his back, and he flew up with me into the air, till I lost sight of the earth and saw the stars as they were fixed mountains and heard the angels glorifying God in heaven, what while the marid held me in converse, diverting me and hindering me from pronouncing the name of God. But, as we flew, behold, one clad in green raiment, with streaming tresses and radiant face, holding in his hand a javelin whence issued sparks of fire, accosted me, saying, O Abu Muhammad, say, there is no God but God and Muhammad is his apostle, or I will smite thee with this javelin. Now I was already sick at heart of my forced abstention from calling on the name of God, so I said, there is no God but God and Muhammad is his apostle. Whereupon the Shining One smote the Marid with his javelin and he melted away and became ashes, whilst I was precipitated from his back and fell headlong toward the earth, till I dropped into the midst of a surging sea, swollen with clashing billows. Hard by where I fell was a ship and 5 sailors therein, who, seeing me, made for me and took me up into the boat. They began to speak to me in some tongue I knew not, but I signed to them that I understood not their speech. So they fared on till ended day, when they cast out a net and caught a great fish and roasting it, gave me to eat, after which they sailed on, till they reached their city and carried me in to their king, who understand Arabic. So I kissed the ground before him, and he bestowed on me a dress of honor and made me one of his officers. I asked him the name of the city, and he replied, it is called Henid and is in the land of China. Then he committed me to his vizier, bidding him show me the city, which was formerly peopled by infidels, till God the Most High turned them into stones, and there I abode a month's space, diverting myself with viewing the place, nor saw I ever greater plenty of trees and fruits than there. One day, as I sat on the bank of a river, there accosted me a horseman, who said to me, Art thou not Abu Muhammad the Lazy? Yes, answered I, whereupon, Fear not, said he, for the report of thy good deed hath reached us. Quoth I, Who art thou? And he answered, I am a brother of the white serpent, and thou art hard by the place where is the damsel whom thou seekest. So saying, he took off his outer clothes and clad me therein, saying, Fear not, for he that perished under thee was one of our slaves. Then he took me up behind him and rode on with me, till we came to a desert place, when he said to me, Alight now and walk on between yonder mountains till thou sayest the city of brass, then halt afar off and enter it not, till I return to thee and teach thee how thou shalt do. I hear and obey, replied I, and alighting, walked on till I came to the city, the walls whereof I found of brass. I went round about it, looking for a gate, but found none, and presently the serpent's brother rejoined me and gave me a charmed sword that should hinder any from seeing me, then went his way. He had been gone but a little while, when I heard a noise of cries and found myself in the midst of a multitude of folk whose eyes were in their breasts. Quoth they, Who art thou and what brings thee hither? So I told them my story, and they said, The girl thou seekest is in the city with the Marid, but we know not what he hath done with her. As for us, we are brethren of the white serpent. But go to yonder spring and note where the water enters, and enter thou with it, for it will bring thee into the city. I did as they bade me and followed the watercourse, till it brought me to a grotto under the earth, from which I ascended and found myself in the midst of the city. Here I saw the damsel seated upon a throne of gold, under a canopy of brocade, midmost a garden full of trees of gold, whose fruits were jewels of price, such as rubies and chrysolites and pearls and coral. When she saw me, she knew me and accosted me with the obligatory salutation, saying, O my lord, who brought thee hither? So I told her all that had passed, and she said, Know that the accursed Marid, of the greatness of his love for me, hath told me what doth him hurt and what profit, and that there is here a talisman by means whereof he could, and he would, destroy this city and all that are therein. It is in the likeness of an eagle, with I know not what written on it, and whoso possesses it, the Afrits will do his commandment in everything. It stands upon a column in such a place, so go thou thither and take it. Then set it before thee, and taking a chafing dish, throw into it a little musk, whereupon there will arise a smoke, that will draw all the Afrits to thee, and they will all present themselves before thee, nor shall one be absent, and whatsoever thou biddest them, that will they do. Arise therefore and do this thing, with the blessing of God the Most High. I hear and obey, answered I, and going to the column, did what she bade me, whereupon the Afrits presented themselves, saying, Here are we, O our Lord. Whatsoever thou biddest us, that will we do. Quoth I, Bind the married that brought the damsel hither. We hear and obey, answered they, and disappearing, returned after a while and informed me that they had done my bidding. Then I dismissed them, and returning to my wife, told her what had happened and said to her, Wilt thou go with me? Yes, answered she. So I carried her forth of the city, by the underground channel, and we fared on, till we fell in with the folk who had shown me the way into the city. I besought them to teach me how I should return to my native land, so they brought us to the seashore and set us aboard a ship, which sailed on with us with a fair wind, till we reached the city of Basora. Here we landed, and I carried my wife to her father's house, and when her people saw her, they rejoiced with an exceeding joy. Then I fumigated the eagle with musk, and the Afrits flocked to me from all sides, saying, At thy service, what wilt thou have us do? I bade them transport all that was in the city of brass, of gold and silver and jewels and precious things to my house in Basora, which they did, and I then ordered them to fetch the ape. So they brought him before me, abject and humiliated, and I said to him, O accursed one, why hast thou dealt thus perfidiously with me? Then I commanded the Afrits to shut him in a brazen vessel, so they put him in a straight vessel of brass and sealed it with lead. But I abode with my wife in joy and delight, and now, O commander of the faithful, I have under my hand such stores of precious things and rare jewels and other treasure as neither reckoning may comprise nor measure suffice unto. All this is of the bounty of God the Most High, and if thou desire aught of money or what not, I will bid the jinn bring it to thee forthright. The Caliph wondered greatly at his story and bestowed on him royal gifts, in exchange for his presence, and entreated him with the favor he deserved. The generous dealing of Yahya ben Khalid the Barmecide with Mensur. It is told that Harun ar-Rashid, in the days before he became jealous of the Barmecides, sent once for one of his guards, Salih by name, and said to him, O Salih, go to Mensur and say to him, Thou owest us 1,000 dirhams, and we require of thee immediate payment of the amount. And I charge thee, O Salih, and he pay it not before sundown, sever his head from his body and bring it to me. I hear and obey, answered Salih, and going to Mensur, acquainted him with what the Caliph had said, whereupon quoth he, By Allah, I am a lost man, for all my estate and all my hand-owns, if sold for their utmost value, would not fetch more than 100,000 dirhams. Whence then, O Salih, shall I get the other 900,000? Contrive how thou mayst speedily acquit thyself, answered Salih, else art thou a dead man, for I cannot grant thee a moment's delay after the time appointed me by the Caliph, nor can I fail of aught that he hath enjoined on me. Hasten, therefore, to devise some means of saving thyself ere the time expire. O Salih, quoth Mensur, I beg thee of thy favor to bring me to my house, that I may take leave of my children and family and give my kinsfolk my last injunctions. So he carried him to his house, where he fell to bidding his family farewell, and the house was filled with a clamor of weeping and lamentation and calling on God for help. Then Salih said to him, I have bethought me that God may peradventure vouchsafe thee relief at the hands of the Barmecides. Come, let us go to the house of Yahya ben Khalid. So they went to Yahya's house, and Mensur told him his case, whereat he was sore concerned and bowed his head a while, then raising it, he called his treasurer and said to him, How much money have we in our treasury? 5,000 dirhams, answered the treasurer, and Yahya bade him bring them and sent a message to his son Fezl, saying, I am offered for sale estates of great price, that may never be laid waste, so send me somewhat of money. Fezl sent him 1,000 dirhams, and he dispatched a like message to his son Jafar, who also sent him 1,000 dirhams, nor did he leave sending to his kinsmen of the Barmecides, till he had collected from them a great sum of mosey for Mensaur. But the latter and Sali knew not of this, and Mensaur said to Yahya, O my lord, I have laid hold upon thy skirt, for I know not whither to look for the money but to thee, so discharge thou the rest of my debt for me, in accordance with thy wonted generosity, and make me thy freed slave. Thereupon Yahya bowed his head and wept. Then he said to a page, Harkye, boy, the commander of the faithful gave our slave girl Dinanir a jewel of great price, go thou to her and bid her send it us. The page went out and presently returned with the jewel, whereupon quoth Yahya, O Mensaur, I bought this jewel of the merchants for the commander of the faithful, for 200,000 dinars, and he gave it to our slave girl Dinanir the lutenist. When he sees it with thee, he will know it and spare thy life and do thee honor for our sake, and now thy money is complete. So Salih took the money and the jewel and carried them to the Caliph, together with Mensaur, but on the way he heard the latter repeat this verse, applying it to his own case. It was not love, indeed, my feet to them that led, nay, but because the stroke of arrows I did dread. When Salih heard this, he marveled at the baseness and ingratitude of Mensaur's nature, and turning upon him, said, There is none on the face of the earth better than the Barmecides, nor any baser nor more depraved than thou, for they bought thee off from death and saved thee from destruction, giving thee what should deliver thee, yet thou thankest them not nor praisest them, neither requitest thee after the manner of the noble, nay, thou requitest their benevolence with this speech. Then he went to Rashid and acquainted him with all that had passed, and he marveled at the generosity and benevolence of Yahya ben Khalid and the baseness and ingratitude of Mensaur, and bade restore the jewel to Yahya, saying, That which we have given, it befits not that we take again. So Salih returned to Yahya, and acquainted him with Mensaur's ill conduct, whereupon, O Salih, replied he, when a man is in distress, sick at heart and distracted with melancholy thought, he is not to be blamed for aught that falls from him, for it comes not from the heart. And he fell to seeking excuse for Mensaur. But Salih wept, in telling the tale, and exclaimed, Never shall the revolving sphere bring forth into being the like of thee, O Yahya. Alas, that one of such noble nature and generosity should be buried beneath the earth. And he repeated the following verses. Hasten to do the kindnesses thou hast a mind unto, for bounty is not possible at every tide and hour. How many a man denies his soul to do the generous deed, to which it's fain, till lack of means deprive him of the power? The generous dealing of Yahya ben Khalid with a man who forged a letter in his name. There was between Yahya ben Khalid and Abdullah ben Malik el-Khuzai a secret enmity, the reason whereof was that Harun-ar-Rashid loved the latter with an exceeding love, so that Yahya and his sons were wont to say that he had bewitched the Caliph, and thus they abode a long while, with rancor in their hearts, till it fell out that the Caliph invested Abdullah with the government of Armenia and sent him thither. Soon after he had established himself in his seat of government, there came to him one of the people of Iraq, a man of excellent parts and good breeding, who had lost his wealth and wasted his substance, and his estate was come to naught, so he forged a letter to Abdullah in Yahya's name and set out therewith for Armenia. When he came to the governor's gate, he gave the letter to one of the chamberlains, who carried it to his master. Abdullah read it, and considering it attentively, knew it to be forged, so he sent for the man, who presented himself before him and called down blessings upon him and praised him and those of his court. Quoth Abdullah to him, What moved thee to weary thyself thus and bring me a forged letter? But be of good heart, for we will not disappoint thy travail. God prolong the life of our lord the vizier, replied the other. If my coming irk thee, cast not about for a pretext to repel me, for God's earth is wide and the divine provider liveth. Indeed, the letter I bring thee from Yahya ben Khalid is true and no forgery. Quoth Abdullah,
I will write a letter to my agent at Baghdad and bid him inquire concerning the letter.
If it be true, as thou sayest, I will bestow on thee the government of one of my cities, or, if thou prefer a present, I will give thee 200,000 dirhams, besides horses and camels of price and a robe of honor. But, if the letter prove a forgery, I will have thee beaten with 200 blows of a stick and thy beard shaven. Accordingly, he bade confine him in a privy chamber and furnish him therein with all he needed, till his case should be made manifest. Then he dispatched a letter to his agent at Baghdad, to the following purport: There is come to me a man with a letter purporting to be from Yahya ben Khalid. Now I have my doubts of this letter, so delay thou not, but go thyself and learn the truth of the case and let me have an answer in all speed. When the letter reached the agent, he mounted at once and betook himself to the house of Yahya ben Khalid, whom he found sitting with his officers and boon companions. So he gave him the letter and he read it and said to the agent, Come back to me tomorrow, against I write thee an answer. When the agent had gone away, Yahya turned to his companions and said, What doth he deserve who forgeth a letter in my name and carrieth it to my enemy? They all answered, saying this and that, each proposing some kind of punishment. But Yahya said, Ye err in that ye say, and this your counsel is of the meanness and baseness of your spirits. Ye all know the close favor of Abdullah with the Caliph and what is between him and us of despite and enmity, and now God the Most High hath made this man an intermediary, to effect a reconciliation between us, and hath appointed him to quench the fire of hate in our hearts, which hath been growing this score years, and by his means our differences shall be accorded. Wherefore it behoves me to requite him by confirming his expectation and amending his estate, so I will write him a letter to Abdullah, to the intent that he may use him with increase of honor and liberality. When his companions heard what he said, they called down blessings on him and marveled at his generosity and the greatness of his magnanimity. Then he called for paper and ink and wrote Abdullah a letter in his own hand, to the following effect: In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Thy letter hath reached me, may God give thee long life, and I have read it and rejoice in thy health and well-being. It was thy thought that yonder worthy man had forged a letter in my name and that he was not the bearer of any message from me, but the case is not so, for the letter I myself wrote, and it was no forgery, and I hope, of thy courtesy and benevolence and the nobility of thy nature, that thou wilt fulfill this generous and excellent man of his hope and wish and use him with the honor he deserves and bring him to his desire and make him the special object of thy favor and munificence. Whatever thou dost with him, it is to me that thou dost it, and I am beholden to thee accordingly. Then he superscribed the letter and sealing it, delivered it to the agent, who dispatched it to Abdullah. When the latter read it, he was charmed with its contents and sending for the man, said to him, Now will I give thee which thou wilt of the two things I promised thee. The gift were more acceptable to me than aught else, replied the man, whereupon Abdullah ordered him 200,000 dirhams and 10 Arab horses, 5 with housings of silk and other 5 with richly ornamented saddles of state, besides 20 chests of clothes and 10 mounted white slaves and a proportionate quantity of jewels of price. Moreover, he bestowed on him a dress of honor and sent him to Baghdad in great state. When he came thither, he repaired to Yahya's house, before he went to his own folk, and sought an audience of him. So the chamberlain went in to Yahya and said to him, O my lord, there is one at our door who craves speech of thee, and he is a man of apparent wealth and consideration, comely of aspect and attended by many servants. Yahya bade admit him, so he entered and kissed the ground before him. Who art thou? Asked Yahya, and he answered, O my lord, I am one who was dead from the tyranny of fortune, but thou didst raise me again from the grave of calamities and preferredst me to the paradise of my desires. I am he who forged a letter in thy name and carried it to Abdullah ben Malik el-Khuzai. How hath he dealt with thee? Asked Yahya, and what did he give thee? Quoth the man, He hath made me rich and overwhelmed me with presents and favors, thanks to thee and thy great generosity and magnanimity, and to thine exceeding goodness and abounding munificence and thine all-embracing liberality. And now, behold, I have brought all that he gave me, and it is at thy door, for it is thine to command, and the decision is in thy hand. Thou hast done me better service than I thee, rejoined Yahya, and I owe thee thanks without stint and abundant largesse, for that thou hast changed the enmity that was between me and yonder man of worship into love and friendship. Wherefore I will give thee the like of what Abdullah gave thee. Then he ordered him money and horses and apparel, such as Abdullah had given him, and thus that man's fortune was restored to him by the munificence of these two generous men. The Caliph al-Ma'mun and the Strange. Doctor. It is said that there was none, among the caliphs of the house of Abbas, more accomplished in all branches of knowledge than al-Ma'mun. On 2 days in each week, he was wont to preside at conferences of the learned, when the doctors and theologians met and sitting, each in his several rank and room, disputed in his presence. One day, as he sat thus, there came into the assembly a stranger, clad in worn white clothes, and sat down in an obscure place, behind the doctors of the law. Then the assembled scholars began to speak and expound difficult questions, it being the custom that the various propositions should be submitted to each in turn, and that whoso bethought him of some subtle addition or rare trait, should make mention of it. So the question went round till it came to the stranger, who spoke in his turn and made a goodlier answer than that of any of the doctors, and the Caliph approved his speech and bade advance him to a higher room. When the second question came round to him, he made a still more admirable answer, and the Caliph ordered him to be preferred to a yet higher place. When the third question reached him, he made answer more justly and appropriately than on the 2 previous occasions, and al-Ma'mun bade him come up and sit near himself. When the conference broke up, water was brought and they washed their hands, after which food was set on and they ate. Then the doctors arose and withdrew, but al-Ma'mun forbade the stranger to depart with them, and calling him to himself, entreated him with a special favor and promised him honor and benefits. Presently, they made ready the banquet of wine, the fair-faced boon companions came and the cup went round amongst them till it came to the stranger, who rose to his feet and said, If the commander of the faithful permit me, I will say one word. Say what thou wilt, answered the Caliph. Quoth the stranger, Verily, the exalted intelligence, whose eminence God increase, knoweth that his slave was this day, in the august assembly, one of the unknown folk and of the meanest of the company, and the commander of the faithful distinguished him and brought him near to himself, little as was the wit he showed, preferring him above the rest and advancing him to a rank whereto his thought aspired not, and now he is minded to deprive him of that small portion of wit that raised him from obscurity and augmented him, after his littleness. God forfend that the commander of the faithful should envy his slave what little he hath of understanding and worth and renown. But, if his slave should drink wine, his reason would depart from him and ignorance draw near to him and steal away his good breeding, so would he revert to that low degree, whence he sprang, and become contemptible and ridiculous in the eyes of the folk. I hope, therefore, that the august intelligence, of his power and bounty and royal generosity and magnanimity, will not despoil his slave of this jewel. When the Caliph heard his speech, he praised him and thanked him, and making him sit down again in his place, showed him high honor and ordered him a present of 100,000 dinars. Moreover, he mounted him upon a horse and gave him rich apparel, and in every assembly he exalted him and showed him favor over all the other doctors, till he became the highest of them all in rank. Ali Shar and Zumarud. There lived once, of old days, in the land of Khorasan, a merchant called Majdeddin, who had great wealth and many slaves and servants, black and white, but he was childless until he reached the age of 80, when God the Most High vouchsafed him a son, whom he named Ali Shar. The boy grew up like the moon on the night of its full, and when he came to man's estate and was endowed with all kinds of perfection, his father fell sick of a mortal malady, and calling his son to him, said to him, O my son, the hour of my death is at hand, and I desire to give thee my last injunctions. And what are they, O my father? Asked Ali. O my son, answered Mijdeddin, I charge thee, be not, too, familiar with any and eschew what leads to evil and mischief. Beware lest thou company with the wicked, for he is like the blacksmith, if his fire burn thee not, his smoke irks thee, and how excellent is the saying of the poet. There is no man in all the world whose love thou shouldst desire. No friend who, if fate play thee false, will true and constant be. Wherefore I'd have thee live apart and lean for help on none. In this I give thee good advice, so let it profit thee. And what another saith? Men are a latent malady, count not on them, I counsel thee. And if thou look into their case, they're full of guile and perfidy. And yet a third. The company of men will profit thee in naught, except to pass away the time in idle prate. So spare thou to converse with them, except it be for gain of lore and wit or mending of estate. And a fourth. If a quick-witted man have made proof of mankind, I have eaten of them, where but tasted hath he. And have seen their affection but practice, and not but hypocrisy found their religion to be. O my father, said Ali, I hear and obey, what more shall I do? Do good when thou art able thereto, answered his father, be ever courteous and succourable to men, and profit by all occasions of doing a kindness, for a design is not always easy of accomplishment, and how well saith the poet, 'Tis not at every time and season that to do kind offices, indeed, is easy unto you. So, when the occasion serves, make haste to profit by't, lest by and by the power should fail thee thereunto. I hear and obey, answered Ali, what more? Be mindful of God, continued Mijdeddin, and he will be mindful of thee. Husband thy wealth and squander it not, for, if thou do, thou wilt come to have need of the least of mankind. Know that the measure of a man's worth is according to what his right hand possesses, and how well saith the poet, If wealth should fail, there is no friend will bear me company, but whilst my substance yet abounds, all men are friends to me. How many a foe for money's sake hath companied with me? How many a friend for loss thereof hath turned mine enemy? What more? Asked Ali. O my son, said Mijdeddin, take counsel of those who are older than thou, and hasten not to do thy heart's desire. Have compassion on those that are below thee, so shall those that are above thee have compassion on thee, and oppress none, lest God set over thee one who shall oppress thee. How well saith the poet, Add others' wit to thine, and counsel still ensue, for that the course of right is not concealed from two. One mirror shows a man his face, but, if thereto another one he add, his nape thus can he view. And as saith another, Be slow to move and hasten not to match thy heart's desire, be merciful to all, as thou on mercy reckonest. For no hand is there but the hand of God is over it, and no oppressor but shall be with worse than he oppressed. And yet another, Do no oppression, whilst the power thereto is in thine hand, for still in peril of revenge the sad oppressor goes. Thine eyes will sleep anon, what while the oppressed, on wake, call down curses upon thee, and God's eye shuts never in repose. Beware of drinking wine, for it is the root of all evil, it does away the reason and brings him who uses it into contempt, and how well saith the poet, By Allah, wine shall never invade me, whilst my soul endureth in my body and my thoughts my words control. Not a day long will I turn me to the zephyr-freshened bowl, and for friend I'll choose him only who of wine-bibbing is whole. This, then, added Majdeddin, is my charge to thee, keep it before thine eyes, and may God stand to thee in my stead. Then he swooned away and kept silence a while. When he came to himself, he besought pardon of God, and making the profession of the faith, was admitted to the mercy of the Most High. His son wept and lamented for him and made due preparation for his burial. Great and small attended him to the grave, and the readers recited the Quran about his bier, nor did Ali Shar omit aught of what was due to the dead. Then they prayed over him and committed him to the earth, graving these words upon his tomb. Created of the dust thou wast, and camest to life, and eloquence didst learn, and spokest many a word. Then to the dust again returnedst, and wast dead, as 'twere from out the dust, indeed, thou dst never stirred. His son Ali Shar grieved for him and mourned him after the wont of men of condition, nor did he cease therefrom till his mother died also, not long afterward, when he did with her as he had done with his father. Then he sat in the shop, selling and buying and consorting with none of God's creatures, in accordance with his father's injunction. On this wise he abode for a year, at the end of which time there came into him certain whoreson fellows by craft and companied with him, till he turned with them to lewdness and swerved from the right way, drinking wine in goblets and frequenting the fair night and day, for he said in himself, My father amassed this wealth for me, and if I spend it not, to whom shall I leave it? By Allah, I will not do save as saith the poet. If all the days of thy life thou get and heap up treasure, to swell thy hoard, when wilt thou use it and so enjoy that thou hast gathered and gained and stored? Then he ceased not to squander his wealth all tides of the day and watches of the night, till he had made away with it all and abode in evil case and troubled at heart. So he sold his shop and lands and so forth, and after this he sold the clothes off his body, leaving himself but one suit. Then drunkenness left him and thought came to him, and he fell into melancholy. One day, when he had sat from daybreak to mid-afternoon without breaking his fast, he said in himself, I will go round to those on whom I spent my wealth, it may be one of them will feed me this day. So he went the round of them all, but, as often as he knocked at anyone's door, the man denied himself and hid from him, till he was consumed with hunger. Then he betook himself to the bazaar, where he found a crowd of people, assembled in a ring round somewhat, and said in himself, I wonder what ails the folk to crowd together thus. By Allah, I will not remove hence, till I see what is within yonder ring. So he made his way into the ring and found that the crowd was caused by a damsel exposed for sale. She was 5 feet high, slender of shape, rosy-cheeked and high-bosomed, and surpassed all the people of her time in beauty and grace and elegance and perfection, even as saith one, describing her. As she wished, she was created, after such a wise that lo, she in beauty's mold was fashioned, perfect, neither less nor mo. Loveliness itself enamored of her lovely aspect is, coyness decks her and upon her, pride and pewter sweetly show. In her face the full moon glitters and the branches as her shape, musk her breath is, nor midst mortals is her equal, high or low. 'Tis as if she had been molded out of water of pure pearls, in each member of her beauty is a very moon, I trow. And her name was Zumarud. When Ali Shar saw her, he marveled at her beauty and grace and said, By Allah, I will not stir hence till I see what price this girl fetches and know who buys her. So he stood with the rest of the merchants, and they thought he had a mind to buy her, knowing the wealth he had inherited from his parents. Then the broker stood at the damsel's head and said, Ho, merchants! Ho, men of wealth! Who will open the biddings for this damsel, the mistress of moons, the splendid pearl, Zumarud the curtain maker, the aim of the seeker and the delight of the desirous? Open the biddings, and on the opener be nor blame nor reproach. So one merchant said,
I bid 500 dinars for her. And 10, said another. 600, cried an old man named Rishaddin, blue-eyed and foul of face. And 10, quoth another. I bid 1,000, rejoined Rishaddin, whereupon the other merchants were silent, and the broker took counsel with the girl's owner, who said, I have sworn not to sell her save to whom she shall choose, consult her. So the broker went up to Zumurrud and said to her, O mistress of moons, yonder merchant hath a mind to buy thee. She looked as Rishaddin, and finding him as we have said, replied, I will not be sold to a grey beard, whom decrepitude hath brought to evil plight. Bravo, quoth I, for one who saith. I asked her for a kiss one day, but she my hoary head saw, though of wealth and worldly good I had great plenty had. So, with a proud and flouting air, her back she turned on me, and, no, by him who fashioned men from nothingness, she said. Now, by God's truth, I never had a mind to hoary hairs, and shall my mouth be stuffed, forsooth, with cotton, ere I'm dead? By Allah, quoth the broker, thou art excusable, and thy value is 10,000 dinars. So he told her owner that she would not accept of Rishaddin, and he said, ask her of another. Thereupon another man came forward and said, I will take her at the same price. She looked at him, and seeing that his beard was dyed, said, What is this lewd and shameful fashion and blackening of the face of hoariness? And she made a great show of amazement and repeated the following verses. A sight, and what a sight, did such a one present to me. A neck, to beat with shoes, by Allah, meant. And eke a beard for lie a coursing round, that was in brows for binding on of ropes all crooked and bent. Thou that my cheeks in shape have ravished, with a lie thou dost disguise thyself, and reckst not, impudent. Dyeing thy hoary hairs disgracefully with black, and hiding what appears, with fraudulent intent. As of the puppet men thou wert, with one beard ghost, and with another comest again, incontinent. And how well saith another? Quoth she to me, I see thou doest thy hoariness, and I do but hide it from thy sight, O thou my ear and eye. She laughed out mockingly and said, A wonder 'tis indeed. Thou so aboundest in deceit that even thy hair's a lie. By Allah, quoth the broker, thou hast spoken truly. The merchant asked what she said, so the broker repeated the verses to him, and he knew that she was in the right and desisted from buying her. Then another came forward and would have bought her at the same price, but she looked at him, and seeing that he had but one eye, said, This man is one-eyed, and it is of such as he that the poet saith. Consort not with him that is one-eyed a day, and be on thy guard gainst his mischief and lies. For God, if in him aught of good had been found, had not cursed him with blindness in one of his eyes. Then the broker brought her another bidder and said to her, Wilt thou be sold to this man? She looked at him, and seeing that he was short of stature and had a beard that reached to his navel, said, This is he of whom the poet speaks, when he says, I have a friend, who has a beard, that God caused flourish without profit, till, behold, 'tis, as it were, to look upon, a night of middle winter, long and dark and cold. O my lady, said the broker, look who pleases thee of these that are present, and point him out, that I may sell thee to him. So she looked round the ring of merchants, examining them one by one, till her eyes rested on Ali Shar. His sight cost her 1,000 sighs, and her heart was taken with him, for that he was passing fair of favor and more pleasant than the northern zephyr, and she said, O broker, I will be sold to none but my lord there, he of the handsome face and slender shape, whom the poet describes in the following verses. They showed thy lovely face and railed at her whom ravishment assailed. Had they desired to keep me chaste, thy face so fair they should have veiled. None shall possess me but he, added she, for his cheek is smooth and the water of his mouth sweet as salsabil, his sight is a cure for the sick and his charms confound poet and proser, even as saith one of him. The water of his mouth is wine, and very musk the fragrance of his breath, his teeth are camphor white. Rizwan hath put him are from paradise, for fear the black-eyed girls of heaven be tempted with the white. Men blame him for his pride, but the full moon's excuse, how proud soe'er it be, finds favor in our sight. Him of the curling locks and rose-red cheeks and enchanting glances, of whom saith the poet, a slender loveling promised me his favors fair and free, so my heart's restless and my eye looks still his sight to see. His eyelids warranted me the keeping of his troth, but how shall they, that bankrupt are, fulfill their warranty? And as saith another, the script of whiskers on his cheek, quoth they, is plain to see, how canst thou then enamored be of him, and whiskered he? Quoth I, have done with blame and leave your censuring, I pray. As if it be a very script, it is a forgery. Lo, in the gathering of his cheeks the meads of Eden be, and more by token that his lips are cawther, verily. When the broker heard the verses she repeated on the charms of Ali Shar, he marveled at her eloquence, no less than at the brightness of her beauty, but her owner said to him, marvel not at her beauty, that shames the sun of day, nor that her mind is stored with the choicest verses of the poets, for, besides this, she can repeat the glorious Quran, according to the 7 readings, and the august traditions, after the authentic text, and she writes the 7 hands and is versed in more branches of knowledge than the most learned doctor. Moreover, her hands are better than gold and silver, for she makes curtains of silk and sells them for 50 dinars each, and it takes her 8 days to make a curtain. Happy the man, exclaimed the broker, who hath her in his house and mocketh her of his privy treasures. And her owner said, sell her to whom she will. So the broker went up to Ali Shar and kissing his hands, said to him, O my lord, buy thou this damsel, for she hath made choice of thee. Then he set forth to him all her charms and accomplishments, and added, I give thee joy, if thou buy her, for she is a gift from him who is no niggard of his giving. Ali bowed his head awhile, laughing to himself and saying inwardly, up to now I have not broken my fast, yet I am ashamed to own before the merchants that I have no money wherewith to buy her. The damsel, seeing him hang down his head, said to the broker, take my hand and lead me to him, that I may show myself to him and tempt him to buy me, for I will not be sold to any but him. So the broker took her hand and stationed her before Ali Shar, saying, What is thy pleasure, O my lord? But he made him no answer, and the girl said to him, O my lord and darling of my heart, what ails thee that thou wilt not bid for me? Buy me for what thou wilt, and I will bring thee good fortune. Ali raised his eyes to her and said, Must I buy thee perforce? Thou art dear at 1,000 dinars. Then buy me for 900, answered she. Nay, rejoined he, and she said, Then for 800, and ceased not to abate the price, till she came to 100 dinars. Quoth he, I have not quite 100 dinars. How much dost thou lack of 100? asked she, laughing. By Allah, replied he, I have neither 100 dinars, nor any other sum, for I own neither white money nor red, neither dinar nor dirham. So look out for another customer. When she knew that he had nothing, she said to him, Take me by the hand and carry me aside into a passage, as if thou wouldst examine me privily. He did so, and she took from her bosom a purse containing 1,000 dinars, which she gave him, saying, Pay down 900 to my price and keep the rest to provide us withal. He did as she bade him, and buying her for 900 dinars, paid down the price from the purse and carried her to his house, which when she entered, she found nothing but bare floors, without carpets or vessels. So she gave him other 1,000 dinars, saying,
Go to the bazaar and buy 300 dinars worth of furniture and vessels for the house and 3 dinars worth of meat and drink, also a piece of silk, the size of a curtain, and gold and silver thread and sewing, silk of 7 colors. He did her bidding, and she furnished the house, and they sat down to eat and drink, after which they went to bed and took their pleasure, one of the other. And they lay the night embraced and were even as saith the poet. Cleave fast to her thou lovest, and let the envious rail amain, for calumny and envy ne'er to favour love were fain. Lo, whilst I slept, in dreams I saw thee lying by my side, and from thy lips the sweetest, sure, of limpid springs did drain. Yea, true and certain all I saw is, as I will avouch, and spite the envier, thereto I surely will attain. There is no goodlier sight, indeed, for eyes to look upon, than when one couch in its embrace enfoldeth lovers twain, each to the other's bosom clasped, clad in their twin delight, whilst hand with hand and arm with arm about their necks enchain. Lo, when 2 hearts are straitly knit in passion and desire, but on cold iron smite the folk who chide at them in vain. Thou, that for loving censurest the votaries of love, canst thou assign a heart diseased or heal a cankered brain? If in thy time thou find but one to love thee and be true, I rid thee cast the world away and with that one remain. They lay together till the morning, and love for the other was stablished in the heart of each of them. On the morrow, Zumurrud took the curtain and embroidered it with colored silks and gold and silver thread, depicting thereon all manner birds and beasts, nor is there in the world a beast but she wrought on the curtain the semblant thereof. Moreover, she made thereto a band, with figures of birds, and wrought at it 8 days, till she had made an end of it, when she trimmed it and ironed it and gave it to Ali, saying, Carry it to the bazaar and sell it to one of the merchants for 50 dinars, but beware lest thou sell it to a passer-by, for this would bring about a separation between us, because we have enemies who are not unmindful of us. I hear and obey, answered he, and repairing to the bazaar, sold the curtain to a merchant, as she bade him, after which he bought stuff for another curtain and silk and gold and silver thread as before and what they needed of food, and brought all this to her, together with the rest of the money. They abode thus a whole year, and every 8 days she made a curtain, which he sold for 50 dinars. At the end of the year, he went to the bazaar, as usual, with a curtain, which he gave to the broker, and there came up to him a Christian, who bid him 60 dinars for the curtain, but he refused, and the Christian went on to bid higher and higher, till he came to 100 dinars and bribed the broker with 10 gold pieces. So the latter returned to Ali and told him of this and urged him to accept the offer, saying, O my lord, be not afraid of this Christian, for he can do thee no hurt. The merchants also were instant with him to accept the offer, so he sold the curtain to the Christian, though his heart misgave him, and taking the price, set off to return home. Presently, he found the Christian walking behind him, so he said to him, O Nazarene, why dost thou follow me? O my lord, answered the other, I have a need at the end of the street, may God never bring me to need. Ali went on, but, as he came to the door of his house, the Christian overtook him, so he said to him, O accursed one, what ails thee to follow me wherever I go? O my lord, replied the other, give me a draught of water, for I am athirst, and with God the Most High be thy reward. Quoth Ali in himself, Verily, this man is a tributary of the caliphate, and seeks a draught of water of me. By Allah, I will not disappoint him. So he entered the house and took a mug of water, but Zumurrud saw him and said to him, O my love, hast thou sold the curtain? Yes, answered he. To a merchant or a passer-by? Asked she. For my heart forethinketh me of separation. To a merchant, of course, replied he. But she rejoined, Tell me the truth of the case, that I may order my affair, and what wantest thou with the mug of water? To give the broker a drink, answered he, whereupon she exclaimed, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme.
and repeated the following verses. O thou that seekest parting, stay thy feet, let clips and kisses not delude thy sprite. Softly, for fortune's nature is deceit, and parting is the end of love delight. Then he took the mug, and going out, found the Christian within the vestibule, and said to him, O dog, how darest thou enter my house without my leave? O my lord, answered he, there is no difference between the door and the vestibule, and I will not budge hence, save to go out, and I am beholden to thee for thy kindness. Then he took the mug, and emptying it, returned it to Ali, who took it and waited for him to go, but he did not move. So Ali said to him, Why dost thou not rise and go thy way? O my lord, answered the Christian, be not of those that do a kindness and after make a reproach of it, nor one of whom saith the poet. Gone, gone are they who, if thou stoodst before their door of old, had, at thy seeking, handselled thee with benefits untold. And if thou stoodest at their door who follow after them, these latter would begrudge to thee a draught of water cold. O my lord, continued he, I have drunk, and now I would have thee give me to eat of whatever is in the house, though it be but a crust of bread or a biscuit and an onion. Begone, without more talk, replied Ali, there is nothing in the house. O my lord, insisted the Christian, if there be nothing in the house, take these 100 dinars and fetch us somewhat from the market, if but a cake of bread, that bread and salt may pass between us. With this, quoth Ali to himself, this Christian is surely mad, I will take the 100 dinars and bring somewhat worth a couple of dirhams and laugh at him. O my lord, added the Christian, I want but somewhat to stay my hunger, were it but a cake of dry bread and an onion, for the best food is that which does away hunger, not rich meats, and how well saith the poet. A cake of dry stale bread will hunger out to flight, why then are grief and care so heavy on my sprite? Death is, indeed, most just, since, with an equal hand, caliph and beggar wretch, impartial, it doth smite. Then said Ali, wait here, whilst I lock the saloon and fetch thee somewhat from the market. I hear and obey, said the Christian. So Ali shut up the saloon, and locking the door with a padlock, put the key in his pocket, after which he repaired to the market and bought fried cheese and virgin honey and bananas and bread, with which he returned to the Christian. When the latter saw this, he said, O my lord, this is too much, thou hast brought enough for 60 men and I am alone, but belike thou wilt eat with me. Eat by thyself, replied Ali, I am full. O my lord, rejoined the Christian, the wise say, he who eats not with his guest is a base-born churl. When Ali heard this, he sat down and ate a little with him, after which he would have held his hand, but, whilst he was not looking, the Christian took a banana and peeled it, then, splitting it in twain, put into 1/2 concentrated henbane, mixed with opium, a dram whereof would overthrow an elephant. This half he dipped in the honey and gave to Ali Shar, saying, O my lord, I swear by thy religion that thou shalt take this. Ali was ashamed to make him forsworn, so he took the half banana and swallowed it, but hardly had it reached his stomach, when his head fell down in front of his feet and he was as though he had been a year asleep. When the Nazarene saw this, he rose, as he had been a bald wolf or a baited cat, and taking the saloon key, made off at a run, leaving Ali Shar prostrate. Now this Christian was the brother of the decrepit old man who thought to buy Zumurrud for 1,000 dinars, but she would have none of him and flouted him in verse. He was an infidel at heart, though a Muslim in outward show, and called himself Rishadeddin, and when Zumurrud mocked him and would not accept of him to her lord, he complained to his brother, the aforesaid Christian, Barsum by name, who said to him, Fret not thyself about this affair, for I will make shift to get her for thee, without paying a penny. Now he was a skilful sorcerer, crafty and wicked, so he watched his time and played Ali Shar the trick aforesaid. Then, taking the key, he went to his brother and told him what had passed, whereupon Rishadeddin mounted his mule and repaired with his servants to Ali Shar's house,
taking with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, wherewith to bribe the master of police, should he meet him. He unlocked the saloon door, and the men who were with him rushed in upon Zumurrud and seized her, threatening her with death if she spoke, but they left the house as it was and took nothing therefrom. Moreover, they laid the key by Ali's side and leaving him lying in the vestibule, shut the door on him and went away. The Christian carried the girl to his own house and setting her amongst his women and concubines, said to her, O strumpet, I am the old man, whom thou did reject and lampoon, but now I have thee, without paying a penny. God requite thee, O wicked old man, replied she, with her eyes full of tears, for sundering my lord and me. Wanton doxy that thou art, rejoined he, thou shalt see how I will punish thee. By the virtue of the Messiah and the Virgin, except thou obey me and embrace my faith, I will torture thee with all manner of torture. By Allah, answered she, though thou cut me in pieces, I will not forswear the faith of Islam. It may be God the Most High will bring me speedy relief, for he is all-powerful, and the wise say, better hurt in body than in religion. Thereupon the old man called out to his eunuchs and women, saying, Throw her down. So they threw her down and he beat her grievously, whilst she cried in vain for help, but presently stinted and fell to saying, God is my sufficiency, and he is indeed sufficient, till her breath failed her and she swooned away. When he had taken his fill of beating her, he said to the eunuchs, Drag her forth by the feet and cast her down in the kitchen, and give her nothing to eat. They did his bidding, and on the morrow the accursed old man sent for her and beat her again, after which he bade return her to her place. When the pain of the blows had subsided, she said, There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his apostle. God is my sufficiency and excellent is he in whom I put my trust. And she called upon our Lord Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, for succor. Meanwhile, Ali Shar slept on till next day, when the fumes of the henbane quitted his brain and he awoke and cried out, O Zumurrud! But none answered him. So he entered the saloon and found the air empty and the place of visitation distant, whereby he knew that it was the Nazarene, who had played him this trick. And he wept and groaned and lamented and repeated the following verses. O fate, thou sparest not nor dost desist from me, lo, for my soul is racked with dolour and despite. Have pity, O my lords, upon a slave laid low, upon the rich made poor by love and its unright. What boots the archer's skill, if, when the foe draw near, his bowstring snap and leave him helpless in the fight? And when afflictions press and multiply on man, whither then shall he from destiny take flight? How straitly did I guard 'gainst severance of our loves! But, when his fate descends, it blinds the keenest sight. Then he sobbed and repeated these verses also. Her traces on the encampment sands a robe of grace bestow, the mourner yearneth to the place where she dwelt whiles ago. Towards her native land she turns, a camp in her doth raise longing, whose very ruins now are scattered to and fro. She stops and questions of the place, but with the case's tongue it answers her, there is no way to union, I trow. 'Tis as the lost 11 were, that glittered on the camp awhile, then vanished and to thee appeareth nevermo. And he repented, when as repentance availed him not, and wept and tore his clothes. Then he took 2 stones and went round the city, beating his breast with the stones and crying out, O Zumurrud, whilst the children flocked round him, calling out, A madman! A madman! And all who knew him wept for him, saying, Yonder is such an one, what hath befallen him? This he did all that day, and when night darkened on him, he lay down in one of the by-streets and slept till morning. On the morrow, he went round about the city with the stones till eventide, when he returned to his house, to pass the night. One of his neighbors, a worthy old woman, saw him and said to him, God keep thee, O my son.
how long hast thou been mad? And he answered her with the following verse. Quoth they, Thou art surely mad for her thou lovest, and I replied, Indeed the sweets of life belong unto the raving race. My madness leave and bring me her for whom ye say I'm mad, and if she heal my madness, spare to blame me for my case. Therewith she knew him for a lover who had lost his mistress and said, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. O my son, I would have thee acquaint me with the particulars of thine affliction. Peradventure God may enable me to help thee against it, if it so please him. So he told her all that had happened, and she said, O my son, indeed thou hast excuse. And her eyes ran over with tears, and she repeated the following verses. Torment, indeed, in this our world, true lovers do abide, hell shall not torture them, by God, when as they come to die. Of love they died, and to the past their passions chastely hid, so are they martyrs, as, indeed, traditions testify. Then she said, O my son, go now and buy me a basket, such as the jewel hawkers carry, and stock it with rings and bracelets and earrings and other women's gear, and spare not money. Bring all this to me, and I will set it on my head and go round about, in the guise of a huckstress, and make search for her in all the houses, till I light on news of her, if it be the will of God the Most High. Ali rejoiced in her words and kissed her hands, then, going out, speedily returned with all she required, whereupon she rose and donning a patched gown and a yellow veil, took a staff in her hand and set out, with the basket on her head. She ceased not to go from quarter to quarter and street to street and house to house, till God the Most High led her to the house of the accursed Rishadeddin the Nazarene. She heard groans within and knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came down and opening the door to her, saluted her. Quoth the old woman, I have these trifles for sale, is there anyone with you who will buy out of them? Yes, answered the girl, and carrying her indoors, made her sit down, whereupon all the women came round her and each bought something of her. She spoke to them fair and was easy with them as to price, so that they rejoiced in her, because of her pleasant speech and easiness. Meanwhile, she looked about to see who it was she had heard groaning, till her eyes fell on Zumurrud, when she knew her and saw that she was laid prostrate. So she wept and said to the girls, O my children, how comes yonder damsel in this plight? And they told her what had passed, adding, Indeed, the thing is not of our choice, but our master commanded us to do this, and he is now absent on a journey. O my children, said the old woman, I have a request to make of you, and it is that you loose this unhappy woman of her bonds, till you know of your Lord's return, when do you bind her again as she was, and you shall learn a reward from the Lord of all creatures. We hear and obey, answered they, and loosing Zumurrud, gave her to eat and drink. Then said the old woman, Would my leg had been broken ere I entered your house. And she went up to Zumurrud and said to her, O my daughter, take heart, God will surely bring thee relief. Then she told her, privily, that she came from her lord Ali Shar and appointed her to be on the watch that night, saying, Thy lord will come to the bench under the gallery and whistle to thee, and when thou hearest him, do thou whistle back to him and let thyself down to him by a rope from the window, and he will take thee and go away. Zumurrud thanked the old woman, and the latter returned to Ali Shar and told him what she had done, saying, Go tonight, at midnight, to such a quarter, for the accursed fellow's house is there and its fashion is thus and thus. Stand under the window of the upper chamber and whistle, whereupon she will let herself down to thee, then do thou take her and carry her whither thou wilt. He thanked her for her good offices and repeated the following verses, with the tears running down his cheeks. Let censors cease to rail and chide and leave their idle prate, my body's wasted and my heart weary and desolate. And from desertion and distress my tears, by many a chain of true traditions handed down, do trace their lineage straight.
Thou that art whole of heart and free from that which I endure of grief and care, cut short thy strife nor question of my state. A sweet-lipped maiden, soft of sides and moulded well of shape. With her soft speech my heart hath ta'en, aye, and her graceful gait. My heart, since thou art gone, no rest knows nor my eyes do sleep, nor can the hunger of my hopes itself with patience sate. Yea, thou hast left me sorrowful, a hostage of desire, twixt enviers and haters dazed and all disconsolate. As for forgetting, 'tis a thing I know not nor will know, for none but thou into my thought shalt enter, soon or late. Then he sighed and shed tears and repeated these also. May God be good to him who brought me news that ye were come. For never more delightful news unto my ears was borne. If he would take a worn-out weed for boon, I'd proffer him a heart that at the parting hour was all in pieces torn. He waited until the appointed time, then went to the street, where was the Christian's house, and recognizing it from the old woman's description, sat down on the bench under the gallery. Presently, drowsiness overcame him, for it was long since he had slept, for the violence of his passion, and he became as one drunken with sleep. Glory be to him who sleepeth not. Meanwhile, chance led thither a certain thief, who had come out that night to steal somewhat and prowled about the skirts of the city, till he happened on Rishadeddin's house. He went round about it, but found no way of climbing up into it, and presently came to the bench, where he found Ali Shar asleep and took his turban. At that moment, Zumurrud looked out and seeing the thief standing in the darkness, took him for her lord, so she whistled to him and he whistled back to her, whereupon she let herself down to him, with a pair of saddlebags full of gold. When the robber saw this, he said to himself, "This is a strange thing, and there must needs be some extraordinary cause to it." Then, snatching up the saddlebags, he took Zumurrud on his shoulders and made off with both like the blinding lightning. Quoth she, "The old woman told me that thou wast weak with illness on my account, and behold, thou art stronger than a horse." He made her no reply, so she put her hand to his face and felt a beard like a bathbroom, as he were a hog that had swallowed feathers and they had come out at his gullet, whereat she took fright and said to him, "What art thou?" "O strumpet," answered he, "I am the sharper Juan the Kurd, of the band of Ahmed ed Dinef. We are 40 sharpers, who will all tilt at thy tail this night, from dusk to dawn." When she heard his words, she wept and buffeted her face, knowing that fate had gotten the better of her and that there was nothing for it but to put her trust in God the Most High. So she took patience and submitted herself to the ordinance of God, saying, "There is no God but God." As often as we escape from one trouble, we fall into a worse. Now the manner of Juan's coming thither was thus. He had said to Ahmed ed Dinef, "O captain, I have been here before and know a cavern without the town, that will hold 40 souls, so I will go before you thither and set my mother therein. Then will I enter the city and steal somewhat on your account and keep it till you come, so shall you be my guests this day." "Do what thou wilt," replied Ahmed. So Juan forewent them to the cavern and left his mother there, but, as he came out, he found a trooper lying asleep, with his horse tethered beside him, so he slew him and taking his clothes and arms, hid them with his mother in the cave, where also he tied up the horse. Then he betook himself to the city and prowled about, till he happened on the Christian's house and did with Ali Shar and Zumurrud as we have said. He ceased not to run, with Zumurrud on his back, till he came to the cavern, where he gave her in charge of his mother, saying, "Keep watch over her till I come back to thee at point of day," and went away. Meanwhile Zumurrud said to herself, "Now is the time to cast about for a means of escape. If I wait till these 40 men come, they will take their turns at me, till they make me like a waterlogged ship." Then she turned to the old woman and said to her, "O my aunt, wilt thou not come without the cave, that I may louse thee in the sun?" "Aye, by Allah,
"O my daughter," replied the old woman,
"this long time have I been out of reach of the bath, for these hogs cease not to hail me from place to place." So they went without the cavern, and Zumurrud combed out the old woman's hair and killed the vermin in her head, till this soothed her and she fell asleep, whereupon Zumurrud arose and donning the clothes of the murdered trooper, girt herself with his sword and covered her head with his turban, so that she became as she were a man. Then she took the saddlebags full of gold and mounted the horse, saying in herself, "O kind protector, I adjure thee by the glory of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, protect me. If I enter the city, belike one of the troopers' folk will see me, and no good will befall me." So she turned her back on the city and rode forth into the desert. She fared on 10 days, eating of the fruits of the earth and drinking of its waters, she and her horse, and on the 11th day, she came in sight of a pleasant and safe city, stablished in good. The season of winter had departed from it with its cold, and the springtide came to it with its roses and orange blossoms, its flowers blew bright, its streams welled forth and its birds warbled. As she drew near, she saw the troops and emirs and notables of the place drawn up before the gate, at which she marveled and said to herself, "The people of the city are all collected at the gate, there must needs be a reason for this." Then she made towards them, but, as she drew near, the troops hastened forward to meet her, and dismounting, kissed the ground before her and said, "God aid thee, O our lord the Sultan." Then the grandees ranked themselves before her, whilst the troops ranged the people in order, saying, "God aid thee and make thy coming a blessing to the Muslims, O Sultan of all men. God stablish thee, O King of the age and pearl of the day and the time." "What ails you, O people of the city?" asked Zumurrud, and the chamberlain answered, "Verily, he who is no niggard in giving hath been bountiful to thee and hath made thee Sultan of this city and ruler over the necks of all that are therein. For know that it is the custom of the citizens, when their king dies, leaving no son, that the troops should sally forth of the pace and abide there 3 days, and whoever cometh from the quarter whence thou hast come, they make him king over them. So praised be God who hath sent us a well-favored man of the sons of the Turks, for had a lesser than thou presented himself, he had been sultan." Now Zumurrud was well advised in all she did, so she said, "Think not that I am of the common folk of the Turks, nay, I am a man of condition, but I was wroth with my family, so I went forth and left them. See these saddlebags full of gold I brought with me, that I might give alms thereof to the poor and needy by the way." So they called down blessings upon her and rejoiced in her with an exceeding joy, and she also rejoiced in them and said in herself, "Now that I have attained to this estate, it may be God will reunite me with my lord in this place, for he can do what he will." Then the troops escorted her to the city and dismounting, walked before her to the palace. Here she alighted, and the emirs and grandees, taking her under the armpits, carried her into the palace and seated her on the throne, after which they all kissed the ground before her. Then she bade open the treasuries and gave largesse to the troops, who offered up prayers for the continuance of her reign, and all the townsfolk and the people of the kingdom accepted her rule. She abode thus a while, ordering and forbidding, and remitted taxes and released prisoners and redressed grievances, so that all the people came to hold her in exceeding reverence and to love her, by reason of her generosity and continence. But, as often as she bethought her of her lord, she wept and besought God to reunite them, and one night, as she was thinking of him and calling to mind the days she had passed with him, her eyes ran over with tears, and she repeated the following verses. "My longing, spite of time, for thee is ever new, my weeping wounds my lids and tears on tears ensue. When as I weep for anguish of desire, for grievous severance is a lover's heart unto." Then she wiped away her tears and rising, betook herself to the harem, where she appointed to the slave girls and concubines separate lodgings and assigned them pensions and allowances, giving out that she was minded to live apart and devote herself to works of piety. So she betook herself to fasting and praying, till the emirs said, "Verily, this sultan is exceeding devout." nor would she suffer any attendants about her, save 2 little eunuchs, to serve her. She held the throne thus a whole year, during which time she heard no news of Ali Shar, and this was exceeding grievous to her. So, when her distress became excessive, she summoned her viziers and chamberlains and bid them fetch architects and builders and make her a tilting ground, a parasang long and the like broad, in front of the palace. They hastened to do her bidding, and when the place was completed to her liking, she went down into it, and they pitched her there a great pavilion, wherein the chairs of the emirs were set in their order. Then she bade spread in the tilting ground tables with all manner rich meats and ordered the grandees to eat. So they ate, and she said to them, It is my will that, on the first day of each month, ye do on this wise and proclaim in the city that none shall open his shop, but that all the people shall come and eat of the king's banquet, and that whoso disobeyeth shall be hanged over his own door. They did as she bade them, and when came the first day of the next month, Zumurrud went down into the tilting ground, and the crier proclaimed aloud, saying, Ho, all ye people, great and small, whoso openeth shop or house or magazine shall straightway be hanged over his own door, for it behoves you all to come and eat of the king's banquet. Then they laid the tables, and the people came in troops, so she bade them sit down at the tables and eat their fill of all the dishes. So they sat down, and she sat on her chair of estate, watching them, whilst each thought she was looking at none but him. Then they fell to eating, and the emirs said to them, Eat and be not ashamed, for this is pleasing to the king. So they ate their fill and went away, blessing the king and saying, one to the other, Never saw we a sultan that loved the poor as doth this sultan. And they wished her length of life, whilst Zumurrud returned to the palace, rejoicing in her device and saying in herself, If it please God the Most High, I shall surely by this means happen on news of my lord Ali Shar. When the first day of the second month came round, she made the banquet as before, and the folk came and sat down at the tables, company by company and one by one. As she sat on her throne, at the head of the tables, watching the people eat, her eye fell on Barsum, the Nazarene who had bought the curtain of Ali Shar, and she knew him and said in herself, This is the first of my solace and of the accomplishment of my desire. Barsum came up to the table, and sitting down with the rest to eat, espied a dish of sweet rice, sprinkled with sugar, but it was far from him. So he pushed up to it, and putting out his hand to it, took it and set it before himself. His next neighbor said to him, Why dost thou not eat of what is before thee? Art thou not ashamed to reach over for a dish that is distant from thee? Quoth Barsum, I will eat of none but this dish. Eat then, rejoined the other, and small good may it do thee. But another man, a hashish eater, said, Let him eat of it, that I may eat with him. O unluckiest of hashish eaters, replied the first speaker, this is no meat for thee, it is eating for emirs. Let it be, that it may return to those for whom it is meant, and they eat it. But Barsum heeded him not, and putting his hand to the rice, took a mouthful and put it in his mouth. He was about to take a second mouthful, when Zumurrud, who was watching him, cried out to certain of her guards, saying, Bring me yonder man with the dish of sweet rice before him, and let him not eat the mouthful he hath ready, but throw it from his hand. So 4 of the guards went up to Barsum, and throwing the mouthful of rice from his hand, haled him forthright before Zumurrud, whilst all the people left eating, and said to one another, By Allah, he did wrong in not eating of the food meant for the like of him. For me, quoth one, I was content with this frumenty that is before me. And the hashish eater said, Praised be God who hindered me from eating of the dish of sweet rice, for I looked for it to stand before him, and was only waiting for him to have stayed his hunger of it, to eat with him, when there befell him what we see. And they said, one to another, Wait till we see what befalls him. Then said Zumurrud to Barsum, Out on thee, O blue eyes! What is thy name, and why comest thou hither? But the accursed fellow miscalled himself, having a white turban, and answered, O king, my name is Ali, I am a weaver and came hither to trade. Bring me a table of sand and a pen of brass, quoth Zumurrud, and they brought her what she sought. She leveled the sand and taking the pen, drew a geomantic figure, in the likeness of an ape. Then, raising her head, she considered Bursum straightly and said to him, O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Art thou not a Nazarene, Bursum by name, and comest thou not hither in quest of somewhat? Speak the truth, or, by the splendor of the deity, I will strike off thy head? At this, Bursum was confounded, and the emirs and bystanders said, Verily, the king understands geomancy, blessed be he who hath gifted him. Then Zumurrud cried out upon Bursum and said, Tell me the truth, or I will make an end of thee. Pardon, O king of the age, replied Bursum, the table hath told thee aright, thy slave is indeed a Nazarene. Whereupon all present wondered at the king's skill in geomancy, saying, Verily, the king is a diviner, whose like there is not in the world. Then Zumurrud bade flay the Christian and stuff his skin with straw and hang it over the gate of the tilting ground. Moreover, she commanded to dig a pit without the city and burn his flesh and bones therein and throw over his ashes offal and rubbish. We hear and obey, answered they, and did with him as she bade. When the people saw what had befallen the Christian, they said, He hath his deserts, but what an unlucky mouthful was that for him. And another said, Be my wife triply divorced if ever I eat of sweet rice as long as I live. Praised be God, quoth the hashish eater, who saved me from this fellow's fate by hindering me from eating of the rice. Then they all went out, minded thenceforth to leave sitting in the Christian's place, over against the dish of sweet rice. When the first day of the 3rd month came, they laid the tables as of wont, and Queen Zumurrud came down and sat on her throne, with her guards and attendants on her, fearing her danger. Then the townsfolk entered, as usual, and went round about the tables, looking for the place of the dish of sweet rice, and quoth one to another, Hark ye, Haji Khalef. At thy service, O Haji Khalid, answered the other. Avoid the dish of sweet rice, said Khalid, and look thou eat not thereof, for if thou do, thou wilt be hanged. Then they sat down to meat, and as they were eating, Zumurrud chanced to look at the gate of the tilting ground and saw a man come running in. So she considered him and knew him for Juan the Kurd. Now the manner of his coming was on this wise. When he left his mother, he went to his comrades and said to them, I had fine purchase yesterday, for I slew a trooper and took his horse. Moreover there fell to me last night a pair of saddlebags, full of gold, and a girl worth more than the money, and I have left them all with my mother in the cave. At this they rejoiced and repaired to the cavern at nightfall, whilst they forewent them, that he might fetch them the booty. But he found the place empty and questioned his mother, who told him what had befallen, whereupon he bit his hands for despite and exclaimed, By Allah, I will make search for yonder harlot and take her, wherever she is, though it be in the shell of a pistachio nut, and quench my malice on her. So he went forth in quest of her and journeyed from place to place, till he came to Queen Zumurrud's city. He found the town deserted, and inquiring of some women whom he saw looking from the windows, learnt that it was the Sultan's custom to make a banquet for all the people on the 1st of each month, and was directed to the tilting ground, where the feast was spread. So he came running in, and finding no place empty, save that before the dish of sweet rice, took his seat there and put out his hand to the dish, whereupon the folk cried out to him, saying, Well, brother, what wilt thou do? Quoth he, I mean to eat my fill of this dish. If thou eat of it, rejoined one of the people, thou wilt assuredly be hanged. But Juan said, Hold thy peace and talk not thus. Then he stretched out his hand to the dish aforesaid and drew it to him. Now the hashish eater, of whom we have before spoken, was sitting by him, but when he saw him do this, the fumes of the hashish left his head, and he fled from his place and sat down afar off, saying, I will have nothing to do with yonder dish. Then Juan put out his hand, as it were a crow's foot, and dipping it in the dish, scooped up there with half the dishful and drew it out, as it were a camel's hoof, and the bottom of the dish appeared. He rolled the rice in his hand, till it was like a great orange, and threw it ravenously into his mouth, and it rolled down his gullet, with a noise like thunder. Praised by God, quoth his neighbor, who hath not made me meat before thee, for thou hast emptied the dish at one mouthful. Let him eat, said the hashish eater, methinks he hath a gallows face. Then, turning to Juan, eat, added he, and small good may it do thee. Juan put out his hand again and taking another mouthful, was rolling it in his hands like the first, when Zumurrud cried out to the guards, saying, Bring me yonder man in haste and let him not eat the mouthful in his hand. So they ran and seizing him, as he bent over the dish, brought him to her, whilst the people exulted over him and said, one to the other, He hath his deserts, for we warned him, but he would not take warning. Verily, this place is fated to be the death of whoso sits therein, and yonder rice is fatal to all who eat of it. Then said Zumurrud to Juan, What is thy name and condition, and why comest thou hither? O our lord the Sultan, answered he, my name is Othman, I am a gardener and am come hither in quest of somewhat I have lost. Bring me a table of sand, said Zumurrud. So they brought it, and she took the pen and drawing a geomantic figure, considered it a while, then raising her head, exclaimed, Out on thee, thou sorry knave! How darest thou lie to kings? This sand tells me that thy name is Juan the Kurd and that thou art by trade a robber, taking men's goods in the way of unright and slaying those whom God hath forbidden to slay, save for just cause. And she cried out upon him, saying, O hog, tell me the truth of thy case or I will cut off thy head. When he heard this, he turned pale and his teeth chattered, then, deeming that he might save himself by telling the truth, he replied, O king, thou sayest sooth, but I repent at thy hands henceforth and turn to God the Most High. Quoth she, I may not leave a pest in the way of the true believers. And she said to her guards, Take him and flay him and do with him as ye did by his like last month. And they did her commandment. When the hashish eater saw this, he turned his back upon the dish of rice, saying, It is unlawful to present my face to thee. Then, when they had made an end of eating, they dispersed and Zumurrud returned to her palace and dismissed her attendants. When the 4th month came round, they made the banquet, as of wont, and the folk sat awaiting leave to begin. Presently Zumurrud entered and sitting down on her throne, looked at the tables and saw that room for 4 people was left void before the dish of rice, at which she wondered. As she sat, looking around, she saw a man come running in at the gate, who stayed not till he reached the tables and finding no room, save before the dish of rice, took his seat there. She looked at him and knowing him for the accursed Christian, who called himself Rishadeddin, said in herself, How blessed is this device of the food, into whose toils this infidel hath fallen. Now the manner of his coming was extraordinary, and it was on this wise. When he returned from his journey, the people of the house told him that Zumurrud was missing and with her a pair of saddlebags full of gold, whereupon he rent his clothes and buffeted his face and plucked out his beard. Then he dispatched his brother Barsum in quest of her, and when he was weary of awaiting news of him, he went forth himself, to seek for him and for Zumurrud, and fate led him to the latter's city. He entered it on the 1st day of the month and finding the streets deserted and the shops shut, inquired of the women at the windows, who told him that the king made a banquet on the 1st of each month for the people, all of whom were bound to attend it, nor might any abide in his house or shop that day, and they directed him to the tilting ground. So he betook himself thither and sitting down before the rice, put out his hand to eat thereof, whereupon Zumurrud cried out to her guards, saying, Bring me him who sits before the dish of rice. So they laid hands on him and brought him before Queen Zumurrud, who said to him, Out on thee!
What is thy name and occupation, and what brings thee hither?
O king of the age, answered he, my name is Rustum and I have no occupation, for I am a poor dervish. Then said she to her attendants, bring me a table of sand and pen of brass. So they brought her what she sought, as usual, and she took the pen and drawing a geometric figure, considered it a while, then raising her head to Rishadeddin, said, O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Thy name is Rishadeddin the Nazarene, thou art outwardly a Muslim, but a Christian at heart, and thine occupation is to lay snares for the slave girls of the Muslims and take them. Speak the truth, or I will smite off thy head.
He hesitated and stammered, then replied, Thou sayest sooth, O king of the age.
Whereupon she commanded to throw him down and give him 100 blows on each soul and 1,000 on his body, after which she bade flay him and stuff his skin with hards of flax and dig a pit without the city, wherein they should burn his body and cast dirt and rubbish on his ashes. They did as she bade them, and she gave the people leave to eat. So they ate their fill and went their ways, whilst Zumurrud returned to her palace, thanking God for that he had solaced her heart of those who had wronged her. Then she praised the Creator of heaven and earth and repeated the following verses. Lo, these erst had power and used it with oppression and unright. In a little, their dominion was as it ne'er had been. Had they used their power with justice, they had been repaid the like, but they wrought unright in fortune guerdon them with dole and teen. So they perished, and the moral of the case bespeaks them thus. This is what your crimes have earned you, fate is not to blame, I ween. Then she called to mind her lord Ali Shar and wept, but presently recovered herself and said, Surely God, who hath given mine enemies into my hand, will vouchsafe me speedy reunion with my beloved, for he can do what he will and is generous to his servants and mindful of their case. Then she praised God, to whom belong might and majesty, and besought forgiveness of him, submitting herself to the course of destiny, assured that to each beginning there is an end, and repeating the saying of the poet. Be at thine ease, for all things destiny is in his hands who fashioned earth and sea. Nothing of him forbidden shall befall, nor aught of him appointed fail to thee. And what another saith? Let the days pass, as they list, and fare, and enter thou not the house of despair. Full oft, when the quest of a thing is hard, the next hour brings us the end of our care. And a third. Be mild what time thou art ta'en with anger and despite impatient, if there fall misfortune on thy head. Indeed, the nights are quick and great with child by time, and of all wondrous things are hourly brought to bed. And a fourth. Take patience, for therein is good, and thou be learned in it, thou shalt be calm of soul nor drink of anguish any whit. And know that if, with a good grace, thou do not thee submit, yet must thou suffer, will or nill, that which the pen hath writ. She abode thus another whole month's space, judging the folk and commanding and forbidding by day, and by night weeping and bewailing her separation from her lord Ali Shar. On the 1st day of the 5th month, she bade spread the banquet as usual and sat down at the head of the tables, whilst the people awaited the signal to fall to, leaving the space before the dish of rice vacant. She sat with eyes fixed upon the gate of the tilting ground, noting all who entered and saying, O thou that restoredst Joseph to Jacob and didst away the affliction of Job, vouchsafe of thy power and greatness to restore me my lord Ali Shar, for thou canst all things. O Lord of all creatures, O guide of the erring, O hearer of those that cry, O answerer of prayer, answer thou my prayer, O Lord of all creatures. Hardly had she made an end of her prayer, when she saw entering the gate a young man, in shape like the willow wand, the comeliest and most accomplished of youths, save that his face was sallow and his form wasted. He came up to the tables and finding no seat vacant save before the dish of rice, sat down there, whereupon Zumurrud's heart fluttered, and observing him narrowly, she knew him for her Lord Ali Shar and was like to have cried out for joy, but restrained herself, fearing disgrace before the folk. Her bowels were troubled and her heart throbbed, but she concealed that which she suffered. Now the manner of his coming thither was on this wise. When he awoke and found himself lying on the bench outside the Christian's house, with his head bare, he knew that someone had come upon him and robbed him of his turban, whilst he slept. So he spoke the word, which whoso saith shall never be confounded, that is to say, Verily, we are God's and to him we return, and going back to the old woman's house, knocked at the door. She came out and he wept before her, till he swooned away. When he came to himself, he told her all that had passed, and she blamed him and chid him for his heedlessness, saying, Thou hast but thyself to thank for thine affliction and calamity. And she gave not over reproaching him, till the blood streamed from his nostrils and he again fainted away. When he revived, he saw her weeping over him, so he bewailed himself and repeated the following verses. How bitter is parting to friends, and how sweet reunion to lovers, for severance that sigh. May God all unite them and watch over me, for I'm of their number and like for to die. The old woman mourned over him and said to him, Sit here, whilst I go in quest of news and return to thee in haste. I hear and obey, answered he. So she left him and was absent till midday, when she returned and said to him, O Ali, I fear me thou must die in thy grief. Thou wilt never see thy beloved again save on Es Sirat, for the people of the Christian's house, when they arose in the morning, found the window giving on the garden broken in and Zumurrud missing, and with her a pair of saddle-bags, full of the Christian's money. When I came thither, I found the master of police and his officers standing at the door, and there is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. When he heard this, the light in his eyes was changed to darkness and he despaired of life and made sure of death, nor did he leave weeping, till he lost his senses. When he recovered, love and longing were sore upon him, there befell him a grievous sickness and he kept his house a whole year, during which time the old woman ceased not to bring him doctors and ply him with diet drinks and make him broths, till his life returned to him. Then he recalled what had passed and repeated the following verses. Union is parted, in its stead, of grief I am possessed, my tears flow still, my heart's on fire for yearning and unrest. Longing redoubles on a wight who hath no peace, so sore of love and wakefulness and pain he's wasted and oppressed. Lord, I beseech thee, if there be relief for me in aught, vouchsafe it, whilst a spark of life abideth in my breast. When the second year began, the old woman said to him, O my son, all this thy sadness and sorrowing will not bring thee back thy mistress. Rise, therefore, take heart and seek for her in the lands, haply thou shalt light on some news of her. And she ceased not to exhort and encourage him, till he took heart and she carried him to the bath. Then she made him drink wine and eat fowls, and thus she did with him for a whole month, till he regained strength and setting out, journeyed without ceasing till he arrived at Zumurrud city. When he went to the tilting ground and sitting down before the dish of sweet rice, put out his hand to eat of it. When the folk saw this, they were concerned for him and said to him, O young man, eat not of that dish, for whoso eats thereof, misfortune befalls him. Leave me to eat of it, answered he, and let them do with me as they list, so haply I may be at rest from this weary life. Then he ate a first mouthful, and Zumurrud was minded to have him brought to her, but bethought her that belike he was an-hungered and said in herself, It were well to let him eat his fill. So he went on eating, whilst the people looked on in astonishment, waiting to see what would befall him, and when he had done, Zumurrud said to certain of her eunuchs, Go to yonder youth that eateth of the rice and bring him to me on courteous wise, saying, The king would have speech of thee on some slight matter. We hear and obey, answered they, and going up to Ali Shar, said to him, O my lord, the king desires the favor of a word with thee, and let thy heart be easy.
"I hear and obey," replied he, and followed the eunuchs, who carried him before Zumurrud, whilst the people said to one another, "There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. I wonder what the king will do with him." And others said, "He will do him naught but good, for, were he minded to harm him, he had not suffered him to eat his fill." When he came before Zumurrud, he saluted and kissed the earth before her, whilst she returned his greeting and received him with honor. Then said she to him, "What is thy name and condition, and what brought thee hither?" "O king," answered he, "my name is Ali Shar. I am of the sons of the merchants of Khurasan, and the object of my coming hither is to seek for a slave girl whom I have lost, for she was dearer to me than my sight and my hearing, and indeed my soul cleaves to her, since I lost her." And he wept, till he swooned away. She caused sprinkle rosewater on his face, till he came to himself, when she said, "Bring me the table of sand and the pen." So they brought them, and she took the pen and drew a geomantic figure, which she considered a while. Then, "Thou hast spoken sooth," quoth she. "God will grant thee speedy reunion with her, so be not troubled." Then she bade her chamberlain carry him to the bath, and after clothe him in a handsome suit of royal apparel, and mount him on one of the best of the king's horses, and bring him to the palace at end of day. So the chamberlain took him away, whilst the folk said to one another, "What makes the king deal thus courteously with yonder youth?" And one said, "Did I not tell you that he would do him no hurt? For he is fair of aspect, and this I knew, when the king suffered him to eat his fill." And each said his say, after which they all dispersed and went their ways. As for Zumurrud, she thought the night would never come, that she might be alone with the beloved of her heart. As soon as it was dusk, she withdrew to her sleeping chamber and made as she were overcome with sleep, and it was her wont to suffer none to pass the night with her, save the two little eunuchs that waited upon her. After a little, she sent for Ali Shar and sat down upon the bed, with candles burning at her head and feet, and the place lighted with hanging lamps of gold that shone like the sun. When the people heard of her sending for Ali Shar, they marveled and said, "Algates, the king is enamored of this young man, and tomorrow he will make him commander of the troops." And each thought his thought and said his say. When they brought him into her, he kissed the earth before her and called down blessings on her, and she said in herself, "Needs must I jest with him a while, ere I make myself known to him." Then said she to him, "O Ali, hast thou been to the bath?" "Yes, O my lord," answered he. "Come, eat of this fowl and meat, and drink of this wine and sherbet of sugar," said she, "for thou art weary, and after come hither." "I hear and obey," replied he, and did as she bade him. When he had made an end of eating and drinking, she said to him, "Come up with me on the couch and rub my feet." So he fell to rubbing her feet and legs, and found them softer than silk. Then said she, "Go higher with the rubbing," and he, "Pardon me, O my lord, I will go no higher than the knee." Whereupon, "Wilt thou gainsay me?" quoth she. "It shall be an ill-omened night for thee." "Nay, but it behoves thee to do my bidding, and I will make thee my minion and appoint thee one of my emirs." "And in what must I do thy bidding, O king of the age?" asked Ali. "Put off thy trousers," answered she, "and lie down on thy face." Quoth he, "That is a thing I never in my life did, and if thou force me thereto, I will accuse thee thereof before God on the day of resurrection. Take all thou hast given me, and let me go to my own city." And he wept and lamented. But she said, "Put off thy trousers and lie down on thy face, or I will strike off thy head." So he did as she bade him, and she mounted upon his back. And he felt what was softer than silk and fresher than cream, and said in himself, "Of a truth, this king is better than all the women." She abode a while on his back, then turned over onto the ground, and he said, in himself, "Praised be God! It seems his yard is not in point."
Then said she, O Ali, it is of the want of my yard that it standeth not on end, except it be rubbed with the hand, so, rub it with thy hand, till it be in point, else will I kill thee. So saying, she lay down on her back and taking his hand, set it to her kaze, and he found it a kaze softer than silk, white, plump and great, resembling for heat the hot room of the bath or the heart of a lover, whom passion hath wasted.
Quoth Ali in himself, Verily, this king hath a kaze.
This is a wonder of wonders. And desire got hold on him, and his yard stood on end to the utmost, which when Zumurrud saw, she burst out laughing and said to him, O my lord, all this bettedeth, and yet thou knowest me not. And who art thou, O king? Asked he, and she said, I am thy slave girl Zumurrud. When he knew this and was certified that she was indeed his very slave girl Zumurrud, he threw himself upon her, as the lion upon the sheep, and kissed her and embraced her. Then he thrust his yard into her poke and stinted not to play the porter at her door and the imam at her prayer niche, whilst she with him ceased not from inclination and prostration and rising up and sitting down, accompanying her canticles of praise with moditations and other amorous gestures, till the 2 little eunuchs aforesaid heard the noise. So they came, and peeping out from behind the curtains, saw the king lying on his back, and Ali Shar upon him, thrusting and thronging amain, whilst she puffed and blew and wriggled. Quoth they, This is no man's wriggle, belike this king is a woman. But they concealed their affair and discovered it to none. On the morrow, Zumurrud summoned all the troops and the grandees of the realm and said to them, I am minded to journey to this man's country, so choose a deputy, who shall rule over you, till I return to you. And they answered, We hear and obey. Then she applied herself to making ready for the journey and furnished herself with victual and treasure and camels and mules and so forth, after which she set out with Ali Shar, and they fared on, till they arrived at his native place, where he entered his house and gave alms and largesse. God vouchsafed him children by her, and they both lived the happiest of lives, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of companies. Glory be to God, the eternal without cease, and praised be he in every case. The loves of Jubair ben Umir and the lady Buder. It is related that Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid was restless one night and could not sleep, so that he ceased not to toss from side to side for very restlessness, till, growing weary of this, he called Mesrer and said to him, O Mesrer, look what may solace me of this my restlessness. O Commander of the Faithful, answered Mesrer, wilt thou walk in the garden of the palace and divert thyself with the sight of its flowers and gaze upon the stars and note the beauty of their ordinance and the moon among them, shining on the water? O Mesrer, replied the Caliph, my heart inclines not to aught of this. O my lord, continued Mesrer, there are in thy palace 300 concubines, each of whom hath her separate lodging. Do thou bid retire each into her own apartment, and then go thou about and divert thyself with gazing on them, without their knowledge. O Mesrer, answered Harun, the palace is mine and the girls are my property, moreover, my soul inclineth not to aught of this. O my lord, said Mesrer, summon the doctors and sages and poets and bid them contend before thee in argument and recite verses and tell thee tales and anecdotes. My soul inclines not to aught of this, answered the Caliph, and Mesrer said, O my lord, bid the minions and wits and boon companions attend thee and divert thee with witty sallies. O Mesrer, replied the Caliph, indeed my soul inclineth not to aught of this. Then, O my lord, rejoined Mesrer, strike off my head, maybe, that will dispel thine unease and do away the restlessness that is upon thee. At this the Caliph laughed and said, see which of the boon companions is at the door. So Mesrer went out and returning, said, O my lord, he who sits without is Ali ben Mensawar of Damascus, the wag. Bring him to me, quoth Harun, and Mesrour went out and returned with Ibn Mensaur, who said, on entering, "Peace be on thee, O commander of the faithful." The Caliph returned his salutation and said to him, "O Ibn Mensaur, tell us one of thy stories." "O commander of the faithful," said the other, "shall I tell thee what I have seen with my eyes or what I have only heard tell?" "If thou have seen aught worth telling," replied the Caliph, "let us hear it, for report is not like eyewitness." "O commander of the faithful," said Ibn Mensaur, "lend me thine ear and thy heart." "O Ibn Mensaur," answered the Caliph, "behold, I am listening to thee with mine ears and looking at thee with mine eyes and attending to thee with my heart." "Know then, O commander of the faithful," began Ibn Mensaur, "that I receive a yearly allowance from Muhammad ben Sulayman el-Hashimi, Sultan of Baysora, so I went to him, once upon a time, as usual, and found him about to ride out a-hunting. I saluted him, and he returned my salute and would have me mount and go a-hunting with him, but I said, O my lord, I cannot ride, so do thou stablish me in the guest house and give thy chamberlains and officers charge over me. And he did so and departed for the chase. His officers entreated me with the utmost honor and hospitality, but I said in myself, By Allah, it is a strange thing that I should have used so long to come from Baghdad to Baysora, yet know no more of the town than from the palace to the garden and back again. When shall I find an occasion like this to view the different parts of Baysora? I will rise at once and walk forth alone and divert myself and digest what I have eaten. So I donned my richest clothes and went out a-walking in Baysora. Now it is known to thee, O commander of the faithful, that it hath 70 streets, each 70 parasangs long of Iraq measure, and I lost myself in its by-streets and thirst overcame me. Presently, as I went along, I came to a great door, on which were 2 rings of brass, with curtains of red brocade drawn before it. Over the door was a trellis, covered with a creeping vine, that hung down and shaded the doorway, and on either side the porch was a stone bench. I stood still, to gaze upon the place, and presently heard a sorrowful voice, proceeding from a mourning heart, warbling melodiously and chanting the following verses. My body is become th abode of sickness and dismay, by reason of a fawn, whose land and stead are far away. O Zephyr of the waste, that roused my pain in me, I pray, by God your Lord, to him, with whom my heart dwells, take your way. And prithee chide him, so reproach may soften him, maybe. And if to you he do incline and hearken, then make fair your speech and tidings unto him of lovers, twixt you, bear. Yea, and vouchsafe to favor me with service debonair, and unto him I love make known my case and my despair, saying, What ails thy bounden slave that, for estrangement, she should die without offense of her committed or despite or disobedience or breach of plighted faith or slight, or fraud or turning of her heart to other or unright? And if he smile, with dulcet speech bespeak ye thus the white. And thou thy company wouldst grant to her, 'twere well of thee. For she for love of thee's distraught, as needs must be the case, her eyes are ever void of sleep, she weeps and wails apace. If he show favor and incline to grant the wished for grace, 'tis well and good, but, if he still read anger in his face, dissemble then with him and say, We know her not, not we. Quoth I to myself, Verily, if the owner of this voice be fair, she unites beauty of person and eloquence and sweetness of voice. Then I drew near the door, and raising the curtain little by little, beheld a damsel, white as the moon, when it rises on its 14th night, with joined eyebrows and languorous eyelids, breasts like twin pomegranates and dainty lips like twin corn marigolds, mouth as it were Solomon's seal and teeth that sported with the reason of rhymester and proser, even as saith the poet. O mouth of the beloved, who set thy pearls a row and eke with wine fulfilled thee in camomiles like show, and lent the morning glory unto thy smile,
And who hath with a padlock sealed thee of rubies sweet of show?
Whoso but looks upon thee is mad for joy and pride.
How should it fare with him, who kisseth thee, Hago? And as saith another, O pearls of the teeth of my love, have ruth on cornelian and spirit of eye with it. Shall it not find you peerless in passing compare?
In fine, she comprised all manner of loveliness and was a ravishment to men and women, nor could the beholder satisfy himself with the sight of her beauty, for she was as the poet hath said of her. If, face to face, she do appear, unveiled, she slays, and if she turn her back, she makes all men her lovers far and near. Like the full moon and eke the sun she is, but cruelty and inhumanity belong not to her nature dear. The garden gates of paradise are opened with her shift, and the full moon revolveth still upon her neck-ring sphere. As I looked at her through the opening of the curtains, she turned and seeing me standing at the door, said to her maid, See who stands at the door. So the maid came up to me and said, O old man, hast thou no shame, or do grey hairs and impudence go together? O my mistress, answered I confess to the grey hairs, but as for unmannerliness, I think not to be guilty of it.
And what can be more unmannerly, rejoined her mistress, than to intrude thyself upon a house other than thy house and gaze on a harem other than thy harem?
O my lady, said I have an excuse.
And what is thine excuse? Asked she.
Quoth I am a stranger and well nigh dead of thirst. We accept thine excuse, answered she, and calling one of her maids, said to her, O Lutf, give him to drink in the golden tankard. So she brought me a tankard of red gold, set with pearls and jewels, full of water mingled with odoriferous musk and covered with a napkin of green silk, and I addressed myself to drink and was long about it, casting stolen glances at her the while, till I could prolong it no longer. Then I returned the tankard to the maid, but did not offer to go, and she said to me, O old man, go thy way. O my lady, replied I am troubled in mind. For what? Asked she, and I answered, for the uncertainty of fortune and the vicissitudes of events. Well mayst thou be troubled thereanent, replied she, for time is the mother of wonders. But what hast thou seen of them that thou shouldst muse upon? Quoth I was thinking of the former owner of this house, for he was my good friend in his lifetime.
What was his name? Asked she. Muhammad ben Ali the jeweler, answered I, and he was a man of great wealth. Did he leave any children?
Yes, said she, he left a daughter, Badar by name, who inherited all his wealth.
Quoth I, meseems thou art his daughter?
Yes, answered she, laughing, then added, O old man, thou hast talked long enough, go thy ways. Needs must I go, replied I, but I see thou art out of health. Tell me thy case, it may be God will give thee solace at my hands. O old man, rejoined she, if thou be a man of discretion, I will discover to thee my secret, but first tell me who thou art, that I may know whether thou art worthy of confidence or not, for the poet saith, None keepeth secrets but the man who's trusty and discreet, a secret's ever safely placed with honest fold and leal. For me, my secrets I preserve within a locked-up house, whose key is lost and on whose door is set the Cadi's seal. O my lady, answered I, and thou wouldst know who I am Ali ben Mensawar of Damascus, the wag, boon companion to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. When she heard my name she came down from her seat and saluting me, said, Welcome, O Ibn Mensawar. Now will I tell thee my case and entrust thee with my secret. Know that I am a lover separated from her beloved. O my lady, rejoined I, thou art fair and shouldst love none but the fair.
Whom then dost thou love?
Quoth she, I love Jubair ben Umari Shaibani, prince of the Banu Sheban, and she described to me a young man than whom there was none handsomer in Basora.
"O my lady," asked I, "have letters or interviews passed between you?"
"Yes," answered she, "but his love for me was of the tongue, not of the heart, for he kept not his covenant nor was faithful to his troth."
"And what was the cause of your separation?" asked I.
"I was sitting one day," replied she, "whilst my maid here combed my hair. When she had made an end of combing it, she plaited my tresses, and my beauty and grace pleased her, so she bent down to me and kissed my cheek. At that moment, he came in, unawares, and seeing her kiss my cheek, turned away in anger, vowing eternal separation and repeating the following verses. If any share with me in her I love, incontinent, I'll cast her off from me and be to live alone content. A mistress, sure, is nothing worth, if, in the way of love, she wish for aught but that to which the lover doth consent. And from that time to this, O Ibn Mensur, continued she, he hath neither written to me nor answered my letters. And what thinkest thou to do? Asked I. Quoth she, I have a mind to send him a letter by thee. If thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 500 dinars, and if not, then 100 for thy pains.
Do what seemeth good to thee, answered I.
So she called for inkhorn and paper and wrote the following verses.
Whence this estrangement and despite, beloved of my soul? Whither have kindliness and love between us taken flight? What makes thee with aversion turn from me?
Indeed, thy face is not the face I used to know, when we our troth did plight.
Belike, the slanderers have made a false report of me, and now incline DST to them, and they redoubled in despite.
If thou believedst their report, far, far it should have been from thee, that art too whole of wit at such a bait to bite.
Yea, I conjure thee by thy life, tell me what thou hast heard, for lo, thou knowest what was said and wilt not do unright.
If aught I've said that angered thee, a speech of change admits, I, and interpreting, I trow, may change its meaning quite. Were it a word sent down from God, for even the Pentateuch hath falsified and garbled been of this and th other white. Whilst, as for lies, how many were of folk before us told?
Joseph to Jacob was traduced and blackened in his sight.
Yea, for the slanderer and myself and thee, an awful day of standing up shall come, when God to judgment all shall cite. Then she sealed the letter and gave it to me. I took it and carried it to the house of Jubair ben Umir, whom I found absent hunting. So I sat down, to wait for him, and presently he returned, and when I saw him come riding up, my wit was confounded by his beauty and grace. As soon as he saw me sitting at the door, he dismounted and coming up to me, saluted and embraced me, and meseemed I embraced the world and all that therein is. Then he carried me into his house and seating me on his own couch, called for food. So they brought a table of kalenge wood of Khurasan, with feet of gold, whereon were all manner of meats, fried and roasted and the like. So I seated myself at the table and examining it, found the following verses engraved upon it. Weep for the cranes that erst within the porringers did lie, and for the stews and partridges evanished heave a sigh. Mourn for the younglings of the grouse, lament unceasingly, as, for the omelets and the fowls brown in the pan, do I. How my heart yearneth for the fish that, in its different kinds, upon a paste of wheat and flour, lay hidden in the pie. Praised be God for the roast meat, as in the dish it lay, with pot herbs, soaked in vinegar, in porringers hard by. And eke the rice with buffalo's milk dressed and made savory, wherein the hands were plunged and arms were buried bracelet high. O soul, I rid thee patient be, for God is bountiful, what though thy fortunes straitened be, his succors ever nigh. Then said Jubair, put thy hand to our food and ease our heart by eating of our victual.
By Allah, answered I will not eat a mouthful, till thou grant me my desire. What is thy desire? Asked he. So I brought out the letter and gave it to him, but, when he had read it, he tore it into pieces and throwing it on the floor, said to me, O Ibn Mensur, I will grant thee whatever thou askest, save this that concerns the writer of this letter, for I have no answer to make to her. At this, I rose in anger, but he caught hold of my skirts, saying, O Ibn Mensur, I will tell thee what she said to thee, for all I was not present with you. And what did she say to me? Asked I. Did she not say to thee, rejoined he, if thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 500 dinars, and if not, 100 for thy pains? Yes, answered I, and he said, Abide with me this day and eat and drink and make merry, and thou shalt have 500 dinars. So I sat with him and ate and drank and made merry and entertained him with converse, after which I said to him, O my master, is there no music in thy house? Indeed, answered he, we have drunk this long while without music. Then he called out, saying, Ho, Shajarat ed-Dur. Whereupon a slave girl answered him from her chamber and came in to us, with a lute of Indian make, wrapped in a silken bag. She sat down and laying the lute in her lap, prelude in 21 modes, then, returning to the first, sang the following verses to a lively measure. Who hath not tasted the sweet and the bitter of passion, I trow, the presence of her whom he loves from her absence he hardly shall know. So he, from the pathway of love who hath wandered and fallen astray, the smooth knoweth not from the rough of the roadway, wherein he doth go. I cease not the votaries of love and of passion to cross and gainsay, till I too must taste of its sweet and its bitter, its gladness and woe. Then I drank a full draught of the cup of its bitters, and humbled was I, and thus to the bondman of love and its freedman therein was brought low. How many a night have I passed with the loved one, carousing with him, whilst I drank from his lips what was sweeter than nectar and colder than snow. How short was the life of the nights of our pleasance! It seemed to us still, no sooner was night fallen down than the daybreak to eastward did glow. But fortune had vowed she would sever our union and sunder our loves, and now, in good sooth, she her vow hath accomplished. Fate ordered it so. Fate ordered it thus, and against its ordaining, appeal there is none, for who shall gainsay a supreme one's commandments or causes him forego? Hardly had she made an end of these verses, when Jubair gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon, whereupon, May God not punish thee, O old man, exclaimed the damsel. This long time have we drunk without music, for fear the like of this should befall our master. But go now to yon chamber and sleep there. So I went to the chamber in question and slept till the morning, when a page brought me a purse of 500 dinars and said to me, This is what my master promised thee, but return thou not to her who sent thee, and let it be as if neither thou nor we had heard of this affair. I hear and obey, answered I, and taking the purse, went my way. However, I said in myself, the lady will have expected me since yesterday, and by Allah, I must needs return to her and tell her what passed between me and him, or she will curse me and all who come from my country. So I went to her and found her standing behind the door, and when she saw me, she said, O Ibn Mensur, thou hast gotten me not. Who told thee of this? Asked I, and she answered, O Ibn Mensur, yet another thing hath been revealed to me, and it is that, when thou gavest him the letter, he tore it in pieces and throwing it on the floor, said to thee, O Ibn Mensur, ask me anything but what relates to the writer of this letter, for I have no reply to make to her. Then didst thou rise from beside him in anger, but he laid hold of thy skirts, saying, Abide with me today, for thou art my guest, and eat and drink and make merry, and thou shalt have 500 dinars. So thou didst sit with him, eating and drinking and making merry, and entertainedst him with converse, and a slave girl sang such an air and such verses, whereupon he fell down in a swoon. Quoth I, Wast thou then with us?
O Ibn Mensur, replied she, hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? The heart of the lover hath eyes, while I wot, that see what the eyes of beholders see not. But, added she, day and night alternate not upon aught, but they change it. Then she raised her eyes to heaven and said, O my God and my Master and my Lord, like as thou hast afflicted me with love of Jubair ben Umir, even so do thou afflict him with love of me and transfer the passion from my heart to his. Then she gave me 100 dinars for my pains, and I took it and returned to the palace, when I found the Sultan come back from hunting, so I took my pension of him and made my way back to Baghdad. Next year, I repaired to Basora, as usual, to seek my pension, and the Sultan paid it to me, but as I was about to return to Baghdad, I bethought me of the Lady Budar and said to myself, By Allah, I must needs go and see what hath befallen between her and her lover. So I went to her house, and finding the porch swept and sprinkled and slaves and servants and pages standing before the door, said to myself, Most like grief hath broken the lady's heart and she is dead, and some emir or other hath taken up his abode in her house. So I went on to Jubair's house, where I found the benches of the porch broken down and no pages at the door, as of wont, and said to myself, Belike he too is dead. Then I took up my station before the door of his house, and with my eyes running over with tears, bemoaned it in the following verses. Lords, that are gone, but whom my heart doth evermore ensue, return, so shall my festal says return to me with you. I stand before your sometime stead, bewailing your abodes, with quivering lids, from which the tears rain down, like summer dew. Weeping, I question of the house in ruins, where is he who was the source of benefits and bounties ever new? They answer, Go thy ways, for those thou lovest from the abode departed are in neath the dust or buried, so adieu. May God not stint us of the sight, in dreams, of all their charms, nor be their noble memories aye absent from men's view. As I was thus bewailing the folk of the house, there came a black slave thereout and said to me, Hold thy peace, O old man. May thy mother be bereft of thee. What ails thee to bemoan the house thus? Quoth I knew it of yore, when it belonged to a good friend of mine. What was his name? Asked the slave. And I answered, Jubair ben Umir the Shaibani. And what hath befallen him? Rejoined he. Praised be God, he is yet in the enjoyment of wealth and rank and prosperity, except that God hath stricken him with love of a damsel called the Lady Budar, and he is overcome with love of her, that, for the violence of his passion and torment, he is like a great rock overthrown. If he hunger, he saith not, Feed me, nor, if he thirst, doth he say, Give me to drink. Quoth I, Ask leave me to go into him. O my lord, said the slave, wilt thou go in to him who understands or to him who understands not? I must needs see him, whatever be his case, answered I. Say he went in and presently returned with permission for me to enter, whereupon I went in to Jubair and found him like a rock overthrown, understanding neither sign nor speech. I spoke to him, but he answered me not, and one of his servants said to me, O my lord, if thou know aught of verse, repeat it, and raise thy voice, and he will be aroused by this and speak with thee. So I recited the following verses. Buter's love hast thou forgotten, or art deaf still to her sighs? Wax to nights, or do thine eyelids close upon thy sleeping eyes? If thy tears flow fast and freely, night and day long, torrent wise, know thou, then, that thou shalt sojourn evermore in paradise. When he heard this, he opened his eyes and said, Welcome, O Ibn Mensur. Verily, the jest is become earnest. O my lord, said I, is there aught thou wouldst have me do for thee? Yes, answered he, I would fain write her a letter and send it to her by thee. If thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars, and if not, 200 for thy pains.
Do what seemeth good to thee, said I.
So he called to one of his slave girls for inkhorn and paper and wrote the following verses.
By Allah, O my lady, have ruth on me, I pray.
For all my wit by passion is ravished quite away.
Yeah, love for thee and longing have mastered me and clad with sickness and bequeath me abjection and dismay.
Aforetime, O my lady, by love I set small store and deemed it light and easy to bear, until today.
But now that love hath shown me the billows of its sea, those I excuse, repenting, who languish neath its sway.
Vouchsafe thy grace to grant me, or, if thou wilt me slay, at least, then, for thy victim forget thou not to pray. Then he sealed the letter and gave it to me. I took it and repairing to Buter's house, raised the curtain of the door, little by little, as of wont, and looking in, saw 10 damsels, high-bosomed maids, like moons, and the Lady Budar sitting in their midst, as she were the full moon among stars or the sun, when it is clear of clouds, nor was there on her any trace of pain or care. As I looked and marveled at her case, she turned and seeing me standing at the gate, said to me, Welcome and fair welcome to thee, O Ibn Mensur.
Come in.
So I entered and saluting her, gave her the letter.
She read it and laughing, said to me, O Ibn Mensur, the poet lied not when he said,
The love of thee I will endure with patient constancy, till such time as a messenger shall come to me from thee. O Ibn Mensur, added she, I will write thee an answer that he may give thee what he promised thee.
May God requite thee with good, answered
I. So she called for inkhorn and paper and wrote the following verses.
How comes it my vows I fulfilled and now, thou wast false to thy plight?
Thou saw'st me do justice and truth, and yet thou thyself didst unright. 'Twas thou that beganest on me with rupture and rigor, I trow, 'twas thou that playedst foul, and with thee began the untruth and the slight. Yea, still I was true to my troth and cherished, but thee among men and ceased not thine honor to guard and keep it unsullied and bright. Till tidings of fashions full foul I heard, as reported of thee, and saw with mine eyes what thou didst, to harm me and work me despite.
Shall I then abase my estate, that thine may exalted become?
By God, hadst thou generous been, the like should thy conduct requite. So now unto solace I'll turn my heart, with forgetting, from thee and washing my hands of thy thought, blot despair for thee out of my sprite.
By Allah, O my lady, said I, there needs but the reading of this letter, to kill him.
So I tore it in pieces and said to her, Write him other than this.
I hear and obey, answered she and wrote the following.
Indeed, I am consoled and sleep is pleasant to mine eyes, for I have heard what came of prate of slanderers and spies. My heart my summons hath obeyed, thee to forget, and eke my lids to stint from wake for thee have seen it good and wise. He lies who says that severance is bitterness, for me I find its taste none otherwise than sweet, indeed he lies. I've grown to turn away from those who bring me news of thee and look upon it as a thing at which my gorge doth rise. Behold, I have forgotten thee with every part of me. Let then the spy and who will else this know and recognize.
By Allah, O my lady, said I, when he reads these verses, his soul will depart his body.
O Ibn Mensur, quoth she, is passion indeed come to such a pass with him as thou sayest? Had I said more than this, replied I, it were but the truth, but clemency is of the nature of the noble. When she heard this, her eyes filled with tears and she wrote him a letter, O Commander of the Faithful, there is none in thy court could avail to write the like of it, and therein were these verses.
How long shall this despite continue and this pride? My envier's spite on me thou sure hast satisfied.
Mayhap, I did amiss and knew it not, so tell me what thou heardst of me, that did our loves divide. Even as I welcome sleep unto mine eyes and lids, so would I welcome thee, beloved, to my side. I've quaffed the cup of love for thee, unmixed and pure, so, if thou see me drunk, reproach me not nor chide. Then she sealed it and gave it to me, and I said, O my lady, this thy letter will heal the sick and ease the thirsting soul. Then I took it and was going away, when she called me back and said to me, Tell me that I will be his guest this night. At this I rejoiced greatly and carried the letter to Joubert, whom I found with his eyes fixed on the door, expecting the reply. I gave him the letter and he opened and read it, then gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon. When he came to himself, he said to me, O Ibn Mensauer, did she indeed write this letter with her hand and touch it with her fingers? O my lord, answered I, do folk write with their feet? And by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I had not done speaking, when we heard the chink of her anklets in the vestibule and she entered. When he saw her, he sprang to his feet, as though there ailed him not, and embraced her as the letter lamb embraces olive, and the malady, that would not depart, ceased from him. Then he sat down, but she abode standing, and I said to her, O my lady, why dost thou not sit? Quoth she, I will not sit, O Ibn Mensauer, save on a condition that is between us. And what is that? Asked I. None may know lovers' secrets, answered she, and putting her mouth to Joubert's ear, whispered to him, whereupon, I hear and obey, replied he, and rising, said somewhat privily to one of his slaves, who went out and returned, in a little, with a Qadi and 2 witnesses. Then Joubert rose and taking a bag containing 100,000 dinars, said, O Qadi, marry me to this young lady and write this sum to her dowry. Quoth the Qadi to her, Say, I consent to this. I consent to this, said she, whereupon he drew up the contract of marriage, and she opened the bag and taking out a handful of gold, gave it to the Qadi and the witnesses and handed the rest to Joubert. Then the Qadi and the witnesses withdrew, and I sat with them, in mirth and delight, till the most part of the night was past, when I said in myself, These are lovers and have been this long while separated. I will go now and sleep in some place afar from them and leave them to be private, one with the other. So I rose, but she laid hold of my skirts, saying, What thinkest thou to do? So and so, answered I. But she rejoined, Sit still, when we would be rid of thee, we will send thee away. So I sat with them till near daybreak, when she said to me, O Ibn Mensauer, go to yonder chamber, for we have furnished it for thee, and it is thy sleeping place. So I went thither and slept till morning, when a page brought me basin and ewer, and I made the ablution and prayed the morning prayer. Then I sat down, and presently, Joubert and his mistress came out of the bath and the house, wringing their locks. I wished them good morning and gave them joy of their safety and reunion, saying to Joubert, That which began with constraint hath ended in contentment. Thou sayest well, replied he, and indeed thou deservest largesse. And he called his treasurer and bade him fetch 3,000 dinars. So he brought a purse containing that sum, and Joubert gave it to me, saying, Favor us by accepting this. I will not take it, answered I, till thou tell me the manner of the transfer of love from her to thee, after so great an aversion. I hear and obey, said he. Know that we have a festival, called the Festival of the New Year, when all the people used to take boat and go a-pleasuring on the river. So I went out, with my comrades, and saw a boat, wherein were 60 damsels like moons, and amongst them, the Lady Budar, with her lute in her hand. She preluded in 11 modes, then returning to the first, sang the following verses. Fire is not so fierce and so hot as the fires in my heart that glow, and granite itself is less hard than the heart of my lord, I trow. Indeed, when I think on his make and his fashion, I marvel to see a heart that is harder than rock and a body that's softer than snow. Quoth I to her, Repeat the verses and the air. But she would not, So I bade the boatmen pelt her with oranges, and they pelted her till we feared her boat would sink. Then she went her way, and this is how the love was transferred from her breast to mine. So I gave them joy of their reunion, and taking the purse, with its contents, returned to Baghdad. When the Caliph heard Ibn Mansur's story, his heart was lightened, and the restlessness and oppression from which he suffered forsook him.
The man of Yemen and his 6 slave girls.
The Caliph al-Ma'mun was sitting one day in his palace, surrounded by his grandees and officers of state, and there were present also before him all his poets and minions, amongst the rest one named Muhammad of Baysora. Presently, the Caliph turned to the latter and said to him, "O Muhammad, I wish thee to tell me something that I have never before heard."
"O Commander of the Faithful," answered Muhammad, "shall I tell thee a thing that I have heard with my ears of a thing that I have seen with my eyes?"
"Tell me whichever is the rarer," said al-Ma'mun. "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful," began Muhammad, "that there lived once a wealthy man, who was a native of Yemen, but he left his native land and came to this city of Baghdad, whose sojourn so pleased him that he transported hither his family and possessions. Now he had 6 slave girls, the first fair, the second dark, the third fat, the fourth thin, the fifth yellow, and the 6th black, all fair of face and perfectly accomplished and skilled in the arts of singing and playing upon instruments of music. One day he sent for them all and called for meat and drink, and they ate and drank and made merry. Then he filled the cup, and taking it in his hand, said to the blonde, "O new moon face, let us hear somewhat pleasing." So she took the lute, and tuning it, made music thereon with such melodious trills and modulations that the place danced to the rhythm, after which she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. "I have a friend, whose form is mirrored in mine eye, and deep within my breast, his name doth buried lie. When as I call him back to mind, I am all heart, and when on him I gaze, all eyes indeed am I. Forswear the love of him," my censor says, and I, "that which is not to be, how shall it be?" reply. "Go forth from me," quoth I, "and leave me, censor mine, feign not that earthen light, that's grievous to abide." At this their master was moved to mirth, and drinking off his cup, gave the damsels to drink, after which he said to the brunette, "O light of the brazier and delight of souls, let us hear thy lovely voice, wherewith all that hearken are ravished." So she took the lute and trilled upon it, till the place was moved to mirth. Then, taking all hearts with her graceful bendings, she sang the following verses. "As thy face liveth, none but thee I'll love nor cherish e'er, till death, nor ever to thy love will I be false, I swear. O full moon, shrouded, as it were a veil, with loveliness, all lovely ones on earth that be beneath thy banners fair. Thou, that in pleasantness and grace excellest all the fair, may God, the Lord of heaven and earth, be with thee everywhere." The man was pleased and drank off his cup, after which he filled again, and taking the goblet in his hand, beckoned to the plump girl and bade her sing and play. So she took the lute, and striking a grief-dispelling measure, sang as follows. "If but thy consent be assured, O thou who art all my desire, be all the folk angered gainst me, I set not a whit by their ire. And if thou but show me thy face, thy brilliant and beautiful face, I reck not if all the kings of the earth from my vision retire. Thy favor, O thou unto whom all beauty must needs be referred. Of the goods and the sweets of the world is all that I seek and require." The man was charmed, and emptying his cup, gave the girls to drink. Then he beckoned to the slender girl and said to her, "O houri of paradise, feed thou our ears with sweet sounds." So she took the lute, and tuning it, prelude and sang the following verses. "Is it not martyrdom that I for thine estrangement dree, seeing, indeed, I cannot live, if thou depart from me? Is there no judge, in love its law, to judge betwixt us twain, to do me justice on thy head and take my wreak of thee? Their lord rejoiced in emptying the cup, gave the girls to drink. Then he signed to the yellow girl and said to her, "O son of the day, let us hear some pleasant verses." So she took the lute and preluding after the goodliest fashion, sang as follows. I have a lover, when as I draw him nigh, he bears upon me a sword from either eye. May God avenge me some whit of him. For lo, he doth oppress me, whose heart in his hand doth lie. Oft though, renounce him, my heart, I say, yet it will to none other than him itself apply. He's all I ask for, of all created things, yet jealous fortune doth unto me deny. The man rejoiced and drank and gave the girls to drink. Then he filled the cup and taking it in his hand, signed to the black girl, saying, O apple of the eye, let us have a taste of thy fashion, though it be but 2 words. So she took the lute and prelude in various modes, then returned to the first and sang the following verses to a lively air. O eyes, be large with tears and pour them forth amain, for, lo, for very love my senses fail and wane. All manner of desire I suffer for his sake I cherish, and my foes make merry at my pain. My enviers me forbid the roses of a cheek, and yet I have a heart that is to roses fain. Aye, once the cups went round with joyance and delight into the smitten lutes, the goblets did we drain. What time my love kept troth and I was mad for him, and in faith's heaven, the star of happiness did reign. But lo, he turned away from me, sans fault of mine. Is there a bitterer thing than distance and disdain? Upon his cheeks there bloom a pair of roses red, blown ready to be plucked, God, those roses twain. Were't lawful to prostrate oneself to any else than God, I'd sure prostrate myself upon the swain. Then rose the 6 girls and kissing the ground before their lord, said to him, Judge thou between us, O our Lord. He looked at their beauty and grace and the difference of their colors and praised God the Most High and glorified him. Then said he, There is none of you but has read the Quran and learned to sing and is versed in the chronicles of the ancients and the doings of past peoples, so it is my desire that each of you rise and pointing to her opposite, praise herself and dispraise her rival, that is to say, let the blonde point to the black, the plump to the slender and the yellow to the brunette. And after, the latter shall, each in turn, do the like with the former, and be this illustrated with citations from the Holy Quran and somewhat of anecdotes in verse, so as to show forth your culture and elegance of discourse. Quoth they, We hear and obey. So the blonde rose first and pointing at the black, said to her, Out on thee, blackamoor. It is told that whiteness saith, I am the shining light, I am the rising full moon. My color is patent and my forehead is resplendent, and of my beauty quoth the poet. A blonde with smooth and polished cheeks, right delicate and fair, as if a pearl in beauty hid, as in a shell, she were. Her shape a splendid olive is, her smile a medial mim, and over it her eyebrows make inverted nouns, a pair. Yes, and the glances of her eyes are arrows, and her brows a bow that therewithal is horned with death and with despair. If to her cheeks in shape thou pass, her cheeks are roses red, sweet basil, aye, and eglantine and myrtles rich and rare. 'Tis of the saplings wont, to be implanted in the meads, but, in the saplings of thy shape, how many meads are there? My color is like the wholesome day and the newly gathered orange blossom and the sparkling star, and indeed quoth God the Most High, in his precious book, to his prophet Moses, on whom be peace, put thy hand into thy bosom and it shall come forth white without hurt. And again he saith, As for those whose faces are made white, they are in the mercy of God and dwell forever therein. My color is a miracle and my grace an extreme and my beauty a term. It is in the like of me that clothes show fair and to the like of me that hearts incline. Moreover, in whiteness are many excellences, for instance, the snow falls white from heaven, and it is traditional that white is the most beautiful of colors. The Muslims also glory in white turbans, but I should be tedious, were I to repeat all that may be said in praise of white. Little and enough is better than too much. So now I will begin with thy dispraise, O black, O color of ink and blacksmith's dust, thou whose face is like the crow that brings about lovers' parting. Verily, the poet saith in praise of white and dispraise of black. Sayest not that for their milky hue white pearls in price excel and charcoal for a grotto load the folk do buy and sell? And eke white faces, 'tis well known, do enter paradise, whilst faces black appointed are to fill the halls of hell. And indeed it is told in certain histories, related on the authority of devout men, that Noah, on whom be peace, was sleeping one day, with his sons Ham and Shem seated at his head, when a wind sprang up and lifting his clothes, uncovered his nakedness, whereat Ham laughed and did not cover him, but Shem rose and covered him. Presently, Noah awoke and learning what had passed, blessed Shem and cursed Ham. So Shem's face was whitened and from him sprang the prophets and the orthodox caliphs and kings, whilst Ham's face was blackened and he fled forth to the land of Ethiopia, and of his lineage came the blacks. All people are of a mind in affirming the lack of understanding of the blacks, even as saith the adage, how shall one find a black having understanding? Quoth her master, it sufficeth, sit down, thou hast been prodigal. And he signed to the negress, who rose, and pointing at the blonde, said, doth thou not know that, in the Quran sent down to his prophet and apostle, is transmitted the saying of God the Most High, by the night, when it veileth the world with darkness, and by the day, when it appeareth in all its glory. If the night were not more illustrious than the day, why should God swear by it and give it precedence of the day? And indeed those of sense and understanding accept this. Know'st now that black hair is the ornament of youth, and that, when whiteness descends upon the head, delights pass away and the hour of death draws nigh? Were not black the most illustrious of things, God had not set it in the kernel of the heart and the apple of the eye, and how excellent is the saying of the poet. And if I cherish the dusky maids, this is the reason why, they have the hue of the core of the heart and the apple of the eye. And youth, nor in error I eschew the whiteness of the blondes, for 'tis the color of hoary hair and shrouds in them shun I. And that of another. The brown, not the white, are first in my love and worthiest eke to be loved of me. For the color of damask lips have they, whilst the white have the hue of leprosy. And of a third. Black women, white of deeds, are like indeed to wine that, though jet black they be, with peerless splendors shine. If I go mad for her, be not amazed, for black the source of madness is, when in the feminine. 'Tis as my color were the middle dark of night, for all no moon it be, yet brings it light, in fine. Moreover, is the companying together of lovers good but in the night? Let this quality and excellence suffice thee. What protects lovers from spies and censors like the blackness of the shadows? And not gives them cause to fear discovery like the whiteness of the dawn. So, how many claims to honor are there not in blackness, and how excellent is the saying of the poet? I visit them, and the murk of night doth help me to my will and seconds me, but the white of dawn is hostile to me still. And that of another. How many a night in joy I've passed with the beloved one, what while the darkness curtained us about with tresses done. When as the light of morn appeared, it struck me with affright, and I to him, the Magians lie, who worship fire and sun. And saith a third. He came forth to visit me, shrouding himself in the cloak of the night, and hastened his steps, as he wended, for caution and fear and affright. Then rose I and laid in his pathway my cheek, as a carpet it were, for abjection, and trailed o'er my traces my skirts, to efface them from sight. But lo, the new moon rose and shone, like a nail paring cleft from the nail, and all but discovered our loves with the gleam of her meddlesome light. And then there betided between us what I'll not discover, I faith, so question no more of the matter and deem not of ill or unright. And a fourth. Forgather with thy lover, whilst night your loves may screen, for that the sun's a telltale, the moon a go-between. And a fifth. I love not white women, with fat blown out and overlaid, the girl of all girls for me is the slender dusky maid. Let others the elephant mount, if it like them, as for me, I'll ride but the fine-trained colt on the day of the cavalcade. And a sixth. My loved one came to me by night and we did clip and interlace and lay together through the dark, but, lo, the morning broke apace. To God, my Lord, I pray that he will reunite us of his grace and make night last to me, what while I hold my love in my embrace. Were I to set forth all the praise of blackness, I should be tedious, but little and enough is better than great plenty and too much. As for thee, O blonde, thy color is that of leprosy and thine embrace is suffocation, and it is of report that frost and intense cold are in hell for the torment of the wicked. Again, of black things is ink, wherewith is written the word of God, and were it not for black ambergris and black musk, there would be no perfumes to carry to kings. How many glories are there not in blackness, and how well saith the poet? Dost thou not see that musk, indeed, is worth its weight in gold, whilst for a dirham no more a load of lime is sold? Black eyes cast arrows at men's hearts, but whiteness of the eyes, in man, is judged of all to be unsightly to behold. It sufficeth, said her master. Sit down. So she sat down and he signed to the fat girl, who rose and pointing at the slim girl, uncovered her arms and legs and bared her stomach, showing its creases and the roundness of her navel. Then she donned a shift of fine stuff, that showed her whole body, and said, Praised be God who created me, for that he beautified my face and made me fat and fair and likened me to branches laden with fruit and bestowed upon me abounding beauty and brightness, and praised be he no less, for that he hath given me the precedence and honored me, when he speaks of me in his holy book. Quoth the Most High, and he brought a fat calf. And indeed he hath made me like unto an orchard, full of peaches and pomegranates. Verily, the townsfolk long for fat birds and eat of them and love not lean birds, so do the sons of Adam desire fat meat and eat of it. How many precious attributes are there not in fatness, and how well saith the poet? Take leave of thy love, for the caravan, indeed, is on the start. O man, canst thou bear to say farewell and thus from her depart? 'Tis as her going were, I trow, but to her neighbor's house. The faultless gait of a fat fair maid, that never tires the heart. Saw'st thou ever one stop at a butcher's stall, but sought fat meat of him? The wise say, pleasure is in three things, eating flesh and riding on flesh and the thrusting of flesh into flesh. As for thee, O thin one, thy legs are like sparrows' legs or pokers, and thou art like a cruciform plank or a piece of poor meat, there is not in thee to gladden the heart, even as saith of thee the poet. Now God forfend that aught enforce me take for bedfellow a woman like a foot rasp, wrapped in palm fibers and tow. In every limb she has a horn, that butts me in my sleep, so that at daybreak, bruised and sore, I rise from her and go. It is enough, quoth her master. Sit down. So she sat down and he signed to the slender girl, who rose, as she were a willow wand or a bamboo shoot or a plant of sweet basil, and said, Praised be God who created me and beautified me and made my embraces the end of all desire and likened me to the branch, to which all hearts incline. If I rise lightly, if I sit with grace, I am nimble-witted at a jest and sweeter souled than cheerfulness itself. Never heard I one describe his mistress, saying, My beloved is the bigness of an elephant or like a long wide mountain, but rather, my lady hath a slender waist and a slim shape. A little food contents me and a little water stays my thirst, my sport is nimble and my habit elegant, for I am sprightlier than the sparrow and lighter-footed than the starling. My favors are the desire of the longing and the delight of the seeker, for I am goodly of shape, sweet of smile and graceful as the willow wand or the bamboo cane of the basil plant, nor is there any can compare with me in grace, even as saith one of me. Thy shape unto the sapling liken I, and set my hope to win thee or to die. Distraught, I follow thee, and sore afraid, lest any look on thee with evil eye. It is for the like of me that lovers run mad and that the longing are distracted. If my lover be minded to draw me to him, I am drawn to him, and if he would have me incline to him, I incline to him and not against him. But as for thee, O fat of body, thine eating is as that of an elephant, and neither much not little contents thee. When thou least with a man, he hath no ease of thee, nor can he find a way to take his pleasure of thee, for the bigness of thy belly holds him off from clipping thee, and the grossness of thy thighs hinders him from coming at thy cause. What comeliness is there in thy grossness, and what pleasantness or courtesy in thy coarse nature? Fat meat is fit for naught but slaughter, nor is there aught therein that calls for praise. If one joke with thee, thou art angry, if one sport with thee, thou art sulky, if thou sleep, thou snorest, if thou walk, thou pantest, if thou eat, thou art never satisfied. Thou art heavier than mountains and fouler than corruption and sin. Thou hast in thee nor movement nor blessing, nor thinkest of aught but to eat and sleep. If thou make water, thou scatterest, if thou void, thou gruntest like a bursten wineskin or a surly elephant. If thou go to the draught-house, thou needest one to wash out thy privy parts and pluck out the hairs, and this is the extreme of laziness and the sign of stupidity. In fine, there is no good thing in thee, and indeed the poet saith of thee, heavy and swollen with fat, like a blown-out water-skin, with thighs like the pillars of stone that buttress a mountain's head. Lo, if she walk in the west, so cumbrous her corpulence as the eastern hemisphere hears the sound of her heavy tread. Quoth her master, it is enough, sit down. So she sat down, and he signed to the yellow girl, who rose to her feet and praised God and magnified his name, calling down peace and blessing on the best of his creatures, after which she pointed at the brunette and said to her, I am praised in the Quran, and the compassionate one hath described my color and its excellence over all others in his manifest book, where he saith, a yellow heifer, pure yellow, whose color rejoices the beholders. Wherefore my color is a portent, and my grace an extreme, and my beauty a term, for that my color is the color of a dinar and of the planets and moons and of apples. My fashion is the fashion of the fair, and the color of saffron outvies all other colors, so my fashion is rare and my color wonderful. I am soft of body, and of great price, comprising all attributes of beauty. My color, in that which exists, is precious as virgin gold, and how many glorious qualities are there not in me? Of the like of me, quoth the poet. Yellow she is, as is the sun that shineth in the sky, and like to golden dinars, eke, to see, her beauties are. Nor with her brightness, anywise, can saffron hold compare, and even the very moon herself her charms outvie by far. And now I will begin in thy dispraise, O brown of favor. Thy color is that of the buffalo, and all souls shudder at thy sight. If thy color be in aught, it is blamed, if it be in food, it is poisoned, for thy color is that of flies and is a mark of ugliness in dogs. It is, among colors, one which strikes with amazement and is of the signs of mourning. Never heard I of brown gold or brown pearls or brown jewels. If thou enter the wardrobe, thy color changes, and when thou combest out, thou addest a new ugliness to thine ugliness. Thou art neither black, that thou mayst be known, nor white, that thou mayst be described, and there is no good quality in thee, even as saith of thee the poet. As a complexion unto her, the hue of soot doth serve, her murky color is as dust on courier's feet upcast. No sooner fall mine eyes on her, thou but a moment's space, than troubles and misgivings straight beset me thick and fast. Enough, said her master.
Sit down.
So she sat down and he signed to the brunette. Now she was endowed with grace and beauty and symmetry and perfection, delicate of body, with coal-back hair, slender shape, rosy, oval cheeks, liquid black eyes, fair face, eloquent tongue, slim waist and heavy buttocks. So she rose and said, Praised be God who hath created me neither blamably fat nor lankily slender, neither white like leprosy nor yellow like colic nor black like coal, but hath made my color to be beloved of men of wit, for all the poets praise brunettes in every tongue and exalt their color over all others.
Brown of hue, praiseworthy of qualities, and God bless him who saith.
In the brunettes a meaning is, couldst read its writ aright, thine eyes would never again look on others, red or white. Free-flowing speech and amorous looks would teach Harrod himself the arts of sorcery and spells of magic and of might.
And saith another, Give me brunettes, the Syrian spears, so limber and so straight, tell of the slender dusky maids, so lithe and proud of gait.
Languid of eyelids, with a down like silk upon her cheek, within her wasting lover's heart she queens it still in state.
And yet another,
Yea, by my life, such virtues in goodly brownness lie, one spot thereof makes whiteness the shining moon's outvie. But if the like of whiteness is borrowed, then, for sure, its beauty were transmuted unto reproach thereby. Not with her wine I'm drunken, but with her tresses bright that make all creatures drunken that dwell beneath the sky. Each of her charms doth envy the others, yea, and each to be the down so silky upon her cheek doth sigh.
And again,
Why should I not incline me unto the silken down on the cheeks of a dusky maiden, like the cane straight and brown?
Seeing the spot of beauty in water lilies' cups as of the poet's fable to be all beauty's crown?
Yea, and I see all lovers the swarthy colored mole, under the ebon pupil, do honor and renown.
Why, then, do censors blame me for loving one who's all a mole? May Allah rid me of every railing clown.
My form is beautiful and my shape slender, kings desire my color and all love it, rich and poor. I am pleasant, nimble, handsome, elegant, soft of body and great of price. I am perfect in beauty and breeding and eloquence, my aspect is comely and my tongue fluent, my habit light and my sport graceful. As for thee, O yellow girl, thou art like unto a mallow of Babel look, yellow and made all of sulphur. Perdition to thee, O pennyworth of sorrel, O rust of copper, O owl's face and food of the damned. Thy bedfellow, for oppression of spirit, is buried in the tombs, and there is no good thing in thee, even as saith the poet of the like of thee. Paleness is sore on her, for all no illness doth her fret, my breast is straitened by its sight, and my head aches yet. If thou repent thee not, my soul, to punish thee, I vow, I'll humble thee with a kiss of her face, my teeth on edge shall set.
Enough, said her master, sit down.
Then he made peace between them and clad them all in sumptuous dresses of honor and handselled them with precious jewels of land and sea. And never, O commander of the faithful, in any place or time have I seen fairer than these 6 fair damsels. When the Caliph al-Ma'mun heard this story from Muhammad of Basora, he said to him, O Muhammad, knowest thou the abiding place of these damsels and their master, and canst thou make shift to buy them of him for us? O commander of the faithful, answered he, I have heard that their master is wrapped up in them and cannot endure to be parted from them. Take 70,000 dinars, that is, 10,000 for each girl, rejoined the Caliph, and go to his house and buy them of him. So Muhammad took the money and betaking himself to the man of Yemen, acquainted him with the Caliph's wish. He consented to sell them at that price, to pleasure him, and dispatched them to El Mammon, who assigned them an elegant lodging and used to sit with them therein, marveling at their beauty and grace, no less than at their varied colors and the excellence of their speech. After a while, when their former owner could no longer endure separation from them, he sent a letter to the Caliph, complaining of his ardent love for them and containing, amongst the rest, the following verses. 6 damsels fair and bright have captivated me, my blessing and my peace the 6 fair maidens greet. My life, indeed, are they, my hearing and my sight, yea, and my very drink, my pleasance and my meat. No other love can bring me solace for their charms, and slumber, after them, no more to me is sweet. Alas, my long regret, my weeping for their loss! Would I have ne'er been born, to know this sore defeat? For eyes, bedecked and fair with brows like bended bows, have smitten me to death with arrows keen and fleet. When the letter came to El Mamun's hands, he clad the 6 damsels in rich apparel and giving them 60,000 dinars, sent them back to their master, who rejoiced in them with an exceeding joy, more by token of the money they brought him, and abode with them in all delight and pleasance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Harun-i Rashid and the damsel and Abu Nuwas. The Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid, being one night exceeding restless and oppressed with melancholy thought, went out and walked about his palace, till he came to a chamber, over whose doorway hung a curtain. He raised the curtain and saw, at the upper end of the room, a bed, on which lay something black, as it were a man asleep, with a candle on his right hand and another on his left, and by his side a flagon of old wine, over against which stood the cup. The Caliph wondered at this, saying, How came yonder black by this wine service? Then, drawing near the bed, he found that it was a girl asleep there, veiled with her hair, and uncovering her face, saw that it was like the moon on the night of her full. So he filled a cup of wine and drank it to the roses of her cheeks, then bent over her and kissed a mole on her face, whereupon she awoke and cried out, saying, O trusty one of God, what is to do? A guest who knocks at thy dwelling by night, replied the Caliph, hoping that thou wilt give him hospitality till the dawn. It is well, answered she, I will grace the guest with my hearing and my sight. So she brought the wine and they drank it together, after which she took the lute and tuning it, prelude in 21 modes, then returning to the first, struck a lively measure and sang the following verses. The tongue of passion in my heart bespeaks thee for my soul, telling I love thee with a love that nothing can control. I have an eye, that testifies unto my sore disease, and eke a heart with parting wrung, I throb for love and dole. Indeed, I cannot hide the love that frets my life away, longing increases still on me, my tears forever roll. Ami, before the love of thee, I knew not what love was, but God's decree must have its course on every living soul. Then said she, O Commander of the Faithful, I am a wronged woman. How so? Quoth he, and who hath wronged thee? She answered, Thy son bought me a while ago, for 10,000 dirhams, meaning to give me to thee, but the daughter of thine uncle sent him the price aforesaid and bade him shut me up from thee in this chamber. Whereupon, ask a boon of me, said the Caliph, and she, I ask thee to lie tomorrow night with me. If it be the will of God, replied the Caliph, and leaving her, went away. Next morning, he repaired to his sitting room and called for Abu Nuwas, but found him not and sent his chamberlain to seek for him. The chamberlain found him in pawn, in a tavern, for 1,000 dirhams, that he had spent on a certain boy, and questioned him. So he told him what had befallen him with the boy and how he had spent 1,000 dirhams upon him, whereupon quoth the chamberlain, Show him to me, and if he be worth this, thou art excused. Wait a while, replied the poet, and thou shalt see him presently. As they were talking, up came the boy, clad in a white tunic, under which was another of red and yet another of black. When Abu Nuwas saw him, he sighed and repeated the following verses. To me he appeared in a garment of white, his eyes and his eyelids with languor bedight. Quoth I, dost thou pass and salutest me not? Though God knows thy greeting were sweet to my sprite. Be ye blessed who mantled with roses thy cheeks, who creates, without let, what he will, of his might. Leave prating, he answered, for surely my Lord is wondrous of working, sans flaw or deceit. Yea, truly, my garment is even as my face and my fortune, each white upon white upon white. When the boy heard this, he put off the white tunic and appeared in the red one, whereupon Abu Nuwas redoubled in expressions of admiration and repeated the following verses. Appeared in a garment, the color of flame, a foeman of mine, the beloved, by name. Thou art a full moon, I said in my wonder, and comest in a garment that putteth the roses to shame. Hath the red of thy cheek clad that vest upon thee, or in heart's blood of lovers hast tinctured the same? Quoth he, 'Twas the sun lately gave me the weed, from the rubicund hue of his setting it came. So my garment and wine and the color so clear of my cheek are as flame upon flame upon flame. Then the boy doffed the red tunic and abode in the black, whereupon Abu Nuwas redoubled in attention to him and repeated the following verses. He came in a tunic all sable of hue and shone out, thus veiled in the dark, to men's view. Thou passest, quoth I, without greeting, and thus givest cause to exult to the rancorous crew. Thy garment resembles thy locks and my lot, yea, blackness and blackness thereto. Then the chamberlain returned to Harun al-Rashid and acquainted him with the poet's predicament, whereupon he bade him take 1,000 dirhams and go and take him out of pawn. So he returned to Abu Nuwas and paying his score, carried him to the Caliph, who said, Make me some verses containing the words, O trusty one of God, what is to do? I hear and obey, O commander of the faithful, answered he and improvised the following verses. My night was long for sleeplessness and care. Weary I was and many my thoughts were. I rose and walked a while in my own place, then midst the harem's cloistered courts did fare. Until I chanced on somewhat black and found it was a damsel shrouded in her hair. God bless her for a shining moon. Her shape a willow wand, and pewter veiled the fair. I quaffed a cup to her, then, drawing near, I kissed the mole upon her cheek so rare. She woke and swayed about in her amaze, even as the branch sways in the rain-fraught air. Then rose and said, O trusty one of God, what is to do, and thou, what dost thou there? A guest, quoth I, that sues to thee, by night, for shelter till the hour of morning prayer. Gladly, she said, with hearing and with sight to grace the guest, my lord, I will not spare. Confound thee, cried the Caliph. It is as if thou hadst been present with us. Then he took him by the hand and carried him to the damsel, who was clad in a dress and veil of blue. When Abu Nuwas saw her, he was profuse in expressions of admiration and recited the following verses. Say to the lovely maid, I the veil of azure dight, by Allah, O my life, have pity on my plight. For when the fair entreats her lover cruelly, sighs of all longing rend his bosom day and night. So, by thy charms and by the whiteness of thy cheek, have ruth upon a heart for love consumed outright. Incline to him and be his stay 'gainst stress of love, nor let what fools may say find favor in thy sight. Then the damsel set wine before the Caliph and taking the lute, played a lively measure and sang the following verses. Wilt thou be just in thy love to others and deal with me unjustly and put me away,
while others have joy in thee? Were there for lovers a judge, to whom I might complain of thee, he would do me justice and judge with equity. If thou forbid me to pass thy door, yet from afar to greet thee and to bless, at least, I shall be free. The Caliph bade her ply Abu Nuwas with wine, till he lost his wits, when he gave him a full cup, and he drank a draught of it and held the cup in his hand. Rashid bade the girl take the cup from him and conceal it, so she took it and hid it between her thighs. Then he drew his sword and standing at the poet's head, pricked him with the point, whereupon he awoke and saw the Caliph standing over him, with a drawn sword. At this sight the fumes of the wine fled from his head, and the Caliph said to him, "Make me some verses and tell me therein what is come of thy cup, or I will cut off thy head." So he improvised the following verses. My tale, indeed, is hard to tell. The thief was none but yon gazelle. She stole my cup of wine, whereof my lips had drunken but one spell, and hid it in a place, for which my heart's desires unspeakable. I name it not, for awe of him, in whom the right thereof doth dwell. Confound thee, quoth the Caliph. How knew'st thou that? But we accept what thou say'st. Then he ordered him a dress of honor and 1,000 dinars, and he went away, rejoicing. The man who stole the dish of gold in which the dog ate. There was once a man, who was overborne with debt, and his case was straitened upon him, so that he left his people and family and went forth in distraction. He wandered on at random till he came to a high-walled and splendidly built city, and entered it in a state of wretchedness and despair, gnawed with hunger and worn with the toil of his journey. As he passed through one of the streets, he saw a company of notables going along, so he followed them, till they entered a house like to a royal palace. He entered with them, and they stayed not till they came in presence of a man of the most dignified and majestic aspect, seated at the upper end of a saloon and surrounded by pages and servants, as he were of the sons of the viziers. When he saw the visitors, he rose and received them with honor, but the poor man was confounded at the goodliness of the place and the crowd of servants and attendants, and drawing back, in fear and perplexity, sat down apart in a place afar off, where none should see him. After a while, in came a man with 4 hunting dogs, clad in various kinds of silk and brocade, and having on their necks collars of gold with chains of silver, and tied up each dog in a place set apart for him, after which he went out and presently returned with 4 dishes of gold, full of rich meats, one of which he set before each dog. Then he went away and left them, whilst the poor man began to eye the food, for stress of hunger, and would fain have gone up to one of the dogs and eaten with him, but fear of them withheld him. Presently, one of the dogs looked at him, and God the Most High inspired him with a knowledge of his case, so he drew back from the platter and beckoned to the man, who came and ate, till he was satisfied. Then he would have withdrawn, but the dog pushed the dish towards him with his paw, signing to him to take it and what was left in it for himself. So the man took the dish, and leaving the house, went his way, and none followed him. Then he journeyed to another city, where he sold the dish, and buying goods with the price, returned to his own town. There he sold his stock and paid his debts, and he prospered and became rich and at his ease. After some years had passed, he said to himself, "Needs must I repair to the city of the owner of the dish, which the dog bestowed on me, and carry him its price, together with a fit and handsome present." So he took the price of the dish and a suitable present, and setting out, journeyed night and day, till he came to the city, and entering, went straight to the place where the man's house had been, but lo, he found there nothing but mouldering ruins and dwelling places laid waste, over which the raven croaked, for the place was desert and the environs changed out of knowledge. At this, his heart and soul were troubled, and he repeated the words of him who saith, "The privy chambers are void of all their hidden store, as hearts of the fear of God in the virtues all of your."
Changed is the vale and strange to me are its gazelles, and those I knew of old its sandhills are no more.
And those of another.
The phantom of Sade came to me by night, near the break of day, and roused me, when as my comrades all in the desert sleeping lay. But, when I awoke to the dream of the night, that came to visit me, I found the air void and the wonted place of our rendezvous far away. When he saw what the hand of time had manifestly done with the place, leaving but traces of the things that had been aforetime, the testimony of his eyes made it needless for him to inquire of the case, so he turned away, and seeing a wretched man, in a plight that made the skin quake and would have moved the very rock to pity, said to him, "Harkee, sirrah,
what have time and fortune done with the master of this place?
Where are his shining full moons and splendid stars, and what is the cause of the ruin that has come upon his abode, so that but the walls thereof remain?" Quoth the other, "He is the miserable wretch thou sayest bewailing that which hath befallen him.
Knowest thou not the words of the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, wherein is a lesson to him who will profit by it and an admonition to whoso will be guided thereby in the right way? Verily it is the way of God the
Most High to raise up nothing of this world, except he cast it down again. If thou inquire of the cause of this thing, indeed, it is no wonder, considering the vicissitudes of fortune. I was the master of this place and its builder and founder and owner and lord of its shining full moons and radiant damsels and of all its splendid circumstance and magnificent garniture, but fortune turned and did away from me wealth and servants, overwhelming me unawares with disasters unforeseen and bringing me to this sorry plight. But there must needs be some reason for this thy question, tell it me and leave wondering. So the other told him the whole story, sore concerned at what he heard and saw, and added, "I have brought thee a present such as souls desire, and the price of thy dish of gold, that I took, for it was the cause of my becoming rich, after poverty, and of the reinstating of my dwelling place, after desolation, and of the doing away of my trouble and straitness from me." But the poor man shook his head, groaning and weeping and lamenting, and answered, "O man, methinks thou art mad, for this is not the fashion of a man of understanding. How should a dog of mine make gift to thee of a dish of gold and I receive back its price? This were indeed a strange thing. By Allah, were I in the straitest misery and unease, I would not accept of thee aught, no, not the worth of a nail-paring. So return whence thou camest, in health and safety." The merchant kissed his feet and taking leave of him, returned whence he came, praising him and reciting the following verse. "The men and eke the dogs are gone and vanished all. Peace be upon the men and dogs, whatever befall. The sharper of Alexandria and the master of police." There was once, in the coast fortress of Alexandria, a master of police, Husameddin by name, who was one night sitting in his seat of office, when there came into him a trooper, who said to him, "Know, O my lord, that I entered the city this night and alighted at such a khan and slept there, till a third part of the night was past, when I awoke and found my saddlebags cut open and a purse of 1,000 dinars stolen from them." No sooner had he done speaking than the magistrate called his officers and bade them lay hands on all in the khan and clap them in prison till the morning, and on the morrow, he caused bring the instruments of torment and sending for the prisoners, was about to torture them, to make them confess, in the presence of the owner of the stolen money, when, behold, a man pressed through the crowd and coming up to the chief of the police, said, "O Amir, let these folk go, for they are wrongly accused. It was I who robbed the trooper, and here is the purse I stole from his saddlebags." So saying, he pulled out the purse from his sleeve and laid it before Husameddin, who said to the soldier, "Take thy money, thou hast no ground of complaint now against the people of the Khan." Thereupon the latter and all who were present fell to blessing the thief and praising him, but he said, "O Amir, the skill is not in that I came to thee and brought thee the purse, but in taking it a second time from the trooper. "And how didst thou take it, O sharper?" asked Husameddin. "O Amir," replied the thief, "I was standing in the money changers' bazaar at Cairo, when I saw yonder man receive the gold and put it in his purse, so I followed him from street to street, but found no occasion of stealing it from him. Then he left Cairo and I followed him from place to place, casting about by the way to rob him, but without avail, till he entered this city and I followed him to the Khan. I took up my lodging beside him and watched him till he fell asleep, and I heard him snoring, when I went softly up to him and cutting open his saddlebags with this knife, took the purse thus." So saying, he put out his hand and took the purse from before the chief of the police, whilst the latter and the trooper and the folk drew back, watching him and thinking he would show them how he took the purse from the saddlebags, but, of a sudden, he broke into a run and threw himself into a reservoir hard by. The chief of the police called to his officers to pursue him, but before they could put off their clothes and descend the steps, he had made off, and they sought for him, but found him not, for the streets of Alexandria all communicate one with another. So they came back empty-handed, and the chief of the police said to the trooper, "Thou hast no recourse against the folk, for thou foundest him who robbed thee and receivedst back thy money, but didst not keep it." So the trooper went away, having lost his money, whilst the folk were delivered from his hands and those of the chief of the police, and all this was of the favor of God the Most High. El-Melik and Nasir and the Three Masters of Police. El-Melik and Nasir once sent for the chiefs of the police of New Cairo, Bulak, and Old Cairo and said to them, "I wish each of you to tell me the most remarkable thing that hath befallen him during his term of office." "We hear and obey," answered they. Then said the chief of the police of New Cairo, "O our lord the Sultan, the most remarkable thing that befell me, during my term of office, was on this wise." Story of the chief of the police of New Cairo. There were once, in this city, two men apt to bear witness in matters of blood and wounds, but they were both given to wine and women and debauchery, nor, do what I would, could I succeed in bringing them to account. So I charged the vintners and confectioners and fruiterers and chandlers and bagnio keepers to acquaint me of these two, whenever they should anywhere be engaged in drinking or debauchery, whether together or apart, and that, if they or either of them bought of them aught for the purpose of carousal, they should not conceal it from me. And they replied, "We hear and obey." One night, a man came to me and said, "O my lord, know that the two witnesses are in such a house in such a street, engaged in sore wickedness." So I disguised myself and went out, accompanied by none but my page, to the street in question. When I came to the house, I knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came out and opened to me, saying, "Who art thou?" I made her no answer, but entered and saw the two witnesses and the master of the house sitting, and lewd women with them, and great plenty of wine before them. When they saw me, they rose to receive me, without showing the least alarm, and made much of me, seating me in the place of honor and saying to me, "Welcome for an illustrious guest and a pleasant cup companion." Presently, the master of the house went out and returning after a while with 300 dinars, said to me, without the least fear, "O my lord, it is, we know, in thy power both to disgrace and punish us, but this will bring thee nothing but weariness. So thou wouldst do better to take this money and protect us, for God the Most High is named the protector and loveth those of his servants who protect each other, and thou shalt have thy reward in the world to come." The money tempted me, and I said in myself, "I will take the money and protect them this once, but, if ever again I have them in my power, I will take my wreak of them." So I took the money and went away, but, next day, one of the Cadi's sergeants came to me and cited me before the court. I accompanied him thither, knowing not the meaning of the summons, and when I came into the Cadi's presence, I saw the two witnesses and the master of the house sitting by him. The latter rose and sued me for 300 dinars, nor was it in my power to deny the debt, for he produced a written obligation and the two others testified against me that I owed the amount. Their evidence satisfied the Qadi and he ordered me to pay the money, nor did I leave the court till they had of me the 300 dinars. So I went away, in the utmost wrath and confusion, vowing vengeance against them and repenting that I had not punished them. Then rose the chief of the Bulak police and said, As for me, O our lord the Sultan, the most remarkable thing that befell me, during my term of office, was as follows. Story of the chief of the Bulak police. I was once in debt to the amount of 300,000 dinars, and being distressed thereby, I sold what was behind me and what was before me and all I could lay my hands on, but could raise no more than 100,000 dinars and abode in great perplexity. One night, as I sat at home, in this state of mind, there came a knocking at the gate, so I said to one of my servants, See who is at the door. He went out and returned, pale and trembling in every nerve, so I said to him, What ails thee? There is a man at the door, seeking thee, answered he. He is half naked, clad in skins, with a sword and a knife in his girdle, and with him are a company of the same fashion. So I took my sword and going out to see who these were, found them as the boy had reported and said to them, What is your business? We are thieves, answered they, and have made great purchase tonight and appointed it to thy use, that thou mayst pay therewith the debts that oppress thee and free thyself from thy distress. Where is it? Asked I, and they brought me a great chest, full of vessels of gold and silver, which when I saw, I rejoiced, and said in myself, It were ungenerous to let them go away empty-handed. So I took the 100,000 dinars I had by me and gave it to them, thanking them, and they took it and went their way, under cover of the night. But, on the morrow, when I examined the contents of the chest, I found them gilded brass and pewter, worth 500 dirhams at the most, and this was grievous to me, for I had lost what money I had, and trouble was added to my trouble. Then rose the chief of the police of Old Cairo and said, O our lord the Sultan, the most remarkable thing that befell me, during my term of office, was on this wise. Story of the chief of the Old Cairo police. I once had 10 thieves hanged, each on his own gibbet, and set guards to watch them and hinder the folk from taking them down. Next morning, when I came to look at them, I found 2 bodies hanging from one gibbet and said to the guards, Who did this, and where is the 10th gibbet? But they denied all knowledge of it, and I was about to beat them, when they said, No, O Amir, that we fell asleep last night, and when we awoke, we found one of the bodies gone, gibbet and all, whereat we were alarmed, fearing thy wrath. But, presently, up came a peasant, jogging along on his ass, so we laid hands on him and killing him, hung his body upon this gibbet, in the stead of the missing thief. When I heard this, I marveled and said to them, Had he aught with him? He had a pair of saddlebags on the ass, answered they. What was in them? Asked I, and they said, We know not. Quoth I, Bring them hither. So they brought them to me and I bade open them, when, behold, therein was the body of a murdered man, cut in pieces. When I saw this, I marveled and said in myself, Glory be to God. The cause of the hanging of this peasant was no other but his crime against this murdered man, and the Lord is no unjust dealer with his servants. The thief and the money changer. A money changer, bearing a bag of money, once passed by a company of thieves, and one of the latter said to the others, I know how to steal yonder bag of money. How wilt thou do it? Asked they. Look, answered he, and followed the money changer, till he entered his house, when he threw the bag on a shelf and went into the draught house, to do an occasion, calling to the slave girl to bring him an ewer of water. So she took the jug and followed him to the draught house, leaving the door open, whereupon the thief entered and taking the bag of money, made off with it to his companions, to whom he related what had passed.
"By Allah," said they, "this was a clever trick. It is not everyone could do it, but, presently, the money changer will come out of the draft house and missing the bag of money, will beat the slave girl and torture her grievously. Meseems thou hast at present done nothing worthy of praise, but, if thou be indeed a sharper, thou wilt return and save the girl from being beaten." "If it be the will of God," answered the thief, "I will save both the girl and the purse." Then he went back to the money changer's house and found him beating the girl, because of the bag of money, so he knocked at the door and the man said, "Who is there?" Quoth the thief, "I am the servant of thy neighbor in the bazaar." So he came out to him and said, "What is thy business?" "My master salutes thee," replied the thief, "and says to thee, Surely, thou art mad to cast the like of this bag of money down at the door of thy shop and go away and leave it. Had a stranger chanced on it, he had made off with it. And except my master had seen it and taken care of it, it had been lost to thee." So saying, he pulled out the purse and showed it to the money changer, who said, "That is indeed my purse," and put out his hand to take it, but the thief said, "By Allah, I will not give it thee, till thou write me a receipt, for I fear my master will not believe that thou hast duly received the purse, except I bring him a writing to that effect, under thy hand and seal." So the money changer went in to write the receipt, but, in the meantime, the thief made off with the bag of money, having, thus, saved the slave girl her beating. The Chief of the Cows Police and the Sharper. It is related that Aladdin, chief of the police of Kaus, was sitting one night in his house, when a man of comely aspect and dignified port, followed by a servant bearing a chest upon his head, came to the door and said to one of the young men, "Go in and tell the emir that I would speak with him privily." So the servant went in and told his master, who bade admit the visitor. When he entered, the emir saw him to be a man of good appearance and carriage, so he received him with honor, seating him beside himself, and said to him, "What is thy business?" "I am a highwayman," replied the stranger, "and am minded to repent at thy hands and turn to God the Most High, but I would have thee help me to this, for that I am in thy district and under thine eye. I have here a chest, wherein is that which is worth nigh 40,000 dinars, and none hath so good a right to it as thou, so do thou take it and give me in exchange 1,000 dinars of thy money, lawfully gotten, that I may have a little capital, to aid me in my repentance, and not be forced to resort to sin for subsistence, and with God the Most High be thy reward." So saying, he opened the chest and showed the emir that it was full of trinkets and jewels and bullion and pearls, whereat he was amazed and rejoiced greatly. Then he cried out to his treasurer, to bring him a purse of 1,000 dinars, and gave it to the highwayman, who thanked him and went his way, under cover of the night. On the morrow, the emir sent for the chief of the goldsmiths and showed him the chest and what was therein, but the goldsmith found it nothing but pewter and brass and the jewels and pearls all of glass, at which Aladdin was sore chagrined and sent in quest of the highwayman, but none could come at him. Ibrahim ben el-Mehdi and the merchants. Sister. The Caliph al-Ma'mun once said to his uncle, Ibrahim ben el-Mehdi, "Tell us the most remarkable thing that thou hast ever seen." "I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful," answered he. "Know that I went out one day, a-pleasuring, and my course brought me to a place where I smelt the odor of food. My soul longed for it and I halted, perplexed and unable either to go on or enter. Presently, I raised my eyes and saw a lattice window and behind it a hand and wrist, the like of which for beauty I never saw. The sight turned my brain and I forgot the smell of the food and began to cast about how I should get access to the house. After a while, I espied a tailor hard by and going up to him, saluted him. He returned my greeting and I said to him, 'Whose house is that?' 'It belongs to a merchant called such an one,' answered he,
who consorteth with none but merchants. As we were talking, up came two men of comely and intelligent aspect, riding on horseback, and the tailor told me their names and that they were the merchant's most intimate friends. So I spurred my horse towards them and said to them, "May I be your ransom? Abu such an one waits for you." And I rode with them to the gate, where I entered and they also. When the master of the house saw me, he doubted not but I was their friend, so he welcomed me and made me sit down in the highest room. Then they brought the table of food and I said, "God hath granted me my desire of the food, and now there remain the hand and wrist." After a while, we removed, for carousal, to another room, which I found full of all manner of rarities, and the host paid me particular attention, addressing his conversation to me, for that he deemed me a guest of his guests, whilst the latter, in like manner, made much of me, taking me for a friend of the master of the house. When we had drunk several cups of wine, there came in to us a damsel of the utmost beauty and elegance, as she were a willow wand, who took a lute and playing a lively measure, sang the following verses. Is it not passing strange, indeed, one house should hold us tway and still thou drawest not near to me nor yet a word dost say? Except the secrets of the souls and hearts that broken be in entrails blazing in the fires of love, the Ibire. With meaning looks and knitted brows and eyelids languishing in hands that salutation sign and greeting thus convey? When I heard this, my entrails were stirred and I was moved to delight, for the excess of her grace and the beauty of the verses she sang, and I envied her skill and said, "There lacketh somewhat to thee, O damsel." Whereupon she threw the lute from her hand, in anger, and cried, "Since when do you use to bring ill-mannered fools into your assemblies?" Then I repented of what I had done, seeing that the others were vexed with me, and said in myself, "My hopes are at an end," and I saw no way of quitting myself of reproach but to call for a lute, saying, "I will show you what escaped her in the air she sang." So they brought me a lute and I tuned it and sang the following verses. This is thy lover distraught, absorbed in his passion and pain, thy lover, the tears of whose eyes run down on his body like rain. One hand to his heart ever pressed, whilst the other the merciful one imploreth, so he of his grace may grant him his hope to attain. O thou, that beholdest a youth for passion that's perished, thine eye and thy hand are the cause of his death and yet might restore him again. When the damsel heard this, she sprang up and throwing herself at my feet, kissed them and said, "It is thine to excuse, O my lord. By Allah, I knew not thy quality nor heard I ever the like of this fashion." And they all extolled me and made much of me, being beyond measure delighted, and besought me to sing again. So I sang a lively air, whereupon they all became as drunken men, and their wits left them. Then the guests departed to their homes and I abode alone with the host and the girl. The former drank some cups with me, then said to me, "O my lord, my life hath been wasted, in that I have not known the like of thee till now. By Allah, then, tell me who thou art, that I may know who is the boon companion whom God hath bestowed on me this night." I would not at first tell him my name and returned him evasive answers, but he conjured me, till I told him who I was, whereupon he sprang to his feet and said, "Indeed, I wondered that such excellence should belong to any but the like of thee, and fortune hath done me a service for which I cannot avail to thank her. But, belike, this is a dream, for how could I hope that the family of the Caliphate should visit me in my own house and carouse with me this night?" I conjured him to be seated, so he sat down and began to question me, in the most courteous terms, as to the cause of my visit. So I told him the whole matter, concealing nothing, and said to him, "Verily, I have had my desire of the food, but not of the hand and wrist." Quoth he, "Thou shalt have thy desire of them also, so God will." Then said he to the slave girl, "Bid such an one come down." And he called his slave girls down, one by one, and showed them to me, but I saw not my mistress among them, and he said, O my lord, there is none left save my mother and sister, but, by Allah, I must needs have them also down and show them to thee. I marveled at his courtesy and large-heartedness and said, May I be thy ransom? Begin with thy sister. Willingly, replied he. So she came down, and behold, it was she whose hand and wrist I had seen. May God make me thy ransom, said I. This is the damsel whose hand and wrist I saw at the lattice. Then he sent at once for witnesses, and bringing out 2 myriads of dinars, said to the witnesses, This our lord Ibrahim ben el-Mehdi, uncle of the commander of the faithful, seeks the hand of my sister such an one, and I call you to witness that I marry her to him, and that he has endowed her with a dowry of 10,000 dinars. And he said to me, I give thee my sister in marriage, at the dowry aforesaid. I consent, answered I, whereupon he gave one of the bags to her and the other to the witnesses, and said to me, O my lord, I desire to array a chamber for thee, where thou mayst lie with thy wife. But I was abashed at his generosity, and was ashamed to foregather with her in his house, so I said, Equip her and send her to my house. And by thy life, O commander of the faithful, he sent me such an equipage with her, that my house was too strait to hold it, for all its greatness. And I begat on her this boy that stands before thee. The Caliph marveled at the merchant's generosity and said, Gifted of God is he. Never heard I of his like. And he bade Ibrahim bring him to court, that he might see him. So he brought him, and the Caliph conversed with him, and his wit and good breeding so pleased him, that he made him one of his chief officers. The woman whose hands were cut off for that she gave alms to the poor. A certain king once made proclamation to the people of his realm, saying, If any of you give alms of aught, I will assuredly cut off his hand. Wherefore all the people abstained from almsgiving, and none could give to any. One day a beggar accosted a certain woman, and indeed hunger was sore upon him, and said to her, Give me an alms. How can I give thee aught, answered she, when the king cutteth off the hands of all who give alms? But he said, I conjure thee by God the Most High, give me an alms. So, when he adjured her by God, she had compassion on him and gave him 2 cakes of bread. The king heard of this, so he called her before him and cut off her hands, after which she returned to her house. A while after, the king said to his mother, I have a mind to take a wife, so do thou marry me to a fair woman. Quoth she, There is among our female slaves one who is unsurpassed in beauty, but she hath a grievous blemish. What is that? Asked the king, and his mother answered, She hath had both her hands cut off. Said he, Let me see her. So she brought her to him, and he was ravished by her and married her and went in to her, and she brought him a son. Now this was the woman, who had her hands cut off for almsgiving, and when she became queen, her fellow wives envied her and wrote to the king, who was then absent, that she was unchaste, so he wrote to his mother, bidding her carry the woman into the desert and leave her there. The old queen obeyed his commandment and abandoned the woman and her son in the desert, whereupon she fell to weeping and wailing exceeding sore for that which had befallen her. As she went along, with the child at her neck, she came to a river and knelt down to drink, being overcome with excess of thirst, for fatigue and grief, but, as she bent her head, the child fell into the water. Then she sat weeping sore for her child, and as she wept, there came up 2 men, who said to her, What makes thee weep? Quoth she, I had a child at my neck, and he hath fallen into the water. Wilt thou that we bring him out to thee? Asked they, and she answered, Yes. So they prayed to God the Most High, and the child came forth of the water to her, safe and sound. Quoth they, Wilt thou that God restore thee thy hands as they were? Yes, replied she, whereupon they prayed to God, blessed and exalted be he. And her hands were restored to her, goodlier than before.
Then said they, Knowst thou who we are?
God, only, is all-knowing, answered she. And they said, We are thy 2 cakes of bread, that thou gavest in alms to the beggar, and which were the cause of the cutting off of thy hands. So praise thou God the Most High, for that he hath restored thee thy hands and thy child. So she praised God the Most High and glorified him.
The devout Israelite. There was once a devout man of the children of Israel, whose family span cotton, and he used every day to sell the yarn they span and buy fresh cotton, and with the profit he bought the day's victual for his household. One day, he went out and sold the day's yarn as usual, when there met him one of his brethren, who complained to him of want, so he gave him the price of the yarn and returned, empty-handed, to his family, who said to him, Where is the cotton and the food? Quoth he, Such an one met me and complained to me of want, so I gave him the price of the yarn. And they said, How shall we do? We have nothing to sell. Now they had a broken platter and a jar, so he took them to the market, but none would buy them of him. Presently, as he stood in the market, there came up a man with a stinking, swollen fish, which no one would buy of him, and he said to the Jew, Wilt thou sell me thine unsaleable ware for mine? Yes, answered the Jew, and giving him the jar and platter, took the fish and carried it home to his family, who said, What shall we do with this fish? Quoth he, We will broil it and eat of it, till it please God to provide for us. So they took it, and ripping open its belly, found therein a great pearl, and told the Jew, who said, See if it be pierced. If so, it belongs to some one of the folk, if not, it is a provision of God for us. So they examined it and found it unpierced. On the morrow, the Jew carried it to one of his brethren, who was skilled in jewels, and he said, Whence hadst thou this pearl? It was a gift of God the Most High to us, replied the Jew, and the other said, It is worth 1,000 dirhams, and I will give thee that sum, but take it to such an one, for he hath more money and skill than I. So the Jew took it to the jeweler, who said, It is worth 70,000 dirhams and no more. Then he paid him that sum, and the Jew hired 2 porters to carry the money to his house. As he came to his door, a beggar accosted him, saying, Give me of that which God the Most High hath given thee. Quoth the Jew, But yesterday, we were even as thou, take half the money. So he made 2 parts of it, and each took his half. Then said the beggar, Take back thy money, and God prosper thee in it. I am a messenger, whom thy Lord hath sent to try thee. Quoth the Jew, To God be the praise and the thanks, and abode with his family in all delight of life, till death. Abu Hassan Ziyadi and the man from
Khorasan.
Quoth Abu Hassan Ziyadi, I was once in very needy case, and the baker and grocer and other purveyors importuned me, so that I was in sore straits and knew of no resource nor what to do. Things being thus, there came in to me one day one of my servants and said to me, There is a man, a pilgrim, at the door, who seeks admission to thee. Quoth I, Admit him. So he came in, and behold, he was a native of Khorasan. We exchanged salutations, and he said to me, Art thou Abu Hassan Ziyadi? Yes, answered I, What is thy business? Quoth he, I am a stranger and am minded to make the pilgrimage, but I have with me a great sum of money, which is burdensome to me. So I wish to deposit with thee these 10,000 dirhams, whilst I make the pilgrimage and return. If the caravan return and thou see me not, know that I am dead, in which case the money is a gift from me to thee, but if I come back, it shall be mine. Be it as thou wilt, answered I, so it please God the Most High. So he brought out a leather bag, and I said to the servant, Fetch the scales. He brought them, and the man weighed out the money and handed it to me, after which he went his way. Then I called the tradesmen and paid them what I owed, and spent freely, saying in myself, by the time he returns, God will have succored me with one or another of his bounties. However, next day, the servant came in to me and said, Thy friend the man from Chorazin is at the door. Admit him, answered I. So he came in and said to me, I had thought to make the pilgrimage, but news hath reached me of the death of my father, and I have resolved to return, so give me the money I deposited with thee yesterday. When I heard this, I was troubled and perplexed beyond measure and knew not what reply to make him, for, if I denied it, he would put me to my oath, and I should be shamed in the world to come, whilst, if I told him that I had spent the money, he would make an outcry and disgrace me. So I said to him, God give thee health. This my house is no stronghold nor place of safe custody for this money. When I received thy leather bag, I sent it to one with whom it now is, so do thou return to us tomorrow and take thy money, if it be the will of God. So he went away, and I passed the night in sore concern, because of his return to me. Sleep visited me not, nor could I close my eyes, so I rose and bade the boy saddle me the mule. O my lord, answered he, it is yet but the first watch of the night. So I returned to bed, but sleep was forbidden to me, and I ceased not to awaken the boy and he to put me off, till break of day, when he saddled me the mule, and I mounted and rode out, not knowing whither to go. I threw the reins on the mule's shoulders and gave myself up to anxiety and melancholy thought, whilst she fared on with me to the eastward of Baghdad. Presently, as I went along, I saw a number of people in front and turned aside into another path to avoid them, but they, seeing that I wore a professor's hood, followed me and hastening up to me, said, Knowest thou the lodging of Abu Hassan Ziyadi? I am he, answered I, and they rejoined, The commander of the faithful calls for thee. Then they carried me before El-Mamun, who said to me, Who art thou? Quoth I am a professor of the law and traditions, and one of the associates of the Qadi Abu Yusuf. How art thou called? Asked the Caliph. Abu Hassan Ziyadi, answered I, and he said, Expound to me thy case. So I told him how it was with me, and he wept sore and said to me, Out on thee. The apostle of God, whom may he bless and preserve, would not let me sleep this night, because of thee, for he appeared to me in my first sleep and said to me, Succor Abu Hassan Ziyadi. Whereupon I awoke and knowing thee not, went to sleep again, but he came to me a second time and said to me, Woe to thee! Succor Abu Hassan Ziyadi. I awoke a second time, but knew thee not, so went to sleep again, and he came to me a third time and still I knew thee not and went to sleep again. Then he came to me once more and said, Out on thee! Succor Abu Hassan Ziyadi. After that I dared not go to sleep again, but watched the rest of the night and aroused my people and sent them in all directions in quest of thee. Then he gave me 10,000 dirhams, saying, This is for the Khorasani, and other 10,000, saying, Spend freely of this and amend thy case therewith, and set thine affairs in order. Moreover, he gave me yet 30,000 dirhams, saying, Furnish thyself with this, and when the day of estate comes round, come thou to me, that I may invest thee with an office. So I took the money and returned home, where I prayed the morning prayer. Presently came the Khorasani, so I carried him into the house and brought out to him 10,000 dirhams, saying, Here is thy money. It is not my very money, answered he. How cometh this? So I told him the whole story, and he wept and said, By Allah, hadst thou told me the truth at first, I had not pressed thee. And now, by Allah, I will not accept aught of the money, and thou art quit of it. So saying, he went away, and I set my affairs in order and repaired on the appointed day to the divan, where I found the Caliph seated. When he saw me, he called me to him, and bringing forth to me a paper from under his prayer carpet, said to me, This is a patent, conferring on thee the office of Qadi of the Western Division of the Holy City from the Babi es Salam to the end of the town, and I appoint thee such and such monthly allowances. So fear God, to whom belong might and majesty, and be mindful of the solicitude of his apostle, whom may he bless and preserve, on thine account. The folk marveled at the caliph's words and questioned me of their meaning, so I told them the whole story, and it spread abroad amongst the people.
And, quoth he who tells the tale, Abu Hassan Ziyadi ceased not to be Qadi of the holy city, till he died in the days of El-Mamun, the mercy of God be on him.
The poor man and his generous friend. There was once a rich man, who lost all he had and became poor, whereupon his wife counseled him to seek aid of one of his friends. So he betook himself to a certain friend of his and acquainted him with his strait, and he lent him 500 dinars to trade withal. Now he had aforetime been a jeweler, so he took the money and went to the jewel bazaar, where he opened a shop to buy and sell. Presently 3 men accosted him, as he sat in his shop, and asked for his father.
He told them that he was dead, and they said, Did he leave any offspring? Quoth the jeweler, He left a son, your servant.
And who knoweth thee for his son? Asked they.
The people of the bazaar, replied he, and they said, Call them together, that they may testify to us that thou art his son.
So he called them, and they bore witness of this, whereupon the 3 men delivered to him a pair of saddlebags, containing 30,000 dinars, besides jewels and bullion, saying, This was deposited with us in trust by thy father. Then they went away, and presently there came to him a woman, who sought of him certain of the jewels, worth 500 dinars, and paid him 3,000 for them. So he took 500 dinars, and carrying them to his friend, who had lent him the money, said to him, Take the 500 dinars I borrowed of thee, for God hath aided and prospered me.
Not so, quoth the other.
I gave them to thee outright, for the love of God, so do thou keep them. And take this paper, but read it not, till thou be at home, and do according to that which is therein. So he took the paper and returned home, where he opened it and read therein the following verses. The men who came to thee at first my kinsmen were, my sire, his brother and my dams, Salih ben Ali is his name. Moreover, she to whom thou soldst the goods my mother was, and eke the jewels and the gold, from me, to boot, they came. Nor, in thus ordering myself to thee, aught did I seek save of the taking it from me to spare thee from the shame. The ruined man who became rich again through a dream. There lived once in Baghdad a very wealthy man, who lost all his substance and became so poor, that he could only earn his living by excessive labor. One night, he lay down to sleep, dejected and sick at heart, and saw in a dream one who said to him, Thy fortune is at Cairo, go thither and seek it. So he set off for Cairo, but, when he arrived there, night overtook him and he lay down to sleep in a mosque. Presently, as fate would have it, a company of thieves entered the mosque and made their way thence into an adjoining house, but the people of the house, being aroused by the noise, awoke and cried out, whereupon the chief of the police came to their aid with his officers. The robbers made off, but the police entered the mosque and finding the man from Baghdad asleep there, laid hold of him and beat him with palm rods, till he was well nigh dead. Then they cast him into prison, where he abode 3 days, after which the chief of the police sent for him and said to him, Whence art thou?
From Baghdad, answered he. And what brought thee to Cairo? Asked the magistrate.
Quoth the Baghdadi, I saw in a dream one who said to me, Thy fortune is at Cairo, go thither to it. But when I came hither, the fortune that he promised me proved to be the beating I had of thee. The chief of the police laughed, till he showed his jaw teeth, and said, O man of little wit, thrice have I seen in a dream one who said to me, There is in Baghdad a house of such a fashion and situate so and so, in the garden whereof is a fountain and thereunder a great sum of money buried. Go thither and take it. Yet I went not, but thou, of thy little wit, hast journeyed from place to place, on the faith of a dream, which was but an illusion of sleep. Then he gave him money, saying, "This is to help thee back to thy native land." Now the house he had described was the man's own house in Baghdad, so the latter returned thither, and digging underneath the fountain in his garden, discovered a great treasure, and, thus, God gave him abundant fortune.
The Caliph al-Mutawakkil and his favorite. Maybauba.
There were in the palace of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil Allah 4,000 concubines, whereof 2,000 were Greeks, and other foreigners, and other 2,000 native Arabians and Abyssinians, and Abaid ibn Tahir had given him 200 white girls and a like number of Abyssinian and native girls. Among these latter was a girl of Basora, Maybauba by name, who was of surpassing beauty and elegance and voluptuous grace. Moreover, she played upon the lute and was skilled in singing and making verses and wrote excellent well, so that al-Mutawakkil fell passionately in love with her and could not endure from her a single hour. When she saw this, she presumed upon his favor to use him haughtily and capriciously, so that he waxed exceeding wroth with her and forsook her, forbidding the people of the palace to speak with her. On this wise she abode some days, but the Caliph still inclined to her, and he arose one morning and said to his courtiers, "I dreamt, last night, that I was reconciled to Maybauba."
"Would God this might be on wake," answered they.
As they were talking, in came one of the Caliph's maidservants and whispered him that they had heard a noise of singing and luting in Maybauba's chamber and knew not what this meant. So he rose and entering the harem, went straight to Maybauba's apartment, where he heard her playing wonder-sweetly upon the lute and singing the following verses. "I wander through the halls, but not a soul I see, to whom I may complain or who will speak with me. It is as though I'd wrought so grievous an offense, no penitence avails myself therefrom to free. Will no one plead my cause with the king, who came to me in sleep and took me back to favor and degree? But with the break of day to rigor did revert and cast me off from him and far away did flee?" When the Caliph heard these verses, he marveled at the strange coincidence of their dreams and entered the chamber. As soon as she was ware of him, she hastened to throw herself at his feet, and kissing them, said, "By Allah, O my lord, this is what I dreamt last night, and when I awoke, I made the verses thou hast heard."
"By Allah," replied al-Mutawakkil, "I also dreamt the like."
Then they embraced and made friends, and he abode with her 7 days and nights. Now she had written upon her cheek, in musk, the Caliph's name, which was Jafar, and when he saw this, he made the following verses. One wrote on her cheek, with musk, a name, Jafar de wit, my soul be her ransom, who wrote on her cheek what I see on it. If her fingers, indeed, have traced a single line on her cheek, I trow, in my heart of hearts full many a line she hath writ. O thou, whom Jafar alone of men possesses, may God grant Jafar to drink his fill of the wine of thy beauty and wit. When al-Mutawakkil died, all his women forgot him save Maybauba, who ceased not to mourn for him, till she died and was buried by his side, the mercy of God be on them both. Worden the Butcher, his adventure with the Lady and the Bear. There lived once in Cairo, in the days of the Caliph al-Hakim by Amrillah, a butcher named Worden, who dealt in sheep's flesh, and there came to him every forenoon a lady and gave him a dinar, whose weight was nigh 2.5 Egyptian dinars, saying, "Give me a lamb." So he took the money and gave her the lamb, which she delivered to a porter she had with her, and he put it in his basket and she went away with him to her own place. This went on for some time, the butcher profiting a dinar by her every day, till at last he began to be curious about her and said to himself, "This woman buys a dinar's worth of meat of me every day, paying ready money, and never misses a day. Verily, this is a strange thing." So he took an occasion of questioning the porter, in her absence, and said to him, "Whither goest thou every day with yonder woman?"
I know not what to make of her, answered the porter, for, every day, after she hath taken the lamb of thee, she buys fresh and dried fruits and wax candles and other necessaries of the table, a dinar's worth, and takes of a certain Nazarene 2 flagons of wine, for which she pays him another dinar. Then she loads me with the whole, and I go with her to the vizier's gardens, where she blindfolds me, so that I cannot see where I set my feet, and taking me by the hand, leads me I know not whither. Presently, she says, set down here, and when I have done so, she gives me an empty basket she has ready, and taking my hand, leads me back to the place, where she bound my eyes, and there does off the bandage and gives me 10 dirhams. God be her helper, quoth Worden, but he redoubled in curiosity about her case, disquietude increased upon him, and he passed the night in exceeding restlessness. Next morning, quoth Worden, she came to me as of wont, and taking the lamb, delivered it to the porter and went away. So I gave my shop in charge to a boy and followed her, unseen of her, nor did I cease to keep her in sight, hiding behind her, till she left Cairo and came to the vizier's gardens. Then I hid, whilst she bound the porter's eyes, and followed her again from place to place, till she came to the mountain and stopped at a place where there was a great stone. Here she made the porter set down his crate, and I waited, whilst she carried him back to the vizier's gardens, after which she returned, and taking out the contents of the basket, disappeared behind the stone. Then I went up to the stone, and pulling it away, discovered behind it an open trapdoor of brass and a flight of steps leading downward. So I descended, little by little, into a long corridor, brilliantly lighted, and followed it, till I came to a closed door, as it were the door of a room. I looked about till I discovered a recess, with steps therein, then climbed up and found a little niche with an opening therein giving upon a saloon. So I looked in and saw the lady cut off the choicest parts of the lamb, and laying them in a saucepan, throw the rest to a huge great bear, who ate it all to the last bit. When she had made an end of cooking, she ate her fill, after which she set on wine and fruits and confections and fell to drinking, using a cup herself and giving the bear to drink in a basin of gold, till she was heated with wine, when she put off her trousers and lay down. Thereupon the bear came up to her and served her, whilst she gave him the best of what belongeth to mankind, till he had made an end, when he sat down and rested. Presently, he sprang to her and served her again, and thus he did, till he had furnished 60 courses, and they both fell down in a swoon and abode without motion. Then said I to myself, now is my opportunity, and taking a knife I had with me, that would cut bones before flesh, went down to them and found them motionless, not a muscle of them moving for their much swink. So I put my knife to the bear's gullet and bore upon it, till I severed his head from his body, and he gave a great snort like thunder, whereat she started up in alarm, and seeing the bear slain and me standing with the knife in my hand, gave such a shriek that I thought the soul had left her body. Then said she, O Worden, is this how thou requitest me my favors? O enemy of thine own soul, replied I, dost thou lack of men that thou must do this shameful thing? She made me no answer, but bent down to the bear, and finding his head divided from his body, said to me, O Worden, which were the liefer to thee, to hearken to what I shall say to thee and be the means of thine own safety and enrichment to the end of thy days, or gainsay me and so bring about thine own destruction? I choose rather to hearken unto thee, answered I, say what thou wilt. Then, said she, kill me, as thou hast killed this bear, and take thy need of this treasure and go thy way. Quoth I am better than this bear. Return to God the Most High and repent, and I will marry thee, and we will live on this treasure the rest of our lives. O Worden, rejoined she, far be it from me. How shall I live after him? And thou kill me not, by Allah, I will assuredly do away thy life. So leave bandying words with me, or thou art a lost man. This is all I have to say to thee, and peace be on thee. Then said I will slay thee, and thou shalt go to the malediction of God. So saying, I caught her by the hair and cut her throat,
And she went to the malediction of God and of the angels and of all mankind. Then I examined the place and found there gold and pearls and jewels, such as no king could bring together. So I filled the porter's crate with as much as I could carry and covered it with the clothes I had on me. Then I shouldered it and going up out of the underground place, set out homeward and fared on, till I came to the gate of Cairo, where I fell in with 10 of the Caliph's bodyguard, followed by El-Hakim himself, who said to me,
"Oh, well done."
"At thy service, O king," replied I. "Hast thou killed the woman and the bear?" asked he, and I answered, "Yes." Quoth he, "Set down the basket and fear not, for all the treasure thou hast with thee is thine, and none shall dispute it with thee." So I set down the basket, and he uncovered it and looked at it, then said to me, "Tell me their case, though I know it, as if I had been present with you." So I told him all that had passed, and he said, "Thou hast spoken the truth, O warden. Come now with me to the treasure." So I returned with him to the cavern, where he found the trapdoor closed and said to me, "O warden, lift it, none but thou can open the treasure, for it is enchanted in thy name and favor." "By Allah," answered I cannot open it, but he said, "Go up to it, trusting in the blessing of God." So I called upon the name of God the Most High, and going up to the trapdoor, put my hand to it, whereupon it came up, as it had been the lightest of things. Then said the Caliph, "Go down and bring up what is there, for none but one of thy name and favor and quality hath gone down there since the place was made, and the slaying of the bear and the woman was appointed to be at thy hand." This was recorded with me, and I was awaiting its fulfillment. Accordingly, I went down and brought up all the treasure, whereupon the Caliph sent for beasts of burden and carried it away, after giving me the porter's crate, with what was therein. So I carried it home and opened me a shop in the market. And, quoth he who tells the tale, this market is still extant and is known as Warden's Market. The King's Daughter and the Ape. There was once a king's daughter, whose heart was taken with love of a black slave. He did away her maidenhead, and she became passionately addicted to amorous dalliance, so that she could not endure from it a single hour, and made moan of her case to one of her body women, who told her that no thing doth the deed of kind more abundantly than the ape. Now it chanced, one day, that an ape leader passed under her lattice, with a great ape, so she unveiled her face and looking upon the ape, signed to him with her eyes, whereupon he broke his bonds and shackles and climbed up to the princess, who hid him in a place with her, and he abode, eating and drinking and cricketing, night and day. Her father heard of this and would have killed her, but she took the alarm and disguising herself in a male slave's habit, loaded a mule with gold and jewels and precious stuffs past count, then, taking horse with the ape, fled to Cairo, where she took up her abode in one of the houses without the city. Now, every day, she used to buy meat of a young man, a butcher, but came not to him till after noonday, pale and disordered in face, so that he said in himself, "There hangs some mystery by this slave." For she used to visit him in her slave's habit. Quoth the butcher, "So, one day, when she came to me as usual, I went out after her, unseen, and ceased not to follow her from place to place, so as she saw me not, till she came to her lodging, without the city, and I looked in upon her, through a cranny, and saw her light a fire and cook the meat, of which she ate her fill and gave the rest to an ape she had with her. Then she put off her slave's habit and donned the richest of women's apparel, and so I knew that she was a woman. After this she set on wine and drank and gave the ape to drink, and he served her nigh half a score times, till she swooned away, when he threw a silken coverlet over her and returned to his place. Thereupon I went down into the midst of the place, and the ape, becoming aware of me, would have torn me in pieces, but I made haste to pull out my knife and slit his paunch. The noise aroused the young lady, who awoke, terrified and trembling, and when she saw the ape in this plight, she gave such a shriek, that her soul well nigh departed her body. Then she fell down in a swoon, and when she came to herself, she said to me, What moved thee to do thus?
By Allah, I conjure thee to send me after him.
But I spoke her fair and engaged to her that I would stand in the ape's stead, in the matter of much clicketing, till her trouble subsided and I took her to wife. However, I fell short in this and could not endure to it, so I complained of her case to a certain old woman, who engaged to manage the affair and said to me, Thou must bring me a cooking pot full of virgin vinegar and a pound of pyrethrum. So I brought her what she sought, and she laid the pyrethrum in the pot with the vinegar and set it on the fire, till it boiled briskly. Then she bade me serve the girl, and I served her, till she fainted away, when the old woman took her up, and she unknowing, and set her case to the mouth of the cooking pot. The steam of the pot entered her poke and there fell from it somewhat, which I examined and behold, it was 2 worms, one black and the other yellow. Quoth the old woman, the black was bred of the embraces of the negro and the yellow of those of the ape. When my wife recovered from her swoon, she abode with me, in all delight and solace of life, and sought not copulation, as before, for God the Most High had done away from her this appetite, whereat I marveled and acquainted her with the case. Moreover, quoth he who tells the tale, she took the old woman to be to her in the stead of her mother, and she and Worden and his wife abode in joy and cheer, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies, and glory be to the living one, who dieth not and in whose hand is the empire of the seen and the unseen. The Enchanted Horse. There was once, of old time, a great and puissant king, of the kings of the Persians, Sabur by name, who was the richest of all the kings in store of wealth and dominion and surpassed them all in wit and wisdom. Generous, open-handed and beneficent, he gave to those who sought and repelled not those who resorted to him, comforted the broken-hearted and honorably entreated those who fled to him for refuge. Moreover, he loved the poor and was hospitable to strangers and did the oppressed justice upon those who oppressed them. He had 3 daughters, like shining full moons or flowered gardens, and a son as he were the moon, and it was his wont to keep 2 festivals in the year, those of the new year and the autumnal equinox, on which occasions he threw open his palaces and gave gifts and made proclamation of safety and security and advanced his chamberlains and officers, and the people of his realm came in to him and saluted him and gave him joy of the festival, bringing him gifts and servants. Now he loved science and geometry, and one day, as he sat on his throne of kingship, during one of these festivals, there came in to him 3 sages, cunning artificers and past masters in all manner of crafts and inventions, skilled in making rarities, such as confound the wit, and versed in the knowledge of occult truths and subtleties, and they were of 3 different tongues and countries, the first an Indian, the second a Greek and the third a Persian. The Indian came forward and prostrating himself before the king, gave him joy of the festival and laid before him a present befitting his dignity, that is to say, a figure of gold, set with precious stones and jewels of price and holding in its hand a golden trumpet. When Sabur saw this, he said, O sage, what is the virtue of this figure? And the Indian answered, O my lord, if this figure be set at the gate of thy city, it will be a guardian over it, for, if an enemy enter the place, it will blow this trumpet against him, and so he will be known and laid hands on. The king marveled at this and said, By Allah, O sage, and this thy word be true, I will grant thee thy wish and thy desire. Then came forward the Greek and prostrating himself before the king, presented him with a basin of silver, in whose midst was a peacock of gold, surrounded by 24 young ones of the same metal. Sabur looked at them and turning to the Greek, said to him, O sage, what is the virtue of this peacock? O my lord, answered he, as often as an hour of the day or night passes, it pecks one of its young, and cries out and flaps its wings, till the 24 hours are accomplished, and when the month comes to an end, it will open its mouth and thou shalt see the new moon therein. And the king said, And thou speak sooth, I will bring thee to thy wish and thy desire. Then came forward the Persian sage and prostrating himself before the king, presented him with a horse of ebony wood, inlaid with gold and jewels, ready harnessed with saddle and bridle and stirrups such as befit kings, which when Sabor saw, he marveled exceedingly and was confounded at the perfection of its form and the ingenuity of its fashion. So he said, "What is the use of this horse of wood, and what is its virtue and the secret of its movement?" "O my lord," answered the Persian, "the virtue of this horse is that, if one mount him, it will carry him whither he will and fare with its rider through the air for the space of a year and a day." The king marveled and was amazed at these three wonders, following thus hard upon each other in one day, and turning to the sage, said to him, "By the great God and the bountiful Lord, who created all creatures and feedeth them with water and victual, an thy speech be true and the virtue of thy handiwork appear, I will give thee whatsoever thou seekest and will bring thee to thy wish and thy desire." Then he entertained the three sages 3 days, that he might make trial of their gifts, after which they brought them before him and each took the creature he had wrought and showed him the secret of its movement. The trumpeter blew the trumpet, the peacock pecked its young and the Persian sage mounted the horse of ebony, whereupon it soared with him into the air and descended again. When the king saw all this, he was amazed and perplexed and was like to fly for joy and said to the three sages, "Now am I certified of the truth of your words and it behoves me to quit me of my promise. Seek ye, therefore, what ye will, and I will give it you." Now the report of the beauty of the king's daughters had reached the sages, so they answered, "If the king be content with us and accept of our gifts and give us leave to ask a boon of him, we ask of him that he give us his 3 daughters in marriage, that we may be his sons-in-law, for that the stability of kings may not be gainsaid." Quoth the king, "I grant you that which you desire," and bade summon the Cadi forthright, that he might marry each of the sages to one of his daughters. Now these latter were behind a curtain, looking on, and when they heard this, the youngest considered him that was to be her husband and saw him to be an old man, 100 years of age, with frosted hair, drooping forehead, mangy eyebrows, slit 10 ears, clipped beard and mustaches, red, protruding eyes, bleached, hollow, flabby cheeks, nose like an eggplant and face like a cobbler's apron, teeth overlapping one another, lips like camel's kidneys, loose and pendulous, brief, a monstrous favor, for he was the frightfulest of the folk of his time. His grinders had been knocked out and his teeth were like the tusks of the gin that fright the fowls in the henhouse. Now the princess was the fairest and most graceful woman of her time, more elegant than the tender gazelle, blander than the gentle zephyr and brighter than the moon at her full, confounding the branch and outdoing the gazelle in the flexile grace of her shape and movements, and she was fairer and sweeter than her sisters. So, when she saw her suitor, she went to her chamber and strewed dust on her head and tore her clothes and fell to buffeting her face and lamenting and weeping. Now the prince her brother, who loved her with an exceeding love, more than her sisters, was then newly returned from a journey and hearing her weeping and crying, came in to her and said, "What ails thee? Tell me and conceal not from me." "O my brother and my dear one," answered she, "if the palace be straitened upon thy father, I will go out, and if he be resolved upon a foul thing, I will separate myself from him, though he consent not to provide for me." Quoth he, "Tell me what means this talk and what has straitened thy breast and troubled thy humor." "O my brother and my dear one," answered the princess, "know that my father hath given me in marriage to a sorcerer, who brought him, as a gift, a horse of black wood, and hath stricken him with his craft and his sorcery. But, as for me, I will none of him, and would, because of him, I had never come into this world." Her brother soothed her and comforted her, then betook himself to his father and said to him, "What is this sorcerer to whom thou hast given my youngest sister in marriage, and what is this present that he hath brought thee, so that thou hast caused my sister to, almost, die of chagrin? It is not right that this should be." Now the Persian was standing by, and when he heard the prince's words, he was mortified thereby and filled with rage, and the king said, "O my son, and thou sawest this horse, thy wit would be confounded and thou wouldst be filled with amazement. Then he bade the slaves bring the horse before him, and they did so, and when the prince, who was an accomplished cavalier, saw it, it pleased him. So he mounted it forthright and struck its belly with the stirrup irons, but it stirred not, and the king said to the sage, Go and show him its movement, that he also may help thee to thy wish. Now the Persian bore the prince malice for that he willed not he should have his sister, so he showed him the peg of ascent on the right side of the horse's neck, and saying to him, Turn this pin, left him. So the prince turned the pin, and forthwith the horse soared with him into the air, as it were a bird, and gave not over flying with him, till it disappeared from sight, whereat the king was troubled and perplexed about his affair, and said to the Persian, O sage, look how thou mayst make him descend. But he answered, O my lord, I can do nothing, and thou wilt never see him again till the day of resurrection, for that he, of his ignorance and conceit, asked me not of the peg of descent, and I forgot to acquaint him therewith. When the king heard this, he was sore enraged, and bade beat the sorcerer and clap him in prison, whilst he himself cast the crown from his head and buffeted his face and beat upon his breast. Moreover, he shut the doors of his palaces and gave himself up to weeping and lamentation, he and his wife and daughters and all the folk of the city, and, thus, their joy was turned to mourning and their gladness changed into chagrin and sore affliction. Meanwhile, the horse gave not over soaring with the prince, till he drew near the sun, whereat he gave himself up for lost and was confounded at his case, repenting him of having mounted the horse, and saying in himself, Verily, this was a plot of the sage to destroy me, but there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. I am lost without recourse, but, I wonder, did not he who made the peg of ascent make a peg of descent also? Now he was a man of wit and intelligence, so he fell to examining all the parts of the horse, but saw nothing save a peg, like a cock's head, on its right shoulder and the like on the left, and turned the right-hand peg, whereupon the horse flew upward with increased speed. So he left it and turned the left-hand peg, and immediately the steed's upward motion ceased, and he began to descend, little by little, towards the earth. When the prince saw this and knew the uses of the horse, he was filled with joy and gladness, and thanked God the Most High for that he had vouchsafed to deliver him from destruction. Then he began to turn the horse's head whither he would, making him rise and fall at pleasure, till he had gotten complete command of his movement. He ceased not to descend the whole of that day, for that the steed's upward flight had borne him afar from the earth, and as he descended, he diverted himself with viewing the various towns and countries over which he passed and which he knew not, having never seen them in his life. Amongst the rest, he saw a city of the goodliest ordinance, in the midst of a green and smiling country, abounding in trees and streams, whereat he fell a musing and said in himself, Would I knew the name of yonder city and in what country it is. And he began to circle about it and observe it right and left. By this time, the day began to wane and the sun drew near to its setting, and he said, I see no goodlier place to pass the night in than this city, so I will lodge here this night, and on the morrow I will return to my people and my kingdom and tell my father and family what has passed and what I have seen with my eyes. Then he addressed himself to look for a place, where he might safely bestow himself and his horse and where none should see him, and presently espied a palace, surrounded by a great wall with lofty battlements, rising high into the air from the midst of the city and guarded by 40 black slaves, clad in complete mail and armed with spears and swords and bows and arrows. Quoth he, This is a goodly place, and turned the peg of descent, whereupon the horse sank down with him and alighted gently on the roof of the palace. So the prince dismounted and began to go round about the horse and examine it, saying, By Allah, he who fashioned thee was a cunning craftsman, and if God extend the term of my life and restore me to my country and family in safety and reunite me with my father, I will assuredly bestow upon him all manner of bounties and entreat him with the utmost favor. By this time the night had overtaken him, and he sat on the roof, till he was assured that all in the palace slept, and indeed hunger and thirst were sore upon him, for that he had not tasted food since he parted from his father. So he said in himself, Surely, the like of this palace will not lack of victual, and leaving the horse there, went in quest of somewhat to eat. Presently, he came to a stair and descending it, found himself in a court paved with white marble and alabaster, that shone in the light of the moon. He marveled at the place and the goodliness of its fashion, but heard no sound and saw no living soul and stood in perplexity, looking right and left and knowing not whither he should go. Then said he to himself, I cannot do better than return to where I left my horse and pass the night by it, and as soon as it is day, I will mount and depart. However, as he stood talking to himself, he espied a light within the palace, and making towards it, found that it came from a candle that stood before a door of the palace, at the head of an eunuch, as he were one of the afrits of Solomon or a tribesman of the Jinn, longer than a plank and wider than a bench. He lay asleep before the door, with the pommel of his sword gleaming in the flame of the candle, and at his head was a budget of leather hanging from a column of granite. When the prince saw this, he was affrighted and said, I crave help from God the Supreme. O my God, even as thou hast, already, delivered me from destruction, vouchsafe me strength to quit myself of the adventure of this palace. So saying, he put out his hand to the budget and taking it, carried it to a place apart and opened it and found in it food of the best. So he ate his fill and refreshed himself and drank water, after which he hung the budget up in its place and drawing the eunuch's sword from its sheath, took it, whilst the latter slept on, knowing not whence destiny should come to him. Then the prince fared on into the palace, till he came to another door, with a curtain drawn before it, so he raised the curtain and entering, saw a couch of ivory, inlaid with pearls and jacinths and jewels, and 4 slave girls sleeping about it. He went up to the couch, to see what was therein, and found a young lady lying asleep, veiled with her hair, as she were the full moon at its rising, with flower-white forehead and shining parting and cheeks like blood-red anemones and dainty moles thereon. When he saw this, he was amazed at her beauty and grace and symmetry and recked no more of death. So he went up to her, trembling in every nerve, and kissed her on the right cheek, whereupon she awoke forthright and seeing the prince standing at her head, said to him, Who art thou and whence comest thou? Quoth he, I am thy slave and thy lover. And who brought thee hither? Asked she. My lord and my fortune, answered he, and she said, Belike thou art he who demanded me yesterday of my father in marriage and he rejected thee, pretending that thou wast foul of favor. By Allah he lied, when he spoke this thing, for thou art not other than handsome. Now the son of the king of Hind had sought her in marriage, but her father had rejected him, for that he was ill-favored, and she thought the prince was he. So, when she saw his beauty and grace, for indeed he was like the radiant moon, her heart was taken in the snare of his love, as it were a flaming fire, and they fell to talk and converse. Presently, her waiting women awoke from their sleep and seeing the prince sitting with their mistress, said to her, O my lady, who is this with thee? Quoth she, I know not, I found him sitting by me, when I awoke. Belike it is he who seeks me in marriage of my father. O my lady, answered they, by the most great God, this is not he who seeks thee in marriage, for he is foul and this man is fair and of high condition. Indeed, the other is not fit to be his servant. Then they went out to the eunuch and finding him asleep, awoke him, and he started up in alarm. Quoth they, How comes it that thou art guardian of the palace and yet men come in to us, whilst we are asleep? When the eunuch heard this, he sprang in haste to his sword, but found it not, and fear took him in trembling. Then he went in, confounded, to his mistress and seeing the prince sitting talking with her, said to the former, O my lord, art thou a man or a genie? O Adamni, O unluckiest of slaves, replied the prince. How darest thou even a prince of the sons of the Khosrows with one of the unbelieving Satans? Then he took the sword in his hand and said, I am the king's son-in-law, and he hath married me to his daughter and bidden me go in to her. O my lord, replied the eunuch, if thou be indeed a man, as thou avouchest, she is fit for none but thee, and thou art worthier of her than any other. Then he ran to the king, shrieking out and rending his clothes and casting dust upon his head, and when the king heard his outcry, he said to him, What has befallen thee? Speak quickly and be brief, for thou troublest my heart. O king, answered the eunuch, come to thy daughter's succor, for a devil of the jinn, in the likeness of a king's son, hath gotten possession of her, so up and at him. When the king heard this, he thought to kill him and said, How camest thou to be careless of my daughter and let this demon come at her? Then he betook himself to the princess's palace, where he found her women standing, awaiting him, and said to them, What is come to my daughter? O king, answered they, sleep overcame us, and when we awoke, we found a young man sitting talking with her, as he were the full moon, never saw we a fairer of favor than he. So we questioned him of his case, and he avouched that thou hadst given him thy daughter in marriage. More than this we know not, nor do we know if he be a man or a genie, but he is modest and well bred, and doth nothing unseemly. When the king heard this, his wrath cooled, and he raised the curtain stealthily, and looking in, saw a prince of the goodliest fashion, with a face like the shining full moon, sitting talking with his daughter. At this sight he could not contain himself, of his jealousy for his daughter, and putting the curtain aside, rushed in upon them, like a ghoul, with his drawn sword in his hand. When the prince saw him, he said to the princess, Is this thy father? Yes, answered she, whereupon he sprang to his feet, and taking his sword in his hand, cried out at the king with such a terrible cry, that he was confounded. Then he would have fallen on him with the sword, but the king, seeing that the prince was doughtier than he, sheathed his blade and stood till the latter came up to him, when he accosted him courteously and said to him, O youth, art thou a man or a genie? Quoth the prince, Did I not respect thy right and thy daughter's honor, I would spill thy blood. How darest thou even me with devils, me that am a prince of the sons of the Khosrows, who, had they a mind to take thy kingdom, could shake thee from thy power and thy dominion and despoil thee of all thy possessions? When the king heard his words, he was smitten with awe and fear of him, and rejoined, If thou indeed be of the sons of the kings, as thou pretendest, how comes it that thou enterest my palace, without my leave, and soilest my honor, making thy way to my daughter, and feigning that thou art her husband, and that I have given her to thee to wife, I that have slain kings and kings' sons, who sought her of me in marriage? And now who shall save thee from my mischief, when, if I cried out to my slaves and servants and bade them put thee to death, they would slay thee forthright? Who then shall deliver thee out of my hand? When the prince heard this speech of the king, he answered, Verily, I wonder at thee and at the poverty of thy wit. Canst thou covet for thy daughter a goodlier mate than myself, and hast ever seen a stouter of heart, or a more sufficient, or a more glorious in rank and dominion than I? Nay, by Allah, rejoined the king. But, O youth, I would have had thee make suit to me for her hand before witnesses, that I might marry her to thee publicly, and now, were I to marry her to thee privily, yet hast thou dishonored me in her person. Thou sayest well, O king, replied the prince, but, if thy servants and soldiers should fall upon me and slay me, as thou pretendest, thou wouldst but publish thine own dishonor, and the folk would be divided between belief and disbelief with regard to thee. Wherefore, meseems thou wilt do well to turn from this thought to that which I shall counsel thee. Quoth the king, Let me hear what thou hast to propose. And the prince said, What I have to propose to thee is this, either do thou meet me in single combat, and he who slays the other shall be held the worthier in having a better title to the kingdom, or else, let me be this night, and on the morrow draw out against me thy horsemen and footmen and servants, but, first, tell me their number. Quoth the king, They are 40,000 horse, besides my own slaves and their followers, who are the like of them in number. When the day breaks, Then, continued the prince, do thou array them against me and say to them, this fellow is a suitor to me for my daughter's hand, on condition that he shall do battle single-handed against you all, for he pretends that he will overcome you and put you to the rout and that ye cannot prevail against him. Then leave me to do battle with them. If they kill me, then is thy secret the safelier hidden and thine honor the better guarded, and if I overcome them, then is the like of me one whose alliance a king should covet. The king approved of his counsel and accepted his proposition, despite his awe and amaze at the exorbitant pretension of the prince to do battle against his whole army, such as he had described it to him, being at heart assured that he would perish in the melee, and so he be quit of him and freed from the fear of dishonor. So he called the eunuch and bade him go forthright to his vizier and bid him assemble the whole of the troops and cause them don their arms and mount their horses. The eunuch carried the king's order to the vizier, who straightway summoned the captains of the army and the grandees of the realm and bade them don their harness of war and mount their horses and sally forth in battle array. Meanwhile, the king sat conversing with the prince, being pleased with his wit and good breeding, till daybreak, when he returned to his palace and seating himself on his throne, commanded the troops to mount and bade saddle one of the best of the royal horses with handsome housings and trappings and bring it to the prince. But the latter said, O king, I will not mount, till I come in sight of the troops and see them. Be it as thou wilt, answered the king. Then they repaired to the tilting ground, where the troops were drawn up, and the prince looked upon them and noted their great number, after which the king cried out to them, saying, Ho, all ye men, there is come to me a youth who seeks my daughter in marriage. Never have I seen a goodlier than he, no, nor a stouter of heart nor a doughtier, for he pretends that he can overcome you, single-handed, and put you to the rout, and that, were ye 100,000 in number, yet would ye be for him but little. But, when he charges upon you, do ye receive him upon the points of your lances and the edges of your sabres, for, indeed, he hath undertaken a grave matter. Then said he to the prince, Up, O my son, and do thy will on them. O king, answered he, thou dealest not fairly with me. How shall I go forth against them, seeing that I am afoot and they are mounted? I bade thee mount, and thou refused, rejoined the king, but take which of my horses thou wilt. But he said, None of thy horses pleases me, and I will ride none but that on which I came. And where is thy horse? asked the king. Atop of thy palace, answered the prince, and the king said, In what part of my palace? On the roof, replied the prince. Out on thee, quoth the king. This is the first sign thou hast given of madness. How can the horse be on the roof? But we shall soon see if thou speak truth or falsehood. Then he turned to one of his chief officers and said to him, Go to my palace and bring me what thou findest on the roof. And all the people marveled at the prince's words, saying, How can a horse come down the steps from the roof? Verily this is a thing whose like we never heard. Meanwhile, the king's messenger repaired to the palace, accompanied by other of the royal officers, and mounting to the roof, found the horse standing there. Never had they looked on a handsomer, but when they drew near and examined it, they saw that it was made of ebony and ivory, whereat they laughed to each other, saying, Was it of the like of this horse that the youth spoke? Surely, he must be mad, but we shall soon see the truth of his case. Belike, there hangs some great mystery by him. Then they lifted up the horse and carrying it to the king, set it down before him, and all the people flocked round it, staring at it and marveling at the beauty of its fashion and the richness of its saddle and bridle. The king also admired it and wondered at it extremely, and he said to the prince, O youth, is this thy horse? Yes, O king, answered the prince, this is my horse, and thou shalt soon see wonders of it. Then take and mount it, rejoined the king, and the prince said, I will not mount till the troops withdraw afar from it. So the king bade them withdraw a bowshot from the horse, whereupon quoth the prince, O king, I am about to mount my horse and charge upon thy troops and scatter them right and left and cleave their hearts in sunder. Do as thou wilt, answered the king, and spare them not, for they will not spare thee. Then the prince mounted, whilst the troops ranged themselves in ranks before him, and one said to another, When the youth comes between the ranks, we will take him on the points of our pikes and the edges of our swords. By Allah, quoth another, it were pity to kill so handsome and well-shaped a youth. By Allah, rejoined a third, you will have hard work to get the better of him, for he had not done this, but for what he knew of his own prowess and valiantise. Meanwhile, the prince, having settled himself in his saddle, whilst all eyes were strained to see what he would do, turned the peg of ascent, whereupon the horse began to sway to and fro and make the strangest of movements, after the manner of horses, till its belly was filled with air and it took flight with him and soared into the sky. When the king saw this, he cried out to his men, saying, Out on you! Take him, ere he escape you. But his viziers and officers said to him, O king, how shall we overtake the flying bird? This is surely none but some mighty enchanter, and God hath saved thee from him. So praise thou the Most High for thy deliverance from his hand. Then the king returned to his palace and going in to his daughter, acquainted her with what had befallen. He found her sore afflicted for the prince and bewailing her separation from him, wherefore she fell grievously sick and took to her pillow. When her father saw her thus, he pressed her to his bosom and kissing her between the eyes, said to her, O my daughter, praise God, and thank him for that he hath delivered thee from this crafty enchanter. And he repeated to her the story of the prince's disappearance, but she paid no heed to his word and did but redouble in her tears and lamentations, saying to herself, By Allah, I will neither eat nor drink, till God reunite me with him. Her father was greatly concerned for her plight and mourned sore over her, but, for all he could do to comfort her, passion and love-longing still grew on her for the prince. Meanwhile, the king's son, when as he had risen into the air, turned his horse's head towards his native land, musing upon the beauty and grace of the princess. Now he had inquired of the king's people the name of the princess and of the king her father and of the city, which was the city of Sina of Yemen. So he journeyed homeward with all speed, till he drew near his father's capital and making a circuit about the city, alighted on the roof of the king's palace, where he left his horse, whilst he descended into the palace and finding its threshold strewn with ashes, bethought him that one of his family was dead. Then he entered, as of wont, and found his father and mother and sisters clad in mourning raiment of black, pale-faced and lean of body. When his father saw him and was assured that it was indeed his son, he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon, but presently coming to himself, threw himself upon him and embraced him, straining him to his bosom and rejoicing in him exceedingly. His mother and sisters heard this, so they came in and seeing the prince, fell upon him, kissing him and weeping and rejoicing with an exceeding joy. Then they questioned him of his case, so he told them all that had befallen him from first to last, and his father said to him, Praised be God for thy safety, O solace of my eyes and lifeblood of my heart. Then the king bade hold high festival, and the glad news flew through the city. So they beat the drums and the cymbals and putting off the raiment of mourning, donned that of joy and decorated the streets and markets, whilst the folk vied with one another who should be the first to give the king joy, and the latter proclaimed a general pardon and opening the prisons, released those who were therein. Moreover, he made banquets to the people 7 days and nights, and all creatures were glad, and he took horse with his son and rode out with him, that the folk might see him and rejoice. After a while the prince inquired for the maker of the horse, saying, O my father, what hath fortune done with him? May God not bless him, answered the king, nor the hour in which I set eyes on him. For he was the cause of thy separation from us, O my son, and he hath lain in prison since the day of thy disappearance. Then he bade release him from prison, and sending for him, invested him in a dress of honor and entreated him with the utmost favor and munificence, save that he would not give him his daughter to wife, whereat he was sore enraged and repented of that which he had done, knowing that the prince had learnt the secret of the horse and the manner of its motion. Moreover, the king said to his son, Methinks thou wilt do well not to mount the horse, neither go near it henceforth, for thou knowest not its properties, and it is perilous for thee to meddle with it. Now the prince had told his father of his adventure with the king's daughter of Sina, and he said, If the king had been minded to kill thee, he had done so, but thine hour was not yet come. When the rejoicings were at an end, the people returned to their houses, and the king and his son to the palace, where they sat down and fell to eating and drinking and making merry. Now the king had a handsome slave girl, who was skilled in playing upon the lute, so she took it and began to play upon it and sing thereto of separation of lovers before the king and his son, and she chanted the following verses. Think not that absence ever shall win me to forget, for what should I remember, if I'd forgotten you? Time passes, but my passion for you shall never end, in love of you, I swear it, I'll die and rise anew. When the prince heard this, the fires of longing flamed up in his heart, and passion redoubled upon him. Grief and regret were sore upon him, and his entrails yearned in him for love of the king's daughter of Sina, so he rose forthright, and eluding his father's notice, went forth the palace to the horse, and mounting it, turned the peg of ascent, whereupon it flew up into the air with him and soared towards the confines of the sky. Presently, his father missed him, and going up to the summit of the palace, in great concern, saw the prince rising into the air, whereat he was sore afflicted and repented exceedingly that he had not taken the horse and hidden it, and he said in himself, By Allah, if but my son return to me, I will destroy the horse, that my heart may be at rest concerning my son. And he fell again to weeping and bewailing himself for his son. Meanwhile, the prince flew on through the air till he came to the city of Sina, and alighted on the roof as before. Then he went down stealthily, and finding the eunuch asleep, as of wont, raised the curtain and went on, little by little, till he came to the door of the princess's chamber, and stopped to listen, when, behold, he heard her weeping plenteous tears and reciting verses, whilst her women slept round her. Presently, they heard her weeping and wailing, and said, O our mistress, why wilt thou mourn for one who mourns not for thee? O little of wit, answered she, is he for whom I mourn of those who are forgotten? And she fell again to weeping and wailing, till sleep overcame her. Now the prince's heart ached for her, so he entered, and seeing her lying asleep, without covering, touched her with his hand, whereupon she opened her eyes and saw him standing by her. Quoth he, Why this weeping and mourning? And when she knew him, she threw herself upon him and embraced him and kissed him, and answered, For thy sake and because of my separation from thee. O my lady, said he, I have wearied for thee all this time. But she answered, It is I who have wearied for thee, and hadst thou tarried longer, I had surely died. O my lady, rejoined he, what thinkest thou of my case with thy father, and how he dealt with me? Were it not for my love of thee, O ravishment of all creatures, I had surely slain him and made him a warning to all beholders, but, even as I love thee, so I love him for thy sake. Quoth she, How couldst thou leave me? Can life be sweet to me after thee? Quoth he, Let what has happened suffice now, I am hungry and thirsty. So she bade her maidens make ready meat and drink, and they sat eating and drinking and conversing, till nigh upon daybreak, when he rose to take leave of her and depart, ere the eunuch should awake, and she said, Whither goest thou? To my father's house, answered he, and I plight thee my troth that I will come to thee once in every week. But she wept and said, I conjure thee, by God the Supreme, take me with thee whither thou goest, and make me not taste anew the bitterness of separation from thee. Quoth he, Wilt thou indeed go with me? And she answered, Yes. Then, said he, Arise, that we may depart. So she rose forthright, and going to a chest, arrayed herself in what was richest and dearest to her of her trinkets of gold and jewels of price. Then he carried her up to the roof of the palace, and mounting the horse, took her up behind him and bound her fast to himself, after which he turned the peg of ascent, and the horse rose with him into the air. When her women saw this, they shrieked aloud and told her father and mother, who rushed up to the roof of the palace, and looking up, saw the ebony horse flying away with the prince and princess. At this the king was sore troubled, and cried out, saying, O king's son, I conjure thee, by Allah, have compassion on me and my wife, and bereave us not of our daughter. The prince made him no reply, but, thinking that the princess repented of leaving her father and mother, said to her, O ravishment of the age, wilt thou that I restore thee to thy father and mother? By Allah, O my lord, that is not my desire, answered she. My only wish is to be with thee wherever thou art, for I am distracted by the love of thee from all else, even to my father and mother. At this the prince rejoiced greatly, and made the horse fare softly with them, so as not to disquiet the princess, nor did they stay their flight till they came in sight of a green meadow, in which was a spring of running water. Here they alighted and ate and drank, after which they took horse again and fared on, till they came in sight of his father's capital. At this, the prince was filled with joy, and bethought himself to show her the seat of his dominion and his father's power and dignity, and give her to know that it was greater than that of her father. So he set her down in one of his father's pleasance gardens, without the city, and carrying her into a pavilion there, prepared for the king, left the horse at the door, and charged her keep watch over it, saying, Sit here, till my messenger come to thee, for I go now to my father, to make ready a palace for thee and show thee my royal estate. Do as thou wilt, answered she, for she was glad that she should not enter but with due honor and observance, as became her rank. Then he left her and betook himself to the palace of the king his father, who rejoiced in his return and welcomed him, and the prince said to him, Know that I have brought with me the princess of whom I told thee, and have left her without the city in such a garden, and come to tell thee, that thou mayest make ready and go forth to meet her in state, and show her thy royal dignity and troops and guards. With all my heart, answered the king, and straightway bade decorate the city after the goodliest fashion. Then he took horse and rode out in all state and splendor, he and his troops and household and grandees, whilst the prince made ready for her a litter of green and red and yellow brocade, in which he set Indian and Greek and Abyssinian slave girls. Moreover, he took forth of his treasuries jewelry and apparel, and what else of the things that kings treasure up, and made a rare display of wealth and magnificence. Then he left the litter and those who were therein, and rode forward to the pavilion, where he had left the princess, but found both her and the horse gone. When he saw this, he buffeted his face and rent his clothes, and went round about the garden, as he had lost his wits, after which he came to his senses and said to himself, How could she have come at the secret of the horse, seeing I told her nothing of it? Maybe the Persian sage who made the horse has chanced upon her and stolen her away, in revenge for my father's treatment of him. Then he sought the keepers of the garden, and asked them if they had seen any enter the garden. Quoth they, We have seen none enter but the Persian sage, who came to gather simples. So the prince was certified that it was indeed he that had taken away the princess, and abode confounded and perplexed concerning his case. And he was abashed before the folk, and returning to his father, told him what had happened, and said to him, Take the troops and return to the city. As for me, I will never return till I have cleared up this affair. When the king heard this, he wept and beat his breast, and said to him, O my son, calm thyself and master thy chagrin, and return with us, and look what king's daughter thou wouldst fain have, that I may marry thee to her. But the prince paid no heed to his words, and bidding him farewell, departed, whilst the king returned to the city, and their joy was changed into mourning. Now, as fate would have it, when the prince left the princess in the pavilion and betook himself to his father's palace, for the ordering of his affair, the Persian entered the garden to pluck simples, and scenting the fragrance of musk and essences that exhaled from the princess's person and perfumed the whole place, followed it till he came to the pavilion and saw the horse that he had made with his own hands standing at the door. At this sight, his heart was filled with joy and gladness, for he had mourned sore for it, since it had gone out of his hand. So he went up to it, and examining its every part, found it safe and sound, whereupon he was about to mount and ride away, when he bethought himself and said, Needs must I first look what the prince hath brought and left here with the horse. So he entered the pavilion, and seeing the princess sitting there, as she were the sun shining in the cloudless sky, knew her to be some high-born lady, and doubted not but the prince had brought her thither on the horse and left her in the pavilion, whilst he went to the city, to make ready for her entry in state. Then he went up to her and kissed the earth before her, whereupon she raised her eyes to him, and finding him exceeding foul of face and favor, said, Who art thou? O my lady, answered he, I am sent by the prince, who hath bidden me bring thee to another garden, nearer the city, for that my lady the queen cannot go so far a journey, and is unwilling, of her joy in thee, that another should forestall her with thee. Where is the prince? asked she, and the Persian replied, He is in the city, with his father, and will presently come for thee in great state. O fellow, said she, could he find none to send to me but thee? At this he laughed and answered, O my lady, let not the ugliness of my face and the foulness of my favor deceive thee. Hadst thou profited of me as hath the prince, thou wouldst praise my affair. Indeed, he chose me as his messenger to thee, because of my uncomeliness and forbidding aspect, in his jealousy and love of thee, else hath he slaves and pages and servants, white and black, out of number, each goodlier than the other. When she heard this, it commended itself to her reason, and she believed him, so she rose, and putting her hand in his, said, O my father, what hast thou brought me to ride? O my lady, answered he, thou shalt ride the horse thou camest on. Quoth she, I cannot ride it by myself. Whereupon he smiled and knew that she was in his power, and said, I myself will ride with thee. So he mounted, and taking her up behind him, bound her fast to himself, for she knew not what he would with her. Then he turned the peg of ascent, whereupon the belly of the horse became full of wind, and it swayed to and fro and rose with them into the air, nor slackened in its flight, till it was out of sight of the city. When the princess saw this, she said to him, O fellow, what didst thou tell me of the prince, that he sent thee to me? Foul befall the prince, answered the Persian. He is a scurril knave. And she said, Out on thee! How darest thou disobey thy lord's commandment? He is no lord of mine, rejoined the Persian. Knowst thou who I am? I know nothing of thee, replied the princess, save what thou toldest me. Quoth he, What I told thee was a trick of mine against thee and the prince. I am he who made this horse under us, and I have long regretted its loss, for the prince made himself master of it. But now I have gotten possession of it and of thee too, and I will rack his heart, even as he hath racked mine, nor shall he ever have the horse again. So take comfort and be of good cheer, for I can be of more service to thee than he. When she heard this, she buffeted her face and cried out, saying, Ah, woe is me! I have neither gotten my beloved nor kept my father and mother. And she wept sore over what had befallen her, whilst the Persian fared on with her, without ceasing, till he came to the land of the Greeks and alighted in a verdant meadow, abounding in trees and streams. Now this meadow was near a city, in which was a king of great puissance, and it befell that he went forth that day to hunt and divert himself. As he passed by the meadow, he saw the Persian standing there, with the princess and the horse by his side, and before he was aware, the king's followers fell upon him and carried him, the lady and the horse, to their master, who, noting the foulness of his favor and the beauty and grace of the princess, said to the latter, O my lady, what kin is this old fellow to thee? The Persian made haste to reply, she is my wife and the daughter of my father's brother. But she gave him the lie and said, O king, by Allah, I know him not, nor is he my husband, but hath stolen me away by force and fraud. Thereupon the king bade beat the Persian, and they beat him, till he was well nigh dead, after which the king commanded to carry him to the city and cast him into prison, and taking the princess and the horse from him, set the former in his harem and laid up the latter in his treasury, though he knew not its properties nor the secret of its motion. Meanwhile, the prince donned a traveling habit and taking what he needed of money, set out, in very sorry plight, in quest of the princess, and journeyed from country to country and city to city, inquiring after the ebony horse, whilst all who heard him marveled at him and deemed his talk extravagant. Thus did he a long while, but, for all his inquiry and research, he could win at no news of her. At last, he came to the city of Sina and there inquired for her, but could get no tidings of her and found her father mourning her loss. So he turned back and made for the land of the Greeks, pursuing his inquiries as he went, till, as chance would have it, he alighted at a certain khan and saw a company of merchants sitting talking. He sat down near them and heard one say to the others, O my friends, I happened lately upon a wonder of wonders. What was that? Asked they, and he answered, I was late in such a city, naming the city wherein was the princess, and heard its people speak of a strange thing that had lately befallen. It was that their king went out one day a-hunting, with a company of his courtiers and the grandees of his realm, and coming to a green meadow, espied there a man standing, with a horse of ebony, and a lady sitting hard by. The man was ugly and foul of favor, but the lady was a marvel of beauty and grace and symmetry, and as for the ebony horse, it was a wonder, never saw eyes aught goodlier than it nor more perfect than its fashion. And what did the king with them? Asked the others. As for the man, said the merchant, he questioned him of the lady and he pretended that she was his wife and the daughter of his father's brother, but she gave him the lie. So the king took her from him and bade beat him and cast him into prison. As for the horse, I know not what became of it. When the prince heard this, he drew near unto the speaker and questioned him discreetly and courteously, till he told him the name of the city and of its king, which when he knew, he passed the night, full of joy. On the morrow, he set out and travelled till he reached the city, but, when he would have entered, the gatekeepers laid hands on him, that they might bring him before the king, for that it was his wont to question all strangers respecting their conditions and the crafts in which they were skilled and the reason of their coming thither. Now it was eventide, when he entered the city, and it was then too late to go in to the king or take counsel with him respecting him. So they carried him to the prison, thinking to lay him therein for the night, but, when the warders saw his beauty and grace, they could not find it in their hearts to imprison him, but made him sit with them, without the prison, and when food came to them, he ate his fill with them. When they had made an end of eating, they turned to him and said, What countryman art thou? I come from Persia, answered he, the land of the Khosrows. When they heard this, they laughed and one of them said, O Khosrowan, I have heard the talk of men and their histories and looked upon their conditions, but never saw or heard I a greater liar than the Khosrowan that is with us in the prison. Nor, quoth another, did I ever see fouler than his favor or more repulsive than his aspect. What have ye seen of his lying? Asked the prince, and they answered, He pretends that he is a sage. Now the king came upon him, as he went a-hunting, and found with him a most beautiful lady and a horse of ebony, never saw I a handsomer. As for the lady, she is with the king, who is enamored of her and would fain marry her, but she is mad, and were this man a physician, as he pretends, he would have cured her, for the king doth his utmost endeavor to find a remedy for her disease, and this whole year past hath he spent treasures upon physicians and astrologers, on her account, but none can avail to cure her. As for the horse, it is in the royal treasury, and the man is here with us in the prison, and all night long he weeps and bemoans himself and will not let us sleep. When the prince heard this, he bethought himself of a device by which he might compass his desire, and presently the warders, being minded to sleep, clapped him into the prison and locked the door. He heard the Persian weeping and bemoaning himself in his own tongue, and saying, "Woe is me for my sin, that I sinned against myself and against the king's son, in that which I did with the damsel, for I neither left her nor got my desire of her. All this comes of my want of sense, in that I sought for myself that which I deserved not and which befitted not the like of me, for he, who seeks what befits him not, falleth into the like of my predicament." When the prince heard this, he accosted him in Persian, saying, "How long wilt thou keep up this weeping and wailing? Think'st thou that there hath befallen thee what never befell other than thou?" When the Persian heard this, he made friends with him and began to complain to him of his case and misfortunes. As soon as it was day, the warders took the prince and carried him before the king, informing him that he had entered the city on the previous night, at a time when no audience could be had of him. Quoth the king to the prince, "Whence comest thou, and what is thy name and craft, and why comest thou hither?" And he answered, "I am called, in Persian, Hurj. I come from the land of Fars, and I am of the men of art, and especially of the art of medicine, and cure the sick and the mad. For this, I go round about all countries and cities, adding knowledge to my knowledge, and whenever I see a sick person, I heal him, and this is my craft." When the king heard this, he rejoiced exceedingly and said, "O excellent sage, thou hast come to us at a time when we have need of thee." Then he acquainted him with the case of the princess, adding, "If thou win to cure her and recover her of her madness, thou shalt have of me whatever thou seekest." "May God advance the king," rejoined the prince. "Describe to me all thou hast seen of her madness, and tell me how long it is since it attacked her, also how thou camest by her." So the king told him the whole story, from first to last, adding, "The sage is in prison." "O august king," said the prince, "and what hast thou done with the horse?" "It is with me yet, laid up in one of my treasure chambers," replied the king, whereupon quoth the prince in himself, "The first thing to do is to see the horse and assure myself of its condition. If it be whole and unhurt, all will be well, but, if its works be destroyed, I must find some other way of delivering my beloved." So he turned to the king and said to him, "O king, I must see the horse in question, haply I may find in it somewhat that will serve me for the recovery of the damsel." "With all my heart," replied the king, and taking him by the hand, led him to the place where the horse was. The prince went round about it, examining its condition, and found it whole and unhurt, whereat he rejoiced greatly and said to the king, "May God exalt the king! I would fain go in to the damsel, that I may see how it is with her, for I hope, by God's grace, to cure her by means of the horse." Then he bade take care of the horse, and the king carried him to the princess's apartment, where he found her writhing and beating herself against the ground, as was her wont, but there was no madness in her, and she did this but that none might approach her. When the prince saw her thus, he said to her, "No harm shall betide thee, O ravishment of all creatures," and went on to soothe her and speak her fair, till he won to make himself known to her, whereupon she gave a loud cry and fell down in a swoon for excess of joy, but the king thought this came of her fear of him. Then the prince put his mouth to her ear and said to her, "O seduction of the universe, have a care for thy life and mine, and be patient and constant, for we have need of patience and skillful ordnance to make shift for our delivery from this tyrannical king. To begin with, I will now go out to him and tell him that thou art possessed of a genie, and hence thy madness, but, that if he will loose thee from thy bonds, I will engage to heal thee and drive away the evil spirit. So, when he comes in to thee, do thou give him fair words, that he may think I have cured thee, and all will be accomplished as we desire." Quoth she, "I hear and obey," and he went out to the king, full of joy and happiness, and said to him, "O august king, by thy good fortune I have discovered her disease and its remedy, and have cured her for thee." So now do thou go in to her and speak softly to her and entreat her kindly, and promise her what may please her, so shall all thou desirest of her be accomplished to thee. So he went in to her, and when she saw him, she rose and kissing the ground, bade him welcome, whereat he was greatly rejoiced and bade the eunuchs and waiting women attend her and carry her to the bath and make ready for her dresses and ornaments. So they went in to her and saluted her, and she returned their greeting, after the goodliest and pleasantest fashion, after which they clad her in royal apparel and clasping a collar of jewels about her neck, carried her to the bath and served her there. Then they brought her forth, as she were the full moon, and when she came into the king's presence, she saluted him and kissed the ground before him, whereupon he rejoiced in her with an exceeding joy and said to the prince, All this is of thy blessing, may God increase us of thy good offices. Quoth the prince, O king, it behoves, for the completion of her cure, that thou carry her forth, together with the ebony horse, and attend her with all thy troops to the place where thou foundest her, that there I may expel from her the evil spirit, by whom she is possessed, and bind him and kill him, so he may never more return to her. With all my heart, answered the king. Then he caused carry out the horse to the meadow in question, and mounting, rode thither with all his troops and the princess, knowing not the prince's purpose. When they came to the appointed place, the prince bade set the horse and the princess as far as the eye could reach from the king and his troops, and said to the former, With thy leave, I will now proceed to the needful fumigations and conjurations and imprison the genie here, that he may never more return to her. After this, I shall mount the horse and take the damsel up behind me, whereupon it will sway to and fro and fare forward, till it come to thee, when the affair will be at an end, and after this thou mayst do with her as thou wilt. And when the king heard his words, he rejoiced with an exceeding joy. So the prince mounted the horse, and taking the princess up behind him, bound her fast to him, whilst the king and his troops watched him. Then he turned the peg of ascent, and the horse took flight and soared with them into the air, till he disappeared from sight. The king abode half the day, expecting their return, but they returned not. So, when he despaired of them, he returned to the city with his troops, repenting him greatly of that which he had done and grieving sore for the loss of the damsel. He shut himself up in his palace, mourning and afflicted, but his viziers came in to him and applied themselves to comfort him, saying, Verily, he who took the damsel is an enchanter, and praised be God who hath delivered thee from his craft and sorcery. And they ceased not from him, till he was comforted for her loss. Meanwhile, the prince bent his course, in joy and cheer, towards his father's capital, and stayed not, till he alighted on his own palace, where he set the princess in safety, after which he went in to his father and mother and acquainted them with her coming, whereat they rejoiced exceedingly. Then he made great banquets to the townsfolk, and they held high festival a whole month, at the end of which time he went in to the princess, and they rejoiced in one another with an exceeding joy. But his father broke the horse in pieces and destroyed its works. Moreover, the prince wrote a letter to the princess's father, advising him of all that had befallen her and how she was now married to him and in all health and happiness, and sent it by a messenger, together with costly presents and rarities. The messenger, in due course, arrived at the city of Sina and delivered the letter and the presents to the king, who, when he read the former, rejoiced greatly and accepted the presents, rewarding the bearer handsomely. Moreover, he sent rich presents to his son-in-law by the same messenger, who returned to his master and acquainted him with what had passed, whereat he was much cheered. And after this the prince wrote a letter every year to his father-in-law and sent him a present, till, in course of time, his father King Sabor died, and he reigned in his stead, ruling justly over his subjects and ordering himself well and righteously towards them, so that they submitted themselves to him and did him loyal service, and he and his wife abode in the enjoyment of all delight and solace of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of companies, he that layeth waste the palaces and peopleth the tombs, and glory be to the living one who dieth not and in whose hand is the dominion of the seen and the unseen.
UNSL Wujud and the Vizier's Daughter. Rose in Bud.
There was once, of old days and in bygone ages and times, a king of great power and glory and dominion, who had a vizier named Ibrahim, and this vizier had a daughter of extraordinary beauty and grace, gifted with surpassing brilliancy and all perfection, possessed of abundant wit and perfectly accomplished. She loved wine and good cheer and fair faces and choice verses and rare stories, and the delicacy of her charms invited all hearts to love, even as saith the poet, describing her. She shines out like the moon at full, that midst the stars doth fare, and for a wrapping veil she hath the ringlets of her hair. The eastern zephyr gives her boughs to drink of all its sweets, and like a jointed cane, she sways to every breath of air. She smiles in passing by. O thou that dost alike accord with red and yellow and arrayed in each alike art fair. Thou sportest with my wit and love, so that indeed me seems as if a sparrow in the clutch of playful urchin twere. Her name was Rose in Bud, and she was so named for the exceeding delicacy and perfection of her beauty, and the king loved to carouse with her, because of her wit and good breeding. Now it was the king's custom yearly to gather together all the nobles of his realm and play with the ball. So, when the day came round, on which the folk assembled for ball play, the vizier's daughter seated herself at her lattice, to divert herself by looking on at the game, and as they were at play, her eyes fell upon a youth among them. Never was seen a handsomer than he or a goodlier of favor, for he was bright of face, laughing-teethed, tall and broad-shouldered. She looked at him again and could not take her fill of gazing on him. Then she said to her nurse, "What is the name of yonder handsome young man among the troops?" "O my daughter," replied the nurse, "they are all handsome."
"Which of them dost thou mean?"
"Wait till he passes," said Rose in Bud, "and I will point him out to thee." So she took an apple and waited till he came under her window, when she dropped it on him, whereupon he raised his head, to see who did this, and saw the vizier's daughter at the window, as she were the full moon in the darkness of the night, nor did he withdraw his eyes, till he had fallen passionately in love with her, and he recited the following verses. Was it an archer shot me, or did thine eyes undo the lover's heart that saw thee, what time thou met'st his view? Did the notched arrow reach me from midst a host, indeed, or was it from a lattice that launched at me it flew? When the game was at an end, he went away with the king, whose servant and favorite he was, with heart occupied with love of her, and she said to her nurse, "What is the name of that youth I showed thee?" "His name is UNSL Wujud," answered she, whereat Rose in Bud shook her head and lay down on her couch, with a heart on fire for love. Then, sighing deeply, she improvised the following verses. He erred not who dubbed thee, all creatures' delight, that pleasance and bounty at once dost unite. Full moon-like of aspect, O thou whose fair face o'er all the creation sheds glory and light. Thou art peerless midst mortals, the sovereign of grace, and many a witness to this I can cite. Thy brows are renown and shine eyes are as sad, that the hand of the loving Creator did write. Thy shape is the soft, tender sapling, that gives of its bounties to all that its favors invite. Yea, indeed, thou excellest the world's cavaliers in pleasance and beauty and bounty and might. When she had finished, she wrote the verses on a sheet of paper, which she folded in a piece of gold-embroidered silk and laid under her pillow. Now one of her nurses saw her, so she came up to her and held her in talk, till she slept, when she stole the scroll from under her pillow and reading it, knew that she had fallen in love with UNSL Wujud. Then she returned the scroll to its place, and when her mistress awoke, she said to her, "O my lady, indeed, I am to thee a faithful counselor and am tenderly solicitous for thee. Know that passion is grievous, and the hiding it melteth iron and causeth sickness and unease, nor is there reproach for whoso confesses it.
"O my nurse," rejoined Rosebud, "and what is the remedy of passion?"
"The remedy of passion is enjoyment," answered the nurse.
"And how may one come by enjoyment?" asked Rosebud.
"By letters and messages," replied the nurse, "and many a tender word and greeting. This brings lovers together and makes hard matters easy. So, if thou have aught at heart, mistress mine, I will engage to keep thy secret and do thy need and carry thy letters." When the girl heard this, her reason fled for joy, but she restrained herself from speech, till she should see the issue of the matter, saying in herself, "None knoweth this thing of me, nor will I trust this woman with my secret, till I have proved her." Then said the nurse, "O my lady, I saw in my sleep as though one came to me and said, Thy mistress and UNSL Woodjoud love one another, so do thou serve their loves by carrying their messages and doing their need and keeping their secrets, and much good shall befall thee. So now I have told thee my dream, and it is thine to decide." "O my nurse," quoth Rosebud, "canst thou keep secrets?" "And how should I not keep secrets?" answered the nurse, "I that am of the flower of the freeborn." Then Rosebud pulled out the scroll, on which she had written the verses aforesaid, and said to her, "Carry this my letter to UNSL Woodjoud and bring me his answer." So the nurse took the letter and repairing to UNSL Woodjoud, kissed his hands and saluted him right courteously, then gave him the letter, and he read it and wrote on the back the following verses. "I temper my heart in passion and hide my case as I may, but my case interprets for me and doth my love bewray. And when as my lids brim over with tears, lest the spy should see and come to fathom my secret, my eye is sore, I say. Of old I was empty-hearted and knew not what love was, but now I am passion's bondman, my heart to love's a prey. To thee I prefer my petition, complaining of passion and pain. So haply thou mayst be softened and pity my dismay. With the tears of my eye I have traced it, that so unto thee it may the tidings of what I suffer for thee to thee convey. God watch o'er a visage, that veileth itself with beauty, a face that the full moon serves as a bondman and the stars as slaves obey. Yea, Allah protect her beauty, whose like I ne'er beheld. The boughs from her graceful carriage, indeed, might learn to sway. I beg thee to grant me a visit, Algates, if it irk thee not. And thou knew'st how dearly I'd prize it, thou wouldst not say me nay. I give thee my life, so haply thou mayst accept it, to me thy presence is life eternal and hell thy turning away. Then he folded the letter and kissing it, gave it to the nurse and said to her, O nurse, incline thy lady's heart to me. I hear and obey, answered she and carried the letter to her mistress, who kissed it and laid it on her head, then wrote at the foot of it these verses. Harkye, thou whose heart is taken with my grace and loveliness, have but patience, and right surely thou my favors shalt possess. When we were assured the passion thou avouchedst was sincere and that which us betided had betided thee no less. Gladly had we then vouchsafed thee what thou sight'st for, and more, but our guardians estopped us to each other from access. When night darkens on the dwellings, fires are lighted in our heart and our entrails burn within us, for desire and love's excess. Yea, for love and longing, slumber is a stranger to our couch and the burning pangs of fever do our body sore distress. 'Twas a law of passion ever, love and longing to conceal, lift not thou the curtain from us nor our secret I transgress. Ah, my heart is overflowing with the love of yon gazelle, would it had not left our dwellings for the distant wilderness? Then she folded the letter and gave it to the nurse, who took it and went out to go to the young man, but as she went forth the door, her master met her and said to her, Whither away? To the bath, answered she, but, in her trouble, she dropped the letter, without knowing it, and one of the servants, seeing it lying in the way, picked it up. When she came without the door, she sought for it, but found it not, so turned back to her mistress and told her of this and what had befallen her with the vizier. Meanwhile, the latter came out of the harem and seated himself on his couch. Presently, the servant, who had picked up the letter, came into him, with it in his hand, and said, "O my lord, I found this paper lying on the floor and picked it up." So the vizier took it from his hand, folded as it was, and opening it, read the verses above set down. Then he examined the writing and knew it for his daughter's hand, whereupon he went in to her mother, weeping so sore that his beard was drenched. "What makes thee weep, O my lord?" asked she, and he answered, "Take this letter and see what is therein." So she took it and saw it to be a love letter from her daughter Rosenbud to Unsl Woodjoud, whereupon the tears sprang to her eyes, but she mastered herself and swallowing her tears, said to her husband, "O my lord, there is no profit in weeping, the right course is to cast about for a means of preserving thine honor and concealing thy daughter's affair." And she went on to comfort him and lighten his trouble. Quoth he, "I am fearful of what may ensue this passion of my daughter, and that for two reasons. The first concerns myself, it is, that she is my daughter; the second, that Unsl Woodjoud is a favorite with the Sultan, who loves him with an exceeding love, and maybe great trouble shall come of this affair. What deemest thou of the matter?" "Wait," answered she, "whilst I pray to God for direction." So she prayed a two-bow prayer, according to the prophetic ordinance of the prayer for divine guidance, after which she said to her husband, "A middleward the sea of treasures stands a mountain called the Mount of the Bereaved Mother, the cause of which being so named shall follow in its place, if it be the will of God, and thither can none come, save with difficulty, do thou make her an abiding place there." So the vizier and his wife agreed to build, on the mountain in question, a strong castle and lodge his daughter therein with a year's victual, to be annually renewed, and attendants to serve and keep her company. Accordingly, he collected builders and carpenters and architects and dispatched them to the mountain, where they builded her an impregnable castle, never saw eyes its like. Then he made ready victual and carriage for the journey, and going in to his daughter by night, bade her make ready to set out on a pleasure excursion. She refused to set out by night, but he was instant with her, till she went forth, and when she saw the preparations for the journey, her heart misgave her of separation from her beloved, and she wept sore and wrote upon the door the following verses, to acquaint him with what had passed and with the transports of passion and grief that were upon her, transports such as would make the flesh quake, that would cause the hearts of stones to melt and eyes to overflow with tears. By Allah, O house, if the loved one pass in the morning low and greet with the greeting of lovers, as they pass to and fro. Give him our salutation, a pure and fragrant one, for that we have departed, and whither he may not know. Why on this wise they hurry me off by stealth, a nights, and lightly equipped, I know not, nor whither with me they go. Neath cover of night and darkness, they carry me forth, alack whilst the birds and the brake bewail us and make their moan for our woe. And the tongue of the case interprets their language and cries, alas, alas for the pain of parting from those that we love, Hago. When I saw that the cups of severance were filled and that fate, indeed, would give us to drink of its bitter, unmingled, would we or no? I blended the draught with patience becoming, as best I might, but patience avails not to solace my heart for your loss. I trow. Then she mounted, and they set forward with her and fared on over desert and plain and hill, till they came to the shore of the Sea of Treasures, where they pitched their tents and built a great ship, in which they embarked her and her suite and carried them over to the mountain. Here they left them in the castle, and making their way back to the shore, broke up the vessel, in obedience to the vizier's commandment, and returned home, weeping over what had befallen. Meanwhile, Unsl Woodjoud arose from sleep and prayed the morning prayer, after which he mounted and rode forth to wait upon the Sultan. On his way, he passed by the vizier's house, thinking to see some of his followers, as of wont, but saw no one, and drawing near the door, read the verses aforesaid written thereon. At this sight, his senses failed him, fire was kindled in his vitals, and he returned to his lodging, where he passed the rest of the day in ceaseless trouble and anxiety, without finding ease or patience, till night darkened upon him, when his transport redoubled. So he put off his clothes, and disguising himself in a fakir's habit, set out, at a venture, under cover of the night, distraught and knowing not whither he went. He wandered on all that night and next day, till the heat of the sun grew fierce and the mountains flamed like fire, and thirst was grievous upon him. Presently, he espied a tree, by whose side was a spring of running water, so he made towards it, and sitting down in the shade, on the bank of the rivulet, essayed to drink, but found that the water had no taste in his mouth. Then, looking in the stream, he saw that his body was wasted, his color changed, and his face grown pale, and his feet, to boot, swollen with walking and weariness. So he shed copious tears, and repeated the following verses. The lover is drunken with love of his fair, in longing and heat he redoubles for her. Love maddened, confounded, distracted, perplexed, no dwelling is pleasant to him, and no fair. For how, to a lover cut off from his love, can life be delightsome? 'Twere strange an it were. I melt with the fire of my passion for her, and the tears down my cheek roll, and never forbear. Shall I ever behold her, or one from her stead, with whom I may solace my heart in despair? And he wept till he wet the ground, after which he rose and fared on again over deserts and wilds, till there came out upon him a lion, with a neck buried in hair, a head the bigness of a dome, a mouth wider than the door thereof, and teeth like elephants' tusks. When UNSL Wujud saw him, he gave himself up for lost, and turning towards Mecca, pronounced the professions of the faith, and prepared for death. Now he had read in books that whoso will flatter the lion, beguileth him, for that he is lightly duped by fair words, and glorieth in praise. So he began and said, O lion of the forest and the waste! O unconquerable warrior! O father of heroes and sultan of wild beasts! Behold, I am a desireful lover, whom passion and severance have undone. Since I parted from my beloved, I have lost my reason, wherefore, do thou hearken to my speech, and have ruth on my passion and love-longing. When the lion heard this, he drew back from him, and sitting down on his hind quarters, raised his head to him, and began to frisk his tail and paws to him, which when UNSL Wujud saw, he recited these verses. Wilt slay me, O Lord of the desert, before my enslaver I meet with, e'en her I adore? No fat on me is, I'm no booty for thee, for the loss of my loved one hath wasted me sore. Yea, my love's separation hath worn out my soul, and I'm grown like a shape, with a shroud covered o'er. Give the railers not cause to exult in my woe, O Prince of the spoilers, O Lion of war. A lover, all sleepless for loss of my dear, I'm drowned in the tears from mine eyelids that pour. And my pining for her in the darkness of night hath robbed me, for passion, of reason and lore. When he had finished, the lion rose, and coming softly up to him, with his eyes full of tears, licked him with his tongue, then walked on before him, signing to him, as who should say, Follow me. So he followed him, and he led him on till he brought him, over a mountain, to the farther side, where he came upon the track of a caravan, and knew it to be that of Rosinbud and her company. When the lion saw that he knew the track, and set himself to follow it, he turned back and went his way, whilst UNSL Wujud followed the footmarks, till they brought him to a surging sea, swollen with clashing billows. The trail led down to the water's edge, and there broke off, whereby he knew that they had taken ship there, and had continued their journey by sea. So he lost hope of finding his beloved, and repeated the following verses, weeping sore. Far's the place of visitation, and my patience faileth me for my love, but how to reach her o'er the abysses of the sea?
When, for love of her, my vitals are consumed and I've forsworn slumber, sleep for wake exchanging, ah, how can I patient be?
Since the day she left the homesteads and departed, hath my heart burnt with never-ceasing anguish, all afire with agony. Oxus and jaxarts, running like Euphrates, are my tears, more than rain and flood abounding, run like rivers to the sea. Ulcerated are my eyelids with the running of the tears, and my heart on fires of passions burnt and wasted utterly. Yea, the armies of my longing and my transport on me pressed, and the hosts of my endurance did before them break and flee. Lavishly my life I've ventured for the love of her, for life is the lightest to a lover of all ventures, verily. Thee and I have got unpunished that beheld the beauteous one, than the moon how much more splendid, in the harem's sanctuary. Struck was I and smitten prostrate by wide-opened eyes, whose shafts, from a bow all stringless loosened, pierced the hapless heart of me. By the soft and flexile motions of her shape she captived me, swaying as the limber branches sway upon the cassia tree. Union with her I covet, that therewith I may apply solace to the pains of passion, love, and care and misery. For the love of her, afflicted, as I am, I have become, all that's fallen on me betided from the evil eye, Purdy. Then he wept, till he swooned away, and abode in his swoon a long while. When he came to himself, he looked right and left and seeing none in the desert, was fearful of the wild beasts, so he climbed to the top of a high mountain, where he heard a man's voice speaking within a cavern. He listened and found it to be that of a devotee, who had forsworn the world and given himself up to pious exercises. So he knocked thrice at the cavern door, but the hermit made him no answer, neither came forth to him, wherefore he sighed heavily and recited the following verses. What way is open unto me, to my desire to get and put off weariness and toil and trouble and regret? All pains and terrors have combined on me, to make me hoar and old of head and heart, whilst I a very child am yet. I find no friend to solace me of longing and unease, nor one gainst passion and its stress to aid me and abet. Alas, the torments I endure for waste and wistful love! Fortune, meseems, gainst me is turned and altogether set. Ah, woe's me for the lover's pain, unresting, passion-burnt, him who in parting's bitter cup his lips perforce hath wet. His wit is ravished clean away by separation's woe, fire in his heart and all consumed his entrails by its fret. Ah, what a dreadful day it was, when to her stead I came on that, which on the door was writ, my eyes confounded met. I wept, until I gave the earth to drink of my despair, but still from friend and foe I hid the woes that me beset. Then strayed I forth till, in the waste, a lion sprang on me and would have slain me straight, but him with flattering words I met, and soothed him. So he spared my life and succored me, as 'twere he too had known love's taste and been entangled in its net. Yet, for all this, could I but win to come to my desire, all that I've suffered and endured, straightway I should forget. O thou, that harborest in thy cave, distracted from the world, meseems thou'st tasted love and been its slave, O anchor it. Hardly had he made an end of these verses when, behold, the door of the cavern opened and he heard one say, Alas, the pity of it! So he entered and saluted the hermit, who returned his greeting and said to him, What is thy name? Unsl, answered the young man. And what brings thee hither? Asked the hermit. So he told him his whole story, whereat he wept and said, O Unsl, these 20 years have I dwelt in this place, but never beheld I any here, till the other day, when I heard a noise of cries and weeping, and looking forth in the direction of the sound, saw much people in tents pitched on the seashore. They built a ship, in which they embarked and sailed away. Then some of them returned with the ship and breaking it up, went their way, and methinks those, who embarked in the ship and returned not, are they whom thou seekest. In that case, thy trouble must needs be grievous and thou art excusable, though never yet was lover but suffered sorrows. Then he recited the following verses.
Unsl Woodjout, thou deemst me free of heart, but WELOA. Longing and transport and desire fold and unfold me I. Yeah, love and passion have I known even from my earliest years, since at my mother's nursing breast a suckling babe I lay. I struggled sore and long with love, till I his power confessed. If thou inquire at him of me, he will me not unsay. I quaffed the cup of passion out, with languor and disease, and as a phantom I became for pining and decay. Strong was I, but my strength is gone, and neath the swords of eyes, the armies of my patience broke and vanished clean away. Hope not to win delight of love, without chagrin and woe, for contrary with contrary conjoined is alway. But fear not change from lover true, do thou but constant be. Unto thy wish, and thou shalt sure be happy yet some day, for unto lovers passion hath ordained that to forget is heresy, forbidden all its mandates that obey. Then he rose and coming to the youth, embraced him, and they wept together, till the hills rang with their crying and they fell down in a swoon. When they revived, they swore brotherhood in God the Most High, and the hermit said to Unsl Woodjout, this night will I pray to God and seek of him direction what thou shouldst do to attain thy desire. To return to Rose in Bud. When they brought her into the castle and she beheld its ordinance, she wept and exclaimed, by Allah, thou art a goodly place, save that thou lackest the presence of the beloved in thee. Then, seeing many birds in the island, she bade her people set snares for them and hang up all they caught in cages within the castle, and they did so. But she sat at a window of the castle and bethought her of what had passed, and passion and transport and love-longing redoubled upon her, till she burst into tears and repeated the following verses. To whom, of my desire complaining, shall I cry, to whom, for loss of loves and parting sorrow, sigh? Flames rage within my breast, but I reveal them not, for fear lest they my case discover to the spy. I'm grown as thin as e'er a bodkin's wood, so worn with absence and lament and agony am I. Where is the loved one's eye, to see how I'm become even as a blasted tree, stripped bare and like to die? They wronged me, when they shut me prisoner in a place, wherein my love, alas, I may never come me nigh. Greetings a thousandfold I beg the sun to bear, what time he riseth up and setteth from the sky. To a beloved one, who puts the moon to shame, for loveliness, and doth the Indian cane outvie. If the rose ape his cheek, now God forfend, I say, that of my portion ought a pilfer thou shouldst try. Lo, in his mouth are springs of limpid water sweet, refreshment that would bring to those in flames who lie. How shall I one forget who is my heart and soul, my malady, and he that healing can apply? Then, as the shadows darkened upon her, her longing increased and she called to mind the past and recited these verses also. The shadows darken and passion stirs up my sickness amain, and longing rouses within me the old desireful pain. The anguish of parting hath taken its sojourn in my breast, and love and longing and sorrow have maddened heart and brain. Passion hath made me restless, and yearning consumes my soul, and tears discover my secret, that else concealed had lain. I know of no way to ease me of sickness and care and woe, nor can my weak endeavor reknit love's severed skein. My heart is a raging furnace, because of the heat whereof my entrails are racked with anguish, that nothing can assign. O thou, that thinkest to blame me for what is fallen on me, enough, I suffer with patience whatever the fates ordain. I swear I shall ne'er find comfort nor be consoled for them, the oath of the children of passion, whose oaths are never in vain. Bear tidings, O night,
to my dear ones and greet them and witness bear that thou knowest in thee I sleep not, but ever to wake am fain.
Meanwhile, the hermit said to UNSL Woodjoud, Go down into the valley and fetch me palm fiber.
So he went and returned with the palm fiber, which the hermit took and twisting into ropes, made therewith a net, such as is used for carrying straw, after which he said to the youth, O UNSL Woodjoud, in the heart of the valley grows a gourd, which springs up and dries upon its roots. Go thither and fill this net therewith, then tie it together and casting it into the water, embark thereon and make for the midst of the sea, so haply thou shalt come to thy desire, for he, who adventureth not himself, shall not attain that he seeketh. I hear and obey, answered UNSL Woodjoud, and bidding the hermit farewell after he had prayed for him, betook himself to the hollow of the valley, where he did as he had counselled him and launched out upon the water, supported by the net. Then there arose a wind, which drove him out to sea, till he was lost to the hermit's view, and he ceased not to fare on over the abysses of the ocean, one billow tossing him up on the crest of the wave and another bearing him down into the trough of the sea, and he beholding the while the terrors and wonders of the deep, for the space of 3 days, at the end of which time fate cast him upon the mount of the bereft mother, where he landed, weak and giddy as a fledgling bird, for hunger and thirst, but, finding their streams running and birds warbling on the branches and fruit-laden trees, growing in clusters and singly, he ate of the fruits and drank of the streams. Then he walked on till he saw some white thing aller off, and making for it, found that it was a strongly fortified castle. So he went up to the gate and finding it locked, sat down by it. He sat thus 3 days, and on the 4th, the gate opened and an eunuch came out, who seeing UNSL Woodjoud seated there, said to him, Whence comest thou and who brought thee hither? Quoth he, I come from Ispahan and was travelling by sea with merchandise, when my ship was wrecked and the waves cast me upon this island. When the eunuch heard this, he wept and embraced him, saying, God preserve thee, O, thou that bringest me the fragrance of the beloved. Ispahan is my own country, and I have there a cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, whom I loved and cherished from a child. But a people stronger than we fell upon us, and taking me among other booty, docked me and sold me for an eunuch, whilst I was yet a lad, and this is how I come to be what I am. Then he carried him into the courtyard of the castle, where he saw a great basin of water, surrounded by trees, on whose branches hung cages of silver, with doors of gold, and therein birds warbling and singing the praises of the requiting king. In the first cage he came to was a turtle dove which, seeing him, raised her voice and cried out, saying, O bountiful one! Whereat he fell down in a swoon, but, presently coming to himself, sighed heavily and recited the following verses. O turtle, art thou mad for love, as is my case? Then sing, bountiful, and seek the Lord his grace. Tell me, doth thy descant in joyance tale its rise, or in desireful pain, that in thy heart hath place? If for desire thou most of bygone loves, or pinst for dear ones that have gone and left thee but their trace? Or if thou'st lost thy love, like me, then, indeed, severance long felt desire discovereth apace. God guard a lover true. Though my bones rot, nor time nor absence from my heart her image shall efface. Then he fainted again, and presently coming to his senses, went on to the second cage, wherein he found a ringdove. When it saw him, it sang out, O Eternal, I praise thee, and he sighed and recited these verses. I heard a ringdove say in her plaintive note, Despite of my woes, O Eternal, I praise thee still. And God, of his grace, reunion of our loves, in this my travel, may yet to us fulfill. She visits me oft, with her dusk-red honeyed lips, and lends to the passion within me an added thrill. And I cry, whilst the fires in my tortured heart flame high, and my soul for ardor consumes and my eyes distill. tears that resemble blood and withouten cease pour down on my wasted cheeks in many a rill. There's none created without affliction, and I must bear with patience my tribulations, until the hour of solace with her I love one day unite me. Ah, then, by God His power and will, in succoring lovers, I vow, I'll spend my good, for they're of my tribe and category still. And eke from prison I'll loose the birds, to boot, and leave, for joyance, the thought of every ill. Then he went on to the third cage, in which was a mockingbird. When it saw him, it set up a song, and he recited the following verses. The mockingbird delighteth me with his harmonious strain, as 'twere a lover's voice that pines and wastes for love in vain. Woe's me for those that lovers be! How many a weary night, for love and anguish and desire, to waken they are fain! 'Twould seem as if they had no part in mourning or in sleep, for all the stress of love and woe that holds their heart and brain. When I became distraught for her I love and wistfulness bound me in fetters strait, the tears from out mine eyes did rain. So thick and fast, they were as chains, and I to her did say, my tears have fallen so thick, that now they've bound me with a chain. The treasures of my patience fail, absence is long on me and yearning sore, and passion's stress consumeth me amain. If God's protection cover me and fortune be but just in fate with her whom I adore unite me once again, I'll doff my clothes, that she may see how worn my body is, for languishment and severance and solitary pain. Then he went on to the fourth cage, where he found a nightingale, which, at sight of him, began to tune its plaintive note. When he heard its descant, he burst into tears and repeated the following verses. The nightingale's note, when the dawning is near, distracts from the lutestrings the true lover's ear. Complaineth, for love-longing, UNSL Woodjoud, of a passion that blotteth his being out sheer. How many sweet notes, that would soften, for mirth, the hardness of iron and stone, do I hear? The zephyr of morning brings tidings to me of meadows, full-flowered for the blossoming year. The scents on the breeze and the music of birds, in the dawning, transport me with joyance and cheer. But I think of a loved one, that's absent from me, and mine eyes rain in torrents, with tear upon tear. And the ardor of longing flames high in my breast, as a fire in the heart of a brazier burns clear. May Allah vouchsafe to a lover distraught to see and foregather once more with his dear. Yeah, for lovers, heart-sickness and longing and woe and wake are excuses that plainly appear. Then he went on a little and came to a handsome cage, than which there was no goodlier there, and in it a culver, that is to say, a wood pigeon, the bird renowned among the birds as the singer of love-longing, with a collar of jewels about its neck, wonder goodly of ordnance. He considered it a while and seeing it mazed and brooding in its cage, shed tears and repeated these verses. O culver of the copse, may peace upon thee light, O friend of all who love and every wistful wight. I love a young gazelle, a slender one, whose glance than sharpest saber's point is keener and more bright. For love of her, my heart and entrails array fire and sicknesses consume my body and my sprite. The sweet of pleasant foods forbidden unto me, and eke I am denied the taste of sleep's delight. Solace and fortitude have taken flight from me, and love and longing lodge with me, both day and night. How shall my life be sweet to me, while she's afar, that is my life, my wish, the apple of my sight? When the pigeon heard these verses, it awoke from its brooding and cooed and warbled and trilled, till it all but spoke, and the tongue of the case interpreted for it and recited the following verses. O lover, thy wailings recall to my mind the time when my youth from me wasted and dwined. And a mistress, whose charms and whose grace I adored, seductive and fair over all of her kind, whose voice, from the twigs of the sandhill upraised, left the strains of the flute, to my thought, far behind. A snare set the fowler and caught me, who cried, would he leave me to range at my will on the wind? I had hoped he was clement, or seeing that I was a lover, would pity my lot and be kind. But no, may God smite him, he tore me away from my dear and apart from her harshly confined. Since then, my desire for her grows without cease, and my heart with the fires of disjunction is mined. God guard a true lover, who striveth with love and hath suffered the torments in which I have pined. When he seeth me languish for love in my cage, he will loose me, in mercy, my loved one to find. Then UNSL Woodjoud turned to his friend, the Isfahani, and said to him, what palace is this? Who built it and who abideth in it? Quoth the eunuch, the vizier of King Shamikh built it for his daughter, fearing for her the assaults of fate and the vicissitudes of fortune, and lodged her therein, with her attendants, nor do we open it save once in every year, when our victual comes to us. And UNSL Woodjoud said in himself, I have gained my end, though after long travail. Meanwhile, Rosenbud took no delight in eating nor drinking, sitting nor sleeping, but her transport and passion and love-longing redoubled on her, and she went wandering about the castle, but could find no issue, wherefore she shed plenteous tears and recited the following verses. They have prisoned me straitly from him I adore, and given me to eat of mine anguish galore. My heart with the flames of love-longing they fired, when me from the sight of my loved one they bore. They have cloistered me close in a palace built high on a mount in the midst of a sea without shore. If they'd have me forget, their endeavor is vain, for my love but redoubles upon me the more. How can I forget him, when all I endure arose from the sight of his face heretofore? My days are consumed in lament, and my nights pass in thinking of him, as I knew him of yore. His memory my solace in solitude is, since the lack of his presence I needs must deplore. I wonder, will fate grant my heart its desire and my love, after all, to my wishes restore? Then she donned her richest clothes and trinkets and threw a necklace of jewels around her neck, after which she ascended to the roof of the castle and tying some strips of Baalbec stuff together, to serve for a rope, made them fast to the battlements and let herself down thereby to the ground. Then she fared on over wastes and wilds, till she came to the seashore, where she saw a fishing boat, and therein a fisherman, whom the wind had driven onto the island, as he went, fishing here and there, on the sea. When he saw her, he was affrighted, taking her for Eginia, and put out again to sea, but she cried out and made pressing signs to him to return, reciting the following verses. Harkee, O fisherman, fear thou no injury, I'm but an earthly maid, a mortal like to thee. I do implore thee, stay, give ear unto my prayer and hearken to my true and woeful history. Pity, so God thee spare, the ardor of my love, and say if thou hast seen a loved one, fled from me. I love a fair-faced youth and goodly, brighter far of aspect than the face of sun or moon is he. The antelope, that sees his glances, cries, his slave am I, and doth confess inferiority. Yea, beauty on his brow these pregnant words hath writ in very dust of musk, significant to see. Who sees the light of love is in the way of right, and he who strays commits foul sin and heresy. And thou have ruth on me and bring me to his sight, O rare. Whatever thou wilt thy recompense shall be. Rubies and precious stones and freshly gathered pearls and every kind of gem that is in earth and sea. Surely, O friend, thou wilt with my desire comply, for all my heart's on fire with love and agony. When the fisherman heard this, he wept and sighed and lamented, then, recalling what had betided himself in the days of his youth, when love had the mastery over him and transport and love-longing and distraction were sore upon him and the fires of passion consumed him, replied with these verses.
Indeed, the lover's excuse is manifest, wasting of body and streaming tears, unrest.
Eyes, in the darkness that waken still, and heart, as 'twere a firebox, bespeak him love oppress. Passion, indeed, afflicted me in youth, and I good money from bad learnt then to test. My soul I bartered, a distant love to win, to gain her favors, I wandered east and west. And eke I ventured my life against her grace and deemed the venture would bring me interest. For law of lovers it is that whoso buys his love's possession with life, he profits best. Then he moored his boat to the shore and bade her embark, saying, I will carry thee whither thou wilt. So she embarked and he put off with her, but they had not gone far, before there came out a stern wind upon the boat and drove it swiftly out of sight of land. The fisherman knew not whither he went, and the wind blew without ceasing 3 days, at the end of which time it fell, by leave of God the Most High, and they sailed on, till they came in sight of a city builded upon the seashore, and the fisherman set about making fast to the land. Now the king of the city, a very powerful prince called Durbas, was at that moment sitting, with his son, at a window in the palace giving upon the sea, and chancing to look out to seaward, they saw the fishing boat enter the harbor. They observed it narrowly and espied therein a young lady, as she were the full moon in the mid-heaven, with pendants in her ears of fine balas rubies and a collar of precious stones about her neck. So the king knew that this must be the daughter of some king or great noble, and going forth of the sea gate of the palace, went down to the boat, where he found the lady asleep and the fisherman busied in making fast to the shore. He went up to her and aroused her, whereupon she awoke, weeping, and he said to her, Whence comest thou and whose daughter art thou and what brings thee hither? I am the daughter of Ibrahim, vizier to King Shamikh, answered she, and the manner of my coming hither is strange and the cause thereof extraordinary. And she told him her whole story, hiding not from him. Then she sighed deeply and recited the following verses. Tears have mine eyelids wounded sore, and wonder fast they flow adown my cheek for parting's pain and memory and woe. For a beloved's sake, who dwells forever in my heart, though to foregather with himself I cannot win, Hago. Fair, bright and brilliant is his face, in loveliness and grace, Turk, Arab and barbarian he cloth indeed o Urkro. The full moon and the sun contend in deference to him, and when he rises into sight, they, lover-like, bend low. His eyes with wondrous witchery are decked, as 'twere with kohl, even as a bow, that's bent to shoot its shafts, to thee they show. O thou, to whom I have perforce revealed my case, have ruth on one with whom the shifts of love have sported long eno. Lo, broken-hearted, love hath cast me up upon thy coast, wherefore I trust that thou on me fair favor wilt bestow. The noble who, when folk of worth alight within their bounds, do honor and protect them, win increase of glory so. Cover thou then, my lord, my hope, 2 lovers' follies up and let them to thy succoring hand their love's reunion owe. Then she shed plenteous tears and recited these verses also. I lived, a marvel till I saw and love, then lived no mo, each month to thee as Rejeb be, as free from fear of foe. Is it not strange that, on the morn they went away, I lit fire in my vitals with the tears that from mine eyes did flow? Indeed, mine eyelids ran with blood, and on the wasted plain of my sad cheek, that therewithal was watered, gold did grow. Yea, for the safflower hue, that thence o'erspread my cheeks, they seemed the shirt of Joseph, steeped in blood, to make a lying show. When the king heard this, he was certified of her passion and love-longing and was moved to compassion for her, so he said to her, Fear nothing and be not troubled, thou hast attained the term of thy wishes, for needs must I bring thee to thy desire. And he recited the following verses. Daughter of nobles, thou hast reached thy wishes' goal, I trow,
in happy presage then rejoice and fear not any woe.
Treasures this very day will I collect in neath escort of horsemen and of champions, to Shamik they shall go. Brocade and bladders full of musk I will to him dispatch, and eke white silver and red gold I'll send to him also. Yea, and a letter neath my hand my wish for ties of kin and for alliance with himself shall give him eke to know. And all endeavor will I use, forthwith, that he thou lovest once more with thee may be conjoined, to part from thee no mo. I, too, have battened upon love and know the taste thereof, and can excuse the folk who've quaffed the selfsame cup of woe. Then, returning to his palace, he summoned his vizier, and causing pack him up countless treasure, bade him carry it to King Shamik and say to him, the king is minded to ally himself with thee by marrying Unsl Wujoud, shine officer, to his daughter. So needs must thou send him with me, that the marriage may be solemnized in her father's kingdom. And he wrote a letter to King Shamik, to this effect, and gave it to the vizier, charging him without fail bring back Unsl Wujoud, on pain of deposition from his office. I hear and obey, answered the vizier, and setting out forthright, in due course arrived at the court of King Shamik, to whom he delivered the letter in presence, saluting him in the name of King Durbaz. When Shamik read the letter and saw the name of Unsl Wujoud, he burst into tears and said to the vizier, and where is Unsl Wujoud? He went away, and we know not his place of abiding. Bring him to me, and I will give thee the sum of the presents thou hast brought me, twice told. And he wept and sighed and groaned, reciting the following verses. Him whom I love to me restore, by gold and gifts I set no store. Nor do I crave largesse, indeed, of pearls and gems and precious ore. As 'twere a moon at full, for us, in beauty's heaven he did soar. Passing in wit and grace, gazelles with him comparison gave o'er. His shape was as a willow wand, for fruits that sweet seductions bore. But in the willow, to enslave the hearts of men, there is no lore. I reared him from a child upon the bed of fondness evermore. And now I am at heart distraught for him, and sorrow passing sore. Then said he to the vizier, go back to thy master and tell him that Unsl Wujoud has been missing this year past, and his lord knoweth not whither he is gone nor hath any news of him. O my lord, answered King Durbaz's vizier, my master said to me, and thou come back without him, thou shalt be ousted from the vizierate and shall not enter my city. How then can I return without him? So King Shamik said to his vizier Ibrahim, take a company and go with him and make search for Unsl Wujoud everywhere. I hear and obey, answered Ibrahim, and taking a company of his own retainers, set out in quest of Unsl Wujoud, accompanied by King Durbaz's vizier, and as often as they fell in with Bedouins or others, they inquired at them of Unsl Wujoud, saying, have ye seen a man, whose name is so and his favor thus and thus? But they answered, we know him not. So they fared on, inquiring in city and hamlet and seeking in hill and plain and desert and wold, till they came to the seashore, where they took ship and sailed, till they came to the mountain of the bereaved mother, and King Durbaz's vizier said to Ibrahim, why is this mountain thus called? There was once of old time, answered the other vizier, a jinniac, of the Jinn of China, who fell passionately in love with a man, and being in fear of her own people, searched all the earth for a place, where she might hide him from them, till she happened on this mountain, and finding it inaccessible both to men and jinn, carried off her beloved and lodged him therein. There she used to visit him privily, till she had borne him a number of children, and the merchants, sailing by the mountain in their voyages over the sea, heard the weeping of the children, as it were the wailing of a woman who had lost her young, and said, is there here a mother bereaved of her children? For which reason the place was named the Mountain of the Bereaved Mother. And King Durbaz's vizier marveled at this. Then they landed, and making for the castle, knocked at the gate, which was opened to them by an eunuch, who knew the vizier Ibrahim and kissed his hands. Ibrahim entered, and finding in the courtyard, among the serving men, a man in the habit of a fakir, said,
"Whence comes yonder fellow?"
Quoth they, "He is a merchant, who hath lost his goods by shipwreck, but saved himself on a plank, and he is an ecstatic." Now this was none other than Unsl Wujoud, but the vizier knew him not, so he left him and went on into the castle. He found there no trace of his daughter, and questioned her women, who answered, "She abode with us but a little while and went away, how and whither we know not." Whereupon he wept sore and repeated the following verses. O house, whose birds warbled for joyance whilera, and whose sills were resplendent with glory and pride, till the lover came to thee, bemoaning himself for his passion, and found thy doors open and wide. Would I knew where my soul is, my soul that was laid in a house, where its masters no longer abide. Therein were all things that are costly and rich, and with suits of brocade it was decked, like a bride.
Yea, happy and honored its doorkeeper were. Would God I knew whither its mistress hath tried.
Then he wept and sighed and bemoaned himself, exclaiming, There is no resource against the ordinance of God, neither is there any escape from that which he hath decreed. Then he went up to the roof, and finding the strips of Baalbec stuff tied to the battlements and hanging down to the ground, knew that she had descended thence and had fled forth, as one distracted and mad with passion. Presently, he turned, and seeing there 2 birds, an owl and a raven, deemed this an ill omen, so he groaned and recited these verses. Unto the loved one's stead I came, as hoping, by their sight, to quench the fire that burnt in me of love longing and woe. But no beloved found I there, nor aught, indeed, I found, save 2 ill-omened ones, an owl and eke a corby crow. And quoth the tongue o' the case to me, Thou hast been tyrannous, and hast 2 longing lovers torn, the one the other fro. Taste of the anguish, then, of love, what thou hast made them taste and live, twixt agony and tears, in sorrowy vermo. Then he descended, weeping, and bade the servants go forth and search the island for their mistress. So they sought for her, but found her not. As for Unsl Wujoud, when he was certified that Rosenbud was indeed gone, he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon, nor came to himself for a long time, whilst the folk deemed that a ravishment from the merciful one had taken him, and that he was absorbed in contemplation of the splendor of the majesty of the Requiter of good and evil. Then, despairing of finding Unsl Wujoud, and seeing that Ibrahim was distracted for the loss of his daughter, King Durbaz's vizier addressed himself to return to his own country, for all he had not attained the object of his journey, and said to Ibrahim, I have a mind to take yonder fakir with me. It may be God, for his sake, will incline the king's heart to me, for that he is a holy man, and after, I will send him to Ispahan, which is near our country.
Do and as thou wilt, answered Ibrahim.
So they took leave of one another and departed, each for his own country, King Durbaz's vizier carrying with him Unsl Wujoud, who was still insensible. They bore him with them on muleback, unknowing if he were carried or not, for 3 days, at the end of which time he came to himself and said, Where am I? Thou art in company with King Durbaz's vizier, answered they, and went and told the latter, who sent him rosewater and sherbet of sugar, of which they gave him to drink and restored him. Then they fared on till they drew near King Durbaz's capital, and the king, being advised of his vizier's coming, wrote to him, saying, An Unsl Wujoud be not with thee, come not to me ever. When the vizier read the royal mandate, it was grievous to him, for he knew not that Rosenbud was with the king, nor why he had sent him in quest of Unsl Wujoud, neither knew he that the fakir he had with him was Unsl Wujoud himself, and the latter in like manner knew not whither they were bound, nor that the vizier had been dispatched in quest of himself. So, when he saw him thus chagrined, he said to him, What ails thee? And he answered, I was sent by the king on an errand, which I have not been able to accomplish.
So, when he heard of my return, he wrote to me, saying, Enter not my city, except thou have fulfilled my need. And what is the king's need? Asked Unsl Wujud. So the vizier told him the case, and he said, Fear nothing, but go boldly to the king and take me with thee, and I will be surety to thee for the coming of Unsl Wujud. At this the vizier rejoiced and said, Is this true that thou sayest? Yes, answered he, whereupon the vizier mounted and carried him to King Durbas, who said to him, Where is Unsl Wujud? O king, answered the young man, I know where he is. So the king called in to him and said, Where? Near at hand, replied Unsd Wujud. Tell me what thou wouldst with him, and I will fetch him to thee. With all my heart, answered the king, but the case calls for privacy. So he bade the folk withdraw and, carrying Unsl Wujud into his closet, told him the whole story, whereupon quoth the youth, Clothe me in rice apparel, and I will eftsoons bring Unsl Wujud to thee. So they brought him a sumptuous dress, and he donned it and said, I am the delight of the world and the mortification of the envious. So saying, he transfixed ale hearts with his glances and recited the following verses. My loved one's memory cheers me still in this my solitude, and doth wan hope from me away, as I in absence brood. I have no helper but my tears, yet, when from out mine eyes they flow, they lighten my despair and ease my drearihood. Sore is my longing, yea, it hath no like in my affair in love and passions marvelous, beyond all likelihood. I lie the night long, wakey-eyed, no sleep is there for me, and pass, for love, from heaven to hell, according to my mood. Yea, patience fair sometime I had, but have it now no more, and longing and chagrin increase upon me, like a flood. Indeed, my body's worn to naught, for severance from her, yearnings my aspect and my form to change have all subdued. Mine eyelids ulcerated are with weeping, nor can I avail to stay the constant tears, wherewith they're still bedewed. Indeed, I can no more, my strength, my very vitals fail. How many sorrows have I borne, on sorrows still renewed? My heart and head are grizzled grown, for loss of a princess in beauty, sure, the fairest maid that ever lover wooed. In her despite, our parting was, for no desire hath she save to be joined with me and feed once more on lover's food. I wonder, will my fate to me union vouchsafe with her I cherish, after absence long and stress of lonelyhood? And shut the book of severance up, that now is open wide, and blot out troubles from my thought with love's supremest good? Shall my beloved, in my land, my cup companion be in sorrow and affliction be by pure delight ensued? By Allah, exclaimed the king, ye are, indeed, a pair of true lovers, and in the heaven of beauty two shining stars. Your story is marvelous and your case extraordinary. Then he told him all that had befallen Rosenbud, and Unsl Wujud said, Where is she, O king of the age? She is with me now, answered Durbas, and sending for the Qadi and the witnesses, drew up the contract of marriage between her and him. Then he loaded Unsl Wujud with favors and bounties and sent to King Shamikh, advising him of what had befallen, whereat the latter rejoiced with an exceeding joy and wrote back to him, saying, Since the marriage contract hath been drawn up at thy court, it behoves that the wedding and consummation be at mine. And he made ready camels and horses and men and sent them in quest of the lovers. When the embassy reached King Durbas, he gave the pair great store of treasure and dispatched them to King Shamikh's court with an escort of his own troops. The day of their arrival was a notable day, never was seen a greater, for the king assembled all the singers and players on instruments of music and made banquets and held high festivals 7 days,
and on each day he gave largesse to the folk and bestowed on them sumptuous dresses of honor. Then UNSL Woodjoud went in to Rosenbud, and they embraced and sat weeping for excess of joy and gladness, whilst she recited the following verses.
Gladness has come, dispelling grief and putting care aside. We are united now and have our enviers mortified.
The fragrant breeze of union blows fresh and sweet for us, whereby our bodies, vitals, hearts are all revivified. The splendor of fulfilled delight in all its glory shines, and for glad tidings beat the drums about us far and wide. Think not we weep for stress of grief or for affliction, nay, it is for joy our tears flow down and will not be denied. How many terrors have we seen, that now are passed away? Yet we each agonizing straight did patiently abide. In 1 hour of delight have we forgotten all the woes, whose stresses made us twain, whilom, gray-haired and hollow-eyed. Then they clipped each other and ceased not from their embrace, till they fell down in a swoon, for the ecstasy of reunion, and when they came to themselves, UNSD Woodjoud recited these verses. Ah, how peerlessly sweet are the nights of delight, when the loved one to me keeps the troth she did plight. When enjoyment ensues and the bonds of estrangement between us are sundered outright. And fortune is come to us, favoring and fair, after turning away with aversion and spite. Fair fortune hath set up her standards for us, and we drink from her hand a cup pure of affright. United, our woes each to each we recount, and the nights when in torments we watched for the light. But now, O my lady, forgotten have we our griefs, and God pardon the past it's upright. How pleasant, how lovesome, how joyous is life! Enjoyment my passion doth only excite. Then they gave themselves up anew to the pleasures of the nuptial bed and passed 7 whole days thus, carousing and conversing and reciting verses and telling pleasant tales and anecdotes, in the intervals of amorous dalliance, for so drowned were they in the sea of passion, that they knew not night from day, and it was to them, for very stress of joy and gladness and pleasure and delight, as if the 7 days were but 1 day, and that without a morrow. Nor did they know the 7th day, but by the coming of the singers and players on instruments of music, whereat Rosenbud was beyond measure wondered and improvised the following verses. Despite the envier's rage and malice of the spy, I've one of him I love my wish to satisfy. Yeah, we have crowned our loves with many a close embrace, on cushions of brocade and silken stuffs piled high. Upon a couch full soft, of perfumed leather made and stuffed with down of birds of rarest kind that fly. Thanks to the honeyed dews of my beloved's lips, illustrious past compare, no need of wine have I. Yeah, for the sweet excess of our fulfilled delight, the present from the past we know, nor far from nigh. A miracle indeed! 7 nights o'er us have passed, without our taking note of how they flitted by. Till, on the 7th day, they wished us joy and said, your union God prolong to all eternity. When she had finished, UNSL Woodjoud kissed her more than 100 times, and recited the following verses. O day of pure delight and mutual happiness! The loved one came and set me free from loneliness. She blessed me with the sweets of all her glorious charms, what while her converse filled my spirit with lease. She plied me with the wine of amorous delight, till all my senses failed, for very drunkenness. Yeah, merry each with each we made, together lay, then fell to wine and did, in song, our cheer express. Nor knew we, of the days that fleeted over us, the present from the past, for very joy's excess. Fair fall all those that love of ease and twin delight, and joy to them fulfill its promise none the less. Ne'er may they know the taste of parting's bitter cup. God succor them as me he succored in my stress.
Then they went forth and distributed to the folk alms and largesse of money and raiment and so forth, after which Rosenbud bade empty the bath for her, and turning to Unsl Wujad, said to him, O solace of my eyes, I have a mind to see thee in the bath, and we will be alone together therein. He gladly consented to this, and she bade perfume the bath for them with all manner of scented woods and essences, and light the candles. Then, of the excess of her contentment, she recited the following verses. O thou aforetime of my heart that madst prize, and the present for us on the past still relies. Thou, the only companion I crave, for to me none other the want of thy presence supplies. To the bath, that in midst of hellfire we may see even paradise shining, come, light of mine eyes. We will scent it with ambergris, aloes and musk, till the fragrance and clouds from all quarters arise. Yea, fortune will pardon her sins and give thanks, for his grace, to the merciful one, the all-wise. And I'll say, when I see thee therein, O my love, all delights be thy lot in the earth and the skies. So they went to the bath and took their pleasure therein, after which they returned to their palace and their abode in the fullness of delight, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies, and glory be to him who changeth not, neither saith, and in whom all things have their term. Abu Nuwas with the 3 boys and the Caliph Haruni ar-Rashid. Abu Nuwas one day shut himself up, and making ready a richly furnished saloon, set out therein a banquet of meats of all kinds and colors that lips and tongue can desire. Then he went forth, to seek a minion who should befit the entertainment, saying, O my God and my Master and my Lord, I beseech thee to send me one worthy of this banquet and apt to carouse with me this day. Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when he espied 3 handsome beardless youths, as they were of the children of paradise, differing in complexion but equal in perfection of beauty, and all hearts yearned with desire to the graceful bending of their shapes, even to what saith the poet. 2 beardless youths I happened on one day, and said, I love you. Hast thou pelf? Asked they. Yes, answered I, and liberality. Then is the matter easy, did they say. Now Abu Nuwas was on this wise given, and loved to sport and make merry with the fair, and culled a rose from every fresh flowered cheek, even as saith the poet. Full many a greybeard is amorous, and loves fair faces in music and dalliance and glee. From Mosul, the country of pureness, he comes, yet not but Aleppo remembereth he. So he accosted them with the salutation, and they returned his greeting with all honor and civility, and would have gone their way, but he stayed them, repeating these verses. To none but me your footsteps steer, for I have store of all good cheer. Wine that the heart of convent monk would glad, so bright it is and clear. And flesh of sheep, to boot, have I, and birds of land and sea and mere. Eat ye of these and drink old wine, that doth away chagrin and fear. The boys were beguiled by his verses and consented to his wishes, saying, We hear and obey. So he carried them to his lodging, where they found already that he had set forth in his verses. They sat down and ate and drank and made merry a while, after which they appealed to Abu Nuwas to decide which was the handsomest and most shapely of them. So he pointed to one of them, after having kissed him twice, and recited the following verses. With my life I will ransom the mole, on the cheek of the loveling that is, for how should I ransom it else with treasure or aught but my soul? And blessed forever be he who fashioned his cheek without hair and made, of his power and his might, all beauty to dwell in yon mole. Then he pointed to another, and kissing his lips, repeated these verses. There's a loveling hath a mole upon his cheek, as 'twere musk on virgin camphor, so to speak. My eyes marvel when they see it. Quoth the mole, Heaven's blessing on the prophet look ye seek. Then he pointed to the third and repeated the following verses,
after kissing him 60 times. All in a silver cup he melted gold full fine, a youth whose hands were dyed in ruby-colored wine. And with the skinkers went and handed round 1 cup of wine, whilst other 2 were proffered by his eyne. Fairer than all the Turks, an antelope, whose waist together would attract the mountains of Hunain. And if I were content with crooked womankind, betwixt attractions twain would be this heart of mine. One love towards Diarbeaker drawing it, and one that draws it, other guise, to the land of Jamian. Now each of the youths had drunk 2 cups, and when it came to Abu Nuwas' turn, he took the goblet and repeated these verses. Drink not of wine except it be at the hands of a loveling slim, who in brightness of soul resembles it and it resembles him. The drinker of wine, in very truth, hath no delight thereof, except the cheek of the fair be pure, who doth the goblet brim. Then he drank off his cup, and when it came round to him again, joyance got the mastery of him and he repeated the following verses. Make thou thy boon fellow of cups, brimmed up as full as this, and eke to follow cup with cup, I rede thee, do not miss. Poured by a damask-lipped one's hand, a wonder lovely fair, whose mouth sweet water, after sleep, as musk on apple is. Drink not of wine, except it be from the hand of a gazelle, whose cheek is goodlier than itself and sweeter still his kiss. Presently, the wine crept to his head, drunkenness mastered him and he knew not hand from head, so that he swayed about for mirth, inclining anon to this one, to kiss him, and anon to another. Then he fell to glorying in himself and his case and the goodliness of his entertainment and his companions, and recited these verses. None knoweth perfection of pleasure but he who drinketh, with fair ones to hearten him still. This sings to him, t'other, when cheer him would be, revives him forthright with the cups he doth fill. And whenever from one he hath need of a kiss, long draughts from his lips, at his case, he doth swill. God bless them! Right sweet has my day with them been, and wonder delightsome and void of all ill. We drank of the wine cup, both mingled and pure, and agreed whoso slept, we should tousle at will. At this moment, there came a knocking at the door, so they bade him who knocked enter, and behold, it was the Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid. When they saw him, they all rose to him and kissed the ground before him, and the fumes of the wine forsook Abu Nuwas' head for awe of the Caliph, who said to him, Hello, Abu Nuwas. At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, May God preserve thee. What state is this I find thee in? Asked the Caliph, and the poet replied, O Commander of the Faithful, methinks my state dispenses with question. Quoth the Caliph, O Abu Nuwas, I have sought direction of God the Most High and appoint thee Qadi of whoremasters. Dost thou indeed invest me with that office, O Commander of the Faithful? Asked Abu Nuwas. I do, replied the Caliph. Then, O Commander of the Faithful, rejoined Abu Nuwas, hast thou any suit to prefer to me? At this the Caliph was wroth and turned away and left them, full of rage, and passed the night, sore angered against Abu Nuwas, whilst the latter spent the merriest and most easeful of nights, till the day dawned and the morning star appeared and shone, when he broke up the sitting and dismissing the boys, donned his court dress and set out for the Caliph's palace. Now it was the latter's custom, when the divan broke up, to withdraw to his sitting chamber and summon thither his poets and minions and musicians, each having his own place, which he might not overpass. So, that day, he retired to his saloon, and the minions came and seated themselves, each in his place. Presently, in came Abu Nuwas and was about to take his usual seat, when the Caliph cried out to Mesra the headsman and bade him strip the poet of his clothes and clap an ass's panel on his back. Moreover, he charged him bind a halter about his head and a crupper under his rear and carry him round to all the lodgings of the slave girls and the chambers of the harem, that the women might make mock of him, then cut off his head and bring it to him. I hear and obey, replied Mesrour, and accoutring Abu Nuwas, as the Caliph had bidden him, carried him round to all the lodgings of the harem, in number as the days of the year. But he made all the girls laugh with his buffooneries, and each gave him something, so that he returned with a pocket full of money. Just then, Ja'far the Barmecide, who had been absent on an important business for the Caliph, entered, and seeing the poet in this plight, said to him, "Hullo, Abu Nuwas." "At thy service, O our lord," answered he. "What offense hast thou committed," asked Ja'far, "to bring this punishment on thee?" "None whatever," answered the other, "except that I made our lord the Caliph a present of the best of my verses, and he presented me, in return, with the best of his clothes." When the Caliph heard this, he laughed, from a heart full of wrath, and, not only, pardoned Abu Nuwas, but gave him a myriad of money. Abdullah ben Mamre with the man of Bassorah and his slave girl. A certain man of Bassorah once bought a slave girl and reared and educated her excellent well. Moreover, he loved her very dearly and spent all his substance in pleasuring and making merry with her, till he had nothing left and want was very sore upon him. So she said to him, "O my master, sell me, for thou needest my price, and it makes my heart ache to see the sorry plight to which one hath brought thee. If thou sell me and make use of my price, it will be better for thee than keeping me, and haply God the Most High will prosper thee and mend thy fortune." He agreed to this, of the straightness of his case, and carried her to the bazaar, where the broker offered her for sale to the governor of Bassorah, by name Abdullah ben Mamre Etaimi, and she pleased him. So he bought her, for 500 dinars, of her master, who took the money and was about to go away, when the girl burst into tears and repeated the following verses. "May Allah prosper unto thee the money thou hast got. For me, naught's left me but lament and memory and woe. I say to my afflicted soul, mourn little or mourn much, it skills not, for the loved one's gone and will return no mo." When he heard this, he sighed heavily and replied thus: "Though there be no recourse for thee in this thy case, and thou find naught but death to solace thee, excuse me yet and know. Evening and morn the thought of thee will company with me, wherewith a heart I will console, that's all fulfilled of woe. Peace be on thee. Henceforth for us no meeting shall there be nor any union more, except Ben Mamre will it so." When Abdullah heard these verses and saw their affliction, he exclaimed, "By Allah, I will have no hand in separating you, for it is manifest to me that ye indeed love one another. So take the money and the damsel, O man, and may God bless thee in them. For parting is grievous to true lovers." So they kissed his hand, and going away, ceased not to dwell together, till death parted them, and glory be to him whom death overtaketh not. The lovers of the Banu Udra. There was once, among the Banu Udra, a handsome and accomplished man, who was never a day out of love, and it chanced that he became enamored of a beautiful woman of his own tribe and sent her many messages, but she ceased not to use him with cruelty and disdain, till, for stress of passion and longing and distraction, he fell exceeding sick and took to his bed and forswore sleep. His sickness grew on him and his anguish redoubled upon him, till he was all but dead, and his case became known and his passion noised abroad among the folk. His family and hers were instant with her to visit him, but she refused, till he was at the point of death, when, being told of this, she relented towards him and vouchsafed him a visit. When he saw her, his eyes ran over with tears, and he repeated the following verses, from a broken heart. "If, by thy life, there pass thee by my funeral train, to wit, a bier borne on the necks of 4, wilt grudge to follow it? Wilt thou not follow in its track, that so thou mayst salute the sepulchre of one who's dead, committed to the pit?" When she heard this, she wept sore and said to him, "By Allah, I thought not that passion had come to such a pass with thee, as to cast thee into the arms of death. Had I known this, I had been favorable to thee, and thou shouldst have enjoyed thy desire. At this, his tears streamed down, like the cloud showers, and he repeated the following verse. She draweth near to me, when death hath come betwixt us two and proffereth union, when it no profit can me do. Then he gave one sigh and died, and she fell on him, kissing him and weeping, till she swooned away. When she came to herself she charged her people bury her in his grave and recited the following verses, with streaming eyes. We lived upon the earth a life of comfort and delight, country and tribe and dwelling place alike of us were proud. But fortune and the shifts of time did rend our loves apart, and now the grave uniteth us within a single shroud. Then she fell again to weeping and ceased not from tears and lament, till she swooned away. She lay 3 days, senseless, then died and was buried in his grave. This is one of the strange chances of love. The Vizier of Yemen and his young brother. Badreddin, Vizier of Yemen, had a young brother of singular beauty and kept straight watch over him. So he applied himself to seek a governor for him, and coming upon an elder of dignified and reverend aspect, chaste and pious, lodged him in a house next his own, whence he used to come daily to the vizier's dwelling, to teach the latter's brother. After a while, the old man's heart was taken with love for his pupil, and longing grew upon him, and his entrails were troubled, till, one day, he made moan of his case to the boy, who said, What can I do, seeing that I may not leave my brother day or night? Thou sayest how careful he is over me. Quoth the governor, My lodging adjoins thine, so, when thy brother sleeps, do thou rise, and entering the wardrobe, feign thyself asleep. Then come to the parapet of the roof, and I will receive thee on the other side of the wall, so shalt thou sit with me a while and return without thy brother's knowledge. I hear and obey, answered the boy. So, when a while of the night was past, he entered the closet and waited till his brother lay down on his bed and was drowned in sleep, when he rose and going to the parapet of the roof, found the governor awaiting him, who gave him his hand and carried him to the sitting chamber, where he had made ready various dainties for his entertainment, and they sat down to carouse. Now it was the night of the full moon, and as they sat, passing the wine cup to one another, her rays shone upon them, and the governor fell to singing. But, whilst they were thus in mirth and joyance and good cheer, such as confounds the wit and the sight and defies description, the vizier awoke, and missing his brother, arose in a fright and found the door open. So he went up to the roof, and hearing a noise of talk, peeped over the parapet and saw a light shining in the governor's lodging. He looked in and espied his brother and his governor sitting carousing, but the latter became aware of him and sang the following verses, cup in hand, to a lively measure. He gave me wine to drink, of his mouth's nectar rare, toasting with down of cheeks and what adjoineth there. Then passed with me the night, embracing, cheek to cheek, a levelling midst mankind unpeered in past compare. The full moon gazed on us all night, pray then to her, so to his brother she to tell of us forbear. Now the vizier was a merry man, so, when he heard this, he said, By Allah, I will not betray you. And he went away and left them to their diversion. The loves of the boy and girl at school. A boy and a girl once learned together in a school, and the boy fell passionately in love with the girl. So, one day, when the other boys were heedless, he took her tablet and wrote on it the following verses. Tell me, what saidst thou unto him, whom sickness for thy love hath worn and wasted, till he's grown distraught and stupefied? Him who of passion mocketh moan, for love and longing pain, that which is in his heart, indeed, no longer can he hide. When the girl took her tablet, she read the verses and wept for pity of him, then wrote thereunder these others. And if we see one languishing for very love of us, our favors, surely, unto him shall nowise be denied. Yea, and of us he shall obtain that which he doth desire of love delight, whatever to us in consequence betide. Now it chanced that the teacher came in on them, and taking the tablet, unnoticed, read what was written thereon. So he was moved to pity of their case, and wrote on the tablet the following verses, in reply to those of the girl. Favor thy lover, for he's grown distracted for desire, and reck thou not of punishment, nor fear lest any chide. As for the master, have no dread of his authority, for he with passion and its pains aforetime hath been tried. Presently, the girl's master entered the school, and finding the tablet, read the above verses and wrote under them the following. May Allah never separate your loves, whilst time abide, and may your slanderer be put to shame and mortified. But, for the master of the school, by Allah, all my life, a busier go-between than he I never yet espied. Then he sent for the Qadi and the witnesses, and married them on the spot. Moreover, he made them a marriage feast, and entreated them with exceeding munificence, and they abode together in joy and contentment, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies.
El-Mutalemus and his wife Umime.
It is related that El-Mutalemus once fled from En-Numan ben Mundhir, and was absent so long that the folk deemed him dead. Now he had a handsome wife, Umime by name, and her family pressed her to marry again, but she refused, for that she loved her husband El-Mutalemus very dearly. However, they were instant with her, because of the multitude of her suitors, and importuned her till she at last reluctantly consented, and they married her to a man of her own tribe. On the night of the wedding, El-Mutalemus came back, and hearing in the camp a noise of pipes and tabrets, and seeing signs of festival, asked some of the children what was toward, to which they replied, They have married Umime, widow of El-Mutalemus, to such an one, and he goes in to her this night. When he heard this, he made shift to enter the house with the women, and saw there the bride seated on her throne. By and by, the bridegroom came up to her, whereupon she sighed heavily, and weeping, recited the following verses. Ah would, but many are the shifts of good and evil fate, I knew in what far land thou art, O Mutalemus mine. Now El-Mutalemus was a renowned poet, so he answered her with the following verse. Right near at hand, Umime. No, we near the caravan halted, I never ceased for thee with longing heart to pine. When the bridegroom heard this, he guessed how the case stood, and went forth from among them in haste, repeating the following verse. I was in luck, but now I'm fallen into the contrary. A hospitable house and room your reknit loves enshrine. So El-Mutalemus took his wife again, and abode with her in all delight and solace of life, till death parted them. And glory be to him at whose command the earth and the heavens shall arise. The Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid and the Princess Zubaydah in the bath. The Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid loved the Princess Zubaydah with an exceeding love, and laid out for her a pleasaunce, in which he made a great pool, and led thither water from all sides. Moreover, he set there about a screen of trees, which so grew and interlaced over the pool, that one could go in and wash, without being seen of any, for the thickness of the leafage. It chanced, one day, that Zubaydah entered the garden, and coming to the basin, gazed upon its goodliness, and the limpidity of the water and the interlacing of the trees over it pleased her. Now it was a day of exceeding heat, so she put off her clothes, and entering the pool, which was not deep enough to cover her, fell to pouring the water over herself from an ewer of silver. The Caliph heard she was in the pool, so he left his palace and came down to spy upon her, through the screen of the leaves. He stood behind the trees and saw her naked, with all her secret charms displayed. Presently, she became aware of him, and turning, saw him behind the trees, and was ashamed that he should see her naked. So she laid her hands on her kaze, but it escaped from between them, by reason of its much greatness and plumpness, and the Caliph turned and went away, wondering and reciting the following verse. I looked on her whom I adore, and longing rose in me full sore. But he knew not what to say next, so he sent for Abu Nuwas and bade him make a piece of verse commencing with the above line. I hear and obey, replied the poet, and in a twinkling extemporized the following lines. I looked on her whom I adore, and longing rose in me full sore for a gazelle that ravished me, by double low trees shaded o'er. The water on her dainty part with silver ewer did she pour, and would have hidden it, seeing me, but all too small her hands therefore. Would I were on it, WELOA, an hour or liefer 2 or more. The Caliph smiled and made him a handsome present, and he went away rejoicing. Harun-i-Rashid and the 3 poets. The Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid was exceeding restless one night, so he rose and walked about his palace, till he happened on a damsel overcome with wine. Now he was greatly enamored of this damsel, so he toyed with her and pulled her to him, whereupon her girdle fell down and her trousers were unloosed, and he besought her of amorous dalliance. But she said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, wait till tomorrow night, for I am unprepared for thee, knowing not of thy coming. So he left her and went away. On the morrow, he sent a page to her to announce his visit to her apartment, but she sent back to him, saying, The day obliterates the promise of the night. So he said to his minions, Make me somewhat of verse, introducing these words, The day obliterates the promise of the night. We hear and obey, answered they, and Rikashi came forward and recited the following. By Allah, and thou felt'st my longing and my pain, repose had turned away from thee and taken flight. A maid hath made me love distraught, nor visiting nor being visited, a sad and lovelorn wight. She promised me her grace, then turned away and said, The day obliterates the promise of the night. Then Abu Musab came forward and recited these verses. When wilt thou put away this dotage from thy sprite? Thy heart is dazed and rest to thee forbidden quite. Is not enough for thee to have a weeping eye and vitals still on fire for memory and despite? For self-conceit, indeed, he laugheth, when he saith, The day obliterates the promise of the night. Last came Abu Nuwas and recited the following. Love was prolonged and far was union out of sight, nor skilled it aught to feign aversion and despite. One day, she came into the palace, drunk with wine, but even her drunkenness with pewter was bedight. Her upper garments dropped and left her shoulders bare, and loosened trousers showed the dwelling of delight. Yeah, and the breeze shook hips, full heavy, and a shape, as 'twere a branch, whereon pomegranates twain unite. Give me a tryst, quoth I, and she replied, The place of visiting will be tomorrow clean and right. Next day, I came and said, I promise, but quoth she, The day obliterates the promise of the night. The Caliph bestowed a myriad each on Rikashi and Abu Musab, but bade strike off Abu Nuwas' head, saying, Thou west with us yesternight in the palace. By Allah, answered the poet, I slept not but in my own house. I was directed to what I said by thine own words as to the subject of the poem, and indeed quoth God the Most High, and He is the truest of all speakers. As for poets, devils ensue them. Dost thou not see how they run wild in each valley and say that they do not? So the Caliph forgave him and bestowed on him 2 myriads of gold. Musab ben Easy Zubair and Aisha daughter of Tel-Hay. It is told of Musab ben Easy Zubair that he met Isa, who was one of the shrewdest of women, in Medina, and said to her, I have a mind to marry Aisha, daughter of Tel-Hay, and I would have thee go to her and spy out for me how she is made. So she went, and returning to Musab, said, I have seen her, and her face is more beautiful than health, she hath large and well-opened eyes, an aquiline nose and smooth, oval cheeks and a mouth like a cleft pomegranate, a neck like an ewer of silver and a bosom with two breasts like twin pomegranates, a slim waist and a slender belly, with a navel therein as it were a casket of ivory, and backside like a hummock of sand. Moreover, she hath plump thighs and legs like columns of alabaster, but I saw her feet to be large, and thou wilt fall short with her in time of amorous dalliance. Upon this report, he married her, and Isa invited Aisha and the women of the tribe of Quraysh to her house, when Aisha sang the following, with Musab standing by. The mouths of girls, with their odoriferous, sweet breath and their witching smiles, are sweet to bus. Yet ne'er have I tasted them, but in thought of him, and by thought, indeed, the ruler rules over us. The night of his going in to her, he departed not from her, till after 7 courses, and on the morrow, a freedwoman of his met him and said to him, May I be thy ransom? Thou art perfect, even in this. Quoth a certain woman, I was with Aisha, when her husband came in to her, and she lusted to him, so he fell upon her and she puffed and snorted and made use of all manner of rare motions and strange inventions, and I the while within hearing. So when he came off from her, I said to her, How canst thou, with thy rank and nobility and condition, do thus, and I in thy house? Quoth she, A woman should bring her husband all of which she is mistress, by way of excitations and rare motions. What mislikest thou of this? And I answered, I would have this a nights. Thus is it by day, rejoined she, and by night I do more than this, for, when he sees me, desire stirs in him and he falls on heat, so he puts out his hand to me and I obey him, and it is as thou sayest. A bull asked and his squinting slave girl. A bull asked bought a native-born slave girl, who was squint-eyed, and she pleased him, but his people decried her to him, whereat he wondered and spreading out his hands, recited the following verses. They run her down to me, and yet no fault in her find I, except perhaps it be a speck she hath in either eye. To compensate this fault, if fault it be, well the upper part she's slim and heavy of the parts beneath the waist that lie. Harun-e-Rashid and the 2 slave girls. The Caliph Harun-e-Rashid lay one night between 2 slave girls, one from Medina and the other from Kufa, and the latter rubbed his hands, whilst the former rubbed his feet and made his yard to stand up. Quoth the Kufan girl, I see thou wouldst keep the whole of the stock in trade to thyself, give me my share of it. And the other answered, I have been told by Malik, on the authority of Hisham ibn Urwa, who had it of his grandfather, that the Prophet said, Whoso bringeth the dead to life, it is his. But the Kufan took her unawares and pushing her away, took it all in her own hand and said, Al-Amesh tells us, on the authority of Kaithima, who had it of Abdullah ben Misaud, that the Prophet said, Gain belongeth to him who taketh it, not to him who riseth it. The Caliph Harun-e-Rashid and the 3 slave girls. The Caliph Harun-e-Rashid lay once with 3 slave girls, a Meccan, a Medinan, and an Iraqite. The Medina girl put her hand to his yard and handled it, whereupon it rose and the Meccan sprang up and drew it to herself. Quoth the other, What is this unjust aggression? I have heard of Malik, on the authority of Ez Zuri, who had it of Abdullah ibn Salim, on the report of Said ben Zaid, that the Apostle, whom God bless and preserve, said, Whoso revivifies a dead land, it is his. And the Meccan answered, Sufyan tells us, on the authority of Abu Zinad, who had it of El-Arij, on the report of Abu Huriri, that the Apostle of God said, The game is his who catches it, not his who starts it. But the Iraq girl pushed them both away and taking it to herself, said, This is mine, till your contention be decided. The Miller and his Wife. There was a miller, who had an ass to turn his mill, and he was married to a wicked wife, whom he loved, but she hated him and loved a neighbor of hers, who liked her not and held aloof from her. One night, the miller saw, in his sleep, one who said to him, "Dig in such a spot of the ass's circuit in the mill, and thou shalt find a treasure." When he awoke, he told his wife the dream and charged her keep it secret, but she told her neighbor, thinking to win his favor, and he appointed with her to come to her by night. So he came and they dug in the mill and found the treasure and took it forth. Then said he to her, "How shall we do with this?" "We will share it equally between us," answered she, "and do thou leave thy wife and I will cast about to rid me of my husband. Then shalt thou marry me, and when we are united, we will add the two halves of the treasure, one to the other, and it will be, all, in our hands." Quoth he, "I fear lest Satan seduce thee and thou take some man other than myself, for gold in the house is like the sun in the world. Meseems, therefore, it were better that the money be all in my hands, so thou mayst study to win free of thy husband and come to me." "I fear the like of thee," rejoined she, "and I will not yield up my part to thee, for it was I directed thee to it." When he heard this, covetise prompted him to kill her, so he killed her and threw her body into the empty hole, but the day overtook him and hindered him from covering it up, so he took the treasure and went away. Presently, the miller awoke and missing his wife, went into the mill, where he fastened the ass to the beam and shouted to it. It went on a little, then stopped, whereupon he beat it grievously, but the more he beat it, the more it drew back, for it was affrighted at the dead woman and could not go on. So he took out a knife and goaded it again and again, but still it would not budge. Then he was wroth with it, knowing not the cause of its obstinacy, and drove the knife into its flanks, and it fell down dead. When the sun rose, he saw his wife lying dead, in the place of the treasure, and great was his rage and sore his chagrin for the loss of the treasure and the death of his wife and his ass. All this came of his letting his wife into his secret and not keeping it to himself. The Simpleton and the Sharper. A certain simple fellow was once going along, hailing his ass after him by the halter, when a couple of sharpers saw him, and one said to his fellow, "I will take that ass from yonder man." "How wilt thou do that?" asked the other. "Follow me and I will show thee," replied the first. So he went up to the ass and loosing it from the halter, gave the beast to his fellow, then clapped the halter on his own head and followed the simpleton, till he knew that the other had got clean off with the ass, when he stood still. The man pulled at the halter, but the thief stirred not, so he turned and seeing the halter on a man's neck, said to him, "Who art thou?" Quoth the sharper, "I am thine ass and my story is a strange one. Know that I have a pious old mother and came into her one day, drunk, and she said to me, 'O my son, repent to God the Most High of these thy transgressions.' But I took the cudgel and beat her, whereupon she cursed me, and God the Most High changed me into an ass and caused me fall into thy hands, where I have remained till now. However, today, my mother called me to mind and her heart relented towards me, so she prayed for me, and God restored me to my former shape of a man. There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme," cried the simpleton. "O my brother, I conjure thee by Allah, acquit me of what I have done with thee, in the way of writing and so forth." Then he let the sharper go and returned home, drunken with chagrin and concern. His wife asked him, "What ails thee and where is the ass?" And he answered, "Thou knowest not what was this ass, but I will tell thee." So he told her the story, and she exclaimed, "Woe worth us for God the Most High! How could we have used a man as a beast of burden, all this while?" And she gave alms and asked pardon of God. Then the man abode a while at home, idle, till she said to him, "How long wilt thou sit at home, idle? Go to the market and buy us an ass and do thy business with it." Accordingly, he went to the market and stopping by the ass stand, saw his own ass for sale. So he went up to it and clapping his mouth to its ear, said to it, "Out on thee, thou good for naught.
Doubtless thou hast been getting drunk again and beating thy mother. But, by Allah, I will never buy thee more. And he left it and went away. The Imam Abu Yusuf with Harun al-Rashid and Zubaydah. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid went up one noontide to his couch, to lie down, and mounting, found thereon fresh semen, whereat he was startled and sore perturbed and troubled. So he called the Princess Zubaydah and said to her, "What is that spilt on the bed?" She looked at it and replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, it is semen." "Tell me truly what this means," said he, "or I will lay violent hands on thee forthright." "O Commander of the Faithful," answered she, "indeed, I know not how it came there, and I am guiltless of that whereof thou suspectest me." So he sent for the Imam Abu Yusuf and told him the case. The Imam raised his eyes to the roof and seeing a crack therein, said to the Caliph, "O Commander of the Faithful, the bat hath semen like that of a man, and this is bat's semen." Then he called for a lance and thrust it into the crack, whereupon down fell the bat. In this manner the Caliph's suspicions were dispelled and Zubaydah's innocence was made manifest, whereat she gave vent to her joy and promised Abu Yusuf a liberal reward. Now there were with her magnificent fruits, out of their season, and she knew of others in the garden, so she said to Abu Yusuf, "O Imam of the Faith, which wouldst thou rather of the two kinds of fruits, those that are here or those that are not here?" "Our code forbids us to pronounce judgment on the absent," answered he. "When they are present, we will give judgment." So she caused bring the two kinds of fruits before him, and he ate of both. Quoth she, "What is the difference between them?" And he answered, "As often as I think to praise one kind, the other puts in its claim." The Caliph laughed at his answer and made him a present. Zubaydah also gave him what she had promised him, and he went away, rejoicing. See, then, the blessed qualities of this Imam and how at his hands were made manifest the truth and the innocence of the lady Zubaydah. The Caliph al-Hakim and the Merchant. The Caliph al-Hakim by Amrilla was riding out in state one day, when he came to a garden, in which he saw a man, surrounded by slaves and servants. He asked him for a draught of water, and the man gave him to drink, saying, "Peradventure, the Commander of the Faithful will honor me by alighting in this my garden." So the Caliph dismounted and entered the garden with his suite, whereupon the man brought out to them 100 carpets and 100 leather mats and 100 cushions, and set before them 100 dishes of fruits, 100 saucers of sweetmeats, and 100 bowls full of sherbets of sugar. Whereat the Caliph marveled and said to his host, "O man, this thy case is a strange one. Didst thou know of our coming and make this preparation for us?" "No, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful," answered the other, "I knew not of thy coming and am but a merchant of the rest of thy subjects. But I have 100 concubines, so, when the Commander of the Faithful honored me by alighting with me, I sent to each of them, bidding her send me the morning meal here. So they sent me each of her furniture and of the excess of her meat and drink, and every day each sends me a dish of meat and another of marinades, also a plate of fruits and a saucer of sweetmeats and a bowl of sherbet. This is my everyday noon meal, nor have I added aught thereto for thee." The Caliph prostrated himself in thanksgiving to God the Most High and said, "Praised be God, who hath been so bountiful to one of our subjects, that he entertaineth the Caliph and his suite, without making ready for them, but of the surplus of his day's victual." Then he sent for all the dirhams in the treasury, that had been struck that year, and they were in number 3,700,000, nor did he mount, till the money came, when he gave it to the merchant, saying, "Use this for the maintenance of thy state, and thy desert is more than this." Then he mounted and rode away. King Kisra Anushirwan and the village. Damsel. The just king,
Kisra Anushirwan, was hunting one day and became separated from his suite, in pursuit of an antelope. Presently, he caught sight of a hamlet, near at hand, and being sore athirst, made for the door of a house, that stood by the wayside, and asked for a draught of water. A damsel came out and looked at him, then, going back into the house, pressed the juice from a sugar cane into a tankard and mixed it with water, after which she strewed on the top somewhat of perfume, as it were dust, and carried it to the king. He took it, and seeing in it what resembled dust, drank it, little by little, till he came to the end. Then said he to her, O damsel, the drink is good and sweet, but for this dust in it, that troubles it. O guest, answered she, I put that in, of intent. And why didst thou thus? Asked he, and she replied, I saw that thou wast exceeding thirsty and feared that thou wouldst swallow the whole at one draught and that this would do thee a mischief, and so hadst thou done, but for this dust that troubled the drink. The king wondered at her wit and good sense and said to her, How many sugar canes didst thou press for this draught? One, answered she, whereat the king marveled and calling for the roll of the taxes of the village, saw that its assessment was but little and bethought him to increase it, on his return to his palace, saying in himself, Why is a village so lightly taxed, where they get this much juice out of one sugar cane? Then he left the village and pursued his chase. As he came back at the end of the day, he passed alone by the same door and called again for drink, whereupon the same damsel came out and knowing him, went in to fetch him drink. It was some time before she returned, and the king wondered at this and said to her, Why hast thou tarried? Quoth she, Because one sugar cane yielded not enough for thy need. So I pressed 3, but they yielded not so much as did one aforetime. What is the cause of that? Asked the king, and she answered, The cause of it is that the king's mind is changed. Quoth he, How knowest thou that? We hear from the wise, replied she, that, when the king's mind is changed against a folk, their prosperity saith and their good waxeth less. Anushirwan laughed and put away from his mind that which he had purposed against the people of the village. Moreover, he took the damsel to wife then and there, being pleased with her much wit and acuteness and the excellence of her speech. The water carrier and the goldsmith's wife. There was once, in the city of Bokhara, a water carrier, who used to carry water to the house of a goldsmith and had done thus 30 years. Now the goldsmith had a wife of exceeding beauty and elegance and withal renowned for modesty, chastity, and piety. One day, the water carrier came, as of wont, and poured the water into the cisterns. Now the woman was standing in the midst of the court, so he went up to her and taking her hand, stroked it and pressed it, then went away and left her. When her husband came home from the bazaar, she said to him, I would have thee tell me what thou hast done in the bazaar, today, to anger God the Most High. Quoth he, I have done nothing. Nay, rejoined she, but, by Allah, thou hast indeed done something to anger God, and except thou tell me the truth, I will not abide in thy house, and thou shalt not see me, nor will I see thee. I will tell thee the truth, answered he. As I was sitting in my shop this day, a woman came up to me and bade me make her a bracelet. Then she went away and I wrought her a bracelet of gold and laid it aside. Presently, she returned and I brought her out the bracelet. She put out her hand and I clasped the bracelet on her wrist, and I wondered at the whiteness of her hand and the beauty of her wrist and recalled what the poet says. Bracelets, upon her wrists, of glittering virgin gold she hath, like fire ablaze on running water cold. It is as if the wrists and bracelets thereabout were water girt with fire, right wondrous to behold. So I took her hand and pressed it and squeezed it. God is most great, exclaimed the woman. Why didst thou this ill thing? Know that the water carrier, who has come to our house these 30 years, nor sawest thou ever any treason in him, took my hand today and pressed and squeezed it. Quoth her husband, O woman, let us crave pardon of God. Verily, I repent of what I did, and do thou ask forgiveness of God for me. God pardon me and thee, said she, and vouchsafe to make good the issue of our affair. Next day, the water carrier came in to the jeweller's wife, and throwing himself at her feet, grovelled in the dust and besought pardon of her, saying, O my lady, acquit me of that which Satan deluded me to do, for it was he that seduced me and led me astray. Go thy ways, answered she, the fault was not in thee, but in my husband, for that he did what he did in his shop, and God hath retaliated upon him in this world. And it is related that the goldsmith, when his wife told him how the water carrier had used her, said, tit for tat. If I had done more, the water carrier had done more. And this became a current byword among the folk. So it behoveth a wife to be both outward and inward with her husband, contenting herself with little from him, if he cannot give her much, and taking pattern by Aisha the truthful and Fatimeh the clean maid, may God the Most High accept of them, that she may be of the company of the righteous. Khusro and Shirin with the fisherman. King Khusro of Persia loved fish, and one day, as he sat in his saloon, he and Shirin his wife, there came a fisherman, with a great fish, and presented it to the king, who was pleased and ordered the man 4,000 dirhams. When he was gone, Shirin said to the king, Thou hast done ill. Wherefore? Asked he, and she answered, Because if, after this, thou give one of thy courtiers a like sum, he will disdain it and say, He hath but given me the like of what he gave the fisherman. And if thou give him less, he will say, He makes light of me and gives me less than he gave the fisherman. Thou art right, rejoined Khusro, but the thing is done, and it ill becomes a king to go back on his gift. Quoth Shirin, And thou wilt, I will contrive thee a means to get it back from him. How so? Asked he, and she said, Call back the fisherman and ask him if the fish be male or female. If he say, Male, say thou, We want a female, and if he say, Female, say, We want a male. So he sent for the fisherman, who was a man of wit and discernment, and said to him, Is this fish male or female? The fisherman kissed the ground and answered, It is of the neuter gender, neither male nor female. The king laughed and ordered him other 4,000 dirhams. So the fisherman went to the treasurer, and taking his 8,000 dirhams, put them in a bag he had with him. Then, throwing the bag over his shoulder, he was going away, when he dropped a dirham, so he laid the bag off his back and stooped down to pick it up. Now the king and Shirin were looking on, and the latter said, O king, didst thou note the meanness and greediness of yon man, in that he must needs stoop down, to pick up the 1 dirham, and could not bring himself to leave it for one of the king's servants? When the king heard this, he was wroth with the fisherman and said, Thou art right, O Shirin. So he called the man back and said to him, Thou low-minded fellow, thou art no man. How couldst thou put the bag off thy shoulder and stoop to pick up the 1 dirham and grudge to leave it where it fell? The fisherman kissed the earth before him and answered, May God prolong the king's life. Indeed, I did not pick up the dirham, because of its value in my eyes, but because on one of its faces is the likeness of the king and on the other his name, and I feared lest any should unwittingly set his foot upon it, thus dishonoring the name and presentment of the king, and I be blamed for the offense. The king wondered at his wit and shrewdness and ordered him yet other 4,000 dirhams. Moreover, he let cry abroad in his kingdom, saying, It behoveth none to order himself by women's counsel, for whoso followeth their advice, laseth, with his 1 dirham, other 2. Yahya ben Khalid the Barmecide and the poor man. Yahya ben Khalid the Barmecide was returning home, one day, from the caliph's palace, when he saw a man at the gate of his house, who rose at his approach and saluted him, saying, O Yahya, I am in need of that which is in thy hand, and I make God my intermediary with thee. So Yahya caused set apart a place for him in his house and bade his treasurer carry him 1,000 dirhams every day, and that his food should be of the choicest of his own meat. The man abode thus a whole month, at the end of which time, having received in all 30,000 dirhams, he departed by stealth, fearing lest Yahya should take the money from him, because of the greatness of the sum. And when they told Yahya of this, he said, By Allah, though he had tarried with me to the end of his days, yet had I not scanned him of my largesse nor cut off from him the bounties of my hospitality. For, indeed, the excellences of the Barmecides were past count, nor can their virtues be told, especially those of Yahya Teen Khalid, for he abounded in noble qualities, even as saith the poet of him. I asked munificence, art free? It answered, No, Purdy. Yahya ben Khalid's slave am I, my lord and master he. A boughten slave, asked I, but, nay, so heaven forfend, quoth it. From ancestor to ancestor he did inherit me. Muhammad el-Amin and Jafar ben el-Hadi. Jafar ben Musa el-Hadi once had a slave girl, a lute player, called el-Badr el-Kabir, than whom there was not in her time a fairer of face nor a better shaped nor a more elegant of manners nor a more accomplished in singing and smiting the strings. She was indeed perfect in beauty and charm. Muhammad el-Amin, son of Zubaydah, heard of her and was instant with Jafar to sell her to him, but he replied, Thou knowest it beseems not one of my rank to sell slave girls nor traffic in concubines, but, were it not that she was reared in my house, I would send her to thee, as a gift, nor grudge her to thee. Some days after this, el-Amin went to Jafar's house, to make merry, and the latter set before him that which it behoves to set before friends, and bade el-Badr sing to him and gladden him. So she tuned the lute and sang right ravishingly, whilst el-Amin fell to drinking and making merry, and bade the cupbearers ply Jafar with wine, till he became drunken, when he took the damsel and carried her to his own house, but laid not a finger on her. On the morrow, he sent to invite Jafar, and when he came, he set wine before him and bade the girl sing to him, from behind the curtain. Jafar knew her voice and was angered at this, but, of the nobleness of his nature and the greatness of his mind, he dissembled his vexation and let no change appear in his demeanor. When the carousel was at an end, el-Amin commanded one of his servants to fill the boat, in which Jafar had come, with dirhams and dinars and all manner jewels and jacinths and rich clothes and other treasures of price. So he laid therein 1,000 myriads of money and 1,000 fine pearls, each worth 20,000 dirhams, nor did he give over loading the barge with all manner of precious things, till the boatman cried out for quarter, saying, The boat cannot hold any more, whereupon he bade them carry all this to Jafar's palace. Such are the fashions of the magnanimous, may God have mercy on them. The sons of Yahya ben Khalid and Said ben Salim el-Bahili. Quoth Said ben Salim el-Bahili, I was once, in the days of Harun ar-Rashid, in very narrow case and greatly oppressed with debts, that had accumulated upon me and that I had no means of discharging. My doors were blocked up with creditors and I was without cease importuned for payment by claimants, who dunned me in crowds, till I was at my wits' end what to do. At last, being sore perplexed and troubled, I betook myself to Abdullah ben Malik el-Khuzai and besought him to aid me with his judgment and of his good counsel direct me to the door of relief, and he said, None can quit thee of this thy strait but the Barmecides. Quoth I, Who can brook their pride and put up with their arrogance? And he answered, Thou must put up with it, for the sake of amending thy case. So I left him and went straight to El-Fazl and Jafar, sons of Yahya ben Khalid, to whom I related my case. God give thee his aid, answered they, and enable thee by his bounties to dispense with the aid of his creatures and vouchsafe thee abundant good and bestow on thee what shall suffice thee, without the need of any but himself, for he can what he will and is gracious and provident with his servants. I went out from them and returned to Abdullah, disappointed and perplexed and heavy at heart, and told him what they had said. Quoth he, Thou wouldst do well to abide with us this day, that we may see what God the Most High will decree. So I sat with him a while, and lo, up came my servant, who said to me, O my lord, there are at our door many laden mules, and with them a man, who says he is the agent of Fezl and Jafar ben Yahya. Quoth Abdullah, I trust that relief has come to thee, go and see what is to do. So I left him and running to my house, found at the door a man, who gave me a letter, wherein was written the following, Know that, after thou hadst been with us and acquainted us with thy case, we betook ourselves to the Caliph and informed him that the case had reduced thee to the humiliation of begging, whereupon he ordered thee 1,000,000 dirhams from the treasury. We represented to him that thou wouldst spend this money in paying thy creditors and said, Whence shall he provide for his subsistence? So he ordered the other 300,000, and we have sent thee, of our own money, 1,000,000 dirhams each, so that thou hast now 3,300,000 dirhams, wherewithal to order thine affair and amend thine estate. See, then, the munificence of these generous men, may God the Most High have mercy on them. The woman's trick against her husband. A man brought his wife a fish one Friday and bidding her cook it against the end of the congregational prayers, went out to his business. Meanwhile, there came in her friend, who bade her to a wedding at his house, so she agreed in laying the fish in a jar of water, went off with him and was absent a whole week, whilst her husband sought her from house to house and inquired after her, but none could give him any news of her. On the following Friday, she came home, and he fell to chiding and reproaching her, but she brought out to him the fish alive from the jar and assembled the folk against him. He told them his case, but they credited him not and said, It cannot be that the fish should have remained alive all this while. So they caused to judge him mad and imprisoned him and laughed at him, whereupon he wept sore and recited the following verses. A hag, that holds high rank, indeed, in lewdness. In her face are witnesses that testify to filth and wantonness. When she's unclean, she bawds, and when she's clean, she plays the whore, so, all her time, she's either bawd or else adulteress. The devout woman and the two wicked. Elders. There was once, of old time, a virtuous woman among the children of Israel, who was pious and devout and used every day to go out to the place of prayer, first entering a garden, which adjoined thereto, and there making the ablution. Now there were in this garden 2 old men, its keepers, who fell in love with her and sought her favors, but she refused, whereupon said they, Except thou yield thyself to us, we will bear witness against thee of fornication. Quoth she, God will preserve me from your wickedness. Then they opened the garden gate and cried out, and the folk came to them from all sides, saying, What ails you? Quoth they, We found this damsel in company with a youth, who was doing lewdness with her, but he escaped from our hands. Now it was the use of the people of those days to expose an adulteress to public ignominy for 3 days and after stone her. So they pilloried her 3 days, whilst the 2 old men came up to her daily and laying their hands on her head, said, Praised be God who hath sent down his vengeance on thee. On the 4th day, they carried her away, to stone her, but a lad of 12 years old, by name Daniel, followed them to the place of execution and said to them, Hasten not to stone her, till I judge between them. So they set him a chair and he sat down and caused bring the old men before him separately. Now he was the first that separated witnesses. Then said he to the first, What sawest thou? So he repeated to him his story, and Daniel said, In what part of the garden did this befall? On the eastern side, replied the elder, under a pear tree. Then he called the other old man and asked him the same question, and he replied, On the western side of the garden, under an apple tree. Meanwhile the damsel stood by, with her hands and eyes uplift to heaven, imploring God for deliverance. Then God the Most High sent down his vengeful thunder upon the two old men and consumed them and made manifest the innocence of the damsel. This was the first of the miracles of the prophet Daniel, on whom and on the prophet be blessing and peace.
Ja'far the Barmecide and the Old Bedouin.
The Caliph Harun al-Rashid went out one day, with Abu Yusuf the Minion and Ja'far the Barmecide and Abu Nuwas, into the desert, where they fell in with an old man, leant upon his ass. The Caliph bade Ja'far ask him whence he came, so he said to him, "Whence comest thou?"
"From Basora," answered the Bedouin. "And whither goest thou?" asked Ja'far.
"To Baghdad," said the other.
"And what wilt thou do there?" asked Ja'far.
"I go to seek medicine for my eye," replied the old man. Quoth the Caliph, "O Ja'far, make us sport with him." "If I jest with him," answered Ja'far, "I shall hear what I shall not like." But Rashid rejoined, "I charge thee, on my authority, jest with him." So Ja'far said to the Bedouin, "If I prescribe thee a remedy that shall profit thee, what wilt thou give me in return?" Quoth the other, "God the Most High will requite thee for me with better than I can give thee." "Harkee, then," said Ja'far, "and I will give thee a prescription, which I have given to none but thee." "What is that?" asked the Bedouin, and Ja'far answered, "Take 3 ounces of wind wafts and the like of sunbeams and moonshine and lamplight, mix them together and let them lie in the wind 3 months. Then bray them 3 months in a mortar without a bottom and laying them in a cleft platter, set it in the wind other 3 months, after which use 3 drams every night in thy sleep, and, God willing, thou shalt be cured." When the Bedouin heard this, he stretched himself out on the ass's back and letting fly a terrible great crack of wind, said to Ja'far, "Take this, in payment of thy prescription. When I have followed it, if God grant me recovery, I will give thee a slave girl, who shall serve thee in thy lifetime of service, wherewith God shall cut short thy term, and when thou deest in God hurries thy soul to the fire, she shall blacken thy face with her ordure, of her mourning for thee, and lament and buffet her face, saying, O frosty beard, what a ninny thou wast." The Caliph laughed till he fell backward, and ordered the Bedouin 3,000 dirhams. The Caliph Omar ben Khattab and the young
Bedouin.
The Sheriff Hussein ben Rayyan relates that the Caliph Omar ben Khattab was sitting one day, attended by his chief counselors, judging the folk and doing justice between his subjects, when there came up to him 2 handsome young men, hailing by the collar a third youth, perfectly handsome and well dressed, whom they set before him. Omar looked at him and bade them loose him, then, calling him near to himself, said to them, "What is your case with him?" "O Commander of the Faithful," answered they, "we are 2 brothers by one mother and known as followers of the truth. We had a father, a very old man of good counsel, held in honor of the tribes, pure of basenesses and renowned for virtues, who reared us tenderly, whilst we were little, and loaded us with favors, when we grew up, in fine, a man abounding in noble and illustrious qualities, worthy of the poet's words. Is Abu Es Sekra Sheban, they questioned of me, and no, I answered, my life upon it. But Shebans of him, I trow. How many a father hath risen in repute by a noble son, as Adnan, by God's apostle, to fame and glory did grow? He went forth this day to his garden, to take his pleasure amongst its trees and plucked the ripe fruits, when this young man slew him and swerved from the road of righteousness, wherefore we demand of thee the retribution of his crime and call upon thee to pass judgment upon him, according to the commandment of God. The Caliph cast a terrible look at the accused youth and said to him, Thou hearest the complaint of these young men, what hast thou to say in reply? Now he was stout of heart and ready of speech, having doffed the weed of faint-heartedness and put off the apparel of affright, so he smiled and after paying the usual ceremonial compliment to the Caliph, in the most eloquent and elegant words, said, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have given ear to their complaint, and they have said sooth in that which they avouch, so far as they have set out what befell, and the commandment of God is a decreed decree. But I will state my case before thee, and thine be it to decide thereon. Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that I am a very Arab of the Arabs, the noblest of those that are beneath the skies. I grew up in the dwellings of the desert, till evil and hostile times fell upon my tribe, when I came to the utter ward of this town, with my children and good and household. As I went along one of the paths between the gardens, with my she-camels, high in esteem with me and precious to me, and midst them a stallion of noble race and goodly shape, a plenteous getter, by whom the females bore abundantly and who walked among them, as he were a crowned king, behold, one of the she-camels broke away and running to the garden of these young men's father, began to crop the branches that showed above the wall. I ran to her, to drive her away, when there appeared, at a breach of the wall, an old man, whose eyes sparkled with anger, holding a stone in his right hand and swaying to and fro, like a lion preparing for a spring. He cast the stone at my stallion, and it struck him in a vital part and killed him. When I saw the stallion drop dead beside me, live coals of anger were kindled in my heart, so I took up the stone and throwing it at the old man, it was the cause of his end. Thus his own wrongful act returned against him and the man was slain of that wherewith he slew. When the stone struck him, he cried out with a terrible great cry, and I hastened from the spot, but these young men hurried after me and laying hands on me, carried me before thee. Quoth Omar, "May God the Most High accept of him, thou hast confessed thy crime and acquittal is impossible, for the law of retaliation is imperative and there is no time of escape." "I hear and obey the judgment of the Imam," answered the Bedouin, "and am content to submit me to the requirement of the law of Islam, but I have a young brother, whose old father, before his death, appointed to him great store of wealth and much gold and committed his affair to me, saying, I give this into thy hand for thy brother, keep it for him with thy might. So I took the money and buried it, nor doth any know of it but I. Now, if thou adjudge me to die forthright, the money will be lost and thou wilt be the cause of its loss, wherefore the little one will sue thee for his due on the day when God shall judge his creatures. But, if thou wilt grant me 3 days' delay, I will appoint one to undertake the boy's affair, in my stead, and return to answer my debt, and I have one who will be my surety for this my word. The Caliph bowed his head awhile, then raised it and looking round upon those present, said, Who will be surety to me for his return? The Bedouin looked at the faces of those who were in company and pointing to Abu Dair, said, This man will answer for me and be my surety. O Abu Dair, said Omar, dost thou hear what this youth says and wilt thou be surety to me for his return? Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, answered Abu Dair, I will be surety for him 3 days. So the Caliph accepted his guarantee and let the young man go. Now, at the appointed time, when the days of grace were nearly or quite at end and still the Bedouin came not, the Caliph sat in his council, with the companions surrounding him, like the stars about the moon, Abu Dair and the plaintiffs being also present, and the latter said, O Abu Dair, where is the defendant and how shall he return, having once escaped? But we will not stir hence, till thou bring him to us, that we may take our wreak of him. As the all-wise king liveth, replied Abu Dair, if the days of grace expire and the young man return not, I will fulfill my warranty and surrender myself to the Imam. By Allah, rejoined Omar, if the young man tarry, I will assuredly execute on Abu Dair that which is prescribed by the law of Islam. Thereupon the eyes of the bystanders ran over with tears, those who looked on raised groans, and great was the clamor. Then the chiefs of the companions were instant with the plaintiffs to accept the bloodwit and win the thanks of the folk, but they refused and would nothing but the talion. However, as the folk were swaying to and fro and clamorously bemoaning Abu Dair, up came the young Bedouin, with face beaded with sweat and shining like the new moon, and standing before the Imam, saluted him right fairly and said to him, I have given the boy in charge to his mother's brothers and have made them acquainted with all that pertains to his affairs and let them into the secret of his good. After which I braved the heats of midday and am come to redeem the promise of a free-born
man.
The folk marveled at his good faith and loyalty in his intrepid offering himself to death, and one said to him, How noble a youth art thou and how loyal to thy promise and thy duty!
Are ye not certified, rejoined he, that when death presenteth itself none can escape from it?
And indeed I have kept faith, that it be not said, Loyalty is gone from among men. By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, said Abu Dair, I became warrant for this young man, without knowing to what tribe he belonged, nor had I seen him before that day, but when he turned away from all else who were present and singled me out, saying, This man will answer for me and be my surety, I thought ill to refuse him, and humanity forbade to balk his expectation, there being no harm in compliance with his desire, that it be not said, Benevolence is gone from among men. Then said the two young men, O Commander of the Faithful, we forgive this youth our father's blood, seeing that, by his noble behavior, he hath changed desolation into cheer, that it be not said, Humanity is gone from among men. The Caliph rejoiced in the acquittance of the young Bedouin and his truth and good faith. Moreover, he extolled the humanity of Abu Dair over all his companions, and approved the benevolent resolve of the two young men, giving them grateful praise and applying to their case the saying of the poet, He who doth good among the folk shall be repaid again, for works of good are never lost betwixt God and men. Then he offered to pay them, from the treasury, the blood-wit for their father, but they refused, saying, We forgave him but of our desire unto God the Bountiful, the Exalted, and he who is thus minded followeth not his benefits with reproach neither mischief.
The Caliph el-Ma'mun and the Pyramids of
Egypt. It is told that the Caliph el-Ma'mun, son of Harun ar-Rashid, when he entered the guarded city of Cairo, was minded to pull down the pyramids, that he might take what was therein, but, when he went about to do this, he could not avail thereto, for all his endeavor. He expended great sums of money in the attempt, but only succeeded in opening up a small gallery in one of them, wherein he found treasure, to the exact amount of the money he had spent in the works, neither more nor less, at which he marveled, and taking what he found there, desisted from his intent. Now the pyramids are 3 in number, and they are one of the wonders of the world, nor is there on the face of the earth their like for height and fashion and skillful ordnance, for they are builded of immense rocks, and they who built them proceeded by piercing one block of stone and setting therein upright rods of iron, after which they pierced a second block of stone and lowered it upon the first. Then they poured melted lead upon the joints and set the blocks in geometrical order, till the building was complete. The height of each pyramid was 100 cubits, of the measure of the time, and it was 4 square, each side 300 cubits long, at the bottom, and sloping upward thence to a point. The ancients say that, in the western pyramid, are 30 chambers of varicolored granite, full of precious stones and treasures galore and rare images and utensils and costly arms, which latter are anointed with magical unguents, so that they may not rust till the day of resurrection. Therein, also, are vessels of glass, that will bend and not break, containing various kinds of compound drugs and medicinal waters. In the second pyramid are the records of the priests, written on tablets of granite, to each priest his tablet, on which are set out the wonders of his craft and his achievements, and on the walls are figures like idols, working with their hands at all manner crafts and seated on thrones. To each pyramid there is a guardian, that keeps watch over it and guards it, to all eternity, against the ravages of time and the vicissitudes of events, and indeed the marvels of these pyramids astound all who have eyes and wit. Many are the poems that describe them, thou shalt profit no great matter thereby, and among the rest, quoth one of them, the high resolves of kings, if they would have them to abide in memory, after them, are in the tongues of monuments.
Dost thou not see the pyramids?
They, of a truth, endure and change not for the shifts of time or chances of events.
And again,
consider but the pyramids and lend an ear to all they tell of bygone times and that which did of yore befall. Could they but speak, assuredly they would to us relate what time and fate have done with first and last in great and small.
And again,
I prithee, tell me, friend of mine, stands there beneath the sky a building with the pyramids of Egypt that can vie
in skillful ordnance?
Behold, time's self's afraid of them, though of all else upon the earth 'tis dreaded, low and high.
My sight no longer rests upon their wondrous ordnance, yet are they present evermore unto my spirit's eye. And again,
where's he the pyramids who built?
What was his tribe, his time, and what the place where he was stricken dead?
The monuments survive their lords a while, then death overtaketh them and they fall prostrate in their stead. The thief turned merchant and the other.
Thief.
There was once a thief who repented to God the Most High, and making good his repentance, opened himself a shop for the sale of stuffs, where he continued to trade a while. One day, he locked his shop and went home, and in the night there came to the bazaar a cunning thief, disguised in the habit of the merchant, and pulling out keys from his sleeve, said to the watchman of the market, Light me this candle. So the watchman took the candle and went to get a light, whilst the thief opened the shop and lit another candle he had with him. When the watchman came back, he found him seated in the shop, looking over the account books and reckoning with his fingers, nor did he leave to do thus till point of day, when he said to the man, Fetch me a camel driver and his camel, to carry some goods for me. So the man fetched him a camel, and the thief took 4 bales of stuffs and gave them to the camel driver, who loaded them on his beast. Then he gave the watchman 2 dirhams and went away after the camel driver, the watchman the while believing him to be the owner of the shop. Next morning, the merchant came and the watchman greeted him with blessings, because of the 2 dirhams, much to the surprise of the former, who knew not what he meant. When he opened his shop, he saw the droppings of the wax and the account book lying on the floor, and looking round, found 4 bales of stuffs missing. So he asked the watchman what had happened, and he told him what had passed in the night, whereupon the merchant bade him fetch the camel driver and said to the latter, Whither didst thou carry the stuffs? To such a wharf, answered the driver, and I stowed them on board such a vessel.
Come with me thither, said the merchant.
So the camel driver carried him to the wharf and showed him the bark and her owner.
Quoth the merchant to the latter, Whither didst thou carry the merchant and the stuff?
To such a place, answered the master, where he fetched a camel driver and setting the bales on the camel, when I know not whither. Fetch me the camel driver, said the merchant, so he fetched him, and the merchant said to him, Whither didst thou carry the bales of stuffs from the ship?
To such a khan, answered he.
Come thither with me and show it to me, said the merchant. So the camel driver went with him to a khan at a distance from the shore, where he had set down the stuffs, and showed him the mock merchant's magazine, which he opened and found therein his 4 bales untouched and unopened. The thief had laid his mantle over them, so the merchant took the bales and the cloak and delivered them to the camel driver, who laid them on his camel, after which the merchant locked the magazine and went away with the camel driver. On the way, he met the thief, who followed him, till he had shipped the bales, when he said to him, O my brother, God have thee in his keeping, thou hast recovered thy goods, and naught of them is lost, so give me back my cloak. The merchant laughed, and giving him back his cloak, let him go unhindered.
Mesra the eunuch and Ibn el-Karibi. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was very restless one night, so he said to his vizier Jafar, "I am sleepless tonight and my heart is oppressed and I know not what to do." Now his henchman Mesra was standing before him, and he laughed. Quoth the Caliph, "Dost thou laugh in derision of me, or art thou mad?"
"Neither, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful," answered Mesra, "by thy kinship to the Prince of Apostles, I did it not of my free will, but I went out yesterday to walk, and coming to the bank of the Tigris, saw there the folk collected about a man named Ibn el-Karibi, who was making them laugh, and but now I recalled what he said, and laughter got the better of me, and I crave pardon of thee, O Commander of the Faithful." "Bring him to me forthright," said the Caliph. So Mesra repaired in all haste to Ibn el-Karibi and said to him, "The Commander of the Faithful calls for thee." "I hear and obey," answered the droll. "But on condition," added Mesra, "that, if he give thee aught, thou shalt have a fourth and the rest shall be mine." "Nay," replied the other, "thou shalt have half and I half." "Not so," insisted Mesra, "I will have 3/4. "Thou shalt have 2/3, then," rejoined Ibn el-Karibi, "and I the other third." To this Mesra agreed, after much haggling, and they returned to the palace together. When Ibn el-Karibi came into the Caliph's presence, he saluted him, as became his rank, and stood before him, whereupon said Rashid to him, "If thou do not make me laugh, I will give thee 3 blows with this bag." Quoth Ibn el-Karibi in himself, 3 strokes with that bag were a small matter, seeing that beating with whips irketh me not, for he thought the bag was empty. Then he clapped into a discourse, such as would make a stone laugh, and gave vent to all manner of drolleries, but the Caliph laughed not neither smiled, whereat Ibn el-Karibi marveled and was chagrined and affrighted. Then said the Caliph, "Now hast thou earned the beating," and gave him a blow with the bag, in which were 4 pebbles, each 2 pounds in weight. The blow fell on his neck and he gave a great cry, then calling to mind his compact with Mesra, said, "Pardon, O Commander of the Faithful. Hear 2 words from me." "Say on," replied the Caliph. Quoth Ibn el-Karibi, "Mesra made it a condition with me that, whatsoever might come to me of the bounties of the Commander of the Faithful, 1/3 thereof should be mine and the rest his, nor did he agree to leave me so much as 1/3 save after much haggling. Now thou hast bestowed on me nothing but beating, I have had my share, and here stands he, ready to receive his, so give him the 2 other blows." When the Caliph heard this, he laughed till he fell backward, then calling Mesra, he gave him a blow, whereat he cried out and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, 1/3 sufficeth me, give him the 2/3. The Caliph laughed at them and ordered them 1,000 dinars each, and they went away, rejoicing. The Devout Prince. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid had a son, who, from the time he attained the age of 16, renounced the world and walked in the way of ascetics and devotees. He was wont to go out to the tombs and say, "Behold, ye that lie here once possessed the world, but that was no deliverer for you from death, and now are ye come to your graves. Would God I knew what ye say and what is said to you." And he wept, as one weeps that is troubled and fearful, and repeated the words of the poet. "Whene'er the funerals pass, my heart with fear is torn, and the wailing of the mourners mocketh me to mourn." One day, as he sat among the tombs, according to his wont, his father passed by, in all his state, surrounded by his viziers and grandees and the officers of his household, who saw the Caliph's son, with a gown of woolen stuff on his body and a cowl of the same on his head, and said to one another, "This youth dishonors the Commander of the Faithful among kings, but, if he reproved him, he would leave his present way of life." The Caliph heard what they said, so he bespoke his son of this, saying, "O my son, thou puttiest me to shame by thy present way of life." The young man looked at him and made no reply. Then he beckoned to a bird, that was perched on the battlements of the palace, and said to it, O bird, I conjure thee, by him who created thee, alight upon my hand. And straightway it flew down and perched on his hand. Quoth he, Return to thy place, and it did so. Then he said, Alight on the hand of the commander of the faithful, but it refused, and he said to his father, It is thou that puttiest me to shame, amongst the friends of God, by thy love of the world, and now I am resolved to depart from thee, never to return to thee, save in the world to come. Then he went down to Basora, where he fell to working with those that wrought in mud, taking, as his day's hire, but a dirham and a danic. With the danic he fed himself and gave alms of the dirham. Quoth Abu Amir of Basora, There fell down a wall in my house, so I went out to the station of the artisans, to find one who should set it up for me, and my eyes fell on a handsome youth of a radiant countenance. So I accosted him and said to him, O my friend, dost thou seek work? Yes, answered he, and I said, Come with me and build a wall. On 2 conditions, replied he. Quoth I, What are they, O my friend? First, said he, that my hire be a dirham and a danic, and secondly, that, when the muezzin calls to prayer, thou shalt let me go pray with the congregation. It is well, answered I, and carried him to my house, where he fell to work, such work as I never saw the like of. Presently, I named to him the morning meal, but he said, No, and I knew that he was fasting. When he heard the call to prayer, he said to me, Thou knowest the condition? Yes, answered I. So he loosed his girdle and applying himself to the ablution, made it after a fashion than which I never saw a goodlier, then went to the mosque and prayed with the congregation and returned to his work. He did the like upon the call to afternoon prayer, and when I saw him fall to work again thereafterward, I said to him, O my friend, the hours of labor are over for today, a workman's day is but till the time of afternoon prayer. Glory be to God, answered he, my service is till the night. And he ceased not to work till nightfall, when I gave him 2 dirhams. Quoth he, What is this? By Allah, answered I, this is, but, part of thy wage, because of thy diligence in my service. But he threw me back the 2 pieces, saying, I will have no more than was agreed upon between us. I pressed him to take them, but could not prevail upon him, so I gave him the dirham and the danic, and he went away. Next morning early, I went to the station, but found him not, so I inquired for him and was told that he came thither only on Saturdays. So, when Saturday came, I betook me to the market and finding him there, said to him, In the name of God, do me the favor to come and work for me. Willingly, said he, upon the conditions thou wottest of. It is well, answered I, and carrying him to my house, stood watching him, unseen of him, and saw him take a handful of mud and lay it on the wall, when, behold, the stones ranged themselves one upon another, and I said, On this wise are the friends of God. He worked out his day and did even more than before, and when it was night, I gave him his hire, and he took it and went away. When the 3rd Saturday came round, I went to the standing, but found him not, so I inquired for him and was told that he lay sick in the hut of such a woman. Now this was an old woman, renowned for piety, who had a hut of reeds in the burial ground. So I went thither and found him lying on the naked earth, with a brick for a pillow and his face beaming with light. I saluted him and he returned my salute, and I sat down at his head, weeping over his tenderness of years and strangerhood and submission to the will of his Lord. Then said I to him, Hast thou any need? Yes, answered he, and I said, What is it? He replied, Come hither tomorrow in the forenoon, and thou wilt find me dead. Wash me and dig my grave and tell none thereof, but shroud me in this my gown, after thou hast unsewn it and taken out what thou shalt find in the bosom, which keep with thee. Then, when thou hast prayed over me and laid me in the dust, go to Baghdad and watch for the Caliph Harun-ar-Rashid, till he come forth, when do thou bear him my salutation and give him what thou shalt find in the breast of my gown? Then he made the profession of the faith and glorified his Lord in the most eloquent of words, reciting the following verses. Carry the trust of him on whom the wished for death hath come to Rashid, and thy reward with thy Creator stand. An exile greets thee, say, who longed full sorely for thy sight, with long desire he yearned for thee, far in a foreign strand. Nor hate nor weariness from thee estranged him, for, indeed, to God Most High he was brought near by kissing thy right hand. But, O my father, 'twas his heart, shunning the vain delights of this thy world, that drove him forth to seek a distant land. Then he betook himself to prayer, asking pardon of God and blessing the Lord of the just and repeating verses of the Quran, after which he recited the following. Let not prosperity delude thee, father mine, for fortune wastes and life itself must pass away. When as thou comest to know of folk in evil plight, think thou must answer it upon the judgment day. And when thou bearest forth the dead unto the tombs, think that thou, too, must pass upon the selfsame way. Then I left him and went home. On the morrow, I returned, at the appointed hour, and found him indeed dead, the mercy of God be on him. So I washed him and unsewing his gown, found in the bosom a ruby worth thousands of dinars and said to myself, by Allah, this youth was indeed abstracted from the things of this world. After I had buried him, I made my way to Baghdad and going to the Caliph's palace, waited till he came forth, when I accosted him in one of the streets and gave him the ruby, which when he saw, he knew and fell down in a swoon. His attendants laid hands on me, but he revived and bade them unhand me and bring me courteously to the palace. They did his bidding, and when he returned, he sent for me and carrying me into his closet, said to me, How doth the owner of this ruby? Quoth I, He is dead, and told him what had passed, whereupon he fell a weeping and said, The son hath profited, but the father is disappointed. Then he called out, saying, Ho, such an one. And behold, a woman came out to him. When she saw me, she would have withdrawn, but he said to her, Come, and heed him not. So she entered and saluted, and he threw her the ruby, which when she knew, she gave a great shriek and fell down in a swoon. As soon as she came to herself, she said, O Commander of the Faithful, what hath God done with my son? And he said to me, Do thou tell her, for he could not speak for weeping. So I repeated the story to her, and she began to weep and say in a failing voice, How I have longed for thy sight, O consolation of my eyes! What I might have given thee to drink, when thou hadst none to tend thee! What I might have companied with thee, when as thou foundest none to cheer thee! And she poured forth tears and recited the following verses. I weep for one to whom death came, an exile and in pain, alone he died, without a friend to whom he might complain. Puissant and honored and conjoined with those that loved him dear, to live alone and seeing none, unfriended, he was fain. That which the days conceal shall yet be manifest to us, not one of us by death, indeed, unsmitten they remain. O absent one, the Lord of all decreed thy strangerhood, and thou leftst far behind the love that was betwixt us twain. Though death, my son, forbid me hope to see thee in this life, tomorrow,